Lin Yu, a remarkably gifted youth in the contemporary world, harbored an intense fascination for the original work of Douluo Dalu. He possessed an intimate familiarity with every character, every type of martial soul and soul skill, as well as various tactical strategies within its pages. However, the course of fate abruptly shifted in an unforeseen moment. On an otherwise ordinary evening, Lin Yu sat at his desk, wholly engrossed in perusing Douluo Dalu. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning cleaved through the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that reverberated outside his window. Before Lin Yu could fully comprehend the situation, a surge of powerful electricity surged forth from the outlet, striking him directly. Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. Lin Yu, a prodigious youth excelling in the modern world, was profoundly enamored with the original work Douluo Dalu. He possessed an intimate understanding of every character, every type of martial soul skill, and various tactical strategies contained within its pages. However, the trajectory of fate took an unforeseen turn one fateful night. As Lin Yu sat at his desk, engrossed in the pages of Douluo Dalu, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the night sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that resonated outside his window. Before he could comprehend the situation, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from the socket, striking him directly. Amidst a violent wave of dizziness and excruciating pain, Lin Yu's consciousness began to fade. When he regained awareness, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar setting. Surrounding him were dilapidated wooden structures, the air infused with the earthy scent of soil and fresh grass, while ancient and unfamiliar sounds echoed in his ears. In the days that followed, Lin Yu endeavored to acclimate to life in the Holy Soul Village. He mimicked the villagers, rising early each day to assist with farm work. Though his physique was frail, he persevered with unwavering determination. Simultaneously, he awaited the arrival of the martial soul awakening ceremony, which would mark the true beginning of his journey in the Douluo Dalu. As Lin Yu interacted with the villagers, he gradually discerned that although this world was fraught with uncertainty and peril, it also brimmed with warmth and kindness. Despite their arduous lives, the villagers supported one another, fostering harmonious relationships. Lin Yu's clever and amiable nature quickly endeared him to the community. Yet, Lin Yu remained steadfast in his ambitions. He understood that in the Douluo Dalu, strength was paramount. Only by possessing a formidable martial soul and formidable power could he establish his place in this world and realize his dreams. Thus, he began to intentionally strengthen his body during daily life, enhancing his physical condition. Each day, he would run and leap through the forest surrounding the village, honing his speed and agility. He also employed rudimentary tools for strength training. As the days passed, the date of the martial soul awakening ceremony drew nearer. Lin Yu felt a blend of anxiety and anticipation. Within him, he was uncertain about the nature of the martial soul he would awaken. Nevertheless, he remained confident that with the memories of his past life and his diligent efforts, he would carve out a realm uniquely his own in the Douluo Dalu. Chapter 2. Awakening the martial soul at long last. The day of the martial soul awakening ceremony had arrived. The square of St. Soul Village was filled with all the children of appropriate age, their faces adorned with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Lin Yu blended into the crowd, his heart racing uncontrollably. A soul master, clad in a flowing white robe, approached with measured grace, emanating an aura of mystery and formidable power, for he was the one presiding over this sacred ceremony. In his hands, he held a crystal orb that glimmered softly and a peculiar staff. These were the essential instruments for awakening the martial soul. The soul master began with a brief explanation of the awakening process and its critical considerations before commencing the ceremony. One by one, the children stepped forward to place their hands upon the staff. Some awakened ordinary martial souls, such as hoes and sickles, which, while seemingly insignificant in battle, proved invaluable in daily life. Others unveiled more unusual martial souls, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Finally, it was Lin Yu's turn. He inhaled deeply, advancing steadily to place his hand on the staff. In an instant, an extraordinary force surged from the staff into his being, and his body radiated a brilliant light. Within that luminescence, a pair of eyes shimmering with enigmatic brilliance emerged, his unique martial soul, the all-seeing spirit eyes. The appearance of these spirit eyes sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Everyone was captivated by the extraordinary nature of this martial soul, having never witnessed such uniqueness before. Even the soul master displayed a flicker of surprise, carefully observing Lin Yu's all-seeing spirit eyes, his expression turning grave. Lin Yu, too, was astonished by the sudden transformation, yet he quickly regained his composure. He focused his mind, attempting to harness the power of the all-seeing spirit eyes. At that moment, A torrent of information flooded his consciousness, and he instantaneously grasped the myriad abilities of his newfound gift. These eyes possessed the capacity to perceive the essence of things, swiftly analyze an opponent's soul skills, and, with extraordinary insight, briefly predict an adversary's movements. Furthermore, they harbored potent mental attacks that could inflict severe damage on the enemy psyche. A wave of elation surged within Lin Yu. He understood that he had acquired an immensely powerful martial soul. With the all-seeing spirit eyes, his adventures in the Douluo continent would be imbued with newfound confidence. The Soul Master regarded Lin Yu with a hint of admiration and said, "Child, you possess an exceedingly powerful martial soul. The journey ahead is long. I hope you will devote yourself to training and live up to the strength of this gift." Subsequently, he tested the mental attack. Focusing his mental energy on a small mouse, it emitted a cry of anguish and collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had begun to master the power of the all-seeing spirit eyes. Yet he remained acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. To truly unleash the full potential of his gift, relentless training and exploration lay ahead. In the days that followed, Lin Yu embarked on a rigorous regimen of cultivation. He devoted considerable time each day to strengthening his mental power, employing meditation and various specialized training methods to enhance both the intensity and control of his mental faculties. Meanwhile, he diligently endeavored to master the myriad abilities of the all-seeing eye, aiming to seamlessly integrate them into both combat and daily life. Chapter 3. The Dawn of Brilliance. As Lin Yu grew increasingly familiar with and adept at utilizing the all-seeing eye, his strength progressively augmented. He understood that to truly establish himself in the Douluo continent, he needed to acquire soul rings and elevate his rank. Drawing upon his knowledge of the Douluo world, Lin Yu was aware of the habitats and behaviors of certain century-old soul beasts. Thus, he commenced preparations to capture one. Over the course of several days, he gathered various materials in the wooded hills surrounding his village, crafting intricate traps. These traps, while appearing simplistic, were imbued with Lin Yu's ingenuity and profound understanding of the soul beast's tendencies. Once ready, he ventured into the regions frequented by the soul beasts, meticulously setting his traps before concealing himself nearby, patiently awaiting their arrival. At last, a century-old soul beast fell into Lin Yu's trap. It was an agile creature, swift in its movements, yet it was ensnared by Lin Yu's cunning mechanism. The soul beast struggled and roared in fury, but it could not escape the trap's confines. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Yu employed the mental attacks of the all-seeing eye, swiftly diminishing the creature's will to resist. Armed with a self-made rudimentary weapon, he cautiously approached the soul beast, and after a fierce struggle, he ultimately succeeded in slaying it and obtaining his first soul ring. Upon absorbing the soul ring, Lin Yu distinctly sensed a substantial enhancement in his power. His mental fortitude became more concentrated, and the capabilities of the all-seeing eye experienced further elevation. His remarkable achievements soon captured the attention of the village chief of Holy Soul Village, who began to regard this seemingly ordinary child with newfound respect, frequently offering him encouragement and guidance. However, Lin Yu's success also incited jealousy among the other children. Among them was a boy named Wang Hu, known for his domineering demeanor within the village. Upon witnessing Lin Yu's acquisition of a soul ring and his significant boost in strength, Wang Hu felt a surge of discontent. Consequently, he conspired with a few companions to falsely accuse Lin Yu of stealing the village's treasured soul crystal, passed down through generations. In the face of such accusations, Lin Yu remained composed. He astutely utilized the all-seeing eye to scrutinize the subtle expressions and actions of the crowd for inconsistencies. He noted that when Wang Hu accused him, his eyes flickered and his words wavered, clearly indicating his guilt. The other children seemed to merely echo Wang Hu's claims, as if under his command. With clarity in his mind, Lin Yu began to methodically dissect their statements, pointing out the inconsistencies and recounting the detailed process through which he had obtained his soul rings, gradually instilling doubt in the minds of the onlookers. Subsequently, leveraging the insight granted by the all-seeing eye, he discovered the soul crystal concealed on Wang Hu's person. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Wang Hu ultimately confessed to his wrongdoing. Lin Yu successfully cleared his name, and from that moment on, his reputation began to rise within Holy Soul Village. The villagers grew to trust and admire him even more, yet Lin Yu remained humble and unassuming. He understood that this was merely a minor episode in his journey on the Douluo continent, with greater challenges awaiting him in the future. Following this incident, Lin Yu's resolve to pursue his training was further solidified. He understood that in this world governed by the law of the jungle, the only way to safeguard himself and those around him was through the relentless enhancement of his own abilities. Thus, he embarked on the formulation of a more rigorous training regimen. Each day, in addition to honing his mental acuity in the enigmatic mystic eye, he dedicated time to physical conditioning and combat techniques. He engaged in sparring sessions with other soul masters in the village, absorbing their combat experiences and skills. Simultaneously, He utilized the mystic eye to analyze his opponent's fighting styles, identifying their weaknesses and vulnerabilities to continuously elevate his own combat prowess. Throughout his training, Lin Yu contemplated how to better harness the potential of the mystic eye. He endeavored to merge its capabilities with his own combat techniques, aspiring to cultivate a distinctive fighting style that was uniquely his. As time progressed, Lin Yu's strength grew exponentially, and his status within the Holy Soul Village ascended correspondingly. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. His gaze was set upon the expansive Douluo continent, eagerly anticipating the next adventure and challenge. Chapter 4. Journey to Nodding Academy. After resolving the turmoil in Holy Soul Village, Lin Yu's life gradually returned to tranquility. However, he was acutely aware that Holy Soul Village was merely a starting point. The Douluo continent sprawled endlessly, brimming with genuine opportunities and challenges that lay beyond. Nodding Academy, known as the Cradle of Soul Masters, represented an ideal venue for him to enhance his abilities and forge new friendships. With the reputation he had cultivated in the village and the endorsement of the village chief, Lin Yu earned the privilege to pursue his studies at Nodding Academy. On the day of his departure, the villagers gathered to bid him farewell. The village chief grasped Lin Yu's hand, speaking earnestly, "Child, Nodding Academy is a place filled with hidden talents. Upon your arrival, remain humble in your learning and train diligently to bring honor to our Holy Soul Village." Lin Yu nodded solemnly, determination shining in his eyes. "Rest assured, Chief, I will strive with all my might." After bidding farewell to the familiar village and its warm-hearted inhabitants, Lin Yu set forth on his journey to Nodding Academy. Along the way, he marveled at the unique landscapes of the Douluo continent, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. After several days of arduous travel, he finally arrived at the grand entrance of Nodding Academy. The towering walls and majestic buildings filled him with awe. Entering the academy, he followed the directions to the new student registration area, where he encountered fellow newcomers from various regions, each bearing a visage filled with the same anticipation for the future. At that moment, a bespectacled boy, seemingly refined, approached him and introduced himself. "My name is Duo. My martial soul is the mechanic's ingenious hand, skilled in crafting hidden weapons. It is a pleasure to meet you all." A gentle and sweet-voiced girl chimed in. "I am Su Yao. My martial soul is the healing lotus, and I am an auxiliary soul master. I hope to get along well with everyone." Thus, Lin Yu quickly became acquainted with Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao. They discovered that their personalities complemented one another, and their shared passion for the path of soul masters led them to form a team for joint training. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe with vigor. Each swing was imbued with ferocity, yet Lin Yu observed that there was a lack of continuity in his axe techniques. Thus, Lin Yu meticulously observed Zhou Yang's attacking movements using the all-seeing spirit eye, combining his understanding of combat techniques to identify the flaws. "Zhou Yang, during your axe technique transitions, your movements exhibit a slight pause, which grants your opponent an opportunity to exploit. You might consider preparing your next action in advance at the moment of exertion, enhancing the fluidity of your axe techniques." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang experienced a moment of enlightenment, and after numerous practices, his axe techniques indeed showed significant improvement. Meanwhile, Duo was engrossed in crafting hidden weapons. His ingenious soul of mechanical skills allowed him to deftly combine various materials. Approaching Duo, Lin Yu admired the exquisite hidden weapon in his hands and remarked, Duo, your craftsmanship in creating hidden weapons has reached remarkable proficiency. Yet we can further refine the methods of their launch and concealment. For instance, we could design a hidden weapon that can be concealed within the cuff and launched through a special mechanism, thus catching opponents off guard in battle." Duo's eyes brightened, and he immediately began experimenting with new designs based on Lin Yu's suggestions. With Lin Yu's guidance, the team members continuously broke through their training bottlenecks, rapidly enhancing their strength. Their diligence and progress attracted the attention of other students at the academy, who were filled with curiosity and anticipation for this newly formed team. However, Lin Yu and his companions remained humble, aware that this was merely the beginning, with more formidable opponents and arduous challenges awaiting them in the future. In addition to their daily training, Lin Yu often shared his knowledge of the Douluo continent from his past life with his partners, imparting insights about various martial souls, spirit beasts, and combat strategies. Under his influence, the team members developed a deeper understanding of the Douluo continent and grew increasingly confident about their future adventures. As the semester progressed, Nodding Academy organized an expedition for students to the Spirit Beast Forest to obtain spirit rings, and Lin Yu's team was among them. The Spirit Beast Forest was shrouded in mystery and danger, home to a diverse array of spirit beasts with varying strengths. Before entering the forest, the supervising teacher sternly admonished everyone. "The Spirit Beast Forest is exceedingly perilous. You must heed commands and refrain from acting independently. When obtaining spirit rings, choose spirit beasts that align with your strength and martial soul characteristics, and do not succumb to greed. Lin Yu and his companions heeded their teacher's guidance, cautiously making their way through the forest. Along the journey, they encountered some lower-level spirit beasts, which they easily managed to overcome. However, their good fortune was short-lived, as they soon found themselves besieged by a group of formidable thousand-year spirit beasts. These spirit beasts coordinated seamlessly, launching an aggressive assault that swiftly encircled Lin Yu's team. Zhou Yang was the first to charge forward, wielding his earth-splitting battle axe in an attempt to carve a path for his teammates. Everyone, stay calm. I will hold them off. Duo swiftly produced his hidden weapons, launching them at the spirit beasts. Behold my concealed weapon. Su Yao, positioned at the rear, exerted her healing skills to restore her injured teammates. Hold on, everyone. I will ensure your safety. Lin Yu stood at the center of the formation, employing the all-seeing spirit eye to meticulously analyze the attack patterns and movements of the spirit beasts. He discerned that although these spirit beasts were powerful, their coordination exhibited a vulnerability. By exploiting this weakness, they could dismantle the siege. Lin Yu swiftly devised a strategy. Zhou Yang, launch a frontal assault to draw the attention of the spirit beasts. Duo, use your hidden weapons to disrupt their formation. Su Yao, continue your healing efforts. I will employ mental attacks to interfere with their minds. The team immediately sprang into action under Lin Yu's command. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe with tremendous force, causing the spirit beasts to stagger back with each strike. Duo's projectiles rained down upon the beasts, leaving them defenseless. Su Yao's healing light shimmered around her teammates, ensuring their wounds were tended to promptly. Lin Yu focused his mind and unleashed the mental attack of the universal spirit eye. Waves of psychic energy surged toward the spirit beasts, slowing their movements and disrupting their mental faculties. Through their coordinated efforts, the team's defense against the spirit beasts gradually broke down. After a fierce battle, they finally succeeded in repelling the beasts. Although exhausted, a profound sense of accomplishment filled their hearts. Yet, Lin Yu noticed a spot deep within the spirit beast forest radiating a mysterious aura, hinting at the presence of hidden relics. He shared this discovery with his companions, igniting their curiosity about the relics and prompting them to pursue the clues. After a brief respite, Lin Yu's team embarked once more on their adventurous journey, heading toward the enigmatic relics. As they proceeded, they cautiously navigated various dangers, all while speculating about the secrets that might lie within the relics. Chapter 5. Exploration of the relics after repelling the spirit beasts. Lin Yu's team took a moment to rest before advancing deeper into the relics, which exuded a mysterious essence. Dense foliage cast shadows over their path, and the thick layer of decaying leaves released a damp scent. The distant roars of spirit beasts heightened the tension in the air. Everyone, be cautious. The environment surrounding the relics is peculiar, and unknown dangers may lurk, Lin Yu whispered, his universal spirit eye ever vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Su Yao remained closely positioned in the center of the group, her healing lotus gently blooming, always prepared to support her comrades. Duo held various hidden weapons in hand, her eyes betraying a mix of tension and excitement. Zhou Yang led the way at the forefront, his earth-splitting battle axe steady and powerful, remnants of their previous battles still staining the blade. As they delved further, the surrounding flora grew increasingly bizarre. Enormous vines coiled around ancient trees like serpents, and insects glimmering with strange lights flitted by. Suddenly, the ground ahead trembled slightly, prompting Zhou Yang to halt. Gripping his axe tightly, something's amiss. Stepping forward, Lin Yu quickly activated his universal spirit eye, scrutinizing the ground. He observed as the earth slowly cracked open, sharp stone spikes erupting from the soil, hurtling toward them with alarming speed. Duck! Lin Yu shouted, channeling his mental energy to attempt to alter the trajectory of the spikes. Zhou Yang leaped forward, swinging his axe to create a powerful gust of wind that severed the approaching spikes. Duo nimbly maneuvered, utilizing her mechanical skills to swiftly launch several hidden weapons that embedded into a distant tree trunk, then deftly swung to a nearby branch using the ropes attached to her projectiles. Su Yao hurriedly unleashed her healing powers, forming a faint protective barrier around her comrades to shield them from the flying debris. Having narrowly evaded the piercing attack of the stone spikes, the group had scarcely caught their breath when a multitude of sharp arrows suddenly shot forth from the woods ahead. These arrows, propelled with remarkable speed, whistled ominously through the air. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. He activated his all-seeing spirit eye to its fullest potential, precisely tracking the trajectory of the arrows. He swiftly directed his comrades. Zhou Yang, use your battle axe to deflect the arrows coming from the front. Duo, shoot down those from the sides. Su Yao, ensure everyone's safety. With a fierce shout, Zhou Yang wielded his battle axe with unwavering precision, blocking the oncoming arrows with a flurry of movements. Duo deftly unleashed a barrage of concealed projectiles, colliding with the arrows in a symphony of crisp sounds. Meanwhile, Suyao infused healing light into the protective barrier, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Through their collective efforts, they finally traversed this perilous wave of traps. Lin Yu focused intently, leveraging the analytical prowess of his spirit eye to gradually unravel the secrets of the ruins. As he worked, the stone door began to tremble, emitting a deep, resonant sound as it slowly opened. An ancient and mysterious aura wafted forth, prompting the group to cautiously step through the threshold. Moving along the corridor, they were abruptly confronted by a seemingly bottomless chasm, above which floated several luminous stone slabs. Lin Yu scrutinized the slabs and discerned their irregular spacing, each inscribed with peculiar symbols. He realized that this presented a challenge. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu addressed his companions. There exists a specific pattern among these symbols. We must tread upon the slabs in the correct sequence to pass safely. Please refrain from acting recklessly while I analyze further. Activating his all-seeing spirit eye, he meticulously examined the connections between the symbols while rapidly calculating in his mind. After extensive analysis, he finally uncovered the pattern. Follow me and step on the slabs in the order I specify. Lin Yu stepped onto the first slab, commanding his teammates to follow in succession. Under his guidance, they carefully navigated across the chasm. Just as they cleared the gap, a colossal guardian beast materialized ahead. This creature, resembling a Qilin, was enveloped in flames and emanated an imposing aura. With a thunderous roar, the guardian unleashed a searing blast of fire towards them. Zhou Yang charged forward, wielding his rending axe in an attempt to shield against the flames. However, the ferocity of the guardian's fire proved overwhelming, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly launched a psychic attack using his all-seeing spirit eye, aiming to disrupt the guardian's movements. The mental wave struck the beast, causing a momentary hesitation in its actions. Seizing the opportunity, Duo released several specially crafted projectiles coated with a paralyzing agent, hoping to diminish the guardian's strength. In response to the assault, the guardian became increasingly ferocious. Its flames blazed even more intensely as it launched a more ferocious onslaught against the group. Suyao exerted her utmost effort to employ healing spells, mending the wounds of her injured teammates, while simultaneously bestowing enhancements to bolster their combat efficacy. Throughout the battle, Lin Yu continuously analyzed the guardian's attack patterns and vulnerabilities, identifying its eyes as one of its weak points. Thus, he concentrated his mental energy, condensing it into a sharp strike aimed directly at the guardian's eyes. The guardian beast let out a pained roar, its fiery eyes dimming slightly. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a breakthrough in the power of the all-seeing spirit eye. Seizing this opportunity, he channeled his mental energy with utmost effort, comprehending the illusory realm of the spirit eye at a critical juncture, thereby conjuring a vivid mental illusion that ensnared the guardian beast in confusion. Within this illusion, the guardian beast appeared to see countless formidable foes charging towards it, causing its movements to become frantic. Taking advantage of this moment, the team launched a full-scale assault. Zhou Yang swung his battle axe fiercely, striking the guardian beast's back. Duo unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, targeting the beast's legs, while Suyao applied her healing powers and enhancement effects to her teammates. Under the combined onslaught of their efforts, the guardian beast could no longer withstand the assault and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Chapter 6 Prelude to the Soul Master Competition. As the Soul Master Competition approached, the atmosphere within the academy grew increasingly tense. Every team intensified their training, striving for commendable results in the upcoming contest. Lin Yu's team was no exception. They diligently trained each day in the academy's training grounds, continuously refining their teamwork and enhancing their individual strengths. Lin Yu utilized the all-seeing spirit eye to meticulously study the unique attributes of each teammate's martial soul and combat style, crafting personalized training regimens for them. Drawing upon his knowledge from a previous life regarding the Soul Master competition, he amassed extensive information about other participating teams, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses to devise corresponding tactical strategies. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Zhou Yang persistently refined his axe techniques, making them sharper and more effective. He dedicated significant time daily to training for strength and speed, aiming to unleash maximum power in battle. Duo focused on the development and innovation of hidden weapons, leveraging the knowledge acquired from ancient ruins to create several new types of concealed arms, which not only boasted formidable power, but also unique functionalities such as tracking and explosion. Suyao endeavored to enhance her support capabilities. She learned additional healing and enhancement skills, attempting to synergize these abilities with her teammates' martial soul characteristics for optimal support efficacy. Following Lin Yu's advice, she also fortified her defensive abilities to ensure better protection for herself and her teammates during combat. In addition to their daily training, Lin Yu led the team to participate in several simulated competitions organized by the Academy. Throughout these contests, they encountered a diverse array of opponents, including teams specializing in brute force, control, and agility. Through these encounters, Lin Yu's team accumulated a wealth of combat experience while also identifying their own shortcomings. During one particular simulated match, they faced a team primarily focused on control-type martial souls. As the competition commenced, the opposing team unleashed powerful control skills that severely restricted Lin Yu's team's movements. Zhou Yang's attacks were effortlessly neutralized, Qian Duoduo's hidden weapons proved ineffective, and Su Yao's supportive skills were hindered by interference. In the face of such adversity, Lin Yu remained composed. He activated the all-seeing spirit eye, keenly observing the opponent's control techniques in search of vulnerabilities. After thorough analysis, he discovered that although the opposing control skills were formidable, they exhibited a brief cooldown period. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, directing his teammates to launch a counterattack precisely at the moment when their opponent's skills were on cooldown. Zhou Yang unleashed his full might, brandishing his battle axe to shatter the enemy's control. Qian Duoduo took advantage of the chaos, firing concealed projectiles to disrupt the opposing formation, while Su Yao timely released a buffing skill, augmenting her comrades' combat prowess. Through their harmonious collaboration, they successfully turned the tide of the match and emerged victorious. This simulated battle imparted a profound realization to Lin Yu. In the Soul Master Tournament, one must possess not only formidable strength but also agile adaptability and extensive combat experience. Consequently, he placed greater emphasis on tactical training for his team members, ensuring they could respond swiftly to various combat scenarios. As the registration deadline for the tournament approached, Lin Yu's team completed their final preparations. With unwavering confidence, they registered for the competition, eager to showcase their talents and carve out their own legacy. At last, the opening ceremony of the Soul Master Tournament commenced as scheduled. Teams from various academies converged, creating a magnificent spectacle. Standing among the ranks of Nodding Academy, Lin Yu and his teammates surveyed their diverse adversaries, their hearts brimming with competitive spirit. During the ceremony, the organizers delivered a speech, underscoring the rules and ethos of the tournament. Subsequently, each team entered in succession, displaying their unique flair. The Lin Yu team marched into the arena with synchronized steps, their gazes resolute and self-assured, drawing the attention of many onlookers. With the opening ceremony concluded, the competition officially began. The Lin Yu team's first match was imminent, and they were about to step onto the true battlefield, confronting the unknown challenges ahead. Chapter 7. The first battle of the Soul Master Tournament soon. It was their turn to take the stage. As the announcer called out the name of Nodding Academy's Lin Yu team, the four members strode confidently into the arena. The audience erupted in cheers and shouts, a sea of eyes fixated upon them. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings, an exhilarating surge of anticipation swelling within him. Their opponents hailed from Tsanghui Academy, a team composed of tall and robust individuals, exuding an air of arrogance and confidence. One of the members, upon spotting Lin Yu's team, smirked disdainfully. "You think you can make an impact in the Soul Master Tournament? What a delusion." In the face of this provocation, Lin Yu remained unfazed. Offering a slight smile, the match has yet to begin. The outcome is still uncertain. As the bell tolled to signal the start of the match, both sides swiftly entered combat mode. The Tsanghui Academy team initiated the assault, with a formidable attack type Soul Master swinging a massive wolf-toothed club, charging towards Zhou Yang with a fierce gust of wind. Undeterred, Zhou Yang bellowed, raising his earth-splitting battle axe to meet the oncoming strike. A thunderous clash ensued as their immense powers collided, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Zhou Yang staggered back a few steps from the force, but quickly regained his footing, determination flickering in his eyes. Simultaneously, a control-type Soul Master from Tsanghui Academy unleashed a skill, summoning numerous thick vines from the ground that swiftly ensnared Lin Yu's team. These vines moved with astonishing speed, instantaneously cutting off their retreat. Su Yao's expression shifted as she hurriedly activated the purification skill of Healing Lotus, attempting to dispel the encroaching tendrils. However, the opponent's control skills were exceedingly formidable, rendering the purification effects rather negligible. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly unleashed a mental attack utilizing the myriad spiritual gaze, sending forth an intangible wave of psychic energy towards the control-type Soul Master. The control-type Soul Master staggered, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes, and his movement slowed. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Duoduo swiftly launched several concealed projectiles, severing the encroaching vines. With the assault of the vines momentarily abated, Zhou Yang exerted himself, wielding the Fisher battle axe to create a flurry of light and shadow as he charged towards the members of Tsanghui Academy. His strikes were fierce and relentless, momentarily overwhelming the opposition. The formidable attack-type Soul Masters from Tsanghui Academy hurried to counter, engaging in a fierce exchange that escalated into a heated confrontation. Lin Yu meticulously monitored the battlefield, his myriad spiritual gaze whirling as it analyzed the weaknesses and vulnerabilities of the adversaries. He discerned that while the members of Tsanghui Academy possessed considerable strength, their coordination was lacking, with insufficient synergy among team members. Lin Yu immediately communicated with his teammates through his mental prowess to devise a new strategy. Upon hearing Lin Yu's directives, Zhou Yang intentionally feigned a weakness, retreating as if overwhelmed. The attack-type Soul Master from Tsanghui Academy, believing there was an opening, pursued relentlessly. Just as he was about to close the distance on Zhou Yang, Duo unexpectedly launched several specially crafted projectiles from the side. These projectiles were imbued with a potent adhesive, swiftly ensnaring the attack-type Soul Master's Wolf Fang Club, restricting his ability to wield it freely. Simultaneously, Lin Yu activated a new ability of the myriad spiritual gaze, manifesting a substantial shockwave of psychic energy directed at the control-type Soul Master from Tsanghui Academy. The control-type Soul Master, unable to evade in time, was struck by the shockwave and collapsed into unconsciousness. With the loss of their control-type Soul Master's support, Tsanghui Academy's team was instantly thrown into disarray. Seizing the moment, Su Yu unleashed a powerful enhancement skill, bolstering her teammates' combat prowess. Zhou Yang roared, his Fisher battle axe erupting with tremendous force, successfully repelling the attack-type Soul Master. The remaining members of Tsanghui Academy, sensing the tide turning against them, attempted to regroup for a counterattack, but it was too late. Lin Yu's team pressed their advantage, systematically defeating their opponents through seamless cooperation. As the referee declared the match concluded, the team from Nodding Academy, led by Lin Yu, emerged victorious. The arena resonated with fervent applause and cheers, the audience lauding their spectacular performance. Lin Yu and his teammates embraced one another, their faces radiating the joy of triumph. Soon, Lin Yu's team was set to face their second match, pitted against a team from Shrek Academy, renowned across the Douluo continent for nurturing many exceptional Soul Masters. Shrek Academy's team was formidable, with each member exhibiting impressive strength and seamless coordination. As the match approached, Lin Yu and his teammates stood in the waiting area, the atmosphere palpably more tense than before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu encouraged his teammates once more. Although Shrek Academy is powerful, we are not to be underestimated. If we perform to the best of our abilities, we have a chance to prevail. His teammates nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. As the match bell tolled, both teams swiftly entered the arena. The members of Shrek Academy exuded confidence, as if victory in the match was already theirs. Lin Yu activated his omniscient eye, keenly observing the opponent's martial souls and their aura, searching for a potential breakthrough. A swift attack Soul Master from Shrek Academy launched the first assault, his speed astonishing as he appeared before Lin Yu's team in an instant. Zhou Yang quickly stepped forward to defend, but the speed of the agile Soul Master was simply too great, causing Zhou Yang's attacks to consistently miss their mark. Simultaneously, a powerful attack Soul Master from Shrek Academy also initiated an offensive, wielding a hammer imbued with tremendous strength, which he swung toward Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang hastily raised his Earth Shatter battle axe to block, yet the overwhelming force still left his arm numb. Faced with such formidable adversaries, Lin Yu's team found themselves in dire straits. However, Lin Yu remained composed, meticulously analyzing the battlefield dynamics in search of the enemy's weaknesses. Suddenly, he discerned that the members of Shrek Academy were overly reliant on individual prowess during their attacks. Although their teamwork was harmonious, there were subtle flaws at critical moments. Lin Yu immediately communicated with his teammates through mental energy, devising a new strategy. He instructed Zhou Yang and Duo to focus their efforts on the opposing attack Soul Master to divert their attention, while Su Yao was to provide full support from the rear, ensuring her teammates' safety. As for himself, he would employ the mental attacks of the omniscient eye to disrupt the movements of the agile Soul Master. Upon receiving the orders, Zhou Yang and Duo sprang into action. Zhou Yang wielded the Earth Shatter battle axe, launching a fierce assault against the enemy's attack Soul Master, while Duo continuously unleashed hidden weapons to complement Zhou Yang's strikes. The Shrek Academy's attack Soul Master found himself momentarily caught off guard by their combined assault, forced to defend with all his might. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu unleashed the mental attacks of the omniscient eye, sending waves of psychic energy towards the agile Soul Master. The latter's speed noticeably diminished, and his movements grew sluggish. At that moment, Su Yao unleashed a potent enhancement skill, boosting the combat prowess of Zhou Yang and Duo. With a mighty roar, Zhou Yang's Earth Shatter battle axe erupted with even greater force, successfully repelling the opposing attack Soul Master. Deprived of their powerful ally support, the Shrek Academy team began to descend into chaos. Lin Yu's team pressed their advantage, gradually gaining the upper hand through their seamless collaboration. After a fierce battle, Lin Yu's team ultimately triumphed over the Shrek Academy, securing victory in the second match. This victory catapulted Lin Yu's team into the spotlight of the Soul Master competition, garnering the attention of numerous teams. Nevertheless, Lin Yu and his comrades did not succumb to pride. They understood that the forthcoming matches would be even more arduous, necessitating continual enhancement of their abilities to advance further in the Soul Master tournament. In the subsequent matches, Lin Yu's team, bolstered by their exceptional strength and synergy, navigated through challenges successfully, advancing to the regional competition. As the tournament progressed, they encountered increasingly formidable opponents, and the battles grew ever more challenging. Yet, Lin Yu and his teammates steadfastly maintained their unwavering belief and indomitable spirit, repeatedly overcoming powerful adversaries as they moved toward ever greater aspirations. Chapter 8. The Undercurrents of the Regional Competition. Chapter 10. The Undercurrents of the Regional Competition. The Lin Yu team successfully advanced to the regional competition, a development that sent ripples of excitement across the Douluo continent. Their outstanding performance garnered immense attention, prompting various factions to regard this team from Nodding Academy with newfound respect. However, behind the glory lay a tide of treachery brewing beneath the surface. The venue for the regional competition was set in a bustling city renowned for its soul masters, a place where elite teams from various regions converged. Upon their arrival, the Lin Yu team immediately sensed the palpable atmosphere of competition. The streets were filled with soul masters clad in the attire of different academies, some engaged in tactical discussions in small groups, while others were engrossed in intense training. Zhou Yang patted his chest confidently, exclaiming, "What is there to fear? We fought our way here. Why should we worry about their petty tricks?" Duo, fiddling with the hidden weapons in his hands, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. When the soldiers come, we shall meet them. When the water comes, we shall dam it. We possess strength. Why should we fear their antics?" Suyao furrowed her brow slightly and spoke softly. "It would be wise to remain cautious. I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere here is rather unsettling." Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Lin Yu, on high alert, opened it to reveal a middle-aged man clad in extravagant attire, his face adorned with a disingenuous smile. "Greetings, young friends. I am a representative of the Merchant Association in this Soul Master city. Having heard of your gallant performances in the Soul Master tournament, our association greatly admires you and has come to present some cultivation resources as a token of goodwill." As he spoke, his attendant brought forth several exquisite boxes. The middle-aged man's expression shifted momentarily but quickly returned to a smile. "In that case, I shall not disturb your training any further." With that, he hurriedly departed with his entourage. Lin Yu closed the door, his expression turning grave. "It seems we have caught the attention of certain factions. These resources bear a special mark. Once we use them, they will be able to track our movements and fluctuations in strength." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu declared, "We shall continue our training as usual, but with heightened vigilance. Simultaneously, I will endeavor to investigate the forces scheming against us. To know ourselves and our adversaries is the key to prevailing in countless battles." This team was none other than an elite squad from the Zhanghui Academy, previously defeated by Lin Yu's team in the competition. Harboring resentment, they conspired with certain traitors within their academy, seeking to exact revenge on Lin Yu's team during the regional competition. They spread rumors, accusing Lin Yu's team of using prohibited substances to enhance their abilities, attempting to disrupt their morale and affect their performance. Before long, these rumors proliferated throughout the Soul Master city. Some uninformed spectators began to whisper disapprovingly about Lin Yu's team, even voicing doubts during the competition. The judging panel, without conducting a thorough investigation, issued a suspension notice to Lin Yu's team and initiated an inquiry. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the Lin Yu team found themselves in a dire predicament. The spirits of the team members plummeted, with Zhou Yang's face flushed with anger. "This is nothing short of slander. We are competing fairly. How could we possibly resort to prohibited substances?" Duo, in a state of anxiety, exclaimed, "What do we do now? With this suspension notice, have all our previous efforts gone to waste?" Tears glistened in Su Yao's eyes as she gazed at Lin Yu with a heart full of concern. "Lin Yu, what shall we do?" Suddenly, Lin Yu recollected the representative from the Merchant Association who had previously come to deliver cultivation resources. There seemed to be hidden secrets within his gaze, and his reaction upon being rebuffed was rather peculiar. Lin Yu resolved to commence an investigation into this Merchant Association. He soon discovered that their fabrication of false evidence transpired at a clandestine stronghold located within the Soul Master city. The stronghold was surrounded by various traps and guards, making entry exceedingly difficult. Yet, Lin Yu remained undeterred. He meticulously crafted a plan to obliterate the stronghold and gather crucial evidence. Under the cover of night, Lin Yu led his companions stealthily to the exterior of the secret stronghold. They evaded the patrolling guards, utilizing the concealed weapons crafted by Duo and the supportive skills of Su Yao to successfully navigate the traps. Once inside the stronghold, they searched cautiously for the whereabouts of the falsified evidence. Suddenly, they heard footsteps approaching. Lin Yu quickly signaled for his teammates to conceal themselves. In walked several members from Tsanghui Academy alongside individuals from the Merchant Association, engaged in a discussion about how to counter Lin Yu's team's investigation. As long as that false evidence remains, they will have no retort. This time, we must ensure their disgrace. One member of Tsanghui Academy declared vehemently. Indeed, once they are disqualified from the competition, we can advance smoothly, echoed a representative from the Merchant Association. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and his team were filled with righteous fury. They seized the opportune moment and launched a sudden assault. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-splitting battle axe, charging forward, his immense strength instantly tearing a breach in the opponent's defenses. Duo unleashed a barrage of concealed weapons, leaving the adversaries defenseless. Meanwhile, Su Yao provided unwavering support from the rear, enhancing her teammates and administering healing. Lin Yu employed his spiritual eye to disrupt the opponent's actions. Under their relentless onslaught, the members of Tsanghui Academy and the Merchant Association quickly descended into chaos. After an intense battle, Lin Yu's team emerged victorious, unearthing the tools and documents related to the fabrication of false evidence. Armed with this pivotal evidence, they promptly approached the tournament's judging panel to expose the conspiracy involving Tsanghui Academy and the Merchant Association. Following a thorough investigation, the panel confirmed Lin Yu's team's innocence and imposed severe penalties on Tsanghui Academy and the Merchant Association. Not only did Lin Yu's team restore their reputation, but they also unexpectedly uncovered clues leading to a nefarious organization lurking in the shadows. This organization appeared to be covertly manipulating certain competitions, seeking to disrupt the order of the Douluo continent. Lin Yu understood that the threat posed by this malevolent organization was far greater than anticipated. They must swiftly augment their strength to confront the imminent challenges ahead. Chapter 9. Preparations and entanglements. On the eve of the final showdown, having successfully cleared their names, Lin Yu's team returned to the arena, becoming the focal point of the regional competition. However, they did not allow this sudden attention to cloud their judgment. Instead, they became increasingly aware that the forthcoming battles would be even more arduous. After all, they were not only faced with formidable opponents, but also had to remain vigilant against the potential new schemes orchestrated by the sinister organization lurking in the shadows. In order to better prepare for the forthcoming competition, Lin Yu resolved to lead his team into an intensive training regimen in seclusion. They selected a tranquil valley on the outskirts of the Seoul Master City, a serene locale far removed from the clamor of urban life, making it an ideal setting for cultivation. The valley is encircled by steep mountains, with only a narrow path leading to the outside world, rendering it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Lin Yu meticulously surveyed the terrain with his all-seeing spirit eye, setting up rudimentary defensive traps around the perimeter to guard against any potential ambushes. Once the training commenced, Lin Yu tailored a detailed training plan based on each teammate's unique attributes. Zhou Yang, the team's primary offensive force, exhibited remarkable strength. However, he lacked endurance and agility in combat techniques. Thus, Lin Yu imposed rigorous physical training on Zhou Yang, requiring him to engage in weighted long-distance runs daily within the valley, while also arranging one-on-one combat simulations with himself to enhance his combat skills and adaptability through continuous practical exercises. Duo had already developed impressive skills in the crafting and utilization of hidden weapons, yet he found his arsenal lacking in potency and range when confronted by formidable foes. Drawing from his prior life's knowledge of concealed weaponry, Lin Yu collaborated with Duo to explore innovative designs and fabrication methods for new types of hidden weapons. They experimented with various rare materials, infusing them with special soul beast energies, striving to create concealed weapons that were not only more powerful, but also multifunctional. Simultaneously, Lin Yu instructed Duo on how to optimally leverage terrain and timing in battle to maximize the efficacy of these hidden weapons. Su Yao, as the team's support-type soul master, played a crucial role in enhancing the team's survival and combat effectiveness through her healing and buffing abilities. Lin Yu guided Su Yao in an intensive cultivation of her soul power, employing meditation and specialized training techniques to elevate her soul power limits and recovery speed. He also engaged her in various combat simulations to refine her skill activation timing and precision, ensuring she could provide the most effective support to her teammates at critical moments. Throughout the days of intensive training, team members endured rigorous sessions daily. At dawn, As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the valley, they commenced their physical training. During the day, their focus shifted to refining their martial soul skills and honing tactical coordination. By night, under the moonlight, they gathered to share insights and reflections from the day's training, encouraging and supporting one another. However, while Lin Yu's team was wholly immersed in their training, a series of peculiar incidents unfolded within the Soul Master City. Key members of several competing teams mysteriously vanished without a trace, as if they had simply evaporated into thin air. These disappearances incited widespread panic throughout the Soul Master community, prompting the competition's organizing committee to take the matter with utmost seriousness and launch a comprehensive investigation. It soon became evident that these disappearances were indeed orchestrated by a nefarious organization. Utilizing a specialized soul-guiding device, they could silently transport their targets to an unknown location. Following the trail of clues, Lin Yu tracked down a secret stronghold of the evil organization, but upon his arrival, he found the site abandoned. Nevertheless, he discovered several documents and blueprints within the stronghold, detailing parts of the organization's sinister plans and some enigmatic experimental data. Lin Yu became acutely aware that the malevolent organization's ambitions extended far beyond merely disrupting the Soul Master tournament. They appeared to be orchestrating a more sinister conspiracy, one that could jeopardize the safety of the entire Douluo continent. He resolved to convey these alarming revelations to the tournament committee and various sects, hoping to unite their forces in a collective stand against this nefarious entity. His first visit was to the esteemed principal of the Nodding Academy, to whom he meticulously detailed the findings of his investigation. The principal's expression darkened with grave concern as he absorbed the information. I never anticipated that this vile organization could be so rampant. Their actions pose a significant threat to the peace and stability of the Douluo continent. I shall promptly report this matter to the tournament committee and the various sects for a strategic discussion. Subsequently, Lin Yu reached out to the captains of other competing teams, sharing the intelligence he had gathered. They expressed a willingness to join forces in the battle against the malevolent organization. Through Lin Yu's relentless efforts, a makeshift alliance composed of various teams and sects began to take shape. However, the formation of this alliance was fraught with challenges. Some factions voiced skepticism regarding Lin Yu's motives, fearing that he exaggerated the threat posed by the malevolent organization in an attempt to gain a competitive advantage in the tournament. Undeterred by these doubts, Lin Yu once again employed his all-seeing spirit eye to present irrefutable evidence he had discovered within the organization's stronghold, using his intellect and sincerity to persuade the assembly. During the inaugural meeting of the alliance, Lin Yu proposed a proactive strategy. We cannot remain passive in the face of potential attacks from the malevolent organization. We must take the initiative. I suggest we divide into smaller groups to search and investigate locations where they might be active. Upon discovering their whereabouts, we must immediately alert the other groups and launch a coordinated assault. Concurrently, we must enhance the protection of the competing teams and Soul Master cities to prevent further assaults by this organization. After thorough deliberation, the assembly adopted Lin Yu's recommendations. Upon concluding the meeting, the various groups swiftly mobilized to commence a comprehensive investigation and offensive against the malevolent organization. Lin Yu led his team through the bustling streets and alleys of the Soul Master City, leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. During their investigation, Lin Yu's team encountered a few small factions of the malevolent organization. Although these members lacked formidable strength, their combat tactics were remarkably peculiar, and they seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of Lin Yu's team's movements. Each skirmish revealed their use of unique soul techniques and soul-guided devices, presenting considerable challenges for Lin Yu's team. These foes employ strange tactics. It seems they are acutely aware of our weaknesses, remarked Zhou Yang, panting as he swung his earth-rending battle axe. Indeed, they must have conducted prior surveillance on us. Clearly, our every action is under their scrutiny, Lin Yu replied, furrowing his brow, a sense of vigilance growing within him. Duo retaliated by launching several concealed projectiles, forcing back one of the malevolent organization's members. Regardless of their tricks, we shall not cower. Meanwhile, Su Yao exerted her healing abilities from the rear, tending to her injured teammates. Everyone, please exercise caution and prioritize your safety. After a fierce battle, Lin Yu and his team finally repelled the members of the nefarious organization. However, they understood that this was merely the beginning, as even greater challenges awaited them. With the investigation deepening, Lin Yu gradually uncovered the vastness of the evil organization's influence, which exceeded their initial assumptions. They had not only infiltrated the Soul Master City with numerous spies, but had also colluded with various underground forces, creating an intricate web of deceit. Completely dismantling this malevolent organization would be no easy feat. Nevertheless, Lin Yu is undeterred by the difficulties. He firmly believed that as long as they worked together, they could triumph over the evil organization and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Douluo continent. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu's team continued to collaborate closely with other groups, relentlessly searching for clues regarding the evil organization, preparing thoroughly for the final showdown. They scoured the far reaches of the Douluo continent alongside the temporary alliance, encountering countless hardships and obstacles along the way. During a deep investigation in a remote mountainous area, Lin Yu's team detected a trace of the evil organization. Following the trail, they arrived at an abandoned ancient castle, where an eerie mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the atmosphere chillingly silent. Lin Yu immediately unleashed the spiritual attack of the all-seeing spirit eye, attempting to discern the essence of the shadowy figures. Through his mental probing, he discovered that these shadows were coalesced from a unique form of dark energy, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against them. Lin Yu focused his mind, materializing his spiritual power into a blade and struck at the shadows. With a sharp cry, the shadows dissipated. "Why is this creature's defense so formidable?" Zhou Yang exclaimed. Lin Yu calmly analyzed the monster's weaknesses, identifying its eyes as the most vulnerable point. "Zhou Yang, target its eyes. Qian Duo. Use your hidden weapons to disrupt its movements. Su Yao, be ready to bolster our defenses." Lin Yu swiftly issued commands. Zhou Yang adjusted his attack trajectory, swinging his battle axe with fierce intent toward the creature's eyes. Qian Duo continuously launched hidden weapons, forcing the monster to evade, thus creating an opportunity for Zhou Yang. Su Yao, meanwhile, fully utilized the defense skill of the Healing Lotus, enveloping her teammates in a faint protective light to ward off the creature's attacks. Amidst the intense combat, Lin Yu suddenly sensed a powerful dark aura emanating from the depths of the castle. He realized that the source of this aura might be a key figure within the evil organization. Lin Yu resolved to delve deeper into the castle to trace this ominous energy and resolve the crisis once and for all. "You all continue the fight here. I will investigate the depths of the castle," Lin Yu called out to his teammates. Although Zhou Yang and the others were concerned for Lin Yu's safety, they understood the significance of his decision and could only nod in agreement. Lin Yu swiftly navigated the corridors of the castle, skillfully evading various traps and monstrous attacks. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum, he discovered a colossal magic circle, within which stood a man cloaked in black robes, his face obscured by a bizarre mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. "You have finally arrived." Lin Yu, the man in black intoned, his voice deep and gravelly, as if echoing from the depths of hell. "Who are you? Why have you orchestrated all of this?" Lin Yu asked warily. The man in the black robe let out a cold smile, proclaiming, "Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you and your team shall become the sacrifices for my grand design." As soon as he finished speaking, the man launched a sudden assault, unleashing a formidable surge of dark energy towards Lin Yu. Acting swiftly, Lin Yu evaded to the side while simultaneously invoking the psychic attack of his myriad spiritual eyes, attempting to disrupt the black-robed man's movements. However, the man's strength surpassed all expectations. He effortlessly repelled Lin Yu's mental onslaught and relentlessly intensified his own strikes. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Lin Yu found himself gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. The black-robed man's dark energy grew increasingly potent, draining Lin Yu's physical and spiritual stamina. Just as despair began to envelop him, Lin Yu recalled the mysterious inheritance he had acquired within the ruins. Focusing intently, he endeavored to awaken the power contained within that legacy. At that moment, a radiant light erupted from within Lin Yu, transforming his myriad spiritual eyes into the chaotic myriad spiritual eyes. This evolved vision not only allowed him to perceive the essence of matter and energy, but also granted him the ability to wield chaotic forces, delivering comprehensive suppression and assault upon his adversary. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Yu's confidence soared. He unleashed the might of the chaotic myriad spiritual eyes, directing a torrent of chaotic energy toward the black-robed man. The man's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to evade, yet the chaotic force pursued him relentlessly, striking him in an instant. With a cry of anguish, the black-robed man's form began to dissipate, leaving behind only a shimmering crystal orb radiating dark light. Approaching cautiously, Lin Yu picked up the orb and discovered it contained the entire schematics of the nefarious organization. It revealed their intention to exploit the Soul Master Tournament to gather the souls of powerful Soul Masters, infusing them into a superweapon to dominate the Douluo continent. Realizing the urgency, Lin Yu understood he must swiftly convey this revelation to the other members of the temporary alliance to thwart the organization's sinister plot. Upon returning to the Soul Master City, Lin Yu presented the crystal orb to the tournament committee and representatives of various sections. After deliberation, They resolved to formulate an immediate response plan. They fortified the defenses of the competition arena, establishing various formidable protective formations, while dispatching elite forces to search for remnants of the malevolent organization. Through the concerted efforts of Lin Yu and the Temporary Alliance, the remnants of the evil organization were gradually eradicated. However, Lin Yu knew that although this crisis had been temporarily averted, the latent threats to the Douluo continent had not been entirely eradicated. He resolved to continue enhancing his own and his team's strength, preparing to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Douluo continent. As the finals of the Soul Master Tournament approached, Lin Yu's team immersed themselves once more in rigorous training. They understood that their opponents in the finals would be even more formidable. Only through relentless self-improvement could they hope to secure victory. During their training, Lin Yu persistently explored the new capabilities of his chaotic myriad spiritual eyes, integrating them with his teammates' martial soul skills to forge more harmonious collaborations and powerful offensive strategies. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Zhou Yang's earth-shattering battle axe absorbed chaotic energy, significantly amplifying its might. Each strike reverberated with tremendous impact, as if capable of cleaving the very heavens and earth asunder. Duo Duo utilized the profound insights of the Chaos Omniscient Eye to craft even more exquisite hidden weapons. These armaments not only possessed formidable power but also had the remarkable ability to autonomously adjust their attack methods based on the vulnerabilities of their adversaries. With the enhancement of chaotic energy, Su Yao's Healing Lotus experienced a significant amplification in both its restorative and augmentative effects, enabling teammates to swiftly regain their vitality and spiritual strength during combat. On the eve of the finals, Lin Yu's team returned to the arena for adaptive training. As they gazed upon the vast expanse of the competition grounds, a blend of anticipation and anxiety filled their hearts. Everyone, this is our final battle in the Soul Master competition, and it is the most crucial one. We must give our all, bringing glory to the Nodding Academy and fighting for the honor of Douluo continent. Lin Yu's voice resonated with unwavering strength, uplifting the spirits of each teammate. Nods of agreement were exchanged, their eyes reflecting steadfast conviction. They understood that this final match was not merely a test of their individual prowess but also an examination of their team's spirit and resilience. Prepared to confront the impending challenge, they stood ready. Chapter 11. The pinnacle showdown of the Soul Master competition. The day of the grand finale of the Soul Master competition had finally arrived, enveloping the entire Soul Master city in an atmosphere of fervent excitement. The arena was filled to capacity, with spectators from every corner of the Douluo continent gathering, their hearts brimming with admiration for the glory of Soul Masters and eager anticipation for the spectacular showdown about to unfold. Lin Yu's team stood in the contestants' passage, the air thick with tension. Zhou Yang gripped his earth-shattering battle axe tightly, his palms slick with perspiration. He inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult of exhilaration and anxiety within him. This is the finals. It truly ignites the blood. Duo meticulously examined his hidden weapons, ensuring each was in optimal condition, his eyes sparkling with excitement and determination. This time, we must demonstrate our true strength to everyone. Su Yao caressed the Healing Lotus. Though a hint of nervousness graced her features, trust in her teammates predominated. Everyone must remain safe. We will surely triumph. Lin Yu surveyed his companions, warmth surging within him as he activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye, perceiving the unwavering belief of his teammates. He spoke with calm resolve. We have journeyed this far, overcoming countless trials and tribulations. In this final match, if we perform at the level we trained for, there is nothing to fear. Remember, we are a team, united in trust and cooperation. Victory shall be ours. Inspired by Lin Yu's words, the morale of the team soared to its zenith. As the announcer's impassioned voice resonated, Lin Yu's team stepped forward with resolute strides into the arena. Their entrance elicited an immediate eruption of cheers from the audience. The Nodding Academy banner soaring high in the stands, the deafening roars of support ringing in their ears. Their opponents were an elite team from the Tiando Royal Academy, equally formidable, having fought their way through to the finals. The members of Tiando Royal Academy stood tall, exuding confidence and pride, clad in resplendent uniforms that radiated an imposing aura. As the bell for the competition tolled, both sides swiftly entered into combat mode. A formidable assault-type Soul Master from the Tiando Royal Academy was the first to launch an attack. The spear in his grasp gleamed with a chilling light, piercing toward Zhou Yang like a bolt of lightning. Undaunted, Zhou Yang bellowed and raised his earth-shattering battle axe to meet the strike. The clash resounded with a thunderous echo as metal collided, the tremendous force causing Zhou Yang to stagger back a few steps. However, he quickly regained his footing, determination flickering in his eyes. Simultaneously, a control-type Soul Master from the Tiando Royal Academy unleashed a skill, transforming the arena's ground into a treacherous quagmire, severely restricting Lin Yu's team's movements. Duo attempted to launch concealed projectiles to disrupt the opponent. Yet the projectiles lost both speed and potency upon sinking into the muddy terrain. Xiao hastily invoked the purifying skill of the Healing Lotus in an effort to dispel the controlling force, but the opponent's control skills were exceptionally potent, rendering her purification efforts largely ineffective. Observing the situation, Lin Yu promptly activated the chaotic omniscient spirit eye, unleashing a mental assault directed at the control-type Soul Master. The control-type Soul Master staggered, a flicker of pain crossing his gaze, and his movement slowed. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yang exerted his strength, wielding the earth-shattering battle axe to conjure a flurry of light and shadows, charging toward the Tiando Royal Academy's members. His strikes were fierce and relentless, momentarily overwhelming the opposition. The members of the Tiando Royal Academy swiftly recalibrated their tactics. One of their agile attack-type Soul Masters darted through the gaps in Zhou Yang's onslaught, seeking an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Yu activated the chaotic omniscient spirit eye, meticulously tracking the movements of the agile attack-type Soul Master. While communicating with his teammates through mental energy, Zhou Yang, watch your left, the agile attack-type Soul Master is preparing to strike. Duo, ready your concealed projectiles to block his retreat. Su Yao, enhance Zhou Yang's speed and defense. Upon hearing Lin Yu's directive, Zhou Yang immediately sidestepped, simultaneously swinging his axe to unleash a powerful gust toward the agile attack-type Soul Master. Duo swiftly released several concealed projectiles, forming a net before the agile attack-type Soul Master. Taken aback by the rapid response of Lin Yu's team, the agile attack-type Soul Master hastily altered his course but was nonetheless grazed by a projectile, leaving a crimson mark upon his arm. At that moment, the members of the Tiando Royal Academy suddenly arranged themselves in a peculiar formation, their soul power intertwining to coalesce into a formidable force. Lin Yu's heart raced as he recognized that they were about to execute a powerful martial soul fusion technique. He immediately activated the inside ability of the chaotic omniscient spirit eye, attempting to discern the weakness of the fusion technique. Through the analysis provided by the chaotic omniscient spirit eye, Lin Yu identified that the core of the opponent's martial soul fusion technique hinged upon a support-type Soul Master. Disrupting his soul power output would render the fusion technique ineffective. Lin Yu focused his mind, condensing his mental energy into a sharp attack directed at the opposing support-type Soul Master. Upon being struck, the support-type Soul Master experienced a brief interruption in his soul power output, causing the potency of the martial soul fusion technique to diminish. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yang unleashed a full-force assault, the earth-shattering battle axe imbued with chaotic energy, crashing down upon the opponent's formation. Under the might of his attack, the martial soul fusion technique was successfully dismantled, prompting the opposing team to retreat and reveal their vulnerabilities. Under the formidable force of convergence, Lin Yu not only withstood the opponent's counterattack but also seized the opportunity to retaliate amidst the gaps in their skills. His mental energy manifested as countless sharp blades, piercing toward the opposing team members, plunging them into chaos. Zhou Yang brandished his battle axe, rampaging through the enemy ranks, while Duo's hidden weapons fell like rain, rendering the adversaries utterly defenseless. Their names echoed throughout the Douluo continent, becoming idols in the hearts of countless soul masters. Lin Yu emerged as a hero of Nodding Academy, receiving a warm welcome and deep respect from both faculty and students. Various sects extended olive branches to them, inviting their allegiance, while also bestowing upon Lin Yu precious cultivation resources and advanced soul rings, aiding him in further enhancing his strength. However, Lin Yu remained unperturbed by these accolades. He recognized that this was merely a new starting point in his adventures on the Douluo continent. The victory in the Soul Master competition solidified his resolve to protect the continent, prompting him to utilize these resources to further elevate himself and his team, preparing for any potential crises that may arise in the future. After the celebration ceremony concluded, Lin Yu and his teammates did not allow themselves to relax. They continued to immerse themselves in rigorous training. Lin Yu shared his experiences and insights from the Soul Master competition with his companions, assisting them in enhancing their capabilities. Simultaneously, he began to study the precious cultivation resources and advanced soul rings, seeking to unearth further potential. As time progressed, Lin Yu's strength consistently grew, and his mastery of the chaotic omniscient eye became increasingly proficient. He began experimenting with the fusion of chaotic energy and the elemental forces of the Douluo continent, striving to create even more powerful skills. Throughout this journey, Lin Yu encountered numerous difficulties and challenges, yet he never faltered. On one occasion, while training, Lin Yu suddenly found himself in dire straits. Chaotic energy and elemental power clashed violently within him, subjecting his body to immense pain. Zhou Yang, Qian Duo, and Su Yao, upon noticing Lin Yu's distress, rushed to his aid. They employed their respective martial soul abilities to stabilize the tumultuous energies within Lin Yu while continuously encouraging him to persevere. With the support of his teammates, Lin Yu gradually mastered the technique of merging chaotic energy with elemental power. He successfully created an entirely new skill, Chaotic Elemental Impact, which combined the destructive force of chaos with the diversity of elemental power, yielding astonishing results. In addition to his personal growth, Lin Yu took on the significant responsibility of safeguarding the Douluo continent. He frequently participated in various affairs of the continent, maintaining peace and prosperity. Utilizing the capabilities of the chaotic omniscient eye, he assisted in resolving numerous disputes and conflicts among soul masters, earning the respect and trust of all. Chapter 12. Undercurrents of the Continent, and a new mission after becoming the champion of the Soul Master competition and assuming the role of a mentor at Nodding Academy. Lin Yu found the Douluo continent seemingly tranquil. Yet beneath this calm facade, turbulent currents were surreptitiously stirring. One day, while Lin Yu was in the academy's training room guiding students, he suddenly received a confidential letter from the imperial family of the Tiando Empire. The confidential letter mentioned that signs of a mysterious soul master organization had emerged in several small towns along the empire's border. Their actions were peculiar and seemingly linked to a previous malevolent group. Lin Yu understood the gravity of the situation and resolved to investigate personally. After bidding farewell to the academy, he embarked on his journey to the border of the Tiando Empire. Along the way, he observed that once thriving towns had fallen into desolation, and the faces of the townsfolk were etched with worry. While resting in a small town, Lin Yu inquired about the circumstances from an elderly man. The old man sighed, recounting that a group of enigmatic individuals had recently appeared, frequently entering and exiting an abandoned castle on the outskirts of the town. They often captured robust young men, claiming they were to be used as laborers, though everyone sensed that the reality was far more sinister. A chill ran down Lin Yu's spine as he realized that this could very well be the mysterious organization referenced in the letter. That night, he stealthily infiltrated the abandoned castle. The interior was shrouded in a foreboding atmosphere, permeated by a foul stench. Lin Yu activated his chaos vision, meticulously searching the surroundings. Suddenly, he heard anguished moans. Following the sound, he found himself in the castle's basement, where many captured townsfolk were imprisoned, their faces gaunt and bodies frail. Just as Lin Yu was about to rescue them, an alarm was triggered within the castle. In an instant, he was surrounded by a group of armed soul masters, exuding an aura of malevolence that was unmistakable. How dare someone trespass in our territory? Are you tired of living? The leader of the soul masters growled menacingly. Lin Yu regarded them coldly. You vile criminals, daring to capture innocent people in broad daylight. Today marks your doom. The battle was imminent. Although the soul masters were of average strength, their numbers were overwhelming, and they coordinated effectively. Lin Yu unleashed the power of his chaos vision, transforming his mental energy into an invisible blade that swept through the ranks of his enemies. Under the impact of his psychic assault, several weaker soul masters collapsed unconscious. However, the adversaries did not retreat. Instead, they intensified their onslaught. One soul master, adept in fire element martial souls, unleashed a torrent of flames in an attempt to ensnare Lin Yu within a fiery inferno. Unfazed, Lin Yu summoned the power of chaos to devour the flames. And with a swift counterstrike, he propelled the fire-wielding soul master away like a cannonball. As the battle raged on, Lin Yu gradually discerned that a formidable force appeared to be backing these soul masters. As their combat techniques bore resemblance to those of the malevolent organization he had encountered previously, realizing the urgency to conclude the fight and uncover the mastermind behind it, he focused his energy and unleashed a chaotic elemental shockwave. The chaotic power intertwined with the elemental forces surrounding him, creating a formidable energy storm that swept towards the enemies. Before this overwhelming force, the adversaries fell one by one, and ultimately, Lin Yu succeeded in driving back the soul masters, liberating the imprisoned townsfolk. From the freed townspeople, he learned that these soul masters frequently operated in several nearby towns, seemingly in search of something. Lin Yu made the decision to pursue this lead further. He arrived at another small town, where, in a tavern, he overheard some rumors regarding the mysterious organization. Some say that a clandestine organization is in search of an ancient soul artifact, purported to possess formidable power capable of altering the fate of the Douluo continent. Lin Yu realizes that should this artifact fall into the hands of malevolent forces, the consequences would be dire. He resolves to expedite his investigation to thwart the sinister machinations of this mysterious organization. In the days that follow, Lin Yu diligently inquires about the whereabouts of the organization. At last, in a secluded valley, he uncovers their stronghold. The site is fortified with layers of defenses and guarded by potent soul masters. Rather than launching a reckless assault, Lin Yu conceals himself in the shadows, meticulously observing the activities within the stronghold. After a thorough surveillance, he discovers that the soul masters are engaged in a cryptic ritual, seemingly summoning a formidable force. Lin Yu surmises that they may have located the ancient soul artifact and are attempting to activate it, steeling himself for a risky infiltration. He employs the stealth capabilities of his chaos all-seeing eyes to silently enter the stronghold. As he nears the site of the ritual, he is detected by a vigilant guardian soul master, who raises the alarm, prompting the entire stronghold's soul masters to converge upon him. Undaunted, Lin Yu unleashes his full repertoire of skills, engaging in a fierce battle. During the fray, he realizes that these soul masters are considerably stronger than those he has previously encountered and seem to be empowered by the ancient artifact. Engaged in a grueling struggle, Lin Yu feels his stamina and soul power dwindling. Just as he begins to falter, Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao arrive on the scene. Having learned of Lin Yu's solo investigation into the mysterious organization, they were unable to remain idle and had followed him. Lin Yu, we're here to assist you, Zhou Yang bellows, wielding his earth-shatter battle axe. Duo swiftly unleashes hidden projectiles, alleviating some of Lin Yu's burdens. Meanwhile, Su Yao stands back, employing her healing abilities to restore the group's vigor and soul power. With the support of his companions, Lin Yu's confidence surges. The four of them coordinate seamlessly, gradually turning the tide of battle. Lin Yu activates the ultimate skill of his chaos all-seeing eyes, merging it with his teammates' martial soul abilities to forge an invincible force. In the wake of this overwhelming power, the defenses of the mysterious organization are utterly breached, and their ritual is dismantled. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu grabs the ancient soul artifact. However, the moment he holds it, a surge of dark energy erupts from the artifact, attempting to infiltrate his mind. Drawing upon his formidable willpower, Lin Yu resists the encroaching darkness. He focuses intently, utilizing the analytical prowess of his chaos all-seeing eyes to decipher a means of controlling the artifact. After considerable effort, he successfully tames the artifact, transforming the dark energy into a force he can command. Upon returning to Nodding Academy, Lin Yu commences his study of the ancient soul artifact. He discovers that it harbors a wealth of information regarding the history of the Douluo continent and its enigmatic powers. Through his research, Lin Yu gains a deeper understanding of the mysteries of the Douluo continent. Throughout this journey, he also comes to realize that the threats faced by the Douluo continent stem not only from external malevolent forces, but also from internal strife and discord that cannot be overlooked. In order to uphold the peace and stability of Douluo continent, Lin Yu resolved to unite the major sects and academies to collaboratively establish a Soul Master Alliance. This alliance aimed to enhance communication and cooperation among Soul Masters, collectively addressing various crises. Beyond his responsibilities within the alliance, Lin Yu continued his role as an instructor at Nodding Academy, integrating his adventures and insights into his teachings, thus nurturing a succession of exceptional Soul Masters. Upon graduation, some of these individuals joined the Soul Master Alliance, becoming crucial forces in maintaining the tranquility of Douluo continent, while others chose to embark on solitary adventures, exploring the uncharted realms of the continent. As time progressed, the Soul Master Alliance flourished, and the situation in Douluo continent gradually stabilized. However, Lin Yu understood that this calm was merely temporary, as greater challenges awaited him and the Soul Masters of Douluo. Yet, he firmly believed that with collective effort, they could safeguard this land abundant with wonder and adventure. After the conclusion of an alliance meeting, Lin Yu ascended to the academy's rooftop alone. Gazing at the starry sky, he was filled with profound reflections. From a boy who had traversed through time to becoming the guardian of Douluo continent, he had faced innumerable hardships and challenges. Yet, he had never regretted his choices, for his love for this land compelled him to give his all. Lin Yu, is that you? Zhou Yang's voice called from behind. Turning around, Lin Yu saw Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao smiling at him. We knew you would be here, pondering the future of Douluo continent. Duo remarked with a grin. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, though the continent is temporarily peaceful, we must remain vigilant. More unknowns and challenges lie ahead, and we must be prepared. Stepping forward, Su Yao gently assured him, rest assured, regardless of the difficulties we encounter, we will always stand together to protect Douluo continent. Looking at his companions, Lin Yu felt a surge of warmth and gratitude. He knew that with their support, no matter how arduous the future path might be, he would never feel alone. Together, they would continue their adventures across Douluo continent, creating even more legends. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Crisis of the Soul Beast Forest. To uncover the truth, Lin Yu decided to delve once more into the Soul Beast Forest. He reported this undertaking to the Soul Master Alliance and invited Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao to join him. After a brief packing of their belongings, the four embarked on their journey to the Soul Beast Forest. Upon reaching the forest's edge, they sensed an unusual aura. The once bustling entrance to the forest now lay eerily silent, devoid of even the shadow of a low-tier soul beast. "This place feels off. Everyone, be cautious," Lin Yu whispered, his chaotic, omniscient eyes gradually opening, ever vigilant to the surroundings. Zhou Yang tightened his grip on his shattering battle axe. Duo held various hidden weapons at the ready, while Su Yao enveloped her teammates in the luminous glow of the healing lotus, bolstering their defenses. They advanced cautiously deeper into the forest, where the trees grew increasingly tall and dense, with sunlight scarcely penetrating the layers of leaves above. Suddenly, a deep and menacing roar echoed from the front, followed by the emergence of a colossal soul beast from the thicket. This beast was entirely cloaked in black scales, its eyes glimmering with a fiery red light, and it exhaled a torrent of flames. It was a 1,000-year-old flame scale beast, formidable in strength, Lin Yu shouted, simultaneously unleashing a psychic attack from his chaos omniscient eyes, attempting to disrupt the beast's movements. The flame scale beast faltered slightly under the psychic impact, but quickly regained its composure and lunged toward them once more. Meanwhile, Su Yao was positioned at the rear, fully employing her healing skills, ready to tend to any injured comrades. Lin Yu observed the beast's attack patterns while contemplating a strategy. He noted that although the flame scale beast's fiery assaults were powerful, each attack was preceded by a distinct charging motion. "Zhou Yang, pay close attention to the beast's movements. Strike while it is charging to interrupt its skills. Duo, use your hidden weapons to obstruct its path." Lin Yu swiftly issued his commands. Zhou Yang and Duo immediately acted upon Lin Yu's instructions. Zhou Yang fixed his gaze on the flame scale beast, and as it prepared to unleash another fire attack, he leaped with vigor, bringing his Earth-Shatter battle axe down upon the beast's neck with tremendous force. The flame scale beast roared in pain, causing its fiery breath to veer off course. Duo's hidden weapons flew toward the beast, compelling it to evade, thereby severely restricting its movements. Under the collective efforts of the group, the flame scale beast's stamina began to wane. Lin Yu seized the opportunity to unleash a chaos elemental impact, merging chaotic energy with fire elements to create a powerful surge of energy that struck the beast directly. With a pained roar, the flame scale beast collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. After vanquishing the flame scale beast, they pressed onward. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a vast swamp ahead. A dense green mist enveloped the area, exuding an acrid odor. Lin Yu activated his chaos omniscient eyes in an attempt to pierce through the mist, only to discover that it concealed a peculiar energy that interfered with his vision. "This swamp is treacherous. We must proceed with caution," Lin Yu advised prudently. They cautiously navigated the edges of the swamp when, suddenly, numerous thick vines surged from the depths, ensnaring them. The speed of these vines was astonishing, swiftly sealing off their retreat. Duo hastily launched hidden weapons, striving to sever the vines, but they quickly regenerated after being cut. Zhou Yang swung his Earth-Shatter battle axe, cleaving through the encroaching vines, yet there were simply too many, and they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Lin Yu focused intently, scrutinizing the growth patterns of the vines. He discerned that their roots seemed connected to a massive entity lurking deep within the swamp. Resolute in his decision to delve into the swamp to uncover the source of the vines and eradicate the threat, Lin Yu called to his teammates, "Hold your ground here. I will venture into the depths of the swamp." Though Zhou Yang and the others were concerned for Lin Yu's safety, they recognized the importance of his decision and nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu enveloped himself in a protective barrier of chaotic energy and stepped into the swamp. In the depths of the marshes, Lin Yu trudged forward with great difficulty, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid succumbing to the treacherous mire. The surrounding green mist thickened, severely constraining his line of sight. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable force emanating from the depths of the swamp, and moments later, a colossal creature began to rise slowly from the quagmire. Lin Yu realized that the creature possessed an exceptionally robust mental defense. He resolved to alter his strategy, harnessing the chaotic energy in conjunction with the surrounding water elements to conjure a protective water veil against the creature's venomous onslaught. Simultaneously, he diligently sought out the creature's vulnerabilities. After careful observation, Lin Yu discerned that the center of the creature's flower-like head appeared to be its Achilles heel. Focusing his mind, he concentrated the chaotic energy into a sharp blade and launched it toward the creature's weak point. The blade pierced through the creature's defenses, striking directly at its core. As they ventured deeper into the forest of soul beasts, they finally uncovered the source of the bizarre disappearances. It turned out that within the forest's depths, A mysterious dark organization was conducting a nefarious experiment. They were exploiting the power of the soul beasts in an attempt to create a superweapon capable of dominating the entire Douluo continent. Upon discovering the stronghold of this dark organization, Lin Yu and his companions resolved to launch a surprise attack. The stronghold was heavily fortified, guarded by numerous powerful soul masters. Lin Yu activated his chaotic vision, meticulously observing the internal situation of the stronghold and formulating a detailed battle plan. The battle commenced with Zhou Yang leading the charge, wielding his earth-splitting battle axe with ferocity, drawing the majority of the enemy's attention. Duo, positioned at the rear, unleashed a variety of hidden weapons, disrupting the enemy's formation. Su Yao exerted her utmost to cast healing and enhancement spells, ensuring that her comrades maintained their optimal condition. Utilizing the stealth capabilities of his chaotic vision, Lin Yu stealthily infiltrated the stronghold in search of the core figure of the dark organization. Deep within the stronghold, he finally encountered the man in the black robe who was orchestrating the experiment. Upon sensing Lin Yu's presence, the black-robed man immediately launched an attack. A fierce battle ensued between the two, with the black-robed man's strength proving to be formidable. His martial spirit appeared to amalgamate various dark powers, resulting in bizarre and potent assaults. Lin Yu employed all his skills, engaging in a fierce contest against the black-robed man. During the confrontation, Lin Yu gradually discerned certain flaws in the black-robed man's attack patterns. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a chaotic elemental impact, decisively defeating the black-robed figure. With the fall of the black-robed man, the defenses of the dark organization crumbled entirely. Lin Yu and his companions successfully dismantled the stronghold, thwarting their malevolent experiment. While clearing the site, they stumbled upon clues regarding the forces behind the dark organization. These hints suggested that the dark organization was merely a fragment of a larger conspiracy, with the true threat lurking in deeper shadows. Upon returning to Notting Academy, Lin Yu began to delve into the research based on the clues found at the dark organization's stronghold, seeking to uncover the enigmatic power concealed behind it. He understood that only by thoroughly comprehending his adversary could he secure victory in future battles. Concurrently, he intensified his efforts in nurturing the students, aspiring for the new generation of soul masters to play a pivotal role in the impending crises. In the days to come, Lin Yu and the members of the Spirit Master Alliance diligently prepared to face the imminent challenges that could arise at any moment. They organized numerous practical drills to enhance the combat capabilities and cooperative synergy of the Spirit Masters. Lin Yu also utilized the power of the chaotic omniscient to develop targeted tactics and skills for the Spirit Masters, aiding them in better confronting various foes. As the investigation deepened, Lin Yu gradually unveiled a glimpse of the enigmatic force lurking in the shadows. He discovered that this mysterious power was intricately linked to the history of the Douluo continent, with ambitions seemingly aimed at awakening an ancient being long ensconced in slumber, to fulfill their desire to dominate the Douluo continent. Lin Yu understood that once this ancient entity was awakened, the Douluo continent would face catastrophic peril. He must swiftly find a way to thwart the mysterious force and save the continent from impending doom. Chapter 14. The Hidden Clues of the Ancient Relics. Lin Yu realized that this ancient relic might be the key to their salvation. He summoned Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao once more, elucidating the situation to them. My friends, I believe this ancient relic is the most valuable clue we have uncovered thus far. The nefarious schemes of the mysterious force draw ever closer. We must expedite our search for ways to counteract them. Determination and urgency shimmered in Lin Yu's gaze. Zhou Yang, unwavering, thumped his chest and declared, "Whatever you decide, Lin Yu, we shall support you wholeheartedly." Duo adjusted his glasses, contemplating. However, the ancient relics will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. We must prepare thoroughly. Su Yao nodded gently. I will ensure ample healing potions and enhancement items are at hand to guarantee everyone's safety. After days of meticulous preparation, the quartet embarked on their quest to locate the ancient relics. Following the incomplete accounts in ancient texts, they pursued their journey to the far western reaches of the Douluo continent. Here, the biting winds howled, desolate and devoid of life, as the swirling snow obscured all signs of vitality. After traversing the icy expanse for several days, they finally unearthed an ancient structure concealed within a valley. The walls of the edifice were constructed from colossal black stones, etched with mysterious runes that emanated an aura of antiquity and enigma. This must be the place, Lin Yu thought, a surge of inexplicable excitement swelling within him as he gazed upon the structure. As they approached, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and sharp ice spikes erupted from the earth, hurtling towards them with alarming speed. Zhou Yang reacted swiftly, wielding his earth-shatter battle axe to cleave the approaching ice spikes with precision. Meanwhile, Duo utilized his cunning with mechanisms to swiftly launch a flurry of concealed projectiles, attempting to discern the pattern of the ice spike's assault. As they traversed the corridor, they were met by a colossal circular chamber. At the center lay an enormous magical array, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Just as they prepared to draw near to the magical array, countless ice elementals surged forth from the periphery of the room. These beings, resembling humanoid figures crafted from solid ice, brandished ice weapons and launched an assault upon them. Zhou Yang was the first to confront the adversaries, his earth-shatter battle axe cleaving towards the ice elementals with formidable strength. However, upon being struck, these beings swiftly reformed, continuing their relentless attack. The concealed weapons of Duo merely created a flurry of ice flowers upon striking their targets, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Meanwhile, Yu diligently employed her healing and enhancement skills from the rear, ensuring her companions remained in optimal condition. Lin Yu, realizing that ordinary attacks were ineffective against these ice elemental beings, understood he must discern their vulnerabilities. Activating the Chaos Omniscient Eye, he meticulously examined the structure and energy flow of these creatures. After thorough analysis, he discovered that the core of these ice elementals was a crystal of icy blue hue, situated at their chest. "Attack the crystal in their chest," Lin Yu exclaimed. Zhou Yang promptly adjusted his aim, swinging his battle axe toward the ice elemental's heart. Duo also concentrated his fire, directing his concealed weapons toward the crystal. Under their combined assault, the ice elementals shattered, dissolving into pools of water. Once they had vanquished the ice elementals, they approached the magical array. Lin Yu scrutinized the array and noted its runes bore similarities to those inscribed on the stone door. Utilizing the analytical capabilities of the Chaos Omniscient Eye, he gradually comprehended the function of the magic array. It turned out to be a teleportation array, capable of transporting individuals deeper into the ruins. Exchanging glances with his teammates, Lin Yu cautiously stepped onto the array. In a flash of light, their figures vanished from their original location, reappearing in a more enigmatic realm. This new space was suffused with potent energy fluctuations, and the walls were adorned with intricate patterns and inscriptions. At the center of this realm stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested a tome radiating a golden glow. Lin Yu approached and lifted the book, discovering it contained information regarding the origins of the Douluo continent and arcane powers. The text revealed that in ancient times, a formidable malevolent force sought to dominate the Douluo continent. To thwart this threat, the ancient champion sealed it away in a mysterious location, leaving behind a series of clues and trials that only those who could overcome them would gain the power to confront evil. Lin Yu realized that this tome likely concealed critical information necessary to prevent the awakening of ancient entities by the mysterious power. Eagerly, he began to peruse the pages. However, the text was cryptic and required considerable time and effort to decipher. Just as they became engrossed in their studies, a deep roar reverberated through the space. Suddenly, a massive ice dragon emerged from the shadows. This creature was cloaked in translucent scales, its eyes glimmering with a chilling light, and it exhaled a frigid breath that instantly froze the ground beneath it. The ice dragon swooped down upon them, its enormous claws reaching for Lin Yu. He swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing a psychic attack from the Chaos Omniscient Eye, momentarily stalling the dragon's advance. Zhou Yang swung his battle axe with ferocity, striking at the ice dragon's wing. The dragon howled in pain, retaliating with a powerful flap of its wings that sent Zhou Yang crashing backward. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Yu discerned subtle gaps between the ice dragon's scales, revealing weaknesses in its defenses. He immediately relayed this discovery to his comrades and concentrated his strength to unleash a chaos elemental assault, targeting the dragon's vulnerabilities. Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao collaborated with utmost dedication. Zhou Yang wielded the earth-shattering battle axe to draw the attention of the ice dragon, while Duo launched hidden projectiles to disrupt its movements. Su Yao, positioned in the rear, provided buffs and healing to her comrades. Under the relentless assault of their combined efforts, the ice dragon's defenses began to crumble. Ultimately, it emitted a despairing roar before crashing to the ground. Following the ice dragon's defeat, they resumed their study of the enigmatic tome. After several days and nights of relentless effort, Lin Yu finally deciphered the crucial information contained within. It revealed that to thwart the mysterious forces from awakening ancient entities, they must locate 3 ancient keys, each concealed within a different mystical locale of the Douluo continent. Lin Yu conveyed this message to his companions, and they resolved to embark immediately in search of these keys. Before departing from the ancient ruins, Lin Yu meticulously secured the mysterious book, aware of its vital significance for the future of the Douluo continent. As they emerged from the ancient site, they beheld the frost-laden world outside, their hearts brimming with unwavering conviction. Although the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and peril, they faced it without trepidation, fully aware of their solemn duty to safeguard the Douluo continent. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and his team commenced their arduous quest for the keys. They traversed dense forests, scaled treacherous peaks, and crossed tumultuous rivers, diligently seeking clues regarding the keys at each location. Throughout this journey, they encountered a myriad of challenges and obstacles, formidable soul beasts obstructing their path, harsh natural conditions testing their resolve, and other factions lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, Lin Yu and his comrades remained steadfast. With unwavering faith, indomitable perseverance, and profound trust in one another, they overcame adversity time and again, gradually drawing closer to the locations of the three keys. Chapter 15. The Mysterious Key of the Misty Forest. After departing from the ancient ruins, Lin Yu and his companions, guided by the obscure hints within the mysterious tome, surmised that the first ancient key was likely hidden within the misty forest in the eastern part of the Douluo continent. This forest, perpetually shrouded in thick fog, boasted a complex terrain and a plethora of soul beasts, and was regarded as one of the most perilous regions on the continent. Yet, undeterred, Lin Yu and his companions resolutely advanced towards the direction of the misty forest. After several days of arduous travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the misty forest. As they drew near, they were enveloped by a damp and enigmatic atmosphere. The dense fog hung like a heavy curtain, obscuring the interior of the forest and concealing its wonders from view. This misty forest appears to be quite formidable. We must exercise utmost caution, Lin Yu warned gravely. His companions nodded in agreement, each preparing for battle. Upon entering the forest, the fog thickened further, compressing their field of vision to an almost suffocating degree. The surrounding trees loomed in shadowy silhouettes, seemingly harboring countless unknown dangers. They proceeded with extreme caution, each step taken with meticulous care. Not long after, they heard a low, rumbling roar emanating from the depths of the mist. Soon after, a colossal soul beast emerged slowly from the fog. The soul beast resembled a black panther. Yet it was enveloped in a mysterious purple mist, its eyes glimmering with a blood-red light, exuding an aura of aggression. Caution was warranted. This was the purple mist demon panther, possessing at least a millennium of cultivation. Duo recognized the creature, his expression shifting slightly. Zhou Yang charged forward, wielding the earth-splitting battle axe high above his head, aiming a fierce strike at the purple mist demon panther. The beast nimbly sidestepped, then lunged at Zhou Yang, its sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Lin Yu activated his chaotic omniscient spirit eye, meticulously observing the panther's movements. He noted that despite its ferocious attacks, each assault was preceded by a subtle motion as a harbinger. Zhou Yang, watch for its forepaw movements. It will slightly lower its paw before attacking, Lin Yu shouted. Heeding the warning, Zhou Yang promptly adjusted his defensive stance. As the panther lunged once more, he accurately predicted its attack trajectory and successfully parried with the earth-splitting battle axe. Su Yao, positioned behind, continuously cast enhancement spells, bolstering Zhou Yang's strength and speed. Meanwhile, Duo seized the opportunity to launch several concealed projectiles, attempting to disrupt the panther's actions. However, the panther's speed was remarkable, and it deftly evaded most of the projectiles. Observing this, Lin Yu concentrated his energy, harnessing the power of chaos to coalesce a formidable energy beam directed at the purple mist demon panther. Sensing the imminent threat, the beast sought to evade but found its movements hindered by the chaotic force. Ultimately, the energy beam struck true, and the panther emitted a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground, devoid of combat capability. Having vanquished the purple mist demon panther, they pressed onward. Within the forest, they encountered a succession of formidable soul beasts, shadowy venomous serpents skilled in stealth, vine-controlling tree spirits, and toxic toads capable of spewing corrosive venom. Each battle was fiercely contested. Yet through their seamless teamwork and individual prowess, they triumphed over their adversaries. As they delved deeper into the misty forest, the terrain grew increasingly intricate, resembling a vast labyrinth. The group frequently stumbled upon seemingly familiar scenes, as if they were perpetually circling in place. This is untenable. We seem to be lost, Duo exclaimed anxiously. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, activating his chaotic omniscient spirit eye in an attempt to glean clues from the mist. Suddenly, he discerned a faint glimmer of light in the distance. Though fleeting, it was captured by his keen perception. There's light over there. Let us investigate. Perhaps it will lead us out, Lin Yu declared, gesturing towards the flickering glow. The group trudged towards that direction, encountering numerous hazards along the way. At one juncture, they unwittingly stumbled into a swamp, where the muck appeared almost alive, incessantly pulling them downward. Zhou Yang, drawing upon his immense strength, managed to pull each of them out one by one. At last, they arrived at the source of the shimmering light, a vast cavern, the entrance exuding a soft blue luminescence, as though beckoning them closer. This cave seems enigmatic. Could it be the hiding place of the key? Su Yao speculated. Lin Yu nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, let us first venture inside. Upon entering the cavern, they were greeted by a spacious and profound interior. The walls were adorned with gemstones emanating a soft blue luminescence, illuminating the entire cave. An unusual energy wave permeated the air, imparting a sense of strangeness. As they progressed along the passage, a vast pool emerged before them. The water within exhibited a deep azure hue, its surface placid, yet concealing a formidable force surging beneath. Su Yao exerted her full healing abilities to mend the wounds of Zhou Yang, simultaneously casting enhancement spells to bolster her companion's defenses. This must be the first key we seek, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. His teammates beamed with joy. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally unearthed the first key, instilling them with confidence for the journey ahead. However, as they prepared to exit the cavern, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. Instantly, Lin Yu and the others became vigilant, concealing themselves in the shadows of the cave, awaiting the arrival of the intruders. In due time, a group of individuals clad in black robes entered the cavern. Their faces concealed behind dark masks rendered them unrecognizable. Upon their arrival, they commenced a thorough search of the surroundings. Who are they? Have they come for the key as well? Zhou Yang whispered. Lin Yu shook his head. Uncertain, but judging by their demeanor, they are likely not benevolent. At that moment, the leader of the robed figures seemed to sense something amiss and called out loudly. Come forth. I know you are hiding within. Realizing concealment was no longer an option, Lin Yu and his companions stepped into the open. Upon spotting the key in their possession, a glint of greed flickered in the leader's eyes. Surrender the key, or face dire consequences, the figure commanded coldly. Lin Yu gripped the key tightly, resolute in his response. This key is pivotal to the safety of Douluo continent. You shall not take it. The black-clad leader scoffed. You mere children think you can thwart us? Attack. At his command, the figures surged towards Lin Yu and his team. Each of these individuals possessed considerable strength, their soul power radiating menacingly. Zhou Yang was the first to engage, wielding the earth-shattering battle axe with ferocity. His strikes were powerful, forcing the black-robed assailants to retreat with each blow. Duo skillfully employed mechanisms to launch various concealed weapons, disrupting the foe's movements. Meanwhile, Su Yao remained at the rear, utilizing healing and enhancement spells to ensure her allies' vitality. Lin Yu activated the Chaos Vision, channeling chaotic power to confront the assailants. His unpredictable energy left the black-robed figures at a disadvantage. During the clash, Lin Yu discerned that their combat techniques were peculiar. They seemed to possess a unique skill set that allowed them to maximize their soul power. After a fierce struggle, Lin Yu and his companions gradually gained the upper hand. Although the number of black-robed assailants was substantial, their coordinated efforts began to overwhelm the attackers. The leader, clad in black robes, sensing the situation was dire, suddenly produced a dark orb from within his cloak and hurled it towards Lin Yu and his companions. The orb exploded midair, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke that carried a pungent odor, inducing dizziness among those nearby. This is toxic smoke, Lin Yu shouted, swiftly channeling his chaotic energy to form a protective barrier around his companions, effectively isolating the noxious fumes. Seizing the opportunity created by the obscuring smoke, the figure in black quickly retreated from the cave. Lin Yu and his friends refrained from pursuit, fully aware that these black-clad individuals would not relent, and further troubles were certain to arise. What exactly are these black-robed figures? Why are they intent on seizing the keys? Duo inquired, confusion evident in his voice. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. I am uncertain, but their emergence undoubtedly pertains to some mysterious force. It appears we must hasten our search for the keys. We cannot allow them to gain the upper hand. The group nodded in agreement and departed the cave, bearing the first key. They understood that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they felt no fear, for they bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the Douluo continent. Upon exiting the misty forest, Lin Yu and his companions, guided by the clues from the ancient tome, set their course towards the next enigmatic location, the Sunset Mountain Range. They were acutely aware that there awaited them even graver trials. Chapter 16. The scorching trials of the Sunset Mountain Range after escaping the misty forest. Lin Yu and his entourage pressed onward towards the Sunset Mountain Range in the northern part of the Douluo continent. They dared not exhibit the slightest relaxation, as the three keys chronicled in the mystical ancient text were crucial to thwarting the mysterious power from awakening an ancient existence. with the second key likely concealed within the perilous confines of the Sunset Mountain Range. As they approached the mountains, the temperature in the air escalated dramatically. The once refreshing breeze turned stifling, as if an invisible wave of heat were surging relentlessly. From a distance, the Sunset Mountain Range undulated gracefully, its peaks shrouded in a delicate veil of crimson mist, resembling a colossal furnace of flames, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. The temperature here is exceedingly high. It feels as though my soul energy is being hindered the closer we get, Duo remarked while wiping the beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Lin Yu nodded gravely, his expression serious. Everyone, remain vigilant. The environment here is exceptionally unique and likely conceals numerous dangers. As they stepped onto the fringes of the Sunset Mountain Range, they sensed a subtle tremor beneath their feet, reminiscent of some colossal creature moving beneath the earth. Before they could react, a massive fire rock beast erupted from the ground. This creature, composed entirely of flaming rock, stood over 5 meters tall, its enormous eyes emitting torrents of fire and radiating searing heat. Be cautious, this fire rock beast possesses tremendous offensive power, and its flames are challenging to extinguish. Lin Yu warned loudly. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang charged forward, brandishing his earth-splitting battle axe high, striking with fierce intent at the fire rock beast. The creature swung its massive rocky arm to defend, and as the battle axe collided with it, sparks erupted, leaving merely a shallow mark upon its fiery form. The defensive prowess of the fire rock beast is truly formidable, Zhou Yang exclaimed. Duo swiftly unleashed several concealed weapons, endeavoring to identify the creature's vulnerabilities. However, upon striking the fire rock beast, the projectiles were instantly melted by the searing heat, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Lin Yu activated his Chaos All-Seeing Eye, meticulously examining the creature's anatomical structure and energy flow. He discerned that the core of the fire rock beast resided in its chest, where the temperature soared higher than in other areas and energy fluctuations were most intense. Target its chest. That is its weak point, Lin Yu shouted. Zhou Yang promptly adjusted his attack trajectory, concentrating his might to cleave towards the beast's chest. Simultaneously, Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos, manifesting a chilling aura directed at the fire rock beast. The icy energy collided with the flames enveloping the creature, resulting in a violent reaction, enveloping the area in steam. Under the brief suppression of the icy aura, the flames at the beast's chest diminished slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang delivered a powerful strike with his earth-shattering axe, landing a resounding blow upon the beast's chest. This time, the fire rock beast emitted a pained roar, its body swaying as a deep fissure appeared on its chest. Su Yao, positioned at the rear, exerted her healing abilities to ensure Zhou Yang's well-being. Concurrently, she cast enhancement spells to bolster Zhou Yang's strength and defense. Enraged, the fire rock beast swung its arms violently towards Zhou Yang. He quickly evaded, the beast's attack crashing into the ground, sending dust and debris soaring. Duo seized the moment when the beast's attack missed, launching specially designed ice-infused projectiles. Upon contact with the fire rock beast, these projectiles swiftly released a chilling aura, further diminishing its fiery power. Lin Yu once again summoned the chaos energy, blending it with the icy aura and flames to create a unique energy surge directed at the creature. This forceful impact struck the fissure on the fire rock beast's chest, prompting signs of collapse in its structure. Ultimately, the beast let out a despairing roar before crashing to the ground, transforming into a heap of smoldering rocks. Having vanquished the fire rock beast, the group pressed onward into the depths of the Sunset Mountain Range. As they delved deeper, the temperature escalated, and the surrounding environment became increasingly hostile. They not only had to endure the oppressive heat, but also remain vigilant against various perilous soul beasts and sudden traps. Traversing a valley, they were abruptly met with a series of piercing cries. Soon after, a flock of fire feather birds erupted from the cliffs on either side. These birds, engulfed in flames, generated intense heat waves with each flap of their wings, igniting the vegetation in their wake. There are so many fire feather birds. Everyone be cautious. Do not let their flames strike you, Lin Yu warned. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-shattering axe, attempting to fend off the onslaught of the fiery avians. However, the sheer number of fire feather birds overwhelmed him, launching attacks from all directions. Duo continuously released concealed weapons, yet the bird's swiftness rendered his efforts largely ineffective. Meanwhile, Su Yao unleashed her defensive spells, conjuring a protective barrier around the group to shield them from the flames spewed by the fire feather birds. Lin Yu activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye, scrutinizing the flight patterns and attack modes of the fire feather birds. He discerned that these avian creatures appeared to be under the influence of a certain energy, their movements exhibiting a discernible rhythm. With unwavering focus, Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos to disrupt the energy controlling the fire feather birds. As the chaotic force permeated their essence, their movements became erratic. They no longer launched coordinated attacks, but instead scattered in disarray. Now is the time to strike, Lin Yu commanded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang unleashed a powerful blow towards the clustered fire feather birds. The earth-splitting battle axe cleaved through the air with formidable force, instantly severing several of the birds from their aerial ballet. Duo also took advantage of the moment, releasing a barrage of concealed weapons that inflicted significant damage upon the birds. Under the combined assault of the group, the number of fire feather birds dwindled. Ultimately, sensing their impending doom, the remaining birds fled the valley. After 2 rounds of battle, the group felt fatigued. They sought refuge in a relatively safe location to rest and recuperate their physical and spiritual strength. This Sunset Mountain range is perilous. We encountered so many formidable spirit beasts upon our arrival. Su Yao expressed her concerns. Lin Yu reassured her, do not fret. If we work together, we shall surely uncover the second key. Moreover, each challenge we overcome fortifies our strength. After a brief respite, they ventured further, deep within the mountain range. They stumbled upon a vast cavern. An enigmatic aura emanated from the cave, suggesting the presence of hidden secrets. This cave appears quite unusual. Could it possibly be the hiding place of the key? Zhou Yang inquired. Lin Yu nodded. It is highly probable. Let us enter, but we must exercise caution. As they stepped into the cavern, they were met with dimness and dampness. Luminescent magma trickled down the walls, faintly illuminating their surroundings. A pungent scent of sulfur pervaded the air, rendering the atmosphere quite uncomfortable. They navigated the cave's passage with utmost care, when suddenly they encountered a colossal magma pool. The molten lava churned violently, producing massive bubbles that erupted with a gurgling sound. Just as they pondered how to traverse the lava pool, a tremendous splash erupted, and a gigantic magma beast emerged from the depths. Composed entirely of molten rock, the creature's form shifted incessantly, its eyes gleaming with a fiery red glow, reminiscent of 2 blazing flames. This magma beast is formidable. We must proceed with caution, Lin Yu warned, his vigilance heightened. The magma beast roared ferociously and unleashed a torrent of searing lava towards the group. Lin Yu swiftly summoned the power of chaos, erecting a protective barrier around them that intercepted the molten assault. However, the barrier began to fracture under the relentless force of the lava. Duo launched his concealed weapons, yet they were instantaneously melted into molten metal upon contact with the magma beast. Lin Yu activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye once more, meticulously analyzing the beast's structure and energy flow. He discerned that the core of the magma beast's energy resided in its head, but its ever-changing form made it challenging to strike accurately at the core. With unwavering concentration, Lin Yu merged the power of chaos with the surrounding elements. He endeavored to merge the frigid essence with the chaotic energy, attempting to lower the temperature of the magma beast and thereby diminish its strength. As the icy aura permeated, the magma upon the beast's form began to exhibit signs of solidification, and its movements grew sluggish. Now strike its head, Lin Yu commanded. Zhou Yang promptly swung the earth-shattering battle axe towards the beast's cranium. Simultaneously, Duo unleashed several specially crafted ice-infused projectiles to complement Zhou Yang's assault. Upon vanquishing the magma beast, they discerned a flicker of light emanating from the depths of the magma pool. Lin Yu harnessed the chaotic energy to part the molten rock, revealing a chest radiating a crimson glow. Upon opening it, he discovered a key that exuded a searing brilliance, resting quietly within. The key was inscribed with runes associated with fire, pulsating with formidable energy. We have found the second key, Lin Yu exclaimed with fervor. Just as they reveled in their discovery, a sudden commotion of footsteps and raucous voices echoed from outside the cave. Instantly alert, Lin Yu and his companions swiftly concealed the key and shrouded themselves in the shadows of the cavern, awaiting the intruder's arrival. Shortly, a group of individuals clad in crimson robes entered the cave, their faces obscured by masks, rendering their identities indistinguishable. Upon entering, they began to scour the surroundings with intent. Who are they? Have they come for the key as well? Su Yu whispered. Lin Yu shook his head, uncertain, but judging by their demeanor, their intentions are far from benevolent. The leader of the red-robed figures seemed to sense something amiss and called out loudly, "Come forth, I know you are inside." Realizing their concealment was futile, Lin Yu and his companions emerged. The leader's gaze flickered with hostility upon spotting them. "Hand over the key, or none of you shall leave this place alive," the red-robed leader stated coldly. Lin Yu clutched the key tightly, resolutely declaring, "This key pertains to the safety of the Douluo continent. You shan't take it." The red-robed leader scoffed. "You mere children dare oppose us? Attack!" At the leader's command, the red-robed figures surged towards Lin Yu and his companions. Each of these assailants possessed formidable strength, with powerful soul energy radiating from them. And their methods of attack were markedly different from those of the previously encountered black-robed individuals, more elusive and ferocious. Zhou Yang was the first to confront them, wielding the earth-shattering battle axe with remarkable ferocity. His strikes were forceful and vigorous, yet the red-robed assailants exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading his blows before counterattacking. Duo utilized his mechanical ingenuity to launch various projectiles. However, the red-robed figures seemed well-prepared, effortlessly erecting soul energy barriers to deflect the onslaught. Su Yao, positioned at the rear, exerted her healing and enhancement skills to ensure her comrades remained in prime condition. Nevertheless, the intensity of the red-robed figure's assault overwhelmed her. Lin Yu activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye, engaging the red-robed foes with chaotic energy. He soon realized that their manipulation of soul energy was uniquely intricate, enabling them to infuse the surrounding fire elements into their attacks, significantly amplifying their potency. Zhou Yang seized the opportunity, launching a powerful strike as the earth-splitting battle axe swung with formidable force towards a figure clad in red robes. Caught off guard, the red-robed individual was struck and sustained severe injuries. Observing this, the other red-robed figures escalated their assault. They coordinated seamlessly, forming a tightly knit attack formation that encircled Lin Yu and his companions. Amidst the fierce conflict, Lin Yu suddenly discerned a vulnerability within the red-robed attackers' formation. By exploiting this weakness, they could dismantle their cohesive strategy. Lin Yu conveyed this revelation to his teammates and then concentrated their forces to unleash a chaotic elemental surge, aimed directly at the exposed flaw in the red-robed formation. Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao collaborated wholeheartedly. Zhou Yang drew the attention of the red-robed adversaries with his earth-splitting axe. Duo launched hidden projectiles to disrupt their movements, while Su Yao remained in the rear, providing enhancements and healing to the group. Under their united offensive, the attack formation of the red-robed figures was finally shattered. Their collective strength began to wane, plunging into disarray. Sensing the tide turning, the leader of the red-robed figures abruptly produced a crimson orb from his robe, hurling it towards Lin Yu and his allies. The orb detonated mid-air, unleashing a torrent of fiery energy that engulfed them in a sea of flames. "This is bad. It's the fire spirit pearl. Everyone, be cautious," Lin Yu shouted, immediately harnessing chaotic power to conjure a robust protective barrier around them, warding off the flames' onslaught. Taking advantage of the distraction, the red-robed figures hastily retreated from the cavern. Lin Yu and his companions chose not to pursue, aware that these foes would undoubtedly return, bringing with them further complications. What exactly are these red-robed figures? How are they connected to the previous black-robed ones? Duo queried, perplexed. Lin Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. "I cannot say for certain, but their emergence is undoubtedly linked to a mysterious force. We must expedite our search for the third key. We cannot allow them to get ahead." The group nodded in agreement, departing the cavern with the second key in hand. They understood that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril. Yet they pressed on undaunted, for they bore the solemn duty of safeguarding the Douluo continent. Upon leaving the Sunset Mountains, Lin Yu and his companions, guided by clues in an ancient tome, set their course towards the next enigmatic locale, the Endless Desert. They knew that within the vast expanse of shifting sands lay even graver challenges, but they were resolutely prepared to confront the impending trials. Chapter 17. The Perilous Labyrinth of the Endless Desert. Having departed the Sunset Mountains, Lin Yu and his companions journeyed tirelessly towards the Endless Desert in the western reaches of the Douluo continent. According to ancient texts, the third key was likely concealed within the mysterious and boundless sands of this desert. As they drew nearer, the dry, searing atmosphere assailed them, akin to being enveloped in a colossal steamer. In the distance, the endless desert stretched infinitely, with undulating dunes shimmering like a golden sea beneath the blazing sun, casting a radiant glow that seemed to sparkle with a wealth of treasures. As one steps into the desert, the scorching sand beneath their feet envelopes them with each stride, rendering movement exceedingly arduous. The blazing sun looms overhead, its rays piercing and blinding, while the surrounding landscape is a monotonous expanse of yellow sand, devoid of any signs of life. The oppressive heat leaves the lips of the travelers cracked and their throats parched, yet they press on resolutely, supporting one another in their relentless advance. Not far into their journey, the ground begins to tremble violently, and enormous waves of sand erupt from below, as if some colossal entity is traversing the depths beneath. Suddenly, a gigantic sandworm bursts forth from the earth. This creature spans over 20 meters in length, its body a dark yellow hue, covered in hardened scales, each the size of a palm. Its head tapers sharply, flanked by massive pincers that snap ominously. emitting a chilling crack as they open and close. Beware. This is the sandstorm behemoth, possessing at least 10 millennia of experience and an extraordinarily aggressive nature. Duoluo shouted anxiously. Zhou Yang was the first to charge forward, brandishing the earth-shatter battle axe high above, infused with immense force as he swung it toward the sandstorm behemoth. The creature raised its pincers to defend itself, and the axe clashed against them, sending sparks flying, yet leaving only a faint mark. The defensive capability of the sandstorm behemoth is exceedingly formidable. Zhou Yang furrowed his brow in concern. Duoluo swiftly unleashed several concealed projectiles, seeking to exploit the behemoth's vulnerabilities. However, the projectiles merely ricocheted off the creature's tough scales, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Lin Yu activated his chaotic omniscient eye, meticulously scrutinizing the behemoth's anatomical structure and energy flow. He discerned that the creature's abdomen was relatively soft and that it briefly exposed this area during its attacks. Strike its abdomen, that is its weakness. But be cautious of its swift assaults. Lin Yu exclaimed loudly. Zhou Yang immediately adjusted his strategy. As the sandstorm behemoth launched another strike, he deftly sidestepped, seizing the opportune moment to slash at the exposed abdomen. Simultaneously, Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos, coalescing a formidable wind blade that hurtled toward the behemoth. The wind blade howled as it struck the creature's abdomen, tearing open a gash from which green blood gushed forth. In agony, the sandstorm behemoth writhed violently, its massive tail sweeping through the air. Zhou Yang nimbly leapt away, the tail sweeping across the ground and sending a cloud of yellow sand into the air. Su Yao, positioned behind, channeled her healing abilities to ensure Zhou Yang remained in peak condition. Concurrently, she cast enhancement spells to bolster his strength and speed. Seizing the moment of the behemoth's vulnerability, Duoluo fired several specially crafted armor-piercing projectiles. Upon contact with the wound on the behemoth's abdomen, these projectiles rapidly unleashed a corrosive force, further exacerbating the injury. Lin Yu invoked the chaotic energy once more, merging it with the elements of wind and earth to conjure a powerful sandstorm assault that surged toward the sandstorm behemoth. Under the onslaught of the sandstorm, the behemoth's movements were severely hindered, its vision obscured by the swirling sands. Zhou Yang seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow, the earth-shatter battle axe striking the creature's abdomen with unyielding momentum. This time, the sandstorm behemoth let out a pained roar, its body swaying perilously. At last, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a vast cloud of dust. After vanquishing the sandstorm behemoth, the group pressed onward. The desert environment grew increasingly harsh, with high temperatures, water scarcity, and relentless sandstorms continually testing their resolve. During their journey, they encountered numerous peculiar desert soul beasts, the sand spirit mouse, capable of manipulating sand particles for attack, the quicksand serpent, which lay hidden beneath the dunes, launching sudden assaults, and the colossal sand venom scorpion, adept at long-range venomous sprays. Each battle proved exceptionally arduous, yet through their seamless teamwork and individual prowess, they triumphed over these soul beasts. This cannot continue. We seem to be trapped in this dune maze, Duoluo said anxiously. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and activated his chaotic eye, attempting to discern a pattern in the arrangement of the dunes. After careful observation, he noted that the configuration of the dunes appeared to relate to the positions of the stars. Lin Yu concentrated, harnessing the power of chaos to sense the energy fluctuations around him, seeking the key to unraveling the formation. Through his efforts, he finally detected a faint ripple of stellar energy. I have discovered the method to break the enchantment. Follow me, Lin Yu instructed, leading the group toward the direction of the stellar energy. Along the way, they continually adjusted their course, evading numerous traps concealed between the dunes. These traps included bottomless quicksand pits and spiked sand holes, the consequences of which would be dire if they fell in. Eventually, they arrived before a colossal dune, distinctly different from those surrounding it. Its surface glimmered with a soft silver light, as if shrouded by a mysterious power. This must be the key, Lin Yu mused, stepping forward to scrutinize the dune's surface patterns. He discovered that these patterns bore a striking resemblance to an ancient rune documented in old texts. Utilizing the chaos power, Lin Yu activated these runes according to the ancient records. As the runes illuminated, the dune began to shift slowly, revealing a massive hidden cavern beneath. The cave exuded an aura of mystery and antiquity, as if beckoning them forth. Cautiously, the group entered the cavern, which was dim and damp, with walls embedded with glimmering crystals that barely illuminated their surroundings. A faint scent of sand dust pervaded the air, creating a stifling atmosphere. They advanced along the cavern's passage, and suddenly, a vast open space unfolded before them. The ground was covered in an array of strange symbols and patterns, with a large circular platform at its center, upon which rested a treasure chest radiating golden light. Just as they prepared to approach the chest, the symbols and patterns on the ground suddenly ignited, unleashing powerful beams of energy that sliced the entire space into countless fragments. "Be careful, this is an energy trap," Lin Yu shouted, swiftly summoning the chaos power to form a protective barrier around the group, shielding them from the onslaught of energy beams. Zhou Yang swung his earth-splitting battle axe, attempting to shatter the energy beams, but his efforts seemed futile, as if a stone cast into the sea, achieving nothing. Duo meticulously observed the attack patterns of the energy beams, noting that the intervals between their strikes were exceedingly brief. However, during each fleeting pause, a momentary surge of energy could be detected. "Everyone, pay attention. When the energy fluctuation occurs, we shall launch our assault together to disrupt the equilibrium of these energy beams," Duo declared. The group nodded in agreement, concentrating their minds in anticipation of the energy fluctuation's emergence. As the fluctuation manifested, Zhou Yang swung the earth-shatter battle axe. Duo unleashed a concealed weapon, Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos, and Su Yao cast her enhancement skills. The four attacks converged upon the focal point of the energy beams. Under the tremendous force of their combined assault, the delicate balance of the energy beams was finally shattered, plunging them into disarray and diminishing their intensity. Seizing the opportunity, the group charged toward the central platform. Just as they neared the platform, a colossal sand demon erupted from below. This creature, composed entirely of shifting sand, morphed its form continuously, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. Wielding a massive sand hammer that emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. "This sand demon is formidable. We must proceed with caution," Lin Yu warned, his vigilance heightened. With a thunderous roar, the sand demon swung its hammer toward the group, the sheer force creating enormous craters in the ground wherever it struck. Lin Yu swiftly initiated a psychic attack using the chaotic panoramic eye, aiming to disrupt the sand demon's movements. The mental shockwave impacted the demon, momentarily stalling its actions. Zhou Yang seized the moment, lunging forward with the earth-shatter battle axe aimed at the sand demon. The creature parried with its hammer, and the clash produced a resounding echo, the force of the impact causing Zhou Yang to stagger back several paces. Duo launched a barrage of concealed weapons, targeting the demon's eyes. Yet the sand demon evaded the strikes with astonishing agility. Meanwhile, Su Yao, positioned behind, exerted her healing skills to mend Zhou Yang's wounds, simultaneously casting enhancement spells to bolster the strength and defenses of her companions. Lin Yu focused intently, merging the chaotic energies with the surrounding elements. He endeavored to fuse the water element with the chaotic power, aiming to solidify the sand demon's form and weaken its might. As the water element infused into the demon, signs of rigidity began to manifest in its sandy body, its motions growing sluggish. "Now, strike it," Lin Yu urged. Zhou Yang immediately unleashed a formidable attack, the earth-shatter battle axe crashing into the sand demon. Duo followed suit with a flurry of concealed weapons, synchronizing with Zhou Yang's strike. Under the relentless barrage of their combined efforts, the sand demon's form gradually disintegrated, ultimately collapsing into a heap of sand scattered across the ground. With the sand demon vanquished, they finally approached the treasure chest. Lin Yu cautiously opened the chest, revealing a key that radiated a dazzling brilliance, resting quietly within. The key was adorned with intricate, mystical runes, pulsating with enigmatic energy. Indeed, it was the third key for which they had tirelessly searched. "We have finally found the third key," Lin Yu exclaimed with exuberance. Yet, just as they reveled in their discovery, a cacophony of footsteps and voices echoed from outside the cave. Lin Yu and his companions immediately became alert, swiftly concealing the key and shrouding themselves in the shadows of the cave, awaiting the arrival of intruders. Before long, a group clad in black robes entered the cavern. These individuals were none other than members of the mysterious force they had previously encountered in the Misty Forest and the Sunset Mountain Range. The leader of the black-robed figures, with keen eyes, instantly spotted the open treasure chest. As expected, you have managed to find the key before us," the black-robed man said coldly. Emerging from the shadows, Lin Yu tightly gripped the key and resolutely declared, "You shall not take the key from us. We will not allow your nefarious scheme to succeed." The black-robed man sneered. "You few inexperienced youths dare to oppose us? Today marks your demise." At his command, the black-robed figures surged forward towards Lin Yu and his companions. These adversaries exhibited an even greater prowess than those previously encountered, each emanating a powerful and enigmatic aura of soul energy. Zhou Yang was the first to engage, wielding his earth-shattering battle axe with ferocity. His strikes were vigorous and forceful, Yet the black-robed figures employed an incredibly elusive technique, deftly evading his attacks and launching fierce counterstrikes. Duo utilized his mechanical ingenuity to unleash a barrage of hidden weapons. However, the black-robed foes appeared well-prepared, erecting barriers of soul energy that effortlessly deflected the projectiles. In the rear, Suyo exerted all her might to cast healing and enhancement spells, ensuring her teammates remained in peak condition. Nevertheless, the relentless assault from the black-robed figures overwhelmed her. Lin Yu activated his chaotic universal eye, engaging the black-robed men with the power of chaos. He discerned that their soul energy manipulation differed significantly from those previously faced. They seemed to wield a more advanced technique of dark soul energy, seamlessly integrating the surrounding shadows into their strikes, thereby amplifying their power. Seizing an opportunity, Zhou Yang delivered a powerful blow, the earth-shattering battle axe crashing into one of the black-robed men, who was unable to evade in time and sustained severe injuries. Observing this, the other black-robed figures intensified their onslaught, coordinating with one another to form a tightly knit formation that encircled Lin Yu and his allies. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Yu suddenly recognized a weakness in the black-robed figures' formation. By exploiting this vulnerability, he could dismantle their coordinated assault. He relayed this revelation to his teammates, then concentrated his energy to unleash a chaotic elemental strike, aiming directly at the formation's weak point. Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao harmonized their efforts. Zhou Yang drew the black-robed figure's attention with his battle axe. Duo disrupted their movements with concealed weapons, and Su Yao provided support with enhancements and healing from the rear. Under their combined assault, the black-robed formation finally faltered, their strength dispersing into disarray. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu and his companions launched a counterattack, their strikes growing increasingly fierce. The black-robed figures began to show signs of retreat, sensing the tide turning against them. The leading black-robed man suddenly produced a black orb from his robe and hurled it towards Lin Yu and the others. A sphere exploded in midair, unleashing a formidable surge of dark energy that enveloped Lin Yu and his companions in an ominous shroud. "This is bad. It's the Dark Demon Pearl. Everyone, be cautious," Lin Yu shouted, immediately harnessing the power of chaos to erect a powerful protective barrier around his comrades, shielding them from the onslaught of dark energy. Seizing the opportunity presented by the dark domain's obstruction, the hooded figures swiftly retreated from the cave. Lin Yu and his companions refrained from pursuing them, fully aware that these cloaked individuals would undoubtedly return and future troubles would only multiply. "What exactly are these hooded figures? Why do they persistently pursue us?" Duo inquired. Perplexed, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. "I am uncertain, but they are undoubtedly linked to a mysterious force, and their intentions likely revolve around these three keys. We must devise a means to thwart the machinations of this enigmatic power. We cannot allow them to acquire the keys." The group nodded in agreement, departing the cave with the third key in hand. They recognized that the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they stood resolute, entrusted with the sacred duty of safeguarding the Douluo continent. Upon exiting the endless desert, Lin Yu and his companions followed the cryptic clues from the ancient tome, making their way toward the lair of the mysterious force. They understood that the real challenge was merely beginning, and an impending battle that would determine the fate of the Douluo continent loomed on the horizon. However, they were well prepared. No matter how formidable the adversary, they would forge ahead without hesitation. Chapter 18. The final battle at the mysterious lair. Emerging from the endless desert, Lin Yu and his allies traveled tirelessly, guided by the subtle hints within the ancient texts, until they finally located the hideout of the mysterious force. It manifested as a colossal edifice concealed within a valley on the periphery of the Douluo continent, enveloped in dense black mist, forming a natural barrier against prying eyes. The air was thick with a miasma of decay that sent shivers down their spines. "This is the place. We must exercise utmost caution. The mysterious force has chosen this as their lair, undoubtedly setting numerous traps and formidable guardians," Lin Yu declared gravely, his gaze fixed intently on the enigmatic structure. Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the earth-shatter battle axe, determination glimmering in his eyes. "What is there to fear? We have come this far. We cannot let them intimidate us now." Su Yao nodded gently, clutching a bag filled with healing potions and enhancement items. "I will ensure everyone remains in peak condition. You can focus on the battle." The four approached the mysterious lair with trepidation. As soon as they stepped into the realm of the black mist, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and spikes erupted from the earth, lunging toward them with alarming speed. These spikes were coated in a viscous black substance, exuding a noxious odor, clearly infused with deadly poison. Behind the entrance lay a lengthy corridor, its walls adorned with black gemstones that emitted a ghostly luminescence, illuminating the passage. Flanking the corridor were enormous statues, grotesque in form and wielding various weapons, as if guarding this arcane sanctuary. As the group proceeded along the corridor, they were confronted by a gathering of hooded figures ahead. The figures cloaked in black are indeed members of a mysterious faction, their faces concealed behind cold masks. Wielding weapons that emanate a sinister black glow, their eyes betraying an intense murderous intent. At last, we have awaited your arrival. Surrender the keys, and we shall spare your lives, declared the leader of the black-robed men in a chilling tone. Lin Yu clutched the 3 keys tightly, resolutely countering, not a chance. Your nefarious scheme shall not succeed. The black-robed figure let out a cold laugh. Then do not blame us for being ruthless. Attack. With the command, the black-robed figures surged forward, a formidable force compared to those encountered previously. Their attacks were synchronized, unleashing powerful waves of assault. Zhou Yang was the first to confront them. Wielding his earth-shattering battle axe with ferocity, each strike imbued with tremendous power. However, the overwhelming number of black-robed adversaries gradually began to overwhelm him. Duo, employing his cunning with mechanisms, launched a barrage of concealed weapons, each laced with a specialized toxin designed to impair the black-robed men's movements upon impact. Yet, the black-robed figures seemed prepared. They conjured protective barriers with their soul power, deflecting a majority of the projectiles. At the rear, Su Yao tirelessly channeled her healing and enhancement skills to restore her comrades' injuries and bolster their strength. Her healing abilities were akin to a timely downpour, swiftly revitalizing the wounded Zhou Yang and Duo, enabling them to return to the fray with renewed vigor. Lin Yu activated his chaotic celestial eye, harnessing the power of chaos to combat the black-robed men. The chaotic energy in his hands shifted unpredictably, transforming at times into formidable waves of attack, and at others into sturdy defensive barriers. He discerned that although the black-robed figures' assaults were powerful, their soul power exhibited a vulnerability. If one could exploit this weakness, a decisive blow could be delivered. In the tumult, Duo seized the opportunity to unleash a series of concealed weapons aimed at the vital points of the black-robed men. These projectiles glimmered ominously in the dim corridor, resembling lethal shooting stars. Some of the black-robed figures were caught off guard and struck by the darts, succumbing to the toxins that rendered their bodies weak and diminished their combat efficacy. Nevertheless, several of the more formidable black-robed figures, drawing upon their deep reservoir of soul power, managed to deflect the projectiles and continued their assault on Lin Yu and his companions. Su Yao stood at the rear of the group, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, yet she persisted in casting her healing and enhancement spells without pause. Soft incantations flowed from her lips, as gentle beams of light enveloped her teammates, healing their wounds and significantly amplifying their strength and speed. With Su Yao's support, Zhou Yang and Duo's assaults became increasingly fierce, gradually gaining the upper hand in the skirmish against the black-robed adversaries. Lin Yu remained intensely focused on the unfolding battle, his chaotic celestial eye shimmering with an unusual light, not missing a single fluctuation of the black-robed figure's soul power. He noted that whenever the black-robed men executed a group attack, a subtle connection formed among them, seemingly tight-knit yet revealing a fatal flaw. Zhou Yang, sensing this, felt a surge of excitement flash in his eyes as he swung his battle axe and charged towards a black-robed figure positioned at the core of their attack formation. His speed was astonishing, creating a gust of wind that dispersed the surrounding black mist. The cloaked figure sensed danger and swiftly summoned his soul power for defense. Simultaneously, his companions sprang into action, attempting to thwart Zhou Yang. However, Zhou Yang was well prepared. As he approached the cloaked figure, he suddenly sidestepped, wielding his battle axe horizontally. With the momentum of his evasive maneuver, he executed a sweeping arc, striking fiercely at the cloaked figure's arm. The blow was powerful enough to sever the figure's arm, sending blood splattering. With the injury to this cloaked figure, the assaults from his companions momentarily faltered. Lin Yu seized the opportunity, swiftly forming hand seals, as chaotic energy gathered in his palms, coalescing into a massive sphere of chaotic power. With a mighty shout, he hurled the energy sphere towards the throng of cloaked figures. The sphere detonated among them, the tremendous shockwave propelling them away. The black mist was dispersed by the force of the explosion, filling the passage with a pungent, charred odor. Taking advantage of this chaos, Duo launched several specially crafted smoke bombs, enveloping the area in a thick fog that obscured the vision of the cloaked figures. Under the cover of the smoke, Lin Yu and his companions advanced rapidly, breaching the defenses of the cloaked figures and arriving at the end of the passage. Before them stood a colossal stone door, engraved with an immense magical array that emanated a potent and malevolent aura. It seemed that the key to preventing the mysterious forces from awakening ancient entities lay beyond this door. Lin Yu declared, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Just as they were poised to figure out how to unlock the stone door, the ground trembled violently, and a gigantic dark demon spider emerged from below. This creature was immense, the size of a small house, its body cloaked in black scales, each etched with enigmatic runes. Its 8 eyes glimmered with a blood-red glow, and it spewed forth a stream of black venom that sizzled upon contact with the ground, creating deep pits. This is an abyssal demon spider, with at least 100,000 years of cultivation. Everyone, be cautious. Duoluo shouted in terror. The abyssal demon spider let out a deafening roar and then swung its 8 massive claws towards Lin Yu and his companions. Its speed was astonishing, closing the distance in an instant. Zhou Yang urgently swung his battle axe in defense, but the spider's claws were too powerful, sending the axe flying and forcing Zhou Yang to stagger backward. Lin Yu quickly activated the spiritual attack of the Chaos Omniscient Eye, attempting to disrupt the abyssal demon spider's movements. The mental shockwave impacted the spider, causing a brief hesitation in its actions. Seizing the moment, Duoluo unleashed a barrage of concealed weapons. However, these projectiles merely sparked against the spider's hard scales, inflicting no substantial damage. Su Yao poured all her energy into healing Zhou Yang's wounds, simultaneously casting enhancement spells to bolster her teammates' defenses. Lin Yu realized that ordinary attacks were ineffective against the abyssal demon spider. He needed to identify its weakness. Activating the Chaos Omniscient Eye, he meticulously observed the spider's bodily structure and energy flow. After thorough analysis, he discerned that the spider's vulnerability lay in its abdomen, where the scales were comparatively thin and an energy core resided. Attack its abdomen. That is the weak point, Lin Yu exclaimed. Zhou Yang promptly seized the battle axe and charged towards the abdomen of the abyssal spider. Skillfully evading the creature's clawed assaults, he leapt at a critical moment, bringing the axe down with formidable force upon the spider's midsection. However, the abyssal spider reacted with astonishing speed, twisting its body and blocking Zhou Yang's strike with one of its claws. Observing this, Duoluo focused intently and unleashed a specially crafted armor-piercing dart. This dart, infused with his entire soul force, erupted with tremendous power upon contacting the spider's claw, successfully breaching its defenses and leaving a deep fissure upon its appendage. Capitalizing on this opening, Lin Yu summoned the power of chaos, intertwining it with the element of fire to forge a potent fiery assault directed at the abyssal spider. The flame struck the spider's abdomen, igniting its scales in an instant, prompting a pained roar as the creature writhed in agony. Seizing the opportunity presented by the spider's torment, Zhou Yang launched a renewed offensive, exerting every ounce of strength to bring the earth-shattering battle axe crashing down upon the spider's midsection. This time, the axe penetrated the creature's flesh, causing green blood to spurt forth. As the abyssal spider's strength waned, its attacks grew increasingly sluggish. Under the collective onslaught of the group, it ultimately released a desperate howl, collapsing to the ground and dissolving into a pool of blood. With the abyssal spider vanquished, they finally had the opportunity to examine the stone door before them. Lin Yu approached, scrutinizing the magic circle engraved upon the door, utilizing the analytical prowess of the Chaos Omniscient Eye to gradually unravel its mysteries. It became apparent that the magic circle required 3 keys to be inserted simultaneously into specific positions to unlock the stone door. Lin Yu inserted the 3 keys into the corresponding slots of the magic circle, and in an instant, the circle radiated a brilliant light, slowly revealing the door's opening. A powerful and malevolent aura surged forth, enveloping them in a suffocating sensation. Behind the door lay a vast circular chamber, at the center of which was a magnificent magic circle, upon which floated a crystal orb emanating a dark luminescence. Surrounding the orb were mysterious runes that flickered incessantly, as if whispering ancient secrets. That must be the key artifact utilized by the mysterious forces to awaken ancient entities, Lin Yu declared, pointing to the orb. Just as they prepared to approach it, countless dark creatures surged forth from the periphery of the chamber. These entities resembled phantoms, radiating darkness and wielding shadowy weapons as they launched their assault. Zhou Yang was the first to engage, his earth-shattering battle axe slicing through the air with a fierce momentum. Although his strikes were powerful, the sheer number of dark creatures began to overwhelm him. Duoluo fired a dart in an attempt to halt the onslaught of the dark beings. However, these entities seemed to lack physical form, causing the dart to pass through them without inflicting any harm. Su Yao, positioned at the rear, exerted her full strength to cast defensive spells, forming a protective barrier around her companions to shield them from the creature's attacks. Yet, Under the relentless barrage, the barrier began to show signs of cracking. Lin Yu activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye, meticulously examining the structure and energy flow of the dark creatures. He discovered that these dark entities were composed entirely of pure dark energy, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against them. Only the power of light could subdue them. Lin Yu focused his mind, blending the chaotic forces with elements of light to create a formidable beam of luminous energy, which he unleashed towards the dark creatures. The moment the radiant energy made contact with the entities, a violent reaction ensued, accompanied by their anguished cries as they began to dissolve into nothingness. Under Lin Yu's leadership, the group finally breached the defenses of the dark beings and arrived before the crystal orb. Lin Yu extended his hand, intending to shatter the orb and thwart the mysterious force's sinister plot. However, the instant his hand grazed the surface of the crystal, a surge of potent energy erupted, propelling him backward. This is dire. The crystal has been fortified with a powerful defense mechanism, Lin Yu struggled to articulate as he rose to his feet. At that moment, the leader of the mysterious forces finally revealed himself, cloaked in a dark robe and donning a golden mask that obscured his features. He emanated an aura of formidable malevolence that sent chills down the spine. Do you truly believe you can thwart me? How na-vi? The enigmatic leader declared coldly. Lin Yu regained his composure and resolutely responded. We will undoubtedly stop you. You shall not awaken the ancient entity that threatens the Douluo continent. The leader scoffed. You think a few children can challenge me? Today marks your demise. With that, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, gathering a tremendous force of dark energy. He hurled this energy towards Lin Yu and his companions, which instantly transformed into countless beams of black light, hurtling towards them. Though Lin Yu and his allies attempted to evade, the speed of the beams was overwhelming, and some struck them. Each beam, infused with potent dark power, inflicted excruciating pain and began to disrupt their soul energy. Zhou Yang, gritting his teeth against the agony, charged at the mysterious leader with his earth-shattering battle axe. The leader merely waved his sleeve, and an immense force sent Zhou Yang flying. Duo and Su Yao also launched their attacks, striving to distract the enigmatic leader. However, the leader's strength was overwhelming, rendering their assaults nearly ineffective. Lin Yu realized that engaging him directly was futile. They needed to uncover his weakness. Activating his chaotic omniscient eyes, he meticulously scrutinized the leader's physical structure and energy flow. After careful observation, he discerned that the source of the leader's power resided in a black gem embedded in his chest. Everyone, attack the black gem on his chest. That is the source of his power, Lin Yu shouted. Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao immediately adjusted their focus, channeling their strength towards the black gem. Sensing the impending threat, the leader hastily summoned his soul energy for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu unleashed his chaotic power, merging it with elements of light and darkness to form a formidable chaotic energy surge, which he directed at the leader. This chaotic energy, brimming with immense force, broke through the leader's defenses and struck the black gem. The gem emitted a sharp crack as it sustained the impact, revealing a fissure. The mysterious leader's power suddenly waned, and a look of terror crossed his face. No, this is impossible. The mysterious leader cried out in despair. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu and his companions launched their final assault. Zhou Yang swung his earth-shatter battle axe, Duo unleashed hidden weapons, and Su Yao cast enhancement spells, their attacks converging upon the mysterious leader simultaneously. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the leader was struck and slowly collapsed. As the leader perished, the dark aura in the room gradually dissipated, and the crystal orb ceased to shimmer, losing its power. Lin Yu and his companions had successfully thwarted the sinister plot, saving the Douluo continent. They emerged from the mysterious lair, gazing at the sunlit world beyond, their hearts brimming with joy and pride. We did it! Zhou Yang exclaimed excitedly. Duo wiped the sweat from his brow and smiled. Indeed, we have succeeded. Su Yao's eyes shimmered with tears as she emotionally remarked. This is the result of our collective effort. Lin Yu looked at his companions, filled with gratitude. He understood that without their support and collaboration, they could never have accomplished this daunting task. From that day forth, Lin Yu and his companions became the legendary heroes of the Douluo continent. Their tales passed down through the ages, inspiring generations of spirit masters to pursue justice and strength. They continued their cultivation on the Douluo continent, safeguarding the land they cherished, ever ready to face new challenges. Chapter 20. Undercurrents in the post-crisis era following the successful prevention of the mysterious forces from awakening ancient entities. The Douluo continent experienced a fleeting period of peace and tranquility. Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao became legendary heroes, their valiant deeds recounted by all, inspiring countless spirit masters to seek justice and power. Yet, beneath this seemingly calm facade, numerous hidden currents lurked. As time passed, various factions on the Douluo continent began to reassess their positions and interests. Some previously obscure forces attempted to rise amidst the power vacuum left in the chaos, continually expanding their influence and territory. Meanwhile, the established powerful factions quietly amassed strength, striving to consolidate their dominance. The situation on the continent became increasingly delicate and intricate. After the celebration concluded, Lin Yu ventured alone to the Academy's library, home to the most extensive collection of ancient texts and materials on the Douluo continent. He hoped to uncover more clues regarding the mysterious forces and potential threats that could once again jeopardize the peace of the continent. As Lin Yu navigated the shelves, meticulously perusing the ancient tomes, he lost track of time, and dusk began to fall. While immersed in his studies, the library's grand doors suddenly swung open. Lin Yu cautiously raised his head to see a figure clad in a black robe entering. The individual wore a silver mask concealing their features. Yet Lin Yu sensed a familiar and enigmatic aura emanating from them. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Lin Yu rose to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the robed figure. "This is for you. After you read it, everything will become clear," the figure replied before turning to leave. "Wait," Lin Yu exclaimed, "who are you? Why can't you clarify your words?" Furrowing his brow, he picked up the letter from the table. The letter bore no signature, and the envelope was crafted from an ancient parchment, exuding a faint fragrance. Lin Yu meticulously opened the envelope, revealing a piece of yellowed sheepskin paper, densely inscribed with text. As he delved deeper into the contents of the letter, his expression grew increasingly grave. It turned out that the correspondence was penned by an individual who had once been closely associated with a mysterious force. The letter elaborated on the origins of this enigmatic organization, its structural hierarchy, and its ultimate ambitions. Behind this mysterious force lay a formidable entity from beyond the Douluo continent, intent on awakening ancient beings to disrupt the balance of the continent and thereby achieve dominion over it. Although Lin Yu and his companions had successfully thwarted their initial scheme, this external force had not relinquished its designs. They were clandestinely orchestrating a more extensive plot, and various factions within the Douluo continent could potentially become pawns in their game. The letter also mentioned that within a certain hidden locale of the Douluo continent, there resided a powerful artifact capable of countering this external threat. If Lin Yu and his companions wished to fully thwart the machinations of the mysterious force, they must locate this artifact. After perusing the letter, Lin Yu fell into contemplation. He understood the gravity of its contents. Should others become aware, it could incite widespread panic across the continent. He resolved to first share this matter with Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao, seeking their insights. The following day, Lin Yu gathered Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao at a clandestine training ground within the academy. He conveyed the details of the letter to them, and the trio was left utterly astonished. "I never imagined that such a powerful external force lurked behind the mysterious organization. Our prior battles were merely the tip of the iceberg," Zhou Yang remarked, furrowing his brow. Duo adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment before stating, "It seems we must not take this lightly. We must swiftly locate that artifact. However, with the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, where should we even begin?" Su Yao, her face etched with concern, interjected, "The quest for the artifact will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. We must be thoroughly prepared." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "You are all correct. Our first step is to conduct a thorough study of the letter's contents, searching for any clues regarding the artifact's location. Simultaneously, we must intensify our training to bolster our strength in anticipation of potential dangers." In the days that followed, Lin Yu and his companions devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the study of the letter and their training. They spent considerable time in the library poring over ancient texts in search of clues related to the artifact. Additionally, they engaged in rigorous training sessions at the secret grounds, continually enhancing their soul power and combat skills. During one intense training session, Lin Yu suddenly noticed new changes in his chaotic, all-seeing spirit eye. Previously capable of detecting the flow of his opponent's soul power and physical weaknesses, he now found himself able to sense concealed energy fluctuations within the surrounding environment. Lin Yu realized that this might be the evolution of his chaotic, all-encompassing spirit eye after a series of battles. He shared this discovery with Zhou Yang and the others, who were all delighted for him. Lin Yu decided to harness the new abilities of his chaotic, all-encompassing spirit eye to further investigate the letter. This time, he detected faint energy fluctuations hidden within the lines of the letter, which appeared to be connected to a specific location on the Douluo continent. Focusing intently, He utilized the capabilities of his spirit eye in an attempt to trace the source of these energy waves. After considerable effort, he finally pinpointed the origin of the fluctuations to a mysterious mountain range in the eastern region of the Douluo continent. This range, known as the Linghuan Mountains, was said to be perpetually shrouded in mist, teeming with various enigmatic creatures and unknown dangers. Lin Yu conveyed this finding to Zhou Yang and the others, and they unanimously decided to set off for the Linghuan Mountains in search of the artifact. Before departing, they made thorough preparations, equipping themselves with ample food, medicine, and weapons. They also informed the Academy's dean of their situation. Although the dean expressed concern over their decision, he recognized the importance of their quest and ultimately consented to their request, providing them with essential assistance. After leaving Nodding Academy, Lin Yu and his companions journeyed eastward. They traversed dense forests, scaled perilous peaks, and crossed rushing rivers. Along their journey, they encountered various challenges and obstacles. On one occasion, they were ambushed by a formidable group of soul beasts in the forest. These beasts were massive, with tremendous attacking power and overwhelming numbers. Lin Yu and his companions engaged in a fierce battle, and after arduous efforts, they managed to repel the soul beasts, albeit sustaining injuries of varying degrees. After several days of arduous trekking, they finally reached the edge of the Linghuan Mountains. As they approached, they were immediately enveloped by a mysterious and potent aura. The mountains were enshrouded in swirling mist, obscuring their view of the interior. Lin Yu activated his chaotic, all-encompassing spirit eye, attempting to penetrate the fog to observe the situation within the mountains. However, even the spirit eye faced limitations against the dense mist, revealing only vague outlines. This Linghuan mountain range is indeed formidable. We must exercise caution, Lin Yu said gravely. Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the earth-shattering battle axe, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, no matter the danger we encounter, we shall face it together." Duo and Su Yao nodded in agreement, signaling their solidarity. The four cautiously stepped into the Linghuan Mountains. Upon entering, they immediately sensed a change in their surroundings. The once clear path became indistinct, and the trees and rocks appeared to shift positions continuously, as if they were navigating a vast labyrinth. "This is not good. It seems we have entered a maze," Duo remarked with a furrowed brow. Lin Yu concentrated, employing his chaotic, all-encompassing spirit eye to observe their environment. He discerned that this maze was constructed from a peculiar energy capable of disrupting one's perception and judgment. Lin Yu endeavored to use the power of chaos to unravel the maze, but the energy within it was exceptionally potent, rendering his efforts momentarily ineffective. Just as they found themselves in dire straits, a colossal bird suddenly soared through the sky. This magnificent creature possessed an immense wingspan, stretching over 10 meters, with feathers shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Its eyes sparkled with a piercing brilliance, as if capable of seeing through all. After circling above Lin Yu and his companions a few times, the bird abruptly darted off in a specific direction. A stirring of hope ignited within them, as they sensed that this magnificent avian might be guiding their path. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind. Under the bird's guidance, Lin Yu and his companions ultimately emerged from the maze. Before them lay a winding path, flanked by an array of extraordinary flora and trees. These plants exuded a gentle fragrance, uplifting their spirits and bringing a sense of tranquility. Continuing along the path, they arrived at a valley suffused with a rich spiritual energy, reminiscent of a natural sanctuary for cultivation. At the heart of the valley stood an ancient edifice, constructed from white stone, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes that radiated an aura of antiquity and mystery. It seemed they had arrived at the very location they sought. Lin Yu gazed at the structure before him, an inexplicable excitement swelling within his heart. The four of them approached the building, when suddenly, radiant beams of light erupted from the ground, converging to form a colossal magical array. The array flickered with a dazzling array of colors, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. "Be cautious. This magical array may pose danger," Lin Yu warned, his voice laced with caution. At that moment, a powerful force surged forth from the array, enveloping them in its grasp. Lin Yu and his companions struggled to resist, but the strength of the force was overwhelming, rendering them unable to escape. Under the weight of this formidable power, their bodies gradually succumbed to numbness, and darkness engulfed them, leading them into unconsciousness. Chapter 21. The mysterious legacy of the Linghuan mountain range. Under the shroud of that mysterious force, Lin Yu and his companions lost consciousness. After an indeterminate span of time, Lin Yu was the first to awaken, slowly coming to his senses. He found himself in an extraordinary space, bathed in a gentle glow. Yet he could not discern the whereabouts of Zhou Yang, Duo, or Su Yao. Lin Yu began to cautiously explore this realm. each step causing the surrounding light to flicker and shift. As he wandered, he arrived before a massive stone wall, intricately carved with complex patterns and inscriptions. These designs seemed to narrate an ancient tale, while the text was written in a language Lin Yu had never encountered before. Harnessing the keen perception of energy fluctuations bestowed by his chaotic omniscient eyes, Lin Yu endeavored to decipher the inscriptions. He concentrated deeply, the chaotic energy swirling within his gaze. Gradually, the obscure symbols began to resonate with his consciousness, and fragmented information started to flood into his mind. It became apparent that this was the legacy of a formidable soul master from ancient times, who had valiantly opposed dark forces to safeguard the peace of the Douluo continent. The legacy he left behind sought a worthy successor to inherit his power and continue the protection of this realm. Lin Yu realized that this could be an exceptional opportunity to enhance his strength and perhaps the key to discovering a divine artifact to combat the mysterious external forces. He continued to delve deeper, discovering a crystal ball radiating a gentle glow in the depths of the space. As he approached the crystal sphere, a surge of formidable mental energy flooded into his mind, bringing forth an overwhelming tide of combat techniques, insights into cultivation, and unique understandings of soul power. Lin Yu became immersed in this vast ocean of knowledge, continuously absorbing and comprehending. After an indeterminate span of time, he sensed that his mastery over soul power had ascended to an entirely new realm, effortlessly overcoming many of the obstacles he had previously encountered in his training. Simultaneously, he acquired several potent soul techniques, which intricately wove the essence of chaos, far surpassing the skills he had previously mastered. While Lin Yu was engulfed in this legacy, Zhou Yang, Qian Duo, and Su Yao each faced distinct challenges in their respective realms. Zhou Yang found himself in a world brimming with molten lava, where the searing heat relentlessly tested his willpower and physical endurance. The Earthbreaker battle axe in his grasp seemed affected by the extreme temperatures, growing heavier with each swing. Yet, Zhou Yang did not falter. With unwavering determination, he wielded the axe repeatedly, contending against the forces of lava surrounding him. Throughout this ordeal, he gradually discerned that the essence of strength lies not solely in potent offensive capabilities, but also in inner resolve and tenacity. As his understanding of power deepened, Zhou Yang discovered a significant enhancement in his physical attributes, achieving new heights in both strength and speed. Moreover, he mastered a technique that allowed him to amalgamate his own power with the surrounding fire elements, thereby amplifying the potency of his attacks. Qian Duo, on the other hand, found himself ensnared in a labyrinth replete with intricate traps. With every step, he risked triggering lethal mechanisms. Utilizing his expertise in trap mechanics and a calm demeanor, he deftly navigated through perilous situations. In the process of dismantling these traps, his comprehension of mechanics reached an unprecedented level. He realized that the mechanisms here were not mere physical constructs, but rather infused with soul power and enigmatic energy. Through studying these traps, Qian Duo learned to incorporate soul power into trap creation, crafting even more formidable and intricate devices. Additionally, he gleaned a distinctive combat style from these mechanisms, enabling him to leverage the environment and traps to bolster his combat prowess. Su Yao found herself in a mist-laden forest, where various formidable soul beasts lay hidden within the fog, harboring hostility and launching relentless assaults. Drawing upon her healing and enhancement skills, she repeatedly protected herself and averted crises. In her battles against the soul beasts, she became increasingly adept in the application of her healing and enhancement techniques. She discovered that through her encounters with these powerful soul beasts, she could attain a deeper understanding of the forces of life and the mysteries of the soul. Furthermore, she grasped a skill that allowed her to transmute healing energy into offensive strength, transforming her role in battle from mere support to one of formidable combat capability. Lin Yu, you finally emerged, Zhou Yang exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Lin Yu. This experience has been extraordinary. I feel my strength has ascended to a new level. Qian Duo adjusted his glasses, a confident smile gracing his face. I have learned numerous new trap techniques. Our combat capabilities will certainly see a significant enhancement. With a smile, Su Yao remarked, I have also grasped some new skills, which will enable me to assist everyone more effectively in battle. Lin Yu gazed at his companions, his heart brimming with joy and satisfaction. It appears that we have all reaped substantial rewards this time. This place is a legacy of an ancient soul master, and we have received his inheritance, significantly enhancing our strength. This will greatly aid us in our quest for the divine artifacts and in combating the mysterious forces. Subsequently, Lin Yu meticulously shared the information he had deciphered from the stone wall and the inheritance acquired from the crystal orb with Zhou Yang and the others. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with admiration for the ancient soul master, and their resolve to seek the divine artifacts and protect the Douluo continent was further solidified. In another part of the ancient structure, they stumbled upon a concealed chamber. The door to the chamber was tightly shut, adorned with runes reminiscent of those on the previous stone wall. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from the inheritance, Lin Yu effortlessly unraveled the secrets of the runes and opened the door to the chamber. A musty aura permeated the chamber, where a colossal stone sarcophagus lay at the center, intricately carved with exquisite patterns depicting the ancient soul master battling dark forces. Surrounding the sarcophagus were various ancient weapons and armor, all emanating powerful energy fluctuations. These items appeared extraordinary and might prove to be immensely beneficial to us. Zhou Yang stepped forward, grasping a long sword that radiated a blue light, and instantly felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him. The sword seemed to resonate with him, further augmenting his combat prowess. Duo, on the other hand, was intrigued by a suit of armor embedded with various gemstones. Upon donning the armor, he discovered that it not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities but also amplified his soul power, enhancing the effectiveness of his mechanical techniques. Su Yao selected a staff that emitted a gentle glow, capable of enhancing her healing and buffing skills, while also bestowing upon her new abilities, such as the power to unleash purifying light to dispel dark forces. In a corner of the chamber, Lin Yu discovered a tome radiating a golden light. As he picked it up, a powerful mental force assailed him. He concentrated and employed chaotic energy to fend off this mental onslaught, gradually discerning the contents of the book. This tome contained detailed information regarding the divine artifacts, including their locations, functionalities, and methods to activate their powers. Wonderful! We have finally unearthed clues about the divine artifacts, Lin Yu exclaimed, conveying the book's revelations to his companions. According to the tome, the artifacts were concealed within the core region of the Linghuan mountain range, protected by a formidable barrier that could only be breached by those possessing specific powers and methods. The inheritance and weaponry they had acquired in this ancient edifice were, indeed, the keys to unlocking the barrier. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu and his companions set forth towards the core of the Linghuan mountain range. Along their journey, they encountered various formidable soul beasts and treacherous traps. These soul beasts were even more terrifying than those they had previously faced, and the traps proved to be increasingly lethal. Yet, fortified by the strength and skills acquired through their heritage, as well as their harmonious synergy, they repeatedly transformed peril into safety. Upon finally arriving at the heart of the Linghuan mountain range, a colossal energy barrier loomed before them. This barrier radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, its surface adorned with enigmatic runes, seemingly whispering ancient secrets. Lin Yu stepped forward, harnessing the power of chaos along with the methods gleaned from his legacy. Endeavoring to unravel the barrier, his hands moved swiftly, forming intricate seals as the chaotic energy surged continuously into the barrier. With each infusion of chaos, the runes upon the barrier began to flicker and shift, as if engaging in a form of communion with the chaotic force. Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yu watched anxiously from the sidelines, poised to confront any imminent danger. As time slipped away, beads of sweat adorned Lin Yu's brow. Yet he remained wholly absorbed in his task of breaking the barrier. At last, through his relentless efforts, the runes began to stabilize, revealing a passageway through which they could traverse. Success! Lin Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. The four of them cautiously stepped through the passage, entering the interior of the barrier. The sight before them left them utterly astounded. In the midst of a vast clearing, a resplendent artifact floated gracefully in midair. The artifact resembled a colossal crystal, vibrant energies swirling within, emanating a powerful and mysterious aura. Just as they prepared to approach the artifact, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions. These shadows were remnants of the mysterious forces, having tracked them to this very spot, intent on seizing the artifact. Do you truly believe you can claim the artifact so easily? The foremost shadow intoned coldly, today marks your demise. Lin Yu and his companions immediately assumed battle stances, confronting the remnants of the mysterious forces. A new conflict was on the brink of eruption, the outcome of which would determine the fate of the artifact and the future of the Douluo continent. Chapter 22. The contest for the artifact and the final confrontation. Lin Yu and his companions stood resolutely against the remnants of the mysterious forces, the air thick with tension and anticipation. The leading shadow was tall, surrounded by an eerie black mist that flickered with dark crimson light, a harbinger of malevolence. Gripping a uniquely designed weapon, the blade twisted like a serpent, emitting a chilling glow. A blood-red gemstone embedded in the hilt continuously exuded black smoke, as if siphoning vitality from the surroundings. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the shadow, his resolve as steadfast as iron. Your scheme shall not prevail. The artifact must not fall into your hands. In his grasp was a resplendent sword, obtained from ancient ruins, its blade etched with mysterious runes that shimmered faintly. seemingly resonating with Lin Yu's soul power. With every flow of his soul energy, the sword emitted a subtle hum, as if yearning for an exhilarating battle. Zhou Yang stood by Lin Yu's side, his hands firmly clutching a rift-splitting battle axe, its blade aglow with fervent light. After undergoing a profound legacy, his strength ascended to new heights, emanating an indomitable aura, his muscles taut and poised for imminent assault. At this moment, the armor he donned, procured from a hidden chamber, not only boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, but also continually augmented his power. The surface of the armor was intricately engraved with ancient totems, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sun, akin to a war deity from antiquity. Su Yao, wielding a staff that radiated a gentle luminescence, stood resolutely at the rear of the formation. Her gaze was focused and unwavering, ever vigilant of her comrades' conditions. The gemstones adorning her staff shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, incessantly emitting waves of healing and enhancement energy. She was clad in a light robe, embroidered with enigmatic runes that amplified her spellcasting, empowering her supportive abilities in battle. As the battle loomed on the horizon, the shadowy figure launched the first strike. He brandished his serpentine sword, unleashing a black blade of energy that howled through the air, aimed directly at Lin Yu. The air seemed to rend asunder in the wake of the sword's trajectory, leaving a dark fissure in its path. Lin Yu evaded the oncoming attack with a swift movement, resembling a fleeting specter. In tandem, he swung his longsword, sending forth a crystalline blade of energy to counter the dark assault. The two energies clashed midair with a resounding explosion, powerful ripples of energy radiating outward, causing nearby trees to sway violently. Zhou Yang bellowed like an enraged bull as he charged at the shadow. His battle axe, imbued with tremendous force, descended upon the shadow's crown. The shadow quickly raised his serpentine sword to defend, and the axe met the sword in a clash, sparking a shower of flames. The overwhelming impact forced the shadow to stagger back, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Duo unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons, which shot forth like bolts of black lightning towards the shadow. The shadow swiftly parried each projectile with his serpentine sword. Yet, Duo's onslaught was far from over. In the instant the weapons were deflected, they detonated, releasing a wave of formidable energy. The shadow, staggered by this force, revealed a momentary vulnerability. Lin Yu seized this chance to unleash a powerful soul technique learned from the legacy. His longsword blazed with brilliance as chaotic energy coalesced along its blade, forming a colossal vortex of power. With a fierce cry, he hurled the sword towards the shadow. The energy vortex surged forth, intent on obliterating all in its path. Feeling an immense threat, the shadow hastily summoned all his soul power, erecting a black defensive barrier before him. The energy vortex collided with the barrier, producing a deafening roar. Under the strain of the onslaught, the barrier began to fracture, ultimately shattering with a thunderous crash. The shadow was hurled backward by the overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the remnants of the mysterious faction did not relent. They unleashed a cacophony of furious roars, charging towards Lin Yu and his allies. Though their strength paled in comparison to the leading shadow, their numbers were vast, and their coordination impeccable, plunging Lin Yu and his companions into a desperate struggle. Su Yao, stationed at the rear, exerted herself to the fullest, casting healing and enhancement spells. She murmured incantations, and waves of gentle radiance enveloped her comrades, mending their wounds and bolstering their strength. With Su Yao's support, Lin Yu and the others experienced a remarkable enhancement in their combat prowess, engaging in fierce clashes with the remnants of the mysterious faction. In the heat of battle, Lin Yu wielded the chaotic power with finesse, his unpredictable assaults leaving the enemy in disarray. Zhou Yang, with his formidable strength and indomitable will, charged recklessly through the ranks of foes, his battle axe felling adversaries in his wake. Duo, employing a variety of traps and concealed weapons, launched attacks from a distance, his projectiles appearing unexpectedly from the shadows, creating significant turmoil among the enemy ranks. Since we cannot obtain the divine artifact, let us destroy everything together. The dark figure bellowed. The serpent-shaped sword in his hand radiated a brilliant light, and a torrent of black smoke poured forth from the blood-red gemstone, enveloping his form entirely. Within the inky mist, an ominous demon silhouette emerged, its eyes glinting with a blood-red gleam, exuding an aura of unfathomable malevolence. Sensing an immense threat, Lin Yu and his companions swiftly concentrated their energies, preparing to confront the dark figure's final onslaught. Lin Yu maximized the chaotic power. Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the battle axe. Duo readied his arsenal of concealed weapons, and Su Yao unleashed the full might of the energy within her staff. With a furious roar, the dark figure commanded the demon to charge at Lin Yu and his companions. The demon clutched a colossal black scythe that emanated a chilling aura of death. Undaunted, they launched a simultaneous assault, their energies converging toward the demon. As the formidable forces collided, the entire valley trembled violently. The ground fissured beneath them, and the surrounding peaks began to crumble, massive boulders cascading down. The sky darkened ominously, crackling with thunder, as if heralding the apocalypse. Once they had vanquished the remnants of the mysterious faction, Lin Yu and his comrades collapsed onto the ground, weary yet triumphant. Their bodies bore numerous scars, their garments tattered, yet their faces radiated a sense of satisfaction. After a brief respite, they rose to their feet, advancing toward the divine artifact that hovered above them. As they drew near, the artifact suddenly emitted a blinding light, enveloping them in its brilliance. Within this luminescence, Lin Yu and the others felt an overwhelming and enigmatic force, resonating with their very souls, further augmenting their abilities. With great care, Lin Yu extended his hand and grasped the artifact. Instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through him, as if he had gained dominion over the world. He understood that this artifact would become their most formidable weapon in safeguarding the Douluo continent. Chapter 23. A New Mission in an Era of Peace. Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Duo and Su Yao were appointed as honorary mentors at Nanning Academy, selflessly imparting their combat experiences and training insights to the students. Each morning, Lin Yu would guide the students in harnessing their soul power and refining their combat techniques on the Academy's training grounds. He patiently elucidated the mysteries of chaotic power to his students, demonstrating how to seamlessly integrate this force with various elements to unleash its maximum potential. Under his guidance, the students experienced a profound transformation in their understanding and mastery of soul power. Zhou Yang took it upon himself to teach the students close combat techniques. With his earth-shattering battle axe, he exhibited vigorous and powerful offensive maneuvers, each move imbued with formidable strength. He imparted to the students that in combat, one must possess not only immense power, but also the courage to advance fearlessly and a tenacious will. Under his tutelage, the students diligently trained, significantly enhancing their physical prowess and combat abilities. Qianduoduo's classes were always brimming with novelty and surprise. He showcased an array of intricate traps and hidden weapons, explaining the principles and crafting methods of mechanism arts. He encouraged his students to unleash their creativity, merging soul power with mechanism arts to forge their unique weapons. His influence sparked a fervor for the study of mechanism arts within the academy, leading many students to create powerful traps and hidden devices. Su Yao, on the other hand, focused on teaching healing and enhancement skills. With tenderness, she demonstrated various healing spells, instructing students on how to accurately assess their comrades' injuries during battle and provide timely treatment. She also taught them how to utilize enhancement skills to bolster their teammates' combat capabilities. Under her meticulous guidance, the Academy nurtured a cadre of exceptional support-type soul masters. However, beneath the facade of peace, turbulence brewed. One day, Lin Yu received a distress letter in the Academy office from a small town on the outskirts of Douluo continent. The letter reported the sudden emergence of a group of mysterious soul beasts near the town, whose behavior was alarmingly ferocious, relentlessly attacking the residents and wreaking havoc. Upon reading the letter, Lin Yu's expression turned grave as he promptly summoned Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao to discuss the matter. The behavior of these soul beasts is peculiar. Their sudden ferocity in times of peace surely has a cause, Lin Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Zhou Yang clenched his fists, his face a mask of anger. Regardless of the reason, we must not allow these soul beasts to harm innocent civilians. We need to investigate immediately. Duo adjusted his glasses, pondering for a moment before stating, I suspect this matter may not be so simple. It could be linked to some nefarious forces. We must be thoroughly prepared. Su Yao nodded in agreement, her expression filled with concern. Indeed, we must exercise caution to ensure everyone's safety. The four of them packed their belongings and set off for the town besieged by the soul beasts. They journeyed tirelessly, enduring the elements day and night. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback by the devastation before them. The town lay in ruins, houses collapsed, and the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke. Injured residents groaned on the ground, their faces etched with fear and despair. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and his companions launched into rescue operations. Su Yao employed her healing skills to tend to the wounded. Zhou Yang and Duo assisted the residents in clearing debris and searching for survivors. Meanwhile, Lin Yu began to investigate the cause of the soul beast attacks. He activated his chaos eye, meticulously observing the surrounding environment and energy fluctuations. After a thorough investigation, Lin Yu discovered a mysterious dark energy emanating from a valley near the town. This energy seemed to be influencing the minds of the soul beasts, driving them into a frenzy. Determined to uncover the source of this dark energy, Lin Yu resolved to venture deep into the valley. Upon learning of his decision, Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao insisted on accompanying him. The four of them cautiously made their way towards the valley. As they entered, a chilling and eerie aura enveloped them. Thick fog pervaded the valley, rendering visibility extremely poor. They could only advance by relying on their keen perceptions. Not long after, they encountered a horde of frenzied soul beasts. The beasts' eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and they let out furious roars as they charged at the group. Zhou Yang was the first to confront them, wielding his Fisher battle axe to engage in fierce combat. Duo launched hidden projectiles to assist Zhou Yang in attacking the soul beasts, while Su Yao stood back, casting enhancement skills to bolster the combat abilities of Zhou Yang and Duo. Lin Yu activated his chaos vision, carefully observing the movements and energy flow of the soul beasts. He discerned that each beast was infused with dark energy, which controlled their actions. Focusing his mind, he harnessed the power of chaos in an attempt to dispel the dark energy within the beasts. As chaos energy surged into them, some of the soul beasts began to slow, their crimson glow gradually dimming. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang and Duo launched their attacks, driving back the soul beasts one by one. However, some of the beasts remained tenacious, charging recklessly towards Lin Yu and his companions under the influence of the dark energy. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, Lin Yu suddenly noticed a flickering black light deep within the valley. Realizing that it might be the source of the dark energy, he immediately rushed towards the shimmering light, with Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao closely following him. Upon nearing the source, they discovered a massive black crystal radiating powerful dark energy, surrounded by a circle of mysterious runes. Beside the crystal stood a figure cloaked in a long black robe, their face obscured by a black mask, exuding a formidable and malevolent aura. "You have finally arrived," the robed figure said coldly. "However, none of you shall leave here alive today." Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the figure, determination evident in his eyes. "No matter what your schemes entail, we will not allow you to succeed." The robed figure let out a chilling laugh and swiftly formed hand seals. Instantly, a surge of dark energy erupted from the black crystal, coalescing into a colossal dark beast. Towering at over 10 meters, the beast was covered in sharp spikes, its eyes glowing with a blood-red light, and it exhaled black flames. "This is the beast I have created from dark energy. It shall become your nightmare." The robed figure cackled maniacally. With a deafening roar, the dark beast lunged towards Lin Yu and his companions, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance in an instant. Zhou Yang swiftly brandished the earth-shatter battle axe in defense. However, the formidable power of the dark beast forced him into a series of retreats. Duo unleashed hidden weapons in an attempt to target the creature's vulnerabilities, yet they merely ricocheted off the beast's impenetrable scales, inflicting no damage. Su Yao devoted herself to casting defensive spells, erecting a protective barrier around her companions to shield them from the dark beast's onslaught. Yet, under the relentless assault, the barrier began to fracture. Lin Yu activated the chaotic omniscient eye, meticulously scrutinizing the anatomy and energy flow of the dark beast. He discerned that the creature's core resided within its chest, where the dark energy was most concentrated. With unwavering focus, Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos to conjure a formidable beam of energy, directing it towards the beast's heart. Upon impact, the beam struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the beast as it staggered momentarily. Seeing this, the cloaked figure immediately intensified the infusion of dark energy, augmenting the beast's strength once more. Lin Yu recognized that their combined efforts alone would be insufficient to vanquish the creature. A sudden thought struck him regarding the power of the artifact. Perhaps it could serve as a means to combat the dark beast. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao, and they instantly grasped his intention. The four of them concentrated deeply, merging their soul power with that of the artifact. In an instant, the artifact emitted a brilliant radiance, imbued with the essence of potent righteousness. Lin Yu channeled this power, directing it at the dark beast. Under the artifact's forceful impact, the beast began to show signs of collapse, its scales shed and the black flames it spewed gradually extinguished. As the dark beast neared defeat, the cloaked figure was overtaken by dread. He attempted to flee, but Lin Yu, having anticipated his intent, ensnared him with chaotic energy. Ultimately, the dark beast let out a desperate howl before crashing to the ground, transforming into a pool of black liquid. The cloaked figure was subdued by Lin Yu and his allies, and his sinister plot lay in ruins. Upon unmasking the cloaked figure, they discovered he was a former soul master expelled from the academy, motivated by jealousy towards Lin Yu and his companions' achievements. He had allied himself with malevolent forces, seeking to dominate the Douluo continent through dark energy. Lin Yu and his companions entrusted the cloaked figure to the townsfolk for judgment, subsequently aiding in the town's reconstruction. Through their dedicated efforts, the town gradually regained its former vitality and prosperity. The residents expressed profound gratitude towards Lin Yu and his comrades, and their deeds were once again celebrated throughout the Douluo continent. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Yu and his companions realized that even in times of peace, vigilance must not wane, for new threats could arise at any moment on the Douluo continent. They resolved to continue their training, enhancing their abilities while fortifying the academy's teaching and defensive measures, ensuring they were well prepared to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Douluo continent. Chapter 24. The underlying crisis of the alliance. With Lin Yu and his companions having resolved the town's crisis, the Douluo continent appeared to regain its surface calm. Yet, a lingering sense of unease resided within Lin Yu. That insidious evil lurking in the shadows pricked at his heart like a thorn. During his days at the academy, he became increasingly devoted to his cultivation, not only enhancing his mastery over the chaotic forces, but also striving to integrate the power of the divine artifact more profoundly with his own soul energy. Meanwhile, the relationships among the various factions on the Douluo continent began to shift imperceptibly. Some previously loose alliances of minor factions started to attempt unification in hopes of gaining greater influence within this realm. Conversely, established powers, such as the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire, grew uneasy about the rise of these new coalitions, fearing that their own dominance might be jeopardized. One day, Lin Yu received an invitation from the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, requesting his attendance at an important conference concerning the balance of power on the continent. Aware of the significance of this gathering, he set off with Zhou Yang, Qian Duo, and Su Yao. Upon entering the opulent palace of the Star Luo Empire, the lavish decorations and formidable guards conveyed the majesty of the royal house. In the resplendent conference hall, representatives from various factions had already taken their seats, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire, seated in the principal position, surveyed the assembly before speaking. Esteemed guests, the emergence of new forces on the Douluo continent and the proliferation of alliances have undoubtedly impacted the stability of our land. We must deliberate on a strategy to ensure peace and order across the continent. No sooner had he finished speaking than a representative from the newly formed alliance rose, adorned in splendid attire, his eyes radiating confidence and defiance. Your Majesty, our coalition of emerging forces aims to provide better development opportunities for more soul masters, and does not pose a threat to the Empire. We seek greater participation in continental affairs to collectively determine the future of Douluo. This statement incited a flurry of discussions, and the representatives of the established factions frowned in disapproval. A minister from the Heaven Do Empire scoffed. Humph, you are merely a disorganized rabble. What qualifications do you have to partake in the decision-making of continental matters? Your presence will only disrupt the existing order. The exchange escalated into a heated argument, with tensions rising palpably. Lin Yu, seated quietly, observed the unfolding situation. He understood that mere bickering would not resolve the issues at hand, but could rather incite greater conflict. At that moment, Qian Duo discreetly remarked to Lin Yu, Lin Yu, it seems to me that there is a mysterious force propelling these new alliances, and I can't shake the feeling that it is somehow connected to the enigmatic powers we encountered previously. Lin Yu nodded slightly, a glimmer of vigilance in his gaze. I share your sentiment. We must proceed with caution and not allow those with ulterior motives to disrupt the peace of the continent. Zhou Yang, eager to take action, exclaimed, why don't we confront the matter directly? If there truly is a malevolent force at play, we should eradicate it altogether. Su Yao quickly restrained Zhou Yang, cautioning, do not act impulsively. We are in the royal palace, and the situation remains unclear. We cannot act rashly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu stood, his voice steady and resonant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Esteemed attendees, arguments will not resolve our dilemmas. We all desire peace and prosperity for the Douluo continent. Both established powers and emerging alliances have their own aspirations. We should sit down and rationally discuss a mutually beneficial solution. As Lin Yu's words resonated, the crowd momentarily ceased their quarrel. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire nodded slightly, acknowledging the wisdom in Lin Yu's statement. In your view, what course of action should we embark upon? Lin Yu surveyed the assembly and replied thoughtfully. I propose the establishment of a continental council wherein representatives from various factions would convene. This council would be entrusted with addressing significant matters concerning the continent, formulating regulations to safeguard the interests of all parties involved. Additionally, we could institute an arbitration body to impartially resolve disputes that may arise between factions. This proposal garnered the endorsement of several representatives, yet skepticism lingered among others. A veteran representative voiced his doubts. How can we ensure the impartiality of such a council and arbitration body? Who will oversee their operations? Lin Yu smiled gently. Impartiality will be overseen by the collective of soul masters across the continent. The decision-making processes of the council will be transparent to all, granting every soul master the right to express their opinions. For oversight, we can invite neutral third-party factions to participate, such as the esteemed Soul Master Academies. These institutions cultivate soul masters without engaging in factional conflicts, rendering them ideal candidates for the role of overseers. As the assembly deliberated Lin Yu's proposition, a guard hastily entered the conference hall and whispered urgently to the emperor. The emperor's countenance darkened instantly, and he rose abruptly, declaring, "Esteemed guests, I have just received alarming news. A border city has been unexpectedly attacked by an unidentified force, resulting in significant casualties among the populace." This revelation struck the gathering like a thunderclap, leaving all present in stunned silence. Lin Yu felt a tightening in his chest, sensing an ominous connection to the previous undercurrents of unrest. Zhou Yang pounded the table in fury. These despicable fiends dare to wreak havoc at such a critical juncture. We must hasten to support the border city. The emperor regarded Lin Yu with gratitude. I entrust this task to you. It is imperative that you uncover the truth and safeguard the innocent. The four of them swiftly departed from the palace, racing toward the beleaguered border city. They quickened their pace, sparing no time for delay. Upon arrival, the scene that greeted them was one of utter devastation. The city walls lay breached, buildings crumbled, and the streets were strewn with the lifeless and the injured. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, sending chills down their spines. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and his companions launched into rescue operations. Su Yu exerted her healing abilities to mend the wounds of the afflicted, while Zhou Yang and Qian Duoduo assisted soldiers in clearing debris and organizing defenses. Lin Yu activated his chaos vision, meticulously scanning the environment and energy fluctuations in search of clues regarding the assailants. After a thorough investigation, Lin Yu discerned a familiar dark energy emanating from the attackers, reminiscent of the sinister force they had encountered previously. He was convinced that this chaos was orchestrated by remnants of that mysterious power, seeking to exploit the tensions between the continent's factions to further their nefarious objectives. He relayed his findings to Zhou Yang and the others, who seethed with indignation. These scoundrels. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth. Last time we failed to eradicate them completely, and now they dare to disrupt us again. This time, they shall pay dearly. Qian Duoduo pondered for a moment before asserting. Their choice to assault the border city at this juncture is clearly intended to sabotage the peace talks among the continental factions and incite war. We must act swiftly to thwart their plans. Xiao expressed her concerns, but they are lurking in the shadows. How shall we locate them? Lin Yu's eyes glimmered with resolve. Since they have left traces here, we shall undoubtedly find them. I will harness the power of chaos to trace this dark energy. No matter where they hide, they cannot escape. Just as Lin Yu was preparing to utilize the chaotic forces to track the dark energy, a black rift suddenly appeared in the sky, from which countless dark creatures surged forth. These creatures varied in form. Some resembled demons, while others took on ghostly shapes, clawing their way toward the city with chilling roars. Zhou Yang shouted, "Everyone be cautious. The dark creatures are coming." As he spoke, he brandished his earth-splitting battle axe and charged into the throng of dark beings. Qian Duoduo swiftly unleashed concealed weapons to attack the dark entities. Meanwhile, Su Yao concentrated on casting defensive spells from the rear, providing protection for Zhou Yang and Qian Duoduo. Lin Yu focused his mind, channeling the power of chaos in an attempt to close the black rift in the sky. He swiftly formed hand seals, continuously infusing chaotic energy into the rift. However, the dark energy emanating from the rift was immensely potent, and the chaotic power struggled to subdue it. As the number of dark creatures swelled, Zhou Yang and Qian Duoduo began to falter. Just then, Lin Yu recalled the power of the divine artifact. He immediately summoned the artifact's strength, merging it with the chaotic energy, and directed this formidable force toward the black rift. Under the combined influence of the artifact's power and the chaotic energy, the black rift began to shrink gradually. The dark creatures sensed the imminent threat and attacked Zhou Yang and Qian Duoduo with even greater fervor. Gritting their teeth, they fought valiantly, knowing that only by enduring until Lin Yu closed the rift could they truly vanquish these dark beings. At last, through Lin Yu's relentless efforts, the black rift was completely sealed. Cut off from their source of power, the dark creatures fell into disarray, and Zhou Yang and Qian Duoduo seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, eliminating the dark beings one by one. Having dealt with the dark creatures, Lin Yu and his companions continued their pursuit of the origin of the dark energy. Guided by the chaotic forces, they arrived at the entrance of an abandoned castle. A dense aura of darkness pervaded the castle, sending chills down their spines. Cautiously, they ventured inside, where the interior was foreboding. Cobwebs adorned the walls, and various debris littered the floor. As they advanced down the corridor, a group of figures clad in black robes appeared before them. These were remnants of the mysterious force, their faces obscured by black masks, wielding weapons that emanated dark light. You have finally arrived. We have awaited your presence for quite some time. The leader of the black-robed figures said coldly. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon them, his eyes betraying unwavering determination. Your conspiracy shall not succeed. Today marks your demise. The black-robed figure scoffed. Just the few of you? You are utterly naive. With that, he formed hand seals, and a torrent of dark energy surged forth from within the castle, coalescing into a colossal dark vortex. Within this vortex, a massive dark demon slowly materialized. The dark demon's size eclipsed that of the previous dark beasts, emanating an aura of boundless malevolence. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light, and it expelled black flames from its mouth. This was the dark demon we had summoned with immense effort. It would bring about annihilation. And you shall await your fate as darkness engulfs you. The figure in the dark robe laughed maniacally, with a furious roar. The dark demon lunged towards Lin Yu and his companions. They immediately assumed combat stances, engaging in a fierce battle against the dark demon. This confrontation would determine the fate of the Douluo continent. Whether Lin Yu and his allies could once again vanquish the forces of evil and preserve the peace of the realm remained uncertain. Chapter 25. The terrifying pressure of the dark demon and the strategy for breaking the deadlock. The dark demon surged forward, engulfed in an endless aura of malevolence. With each step it took, the ground trembled, and the ancient castle walls began to crack under its oppressive force, sending large stones tumbling down. Zhou Yang initiated the attack. Leaping high into the air, his earth-shattering battle axe infused with his entire soul power, carving a blazing arc as it descended towards the dark demon's head. However, the dark demon merely waved its massive arm, akin to a colossal pillar, sending Zhou Yang and his axe flying. He crashed heavily against the castle wall, which instantly collapsed, stirring a cloud of dust. Zhou Yang, Su Yao exclaimed in alarm, her heart racing as she yearned to rush over and heal him, but was forced to retreat repeatedly by the onslaught of dark energy. Duo moved his hands in rapid succession, unleashing a multitude of hidden weapons that shot towards the dark demon like black meteors. Yet, upon contact with the demon's skin, as hard as steel and shrouded in dark energy, the weapons were deflected, merely sparking without inflicting any significant damage. Lin Yu observed this scene, his expression increasingly grave. He understood that the enemy they faced was unlike any before. The dark demon's power was overwhelmingly potent, rendering conventional attacks futile. Nevertheless, he showed no sign of retreat. The chaotic omniscient eye glowed intensely as he concentrated all his energy, seeking a flaw in the seemingly impervious defenses of the dark demon. Through the perception granted by the chaotic power, he discerned that, although formidable, the dark demon exhibited a brief moment of disruption in its dark energy at intervals between its attacks. Everyone listen. The dark demon is not invulnerable. During the pauses in its attacks, the energy at its chest fluctuates, revealing its weakness. Lin Yu proclaimed loudly, simultaneously gathering chaotic energy to prepare for an assault. However, the dark demon seemed to sense Lin Yu's intentions, roaring fiercely as it unleashed a torrent of black flames. Where the flames passed, the air seemed ignited, crackling ominously. Lin Yu quickly evaded the assault of the black flames. He recognized that with the current strength of the four of them, defeating the dark demon would be no easy task, necessitating external assistance. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, the artifact. Previously, during their battles against the forces of darkness, the artifact had played a pivotal role. Perhaps this time, it could also be the key to turning the tide. Lin Yu immediately communicated his thoughts to Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao. We must once again harness the power of the divine artifact, merging our soul energy with it to strike at the weaknesses of the dark demon. Only then do we stand a chance. Zhou Yang struggled to rise from the rubble. His body battered and scarred, yet his eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit. He nodded vigorously, saying, "Yes, let us proceed. I refuse to believe that together we cannot overcome this monster." Duo and Su Yao echoed their agreement. The four swiftly positioned themselves, forming a circle around the artifact, their collective focus intensifying as they closed their eyes and poured their soul energy unreservedly into it. The artifact, responding to their combined energies, radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its kaleidoscopic hues clashing against the dark magic emitted by the demon. For a moment, the entire castle was enveloped in these two starkly contrasting forces. Lin Yu guided the power of the artifact, flawlessly merging it with chaotic energy to create an unimaginably potent torrent of energy. Under his command, This energy surged forth like an agile dragon, targeting the demon's vulnerable chest. The dark demon seemed to sense the threat of this energy, wildly flailing its arms in an attempt to thwart the oncoming force. Yet this time, its defenses proved tragically inadequate. The torrent struck true at the demon's weak point, eliciting a painful roar that reverberated through the air. Its body quivered violently, a massive fissure appearing in its chest, from which black blood oozed forth, releasing a nauseating stench. The strength of the dark demon began to wane rapidly, its attacks growing sluggish and erratic. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang swung his cleaving battle axe once more towards the dark demon. Empowered by the artifact and chaotic energy, the force of his strike was magnified. The axe cleaved deeply into the demon's arm, severing it cleanly. In agony, the dark demon howled, swinging its remaining arm wildly at Zhou Yang. He deftly evaded the strike, exploiting the moment to launch another assault, this time targeting the demon's legs. The blow struck true, causing the demon to lose its balance and crash to the ground. Duo seized the moment to unleash several specially crafted hidden weapons. Upon contact with the demon's body, these weapons released a potent corrosive force, exacerbating the wounds upon it. Siyu was not idle either. She channeled her healing abilities to mend Zhou Yang's injuries, while simultaneously casting enhancement spells to bolster both Zhou Yang's and Duo's combat prowess. Though the dark demon lay prostrate, it did not surrender. It struggled to rise, spewing forth black flames in a desperate attempt to repel Lin Yu and the others. Observing this, Lin Yu summoned the artifact's power once more, this time unleashing its full potential. A radiant beam of light erupted from the artifact, piercing through the dark demon's body. The demon emitted a final, despairing roar as its form gradually dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the air. After vanquishing the dark demon, Lin Yu and his companions collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Their bodies bore numerous wounds, their garments tattered. Yet their faces shone with expressions of profound relief and satisfaction. After an intense battle, they ultimately triumphed over the forces of evil, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo continent. However, before they could catch their breath, they heard a series of footsteps approaching from outside the castle. Lin Yu and his companions stood alert. And soon a group of individuals clad in matching attire entered the castle. These individuals were representatives of the emerging alliance that had appeared at the previous Continental Powers meeting. The leading representative, upon seeing Lin Yu and the others, paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, it is you. Thankfully, you are unscathed. We received word of dark forces lurking here and rushed to offer our assistance, only to find that you have already resolved the matter." Lin Yu regarded these newcomers with a hint of suspicion. Their arrival was too fortuitous, and previously, Duo had expressed doubts regarding the mysterious powers propelling the emerging alliance. Nevertheless, he concealed his misgivings and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you for your arrival, but the situation here has been resolved." The representative of the emerging alliance surveyed the chaotic scene within the castle and frowned slightly, remarking, "It appears this battle was quite fierce. These dark forces are indeed vile, rampaging across the continent. We, the emerging alliance, shall stand together with everyone to protect the peace of the Douluo continent." Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Let us hope so. By the way, what is the status of the Continental Powers meeting?" The representative sighed. "Since the border city was attacked, the meeting has been temporarily suspended. Everyone is on edge, fearing another assault from the dark forces. However, our emerging alliance believes that the proposal to establish a Continental Council is essential. Only through unity can we effectively confront these threats." In order to alleviate the concerns of various factions, Lin Yu, along with Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao, engaged in continuous dialogue with them, elucidating the operational mechanisms and significance of the Continental Council. They also proposed a series of safeguards to ensure that the rights and interests of all factions within the Council would be fully respected and protected. After considerable effort, an increasing number of factions began to endorse the proposal to establish the Continental Council. Yet, just as the Council was on the verge of formation, new complications arose. Mysterious letters began circulating among the various factions, maliciously defaming Lin Yu and his companions, accusing them of attempting to manipulate the Continental Council to seize control over the entire Douluo continent for their own selfish desires. The emergence of these letters further complicated an already intricate situation, causing even some factions that had previously supported the Council to waver. Upon learning of this development, Lin Yu and his companions were filled with indignation. They recognized that someone was scheming behind the scenes, seeking to sabotage the establishment of the Continental Council and reignite discord across the continent. Lin Yu resolved to unearth the mastermind behind this treachery, clear his and his companions' names, and ensure the smooth establishment of the Continental Council, ushering in a genuine era of peace and prosperity for the Douluo continent. He activated the chaotic omniscient spirit eyes once more, endeavoring to extract clues from the tangled web of circumstances and unveil the hidden conspiracy. Chapter 26. The Unveiling of the Conspiracy and the Dawn of the Council. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. The light within the chaotic omniscient spirit eyes swirling as he sought to identify the puppet master behind the scenes. The paper of those slanderous letters was unremarkable, yet it bore a faint, almost imperceptible aura of dark energy. Although exceedingly weak, it was nonetheless keenly detected by Lin Yu. He understood well that this dark energy was inextricably linked to a mysterious force lurking in the shadows, biding its time to once again disrupt the balance of the Douluo continent. This subtle dark energy resonated with the essence of the enigmatic power previously encountered, indicating their relentless intentions. Lin Yu shared his discovery with Zhou Yang, Duo, and Su Yao. Zhou Yang struck the table with a fist, causing the teacups to leap and tea to spill everywhere. He shouted in fury, "These rascals, time and again wreaking havoc. They must be utterly eradicated." Duo adjusted his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses sharp and composed. Their actions are aimed at sabotaging the establishment of the Continental Council, to muddy the waters for their own gain. We should trace the channels through which these letters were disseminated. Perhaps we can uncover a lead. Su Yao nodded gently, her eyes filled with concern. But now various factions are casting suspicion due to these letters. The matter of the Continental Council may have to be postponed. What shall we do? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Yu replied, "Everyone, remain calm. It is precisely in times like this that we must keep our wits about us. Su Yao, reach out to those factions still supporting us to reassure them. Zhou Yang, accompany me as we trace the route of the letter's dissemination. Duo. Utilize your expertise to analyze the residual energy on the letters and see if we can pinpoint its source." The group accepted their orders and dispersed to act. Lin Yu and Zhou Yang exchanged a glance, a spark of hope igniting within them. They resolved to wait patiently for the mysterious individual to reveal themselves. After 2 days and nights of vigilant watch, just as their patience began to wane, a figure clad in black robes stealthily entered the inn. Lin Yu and Zhou Yang swiftly followed, intercepting the robed figure just as he was about to enter a room. Startled, the cloaked individual turned to flee. But Zhou Yang was quick to seize the opportunity, lunging forward and firmly gripping the man's shoulder, rendering him immobile. Lin Yu stepped forward, yanking off the hood to reveal a face both unfamiliar and filled with terror. "Who are you? Why do you distribute letters that slander us?" Lin Yu demanded, his gaze piercing. The black-robed man paled, trembling violently. Initially reluctant to divulge any information, he eventually broke under Zhou Yang's fierce glare and a few threats, spilling the truth. It turned out he was a peripheral member of the mysterious force, tasked with disseminating the letters. He did not know who the mastermind was, only that he acted on orders and would receive a handsome reward upon completion of the task. From the black-robed man, Lin Yu and Zhou Yang retrieved several letters and contact information, but the details were quite limited, leaving their trail at a dead end. Meanwhile, Duo made a breakthrough in analyzing the letter's energy. He discovered that although the dark energy on the letters was faint, it held a subtle connection to the dark energy sensed during a previous attack in a border city. After repeated calculations and comparisons, he pinpointed a mysterious valley located on the border of the Xinglua Empire. Without delay, Lin Yu and the others hastened to the mysterious valley. The valley was shrouded in eerie mist, surrounded by grotesque rocks, and the silence was haunting, interrupted only by the occasional whisper of the wind, reminiscent of ghostly wails. They proceeded cautiously, when suddenly, a throng of shadowy figures surged forth from all directions, encircling them. These shadows were members of a mysterious force, each wielding weapons, their eyes glinting with malevolence. "Fools, you have walked into your own demise. Today marks your end," the leader of the shadows sneered. As the battle intensified, despite their overwhelming numbers, the members of the mysterious force found themselves outmatched by the seamless cooperation and formidable strength of Lin Yu and his companions, gradually gaining the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu concentrated the chaotic energy and unleashed a devastating strike towards the leader of the shadows. Caught off guard, the shadow was struck by the chaotic force and collapsed, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this, the remaining shadows were thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions to flee. Lin Yu and his companions chose not to pursue and instead ventured deeper into the valley. At the end of the valley, they stumbled upon a concealed stronghold hidden within a cave. Inside, an array of dark magical artifacts was displayed, alongside documents detailing the plans of the mysterious force. Through these documents, they unveiled the true identity of the mastermind, a once revered soul master who had been ostracized by the major factions for practicing dark magic, harboring a grudge ever since. He had colluded with the mysterious force, aiming to dismantle the Continental Council and plunge the Douluo continent into chaos, seeking revenge in the process. Through their collective efforts, the Continental Council was finally established. In the Grand Hall, representatives from various factions across the Douluo continent gathered, the atmosphere both solemn and fervent. Lin Yu stood upon the stage, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he spoke slowly. Today, the Continental Council is established, marking a significant step towards peace and prosperity for the Douluo continent. We must unite and protect this land, ensuring that the forces of darkness find no opportunity to prevail. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Following the establishment of the Continental Council, a series of policies and regulations aimed at maintaining peace across the continent were swiftly formulated. A joint defense mechanism was established, enabling rapid response from all factions in the event of external invasions or disturbances from dark forces. An arbitration court was instituted to resolve conflicts fairly and equitably, preventing escalation, and efforts were made to promote communication and collaboration among Soul Masters, sharing insights and resources to enhance the overall strength of Soul Masters throughout the Douluo continent. Lin Yu and his companions remained industrious, becoming core members of the Continental Council, actively participating in decision-making and execution of various matters. Utilizing his chaotic power and acute insight into the situation, Lin Yu provided strategic counsel to the council. Zhou Yang was tasked with training and commanding the joint defense forces to bolster their combat capabilities. Duo dedicated himself to the development of new weaponry and mechanisms, enhancing their defensive strength, while Su Yao devoted her efforts to building a medical system, ensuring timely treatment for injured Soul Masters. Through their relentless endeavors, the Douluo continent experienced an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. In the cities, Soul Masters coexisted harmoniously with ordinary citizens, trade flourished, and the economy thrived. In the academies, young Soul Masters diligently honed their skills, filled with hope. In the countryside, the populace enjoyed a life of contentment and happiness. Yet Lin Yu understood that the dark forces would not relent. They must remain vigilant at all times, continuously enhancing their strength to safeguard the hard-won peace. One day, Lin Yu ventured alone to the back mountain of the academy, a place where he often practiced and contemplated. He gazed at the distant sky, his heart brimming with myriad reflections. From the initial confrontation with enigmatic forces to the current establishment of the Continental Council, the journey has been fraught with countless hardships. He is acutely aware that the road ahead remains long and the challenges numerous. However, as long as everyone unites in purpose, no obstacle is insurmountable. Lin Yu, a voice from behind, belonging to Zhou Yang, interrupts, stating that everyone is searching for him as the council has new matters to discuss. Chapter 27. The underlying currents of a new crisis. On this day, Lin Yu, as usual, was engaged in affairs within the council hall, reviewing proposals regarding the allocation of resources for Soul Master cultivation and the protection of Soul Beast habitats. Suddenly, the tranquility of the hall was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Su Yao entered, her expression fraught with anxiety, clutching a confidential letter in her hand. Lin Yu, we have just received urgent intelligence from a town on the outskirts of the Douluo forest. Lin Yu's heart tightened as he took the letter and swiftly unfolded it for reading. The correspondence revealed that recent anomalies had emerged around the Douluo forest. Once docile low-tier soul beasts had become restless and frequently attacked villagers encroaching upon the forest. Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen mysterious individuals clad in peculiar garments lurking near the forest, exuding an eerie aura that sent shivers down their spines. It seemed the days of tranquility were drawing to a close. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and passed the letter to Zhou Yang and Duo beside him. After reading it, Zhou Yang abruptly rose, instinctively tightening his grip on his earth-rending battle axe. What are these fiends up to now? The Douluo forest is a vital habitat for soul beasts on the Douluo continent. Any disturbances could disrupt the entire ecological balance. Duo adjusted his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, given the current situation, these mysterious individuals may very well be intricately linked to the previous dark forces. They likely seek to exploit the soul beasts to incite chaos, thereby undermining the peace established by the Continental Council. Su Yao, her face tinged with concern, softly inquired, what should we do? The Douluo forest is vast and teeming with various soul beasts. Recklessly entering for an investigation could trigger an even greater crisis. Lin Yu inhaled deeply and replied slowly, we cannot remain idle. Su Yao, immediately contact the towns surrounding the Douluo forest and organize the residents to take defensive measures while preparing a medical team on standby. Zhou Yang, select a cadre of elite members from the Joint Defense Forces to accompany me to investigate the Douluo forest. Duo, remain at the council to continue analyzing the existing intelligence. seeking any further clues regarding these enigmatic figures. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded with their tasks. Lin Yu and Zhou Yang swiftly led the joint defense forces to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. An atmosphere of tension pervaded the town, residents remained indoors, and the streets lay desolate. Lin Yu approached the local mayor, inquiring in detail about the recent occurrences. The mayor, visibly shaken, recounted, "Those soul beasts have gone mad. Just yesterday, several hundred-year-old soul beasts invaded the village. Had it not been for the valiant resistance of a few young soul masters, the consequences would have been dire. Moreover, I heard from some audacious hunters that they spotted individuals in the depths of the forest manipulating strange lights, seemingly commanding the soul beasts with incantations." Lin Yu and Zhou Yang exchanged a solemn glance, both aware that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. That evening, they cautiously led their troops into the starry forest. The moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the ground. The surroundings were eerily silent, interrupted only by the occasional, spine-chilling growl of a soul beast. Suddenly, a subtle rustling emanated from the thicket ahead. Lin Yu promptly signaled for the troops to halt, activating his chaotic omniscient spirit eye to vigilantly survey the area. Before them emerged a colossal thousand-year soul beast, its eyes aglow with a blood-red luminescence, radiating a frenzied aura that indicated it had succumbed to madness. "Everyone, be cautious. This soul beast is under control," Lin Yu shouted. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-shattering battle axe and charged forward, his formidable strength causing the very air around him to vibrate. Members of the Joint Defense Force unleashed their soul techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. This thousand-year soul beast was immensely powerful, rendering ordinary soul techniques nearly ineffective against it. Observing the dire situation, Lin Yu concentrated his chaotic energy and unleashed a chaotic impact, the potent force striking the soul beast and pushing it back several paces. The beast roared in fury and lunged at Lin Yu, just as it was about to pounce. Zhou Yang surged in from the side, intercepting the beast's assault with his axe. "Lin Yu, I'll hold it off. You look for a chance to break its control," Zhou Yang bellowed. Lin Yu nodded, focusing intently as he used his chaotic omniscient spirit eye to search for traces of control within the soul beast. At last, he discerned a thread of black energy pulsating within the beast, the very essence that governed its mind. Lin Yu amassed his chaotic energy, cautiously infiltrating the creature's body to sever the dark strands. Under the onslaught of his chaotic energy, the black threads began to dissipate, and the beast's frenzied aura gradually subsided. Ultimately, with the final remnants of the black energy vanishing, the soul beast returned to its senses. It regarded Lin Yu and Zhou Yang briefly before turning and retreating into the depths of the forest. With the soul beast resolved, Lin Yu and his companions ventured deeper into the woods. In a clearing, they uncovered peculiar symbols and marks, remnants of some arcane ritual. Qian Duo relayed a message through a long-distance communication device, revealing that after thorough analysis of previous intelligence, he discovered these symbols were linked to an ancient dark summoning technique capable of subjugating soul beasts' minds and transforming them into instruments of warfare. It appears our suspicions were correct. These enigmatic figures intend to harness soul beasts to forge a formidable army against the Continental Council, Lin Yu remarked gravely. At that moment, a throng of controlled soul beasts surged forth, encircling them. The sheer number of these beasts, ranging from 100-year to 1,000-year entities, rendered their predicament increasingly precarious. Lin Yu and his comrades quickly formed a back-to-back defensive stance, bracing themselves for the impending battle. Zhou Yang unleashed a fierce roar, channeling all his might as he wielded the earth-shattering battle axe with ferocity, each strike repelling multiple soul beasts. Lin Yu continuously unleashed the chaotic power, disrupting the movements of the soul beasts and creating opportunities for his teammates to strike. The members of the United Defense Force displayed unwavering bravery, synchronizing their efforts and employing their specialized soul skills to engage in a fierce battle with the soul beasts. The combat raged on throughout the night, and Lin Yu and his companions gradually felt their strength waning. Just as they were on the brink of despair, a resounding cry of a phoenix echoed through the sky. They looked up to see a magnificent fire phoenix descending, revealing that Su Yao had arrived. Su Yao employed her formidable healing and enhancement skills to restore Lin Yu and the others' stamina and soul power, simultaneously repelling some of the soul beasts with the flames of the phoenix. Bolstered by Su Yao's support, Lin Yu and his companions regained their composure and concentrated their strength to launch a fierce assault in the direction of a gap in the encirclement. After a grueling struggle, they finally succeeded in breaking free from the clutches of the soul beasts. After a brief respite, they continued their pursuit of the mysterious figure, following the clues deeper into the forest. There, they discovered a secret stronghold hidden within a cave, from which strange sounds emanated. Cautiously, they approached the stronghold, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, upon entering, they found it deserted, with only some still-burning magical circles and neatly arranged dark magical artifacts. It was evident that the mysterious figure had sensed their arrival and evacuated in advance. Just as Lin Yu and his companions were feeling disheartened, Zhou Yang stumbled upon a tattered ancient tome in a corner. The tome detailed the dark summoning arts and the next steps of the mysterious force. It revealed their plan to initiate a large-scale dark summoning ritual in the heart of the Douluo forest, intending to transform all soul beasts into their puppets before launching an assault on the entire Douluo continent. They could not allow this sinister scheme to succeed. Lin Yu clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. He immediately conferred with Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo to devise a counter-strategy, deciding to locate and thwart the mysterious figure before the ritual commenced. Meanwhile, the Continental Council had also received this news, with various factions expressing their willingness to provide support and assistance. In that moment, the entire Douluo continent sprang into action, united in the defense of this peaceful land. Carrying the hopes of many, Lin Yu and his companions embarked on their journey once more, fully aware that this battle would determine the fate of the Douluo continent. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, they vowed not to retreat. After several days and nights of tracking and investigation, Lin Yu and his companions finally located the mysterious figure's trail in the heart of the Douluo forest. The stronghold was protected by a formidable dark magical barrier, impervious to ordinary attacks. Lin Yu activated his chaotic vision, meticulously examining the structure of the magical barrier in search of a solution. After thorough research, he discovered that the energy source of the barrier was a mysterious mineral known as dark crystal. By destroying these dark crystals, they could breach the magical barrier. Thus, Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo split into 4 groups to locate the dark crystals. During their search, they encountered relentless obstacles posed by the mysterious force. Members of the enigmatic force wielded various dark magics in a desperate attempt to obstruct their advance. Yet, Lin Yu and his companions remained undaunted. With their formidable strength and seamless cooperation, they repeatedly breached the enemy's defenses. At last, Lin Yu discovered the location of the dark crystal, channeling the power of chaos. He unleashed a devastating strike upon the dark crystal. With a resounding explosion, the dark crystal was successfully obliterated, and the magical barrier dissipated in its wake. Lin Yu and his allies surged into the stronghold, engaging in a final confrontation with the mysterious force. The leader of this arcane faction was a soul master clad in a flowing black robe, his visage concealed behind a grotesque mask that obscured his true identity. He regarded Lin Yu and his companions with a chilling smile, declaring, "Do you believe you can thwart me? Today marks your demise. The entire Douluo continent shall tremble under my dark dominion." The battle was fiercely intense, with both sides exchanging blows, neither yielding an inch. The mysterious leader possessed formidable power, his dark magic enigmatic and unpredictable, imposing immense pressure upon Lin Yu and his companions. Nevertheless, bolstered by unwavering conviction and indomitable will, they refused to falter. In a pivotal moment of the conflict, Lin Yu suddenly grasped a new dimension of the chaotic power. He flawlessly merged this chaotic energy with his own soul power, manifesting a novel soul skill, chaotic annihilation. A torrent of potent energy enveloped the battlefield, rendering the mysterious leader diminutive in its presence. As the force of chaotic annihilation erupted, the leader emitted a wretched scream, his form gradually dissipating into the ether. Witnessing their leader's demise, the members of the mysterious force scattered in terror. Lin Yu and his allies successfully thwarted the nefarious machinations of the enigmatic faction, safeguarding the peace of the Douluo continent. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and his companions tirelessly endeavored for the continued peace and prosperity of the Douluo continent. They championed the implementation of a soul beast protection plan, fortifying the guardianship of the Douluo forest. Concurrently, they took an active role in nurturing a new generation of soul masters, infusing the continent with renewed vigor for its future. One day, Lin Yu stood upon the balcony of the council hall, gazing at the distant, thriving city and tranquil countryside, his heart brimming with reflections. He understood that the future of the Douluo continent was fraught with challenges, yet he believed that as long as they united in purpose, nothing could impede their progress. "Lin Yu, a new task awaits," came Zhou Yang's voice from behind. Lin Yu turned, meeting Zhou Yang's gaze, and offered a faint smile. "Very well, let us embark. The peace of the Douluo continent demands our unwavering guardianship." With that, the two strode side by side towards the council hall, ready to embrace the new challenges ahead. Chapter 28. the mysterious summons of the ancient ruins having successfully thwarted the mysterious forces' scheme to exploit soul beasts and wreak havoc upon the Douluo continent. Lin Yu and his companions did not bask in tranquility for long. The daily affairs of the continent's council remained burdensome, with a plethora of proposals, dispute resolutions, and vigilance against potential threats consuming much of their time. However, a letter from the far northern reaches of the Douluo continent shattered this brief calm once more. This missive was penned by an old soul master residing in the extreme north, detailing the emergence of peculiar celestial phenomena. Every night, mysterious runes flickered across the sky, seemingly guiding towards a certain direction. Remarkably, ancient ruins have begun to emerge on the ice fields of the far north, subtly emanating powerful and mysterious energy fluctuations. In a letter, the Elder Soul Master expressed his concern that these phenomena may be connected to the resurgence of some ancient evil force, urging the Continental Council to send individuals for investigation. After reading the letter, Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation. Zhou Yang leaned closer, curiosity etched on his face, and inquired, "Lin Yu, the far north has always been enigmatic. What new developments have arisen this time?" Lin Yu lifted his gaze, his expression grave, and replied, "From the descriptions in the letter, this matter is far from simple. Those mysterious runes and ancient ruins likely conceal significant secrets, perhaps even linked to the dark forces we encountered previously." Duo adjusted his glasses, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Ancient ruins. They might house long-lost soul techniques, powerful soul-guiding devices, or precious cultivation resources. This is a rare opportunity for exploration. Su Yao, however, expressed her concerns, but the far north is fraught with peril, with icy landscapes and formidable soul beasts lurking about. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for us to venture there recklessly? After a moment of reflection, Lin Yu stated, "Danger is indeed present, but we cannot allow fear to deter us. This pertains to the safety of Douluo continent. We must investigate further. Su Yao, you are responsible for preparing supplies and medicines suitable for the extreme cold. Zhou Yang, select a group of robust and powerful members from the Joint Defense Forces. Duo, compile our existing information on the far north and the ancient ruins to see if we can glean any insights beforehand. I will confer with other members of the Continental Council to seek further support." The group accepted their orders and busied themselves accordingly. A few days later, Lin Yu and his companions, equipped with ample supplies and gear, embarked on their journey to the far north. Along the way, they traversed vast plains and dense forests, passing through countless towns and villages. At each stop, Lin Yu would inquire with the local residents about the far north, yet most responses were mere legends and vague descriptions. As they drew closer to the far north, the temperature plummeted, and snowflakes began to dance through the air. The surroundings transformed into a silvery landscape, with the ground blanketed in thick ice. Members of the Joint Defense Forces donned specially crafted cold-resistant garments, yet the biting chill remained palpable. At the edge of the far north, they encountered a blockade of ice attribute soul beasts. These colossal creatures radiated an icy aura, their hostility directed at Lin Yu and his companions for trespassing on their territory. Instantly, Lin Yu and the others assumed battle stances, with Zhou Yang brandishing his earth-splitting battle axe, launching the first assault against the soul beasts. The tremendous force cleaved through the ice, sending shards flying. However, the soul beasts retaliated fiercely, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes towards the group. Lin Yu activated the chaotic all-seeing spirit eye, employing the power of chaos to disrupt the soul beast trajectories. Meanwhile, Su Yao cast healing and enhancement spells from the rear, shielding her teammates from the cold and restoring their stamina. Duo released a variety of projectiles, attempting to penetrate the soul beast's defenses. After a fierce battle, Lin Yu and his companions ultimately repelled the soul beasts and continued their advance into the depths of the far north. The deeper they journeyed, the more treacherous the environment became. The fierce winds, laden with blinding snow, rendered it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. The icy surface beneath their feet had become even more rigid and slick, making each step a daunting challenge. Members of the United Defense Force supported one another as they trudged forward with great difficulty. Suddenly, one of the members lost their footing and plunged into a frozen abyss. The others rushed to the rescue, as Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos to create a warm barrier around the pit, shielding his comrade from frostbite. Zhou Yang, wielding the earth-shatter battle axe, carved a path through the ice, successfully pulling the team member to safety. After several arduous days and nights of trekking, they finally reached the icy expanse alluded to in the letter from the ancient soul master. As night fell, mysterious runes began to flicker in the sky, their radiant glow shifting shapes, as if revealing ancient secrets. Following the direction indicated by the runes, Lin Yu and his companions beheld a colossal iceberg in the distance, where the outlines of ancient structures faintly emerged, emanating waves of enigmatic energy. "It must be there," Lin Yu exclaimed with exhilaration. The group quickened their pace towards the iceberg. Upon nearing it, they discovered a formidable magical barrier of ice encircling the structure, impervious to ordinary attacks. Lin Yu activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye, meticulously examining the barrier's structure in search of a solution. After extensive scrutiny, he discerned that the energy core of the barrier was a massive ice soul crystal. Destroying this crystal would shatter the magical barrier. Consequently, Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo split into 4 directions, embarking on a quest to locate a path to the ice soul crystal. During their search, they encountered a formidable group of guardian soul beasts composed of condensed ice elements, each possessing a range of bizarre ice-based abilities. They relentlessly assaulted Lin Yu and his companions with an array of attacks, including ice shards, ice explosions, and ice prisons. A fierce battle ensued, with Zhou Yang's Earth-Shatter battle axe facing limitations in speed and power due to the ice attacks. Yet, through sheer willpower and extensive combat experience, he repelled the soul beast's advances time and again. Meanwhile, Lin Yu countered with his chaotic powers, discovering that chaos energy had a certain restraining effect on ice energy. He continuously unleashed chaotic impacts, breaking through the soul beast's icy defenses. Su Yao, positioned at the rear, devoted herself to healing spells, ensuring the safety of her teammates, while Duo employed various concealed weapons and mechanical techniques to disrupt the movements of the soul beasts. After a grueling battle, they finally breached the soul beast's defenses and arrived at the site of the ice soul crystal. Lin Yu concentrated his chaotic power and delivered a devastating blow to the crystal. The overwhelming force of chaos collided with the ice soul crystal, triggering a violent explosion. The crystal shattered instantaneously, and the magical barrier dissipated. The group stepped into the ancient ruins, enveloped in an aura of age-old mystery. The walls were inscribed with a multitude of ancient runes and patterns, depicting battles, rituals, and enigmatic ceremonies from a time long past. They proceeded along the corridor, arriving in a vast hall. In the center of the grand hall stood a colossal statue, intricately engraved with complex runes that emanated potent waves of energy. As Lin Yu and his companions approached the statue, a horde of skeletal warriors suddenly surged forth from all directions, brandishing weapons and launching an assault against them. Instantly, Lin Yu and his allies entered a state of combat, engaging in a fierce struggle with the skeletal warriors. However, the sheer number of these relentless foes continued to flood in, threatening to overwhelm them. Realizing that their current predicament was unsustainable, Lin Yu began to meticulously observe his surroundings, seeking a means to break free from this dire situation. Suddenly, he discerned a resemblance between the runes on the statue and the mysterious symbols that had previously appeared in the sky. An idea sparked within him as he activated his chaos vision, channeling the power of chaos to resonate with the runes on the statue. As he infused the statue with this chaotic energy, it began to radiate a blinding light that enveloped the entire hall, reducing the skeletal warriors to ashes under its luminous glow. With the crisis averted, Lin Yu and his companions pressed on to explore the ruins. Deep within the relics, they stumbled upon an ancient tome chronicling a monumental conflict from the distant past, a clash between the forces of darkness and light. The dark forces sought dominion over the entirety of Douluo continent, while the light forces rose in defiance to thwart the dark forces' nefarious ambitions. The leader of the light forces had sealed the dark leader within this very ruin in the far north, establishing numerous traps and protective measures. However, as time wore on, the seal's power waned, allowing the dark forces' presence to seep out, leading to a series of anomalous occurrences in the far north. Realizing the urgency of their situation, Lin Yu and his companions understood that they must reinforce the seal. Otherwise, if the dark forces were to awaken, the Douluo continent would face utter devastation. Following the ancient tome's guidance, they discovered special materials and magical formations within the ruins. Utilizing these resources, they commenced the re-establishment of the seal. Throughout this process, they encountered the lingering remnants of dark forces, which manifested as various phantoms attempting to thwart their efforts. With unwavering determination and formidable strength, Lin Yu and his allies repelled the phantom assaults time and again. After several days and nights of relentless endeavor, they finally succeeded in fortifying the seal. The dark forces' presence dissipated entirely, and tranquility was restored to the far north. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and his companions continued their pursuit of peace and prosperity across the Douluo continent. They delved into the knowledge contained within the ancient tome, reviving and passing down lost soul techniques and magic to the new generation of soul masters. Simultaneously, they actively engaged in the affairs of the Continental Council, strategizing solutions to the myriad challenges faced by Douluo continent. Yet, Lin Yu understood that the path to peace was still fraught with challenges. Although the dark forces were temporarily sealed, their residual power might still lurk in some hidden corner, biding its time for an opportunity to rise again. He and his comrades had to remain ever vigilant, continually enhancing their strength to safeguard the land they cherished. One day, standing on the balcony of the council hall, Lin Yu gazed into the distance at the vast expanse of Douluo continent, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He was acutely aware that future adventures awaited them, and they would never waver. Lin Yu, are you contemplating the challenges ahead once more? Zhou Yang's voice resonated from behind. Lin Yu turned around, gazing at Zhou Yang with a faint smile. Indeed, the peace of Douluo continent requires our constant vigilance. The road ahead is long, yet I firmly believe we shall persevere. With that, the two comrades entered the council hall side by side, ready to embrace new tasks and challenges. Chapter 29. The Surge of Abyssal Shadows. On this day, Lin Yu was engaged in discussions within the council hall concerning the long-term strategy for the harmonious coexistence of spirit beasts and humans when suddenly, a sharp alarm shattered the tranquility. A messenger, visibly agitated, rushed in, clutching an urgent report. A massive spirit beast uprising has erupted along the southern border of the Star Luo Empire, seemingly driven by an enigmatic force. Their aggression is formidable, and several villages have already fallen victim to attacks. Lin Yu took the report, his expression swiftly turning grave after a brief review. It appears that our tranquil days are about to be disrupted once more. Zhou Yang slammed his fist onto the table, exclaiming, "These wretches, what chaos are they instigating now? We failed to eradicate them last time in the extreme north, and they dare to wreak havoc again." Duo adjusted his spectacles, contemplating, from the intelligence. This is likely the machination of dark forces. They are never content with failure and will resort to any means to sow discord. Su Yao's eyes brimmed with concern. What about the people at the border? We must devise a plan swiftly. Lin Yu promptly issued orders. Su Yao, organize a medical team to head to the border. Ready to assist the injured, Zhou Yang, assemble the joint defense forces. We shall proceed to the border immediately. Duo. Remain in the council and utilize our existing intelligence network to gather as much information as possible regarding this spirit beast uprising and analyze who is truly behind it. The group sprang into action. Lin Yu and Zhou Yang led the joint defense forces at a rapid pace toward the southern border of the Star Luo Empire. The scene before them was harrowing. The villages lay in ruins, and the populace fled in terror, their cries and wails echoing through the air. Hordes of spirit beasts rampaged through the fields and villages, their eyes gleaming with a sinister red light, clearly devoid of reason. Everyone, heed my command. Protect the civilians and repel the spirit beasts. Zhou Yang shouted, brandishing his earth-splitting battle axe as he charged into the throng of spirit beasts. His overwhelming strength pushed back the surrounding beasts, yet they surged forth in relentless waves. Lin Yu activated the Chaos All-Seeing Eye, harnessing chaotic energy to disrupt the movements of the spirit beasts. He discerned that each beast was entwined with a faint thread of dark energy, which was controlling them. As Lin Yu unleashed chaotic power against the spirit beasts, he sought the source of the dark energy. Amidst the turmoil, he noticed a figure in a black cloak standing atop a distant hill, wielding a black wand and chanting incantations, continuously channeling dark energy into the spirit beasts. Lin Yu dashed toward the cloaked figure, with Zhou Yang closely trailing behind to ensure his safety. The cloaked figure, noticing Lin Yu and Zhou Yang approaching, sneered. "You think you can stop me with such feeble attempts? You are sorely mistaken." As he spoke, he waved his wand, summoning a swarm of shadowy figures that lunged toward Lin Yu and Zhou Yang. These phantoms were elusive and swift, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. A fierce battle ensued between Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, and the shadows. Lin Yu unleashed a chaotic impact, repelling the shadows one by one. However, they continued to surge forth relentlessly, overwhelming them. Zhou Yang roared, "Lin Yu, I'll hold these shadows at bay. You confront that figure in the black robe." With that, he exerted all his strength, wielding his earth-shattering battle axe with such ferocity that it formed an impenetrable shield against the shadow's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu charged toward the cloaked figure, gathering chaotic energy as he closed in, delivering a powerful chaotic slash. The black-robed figure hastily swung his wand to defend, and the collision of dark energy and chaotic force erupted in a violent explosion. The force of the chaotic slash pushed the figure back several steps, a flicker of terror crossing his face. "How can you possess such formidable power?" he stammered. Lin Yu replied coldly, "Your schemes will not succeed. Reveal the mastermind behind this." The cloaked figure suddenly erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "You think I'll divulge anything? Dream on. Do you believe that thwarting me will grant you peace? The true crisis has only just begun." With that, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and vanished. Lin Yu and his companions resolved to pursue this lead. They followed the direction in which the figure had disappeared, arriving at a mysterious dark forest. The air was thick with fog, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the occasional chilling cry. Cautiously advancing, they were suddenly besieged by a pack of dark magic wolves emerging from all sides. These enormous wolves were engulfed in black flames, their eyes glowing a blood red, exuding aggression. Lin Yu and his comrades immediately assumed battle stances, with Zhou Yang striking first with his earth-shattering battle axe, repelling several of the wolves with his immense strength. Yet, the number of dark magic wolves was overwhelming, and they relentlessly attacked, their black flames threatening to engulf the group. Lin Yu activated his chaotic omniscient eye, observing the wolves' attack patterns and discerning their vulnerabilities amidst their ferocity. He concentrated chaotic energy and unleashed a chaotic vortex, drawing the surrounding wolves into its swirling depths. Su Yao positioned behind, cast healing and enhancement spells to shield her teammates from the dark flames' damage, while Duo launched various hidden projectiles to disrupt the wolves' movements. After a fierce struggle, Lin Yu and his companions finally managed to repel the dark magic wolves. They pressed deeper into the forest, and in its heart, they discovered an ancient castle. The castle's grand doors were tightly shut, exuding a powerful aura of darkness. As Lin Yu and his companions cautiously approached, the doors creaked open, and a cloud of black smoke billowed forth. Emerging from the smoke was a group of individuals clad in black robes, led by a tall man adorned with a golden mask, obscuring his true visage. The man coldly regarded Lin Yu and his companions. "You actually followed me here. It seems you are quite persistent." Unfazed, Lin Yu declared, "Whatever your schemes may be, we shall not allow you to succeed. Speak of your purpose and the mastermind behind it." The man erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Curious to know? Then defeat us first." With a wave of his hand, the cloaked figures unleashed dark magic, launching an assault upon Lin Yu and his companions. The dark energy surged like a tidal wave, forming various shadowy weapons and illusions that charged towards them. Lin Yu and his allies swiftly retaliated. Zhou Yang summoned all his might, the radiant light of his earth-splitting battle axe clashing with the dark energy. Lin Yu wielded the power of chaos, continuously fending off and countering the dark sorcery, while Su Yao unleashed her healing and enhancement spells to ensure her comrade's safety. Duo employed an array of mechanical arts and hidden weapons to disrupt the enemy's onslaught. The cloaked figures, witnessing their struggle, revealed expressions of sheer terror. The leading man's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated their ability to unravel their dark magic. However, this is still far from enough, he exclaimed as he suddenly removed his mask, unveiling a grotesque visage, a mysterious black rune shimmering ominously upon his forehead. With the emergence of the rune, his power surged dramatically, an overwhelming dark aura enveloping him. The man charged at Lin Yu, invoking a formidable dark forbidden technique. The energy coalesced in his hands into a massive black scythe, aimed at Lin Yu. Sensing an immense threat, Lin Yu focused his mind, amplifying the chaotic energy to its zenith, conjuring a chaos shield to withstand the man's assault. The scythe struck the shield, resonating with violent tremors, fissures appearing across the protective barrier. Seeing this, Zhou Yang rushed forth, intercepting the man's attack with his battle axe. "Lin Yu, I'm here to assist you." Su Yao and Duo intensified their offensive, attempting to divert the man's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu gathered the chaotic power, unleashing the cataclysm of chaos, a torrent of energy surging towards the man. In terror, he beheld the overwhelming force of the cataclysm, but it was too late to evade. With a blood-curdling scream, he was struck by the chaotic energy, his form gradually dissipating. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the other cloaked figures scattered in panic. Lin Yu and his companions stormed into the castle, discovering crucial documents and intelligence regarding the abyssal organization in the basement. The files chronicled the origins, objectives, and future plans of the abyssal organization, revealing them to be a collective of soul masters corrupted by dark forces, intent on opening the abyssal gate to unleash malevolent powers upon the Douluo continent and establish dominion over it. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu and his allies traversed far and wide, organizing and training a united force, gathering intelligence on the abyssal organization, and seeking methods to counteract the abyssal power. They understood that an unprecedented battle loomed, one that would determine the fate of the Douluo continent. Yet, Lin Yu and his companions remained undaunted, firmly believing that as long as they stood united, they could conquer the darkness and safeguard the peace and prosperity of their land. One day, Lin Yu stood atop the council hall, gazing into the distance at the Douluo continent, his heart brimming with reflection. From an insignificant pawn to a stalwart guardian of the continent, his journey had been fraught with countless trials and tribulations. Yet he harbored no regrets. For this land and its people were worthy of his very life to protect. Lin Yu, everyone is waiting for you. The battle conference is about to commence. Came Zhou Yang's voice from behind. Lin Yu turned around, gazing at Zhou Yang with a faint smile. Very well, let us proceed. This time, we shall eradicate the dark forces once and for all. With that, the two comrades strode into the assembly hall, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. Chapter 30. The storm before dawn. In an urgent assembly of the Continental Council, Lin Yu and his allies laid bare the threat posed by the Abyss organization. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense. Representatives from various factions bore grave expressions, acutely aware that the impending crisis was unprecedented. According to the intelligence we gathered from the castle, Lin Yu stated solemnly, pointing at the expansive map of Douluo continent. The Abyss organization plans to open a portal to the Abyss near the Lake of Life, the very heart of our continent. Should the Abyssal forces infiltrate, the consequences would be dire. A representative from the Tiando Empire furrowed his brow and rose, exclaiming, "What are we waiting for? Let us immediately assemble our forces and strike at their stronghold." Zhou Yang scoffed, "It is not that simple. The Abyss organization has lurked in the shadows for years and has undoubtedly laid numerous traps. If we act recklessly, we will fall right into their hands." Qian Duo adjusted his glasses and added, "Our understanding of the abyssal power is still limited. We must first ascertain how to combat it to have any chance of victory. I propose we dispatch a reconnaissance team to probe the vicinity of the Lake of Life and ascertain the enemy's arrangements." After a vigorous discussion, the council ultimately decided to adopt Qian Duo's suggestion. Lin Yu volunteered to lead an elite reconnaissance team of skilled soul masters to secretly approach the Lake of Life. Upon their arrival near the Lake of Life, they were met with an eerie silence. The once vibrant waters were now murky and foul, shrouded in a sinister black mist that exuded a nauseating stench. The surrounding trees stood withered and lifeless, flowers and grasses devoid of vitality, as if the entire world had been consumed by darkness. "Proceed with caution," Lin Yu whispered to his comrades. "Everything here exudes an unsettling aura. The Abyss organization may have already sensed our presence." The team advanced cautiously when, suddenly, a sharp, piercing shriek shattered the stillness. Countless black insects surged forth from all directions. These grotesque creatures were of considerable size, akin to a human hand, their wings glimmering ominously, and their razor-sharp mandibles appeared capable of rending anything asunder. "It's the abyssal insects," a team member exclaimed in terror. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, activating his chaos all-seeing eye, channeling the power of chaos into his hands. "Back to back, everyone. Stay calm," he commanded loudly, unleashing a chaotic storm that swept the surrounding insects into the air. Lin Yu discerned that these insects seemed to be controlled by some unseen force, their attacks exhibiting clear intent and strategy. Focusing his mind, he utilized the chaos energy to sense the surrounding energy fluctuations, finally detecting the hidden puppeteer, a cloaked abyssal mage lurking in the shadows. "Zhou Yang, cover me," Lin Yu shouted, charging toward the abyssal mage. Understanding his intent, Zhou Yang immediately swung his battle axe, carving a path for Lin Yu. Lin Yu unleashed the chaos impact, and the tremendous energy struck the abyss mage instantaneously. The abyss mage let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground, causing the demonic insects to lose their command and descend into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the team launched an assault, successfully annihilating all the demonic insects. With the crisis averted, Lin Yu and his companions pressed onward. By the shores of the Lake of Life, they stumbled upon a colossal dark altar, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes that radiated formidable dark energy. Surrounding the altar, a cadre of Abyss organization members busily arranged various magical formations. "This is the place," Lin Yu murmured. "They are poised to open the Abyss gate. We must halt them at once." Just as they prepared to launch their surprise attack, a multitude of Abyss warriors surged forth from the surroundings. These warriors, towering and clad in black armor, wielded weapons that shimmered with a ghostly light, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Kill!" roared the leading Abyss warrior, rallying his comrades to charge at Lin Yu and his team. They quickly assumed battle stances, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the enemy. The Abyss warriors were formidable, their attacks sharp and ruthless, and their coordination impeccable. Despite Lin Yu and his allies' valiant resistance, the relentless tide of enemies began to encircle them. The Chaos Blade, razor-sharp, effortlessly sliced through the armor of the Abyss warriors, causing many to fall. Zhou Yang also summoned all his strength, wielding the earth-splitting battle axe with ferocity. Each strike sent multiple foes staggering back. However, the continuous reinforcements from the Abyss organization turned the tide increasingly against Lin Yu and his companions. Just as they teetered on the brink of despair, a resounding phoenix cry echoed from the heavens. Everyone looked up to see Su Yao descending majestically on a colossal fire phoenix. Lin Yu, we are here to support you, Su Yao called out boldly. The fire phoenix unleashed a torrent of flames, repelling the surrounding Abyss warriors. Su Yao cast healing and enhancement spells, rejuvenating Lin Yu and his companions with vitality and soul power. With Su Yao's assistance, Lin Yu and his allies regained their resolve. They concentrated their might and launched a fierce assault on the Dark Altar. After a grueling struggle, they finally breached the enemy's defenses. Arriving at the foot of the Dark Altar, the leader of the Abyss organization stood atop the altar, coldly regarding Lin Yu and his companions. Do you think you can stop me? Such navet. Today marks the doom of Douluo continent. With that, he raised his hands high, chanting incantations. As the runes on the Dark Altar blazed with brilliance, a surge of potent abyssal power beginning to flow. Lin Yu understood that they had reached a critical juncture of life and death. He focused his mind, amplifying the chaotic power to its zenith, unleashing the chaos annihilation. A torrent of formidable energy surged toward the leader of the Abyss organization. The leader, eyes wide with terror at the oncoming power of chaos annihilation, attempted to defend himself. But it was too late. With a horrific scream, he was struck by the chaotic force, his body instantly turning to ash. Yet, the abyssal power emanating from the Dark Altar did not wane. Rather, it intensified in its ferocity. It became apparent that the leader had activated the altar's final ritual in his dying moments, and the Abyss Gate was on the verge of opening. Lin Yu and his comrades rushed towards the Dark Altar, striving to halt the progression of the ritual. However, they soon discovered that the magical array surrounding the Dark Altar was exceedingly powerful, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective. Duo swiftly produced an array of tools and commenced an analysis of the magical structure. After a thorough investigation, he finally identified the array's vulnerability. Lin Yu, I have found the method to break it, he exclaimed. Use your chaotic power to strike at the core of the magical array, and I shall assist you. Lin Yu nodded, concentrating his chaotic energy to launch an assault on the heart of the array. Meanwhile, Duo employed various mechanisms to disrupt the array's operation. Through their coordinated efforts, a flaw finally emerged in the magical formation. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu intensified his attack. The chaotic energy sliced through the array's defenses like a sharp blade. The runes upon the Dark Altar gradually dimmed, and the power of the Abyss began to dissipate. At last, in a moment of critical urgency, Lin Yu and his companions successfully thwarted the opening of the Abyssal Gate. The Douluo continent was momentarily freed from peril, and a collective sigh of relief resonated among them. Standing before the Dark Altar, Lin Yu gazed at the rejuvenating life lake, his heart overwhelmed with emotion. Though they had emerged victorious from this battle, he knew that the Abyssal organization would not relent. More challenges awaited them in the future. As the group embarked on their journey homeward, their silhouettes elongated in the warm glow of the setting sun. After enduring such a harrowing crisis, the Douluo continent was poised to welcome a new dawn. Chapter 31. The Secrets of the Shattered Void. In the center of the hall, Lin Yu stood resolutely, his voice slightly hoarse yet unwavering. We have thwarted the Abyssal organization's scheme, but they will undoubtedly return. We must deliberate carefully and enhance our strength, seeking a definitive method to eradicate them. Representatives from the major factions nodded in agreement, though their faces reflected concern. Elevating their power was no simple task, especially with the Abyssal organization lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in uproar. This is merely an ethereal legend, challenged an Elder Soul Master representative. Even if the Shattered Void truly exists, how would we pursue it? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yu replied, even if there exists but a glimmer of hope, we cannot abandon it. Duo, please elaborate on what you have discovered. Zhou Yang slammed his hand on the table, declaring, what is there to fear? For the future of the Douluo continent, we must brave the dangers ahead. Though Su Yao appeared apprehensive, she resolutely nodded in agreement. I will accompany you. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Mirage Abyss, a powerful temporal turbulence surged toward them, seemingly intent on devouring everything. The surrounding space warped and transformed, occasionally revealing bizarre lights and shadows, accompanied by eerie sounds that sent shivers down their spines. Everyone, be cautious, Lin Yu warned. The temporal dynamics here are exceedingly unstable. We must maintain close contact and avoid scattering. The group nodded in unison, cautiously stepping into the abyss. As they entered, they were immediately engulfed by a temporal storm. A ferocious wind, imbued with tremendous power, tossed them about haphazardly. Lin Yu activated his chaotic omniscient eye, attempting to discern a pattern within the storm, but found that the temporal dynamics here were completely erratic. Lin Yu, this cannot continue. We must devise a way to stabilize ourselves. Zhou Yang bellowed, firmly clutching his earth-splitting battle axe, attempting to withstand the tempest with sheer force, yet his efforts proved futile. Su Yao immediately invoked her healing abilities, enveloping everyone in a protective shield to fend off the storm's onslaught. Duo produced his invention, the temporal stabilizer, seeking to adjust the surrounding fluctuations in time and space. Through their collective endeavor, they managed to stabilize their positions momentarily. However, before they could catch their breath, a horde of phantasmic creatures materialized ahead. These entities were ethereal, at times transforming into ferocious soul beasts, at other moments morphing into terrifying demons, clawing and snapping at them. These are temporal phantoms, formed from the chaotic currents of the abyss, Duo exclaimed. Conventional attacks are ineffective. We must locate their core. Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos, scrutinizing the phantoms, and discerned that their cores were concealed within their illusory forms, glimmering faintly. He concentrated his chaotic energy and unleashed a chaos-piercing strike, accurately striking the core of one phantom, causing it to dissipate instantly. Seeing this, Zhou Yang discovered his method of attack. He wielded his earth-splitting battle axe, channeling immense strength to cleave through the phantoms and strike their cores. The other team members followed suit, and after a grueling battle, they finally repelled the phantoms. They ventured deeper into the abyss, encountering a plethora of bizarre phenomena and perils along the way. At times, they would find themselves ensnared in pockets of temporal stasis, unable to move. At other instances, they barely escaped being consumed by spatial rifts. Yet, they remained undeterred, supporting one another as they pressed onward. In the depths of the abyss, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The entrance to the ruin was tightly sealed, covered in enigmatic runes that emanated powerful energy fluctuations. Lin Yu and his companions approached, attempting to decipher the meaning of the runes. Duo retrieved his portable rune analyzer, collaborating with Lin Yu to unravel their significance. After considerable effort, they finally interpreted the rune's message. To breach the void, one must seek the 3 sacred artifacts, merging the power of time and space to unlock the divine portal. 3 sacred artifacts? What are these artifacts, and where shall we seek them? Su Yao inquired, puzzled. Just then, the entrance of the ruin began to creak open, and an ancient, mysterious aura washed over them. Cautiously, they entered the ruin, revealing a vast hall, at the center of which stood a stone pedestal engraved with a map, marking 3 locations. It appears this is the map for locating the 3 sacred artifacts, Lin Yu proclaimed excitedly. Let us split up and hasten our search for the artifacts. Following the map's guidance, Lin Yu set off towards the eastern mysterious valley. Zhou Yang ventured into the western ancient forest, while Su Yao and Duo headed south to the frozen wasteland. Upon reaching the mysterious valley, Lin Yu was enveloped in thick mist, surrounded by an eerie silence. He treaded carefully, when suddenly, a deep roar echoed ahead. A colossal guardian beast emerged before him, its form mountainous, radiating an overwhelming energy. Evidently a protector of one of the sacred artifacts. To claim the artifact, you must first pass my trial. The guardian beast thundered. Lin Yu stood resolute, activating his chaos omniscient eyes to observe the guardian's weaknesses. The guardian beast launched an assault, its colossal claws sweeping towards Lin Yu. With agile movements, Lin Yu evaded the strike, while simultaneously channeling chaotic energy to unleash a chaotic impact. Although the chaotic impact struck the guardian beast, it merely staggered backward a few paces. The creature's defenses were astonishingly resilient, leading Lin Yu to realize that a direct confrontation was unwise. He began to maneuver around the guardian beast, seeking an opportune moment to strike. In an instant, as the guardian beast turned, Lin Yu identified a vulnerability on its back. He concentrated his chaotic energy and executed the chaotic blade, aiming directly at that weak point. The guardian beast emitted a piercing cry, its energy fluctuations diminishing. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu launched another attack and ultimately triumphed over the creature. As the guardian beast vanished, a sacred artifact radiating a gentle glow materialized on the ground, which Lin Yu carefully collected. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang faced numerous challenges within the ancient forest. The terrain was rife with traps and formidable soul beasts. Yet he overcame each obstacle with his formidable strength and indomitable will. In the end, he discovered the second sacred artifact. Su Yao and Duo traversed the frozen lands, enduring numerous perils amid the frigid environment and ferocious ice-type soul beasts. They coordinated effectively, with Su Yao employing her healing skills to resist the cold, while Duo utilized his expertise in mechanisms and concealed weapons to repel the soul beasts, successfully locating the third sacred artifact. "We have succeeded," Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. As the forces of time and space converged, a mysterious portal appeared above the hall, shimmering with strange luminescence, seemingly leading to another realm. "Is this the portal to the Shattered Void?" Zhou Yang gazed at the portal, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yu took a deep breath, stating, "Regardless of what lies ahead, we must venture forth. For the future of Douluo continent, we cannot falter." With that, he stepped into the portal, followed closely by the others. The moment they entered the portal, a powerful force enveloped them, and the scenery around them transformed at a rapid pace, as if they were traversing through time and space. After an indeterminate duration, they arrived in a mysterious realm filled with boundless energy. Strange runes and luminous symbols floated around them, immersing them in the essence of the universe's core. In this enigmatic space, they encountered an elder clad in a flowing white robe. The elder emanated a warm glow, his eyes reflecting infinite wisdom and the weight of ages. "It is indeed a rare feat for you to arrive here," the elder spoke. "I am but a remnant soul of Kanglan, having awaited a fated individual for countless years." Lin Yu and his companions swiftly bowed in respect, and Lin Yu inquired, "Esteemed elder, is this the realm of the Shattered Void? How may we acquire the power of the Shattered Void to combat the Abyssal Organization?" The elder smiled faintly. "The Shattered Void is not merely an enhancement of power, but an understanding of the laws of time and space. Here, you shall undergo a baptism of time, comprehending the essence of these laws. However, this journey is fraught with peril. A moment's negligence could lead to your very souls being scattered. Are you willing to embark on this trial?" Exchanging resolute glances, Lin Yu and the others nodded firmly. "For the peace of Douluo continent, we are willing." The elder nodded in satisfaction, and with a wave of his hand, the energy within the mysterious space began to coalesce, forming torrents of temporal power that surged towards Lin Yu and his companions. A temporal trial that determines the fate of Douluo continent has now commenced. Chapter 32. The interweaving of temporal trials and destiny. As the torrent of temporal power surged forth, Lin Yu and his companions felt an invisible pressure constraining them tightly, each inch of their skin enduring the relentless assault of time and space, as though their very souls were being torn from their corporeal forms. "Steady your minds. Do not let this force disrupt your thoughts," Lin Yu shouted, his voice slightly diminished amidst the chaotic flow of time and space. Yet his unwavering conviction radiated like a beam of light, penetrating the overwhelming pressure to reach his comrades. He summoned the chaotic energy, enveloping himself in a defensive barrier in an attempt to repel the encroaching temporal force. Zhou Yang gripped his earth-shattering battle axe tightly, its blade shimmering with golden light, a manifestation of his martial spirit's full might. "I refuse to be subdued by this wretched temporal realm," he bellowed, standing his ground against the tide of temporal chaos with his formidable physique and indomitable will. Though his garments were drenched in sweat and a grimace of pain crossed his features, the determination in his eyes shone with unwavering resolve. In the center of the group stood Su Yao, exerting her healing powers with all her might. A gentle pink glow enveloped each teammate like a warm shield. Beads of perspiration dotted her forehead as she nearly exhausted her entire soul power to maintain the flow of healing energy, yet she gritted her teeth, driven by a singular belief: her comrades must not come to harm. Duo stood nearby, wielding various contraptions and instruments of his own invention. He tirelessly adjusted parameters, striving to harness the power of technology to counter the enigmatic laws of time and space. His gaze was focused and resolute, the light of intelligence gleaming in his eyes behind his lenses, as he sought patterns and vulnerabilities amidst the tumultuous chaos. Under the onslaught of temporal power, Lin Yu felt as if he were ensnared within a multitude of parallel timelines, bizarre visions flickering before him. At times, the Douluo continent lay shrouded in darkness, its citizens suffering in dire straits. At other moments, he and his companions fought valiantly, only to be vanquished time and again beneath the feet of their foes. And sometimes, he glimpsed worlds unknown, fraught with peril and veiled in mystery. "These are but illusions. Do not be deceived," Lin Yu repeatedly reminded himself. He concentrated, activating the chaotic omniscient eye, striving to discern the essence of the temporal laws amidst the chaotic tapestry of time. Yet, each time he seemed close to grasping the crucial thread, the turbulent flow of time cruelly scattered his focus. Zhou Yang, in his struggle against the temporal forces, found himself ensnared in a deep turmoil. He beheld his past, those battles, failures and setbacks swirling around him like demons in his mind. No, I shall not be defeated by these. He roared once more, as the earth-shattering battle axe erupted with even greater power, the golden light slicing through the surrounding temporal phantoms like a blade. While healing her teammates, Su Yao also endeavored to resist the encroachment of temporal power upon herself. She witnessed her greatest fear, her companions departing one by one. Tears blurred her vision, yet she did not cease her healing hands. I will not allow this to happen. She silently recited in her heart. The healing light grew ever brighter, just as the crowd struggled to endure. The voice of the remnants of the Kanglan soul echoed in their ears. The laws of time and space are infinitely variable. Only with a steadfast heart can one glimpse their mysteries. All that you perceive is but a projection of your inner selves. To conquer oneself is to conquer time and space. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu felt a stirring within. He closed his eyes, casting aside all distractions, and focused entirely on the realm of his inner self. He confronted his fears, worries, and confusion without flinching. Gradually, he sensed a tranquil calm enveloping his heart, as if he had merged with the very fabric of time and space. When he opened his eyes again, an unprecedented brilliance flickered in the chaotic, myriad-eyed essence. He realized that the turbulent currents of time and space surrounding him no longer seemed so daunting. The seemingly chaotic forces now revealed clear patterns and connections to his discerning gaze. He extended his hand, and with a gentle wave, the powers of chaos and time harmonized, successfully calming a portion of the surrounding turmoil. Through their collective efforts, they finally discovered a relatively serene region amid the chaos of time and space. Here, they beheld a colossal vortex swirling with enigmatic runes, hinting at the ultimate secrets of shattering the void. That is the place. Lin Yu pointed towards the vortex. We must enter this whirlpool to truly comprehend the power of breaking the void. Taking a deep breath, the group exchanged glances filled with trust and courage. Hand in hand, they slowly approached the temporal vortex. As they neared, a powerful suction pulled at them, as if threatening to consume them whole. Do not be afraid. Let us unite our strength, Lin Yu shouted, and together they summoned their powers to resist the vortex's pull. After a strenuous struggle, they succeeded in entering the time-space whirlpool. Within the vortex, they experienced an unparalleled force. The laws of time and space here were more intricate and profound, each rune brimming with infinite mysteries. Lin Yu and his companions immersed themselves in the understanding of these laws, continuously absorbing the strength within to enhance their own capabilities. However, just as they were on the cusp of grasping the essence of breaking the void, a shadow suddenly surged from the depths of the vortex. This shadow moved with incredible speed, reaching them in an instant. As they focused, they discovered it was a mysterious powerhouse from the Abyss organization. Did you think that by coming here you could attain the power to shatter the void and triumph over us? Such naivety. The enigmatic figure sneered. Everything here belongs to the Abyss, and you shall all become our sacrifices. With that, the mysterious figure brandished a dark staff, unleashing a formidable dark magic. Black light surged forth like a torrent, overwhelming Lin Yu and his companions in an instant. No, we will not be defeated so easily. Lin Yu roared amidst the darkness, channeling all his chaotic power in an attempt to break free from the shadow's grasp. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo also unleashed their strongest powers, fiercely countering the dark magic. At this critical moment of life and death, Lin Yu suddenly grasped the essence of shattering the void. He seamlessly fused the powers of chaos and time-space, unleashing a novel skill known as the temporal chaos break. The formidable force erupted instantaneously, obliterating the dark magic before it, and sent the enigmatic powerhouse hurtling away. What manner of power is this? The mysterious figure gazed at Lin Yu in terror, his face etched with fear. Lin Yu offered him no respite and executed the temporal chaos break once more. This time, the overwhelming force struck the mysterious figure directly, annihilating him completely. Having triumphed over the enigmatic adversary, Lin Yu and his companions continued to immerse themselves in the comprehension of the laws of time and space. At last, they succeeded in mastering the power to shatter the void, resulting in a profound enhancement of each individual's strength. As they emerged from the vortex of time and space, the entire mysterious realm underwent a dramatic transformation. The once energy-laden space became even brighter and more serene, with the surrounding ruins shimmering with a friendly glow, as if welcoming their return. Congratulations, you have successfully comprehended the power to shatter the void. The voice of the Kanglan remnant soul resonated once more. Now, you possess the strength to combat the Abyss organization, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility. Without pausing for rest, Lin Yu and his companions promptly made their way to the Continental Council. They were determined to relay their experiences in the mysterious realm and the power of void-shattering to the council members and representatives of various factions. Upon hearing their account, everyone felt a surge of excitement and newfound confidence for the future. With the power to shatter the void, we shall undoubtedly eradicate the Abyss organization and restore peace to the Douluo continent, Lin Yu declared resolutely. In the days that followed, Lin Yu and his companions began to harness the power of void shattering to train a united defense force, thereby enhancing the strength of the entire Douluo continent. Simultaneously, they actively sought traces of the Abyss organization, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the Abyss organization became aware of the rise in Lin Yu and his companion's strength and began to secretly plot more insidious schemes. A more intense confrontation was on the horizon for the Douluo continent. Chapter 33: Reconstruction of Peace and the Resurgence of Conspiracy in the Ruins of the City. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick dust, casting its rays upon the scarred earth. Lin Yu stood atop a pile of rubble, surveying the bustling crowd around him, his heart a tumult of emotions. Although they had achieved victory in the fierce battle against the Abyss organization, the scars inflicted upon the city were immeasurable. Rubble lay piled high, once thriving streets now marred by vast fissures, and the collapsed buildings alongside the twisted remnants of soul-guiding devices bore witness to the ferocity of the conflict. Lin Yu, the cleanup is nearly complete. What should we arrange next? Zhou Yang, wielding the earth-splitter axe and covered in dust yet brimming with vitality, approached Lin Yu. Nodding, Zhou Yang turned to relay the orders. At that moment, Su Yao hurried in with the medical team, her face marked by fatigue but her gaze resolute. Lin Yu, the severely injured have stabilized for the most part, but our supply of medical supplies is running critically low and needs urgent replenishment. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Contemplating for a moment before responding, I will contact the Continental Council immediately to request the dispatch of resources. You must ensure the seamless continuation of medical endeavors. For every life is invaluable. In the days to come, the entire city was immersed in the pressing task of reconstruction. Soul masters and citizens alike labored tirelessly. United in purpose, day and night, Lin Yu and his companions led the charge, appearing wherever the danger and hardship were most pronounced. Through their collective efforts, the main thoroughfares were gradually cleared, and a steady stream of supply convoys brought construction materials, medicines, and food into the city. Temporary shelters were erected, providing the populace with a semblance of safety. However, while the reconstruction proceeded in an orderly fashion, the Abyss organization was far from idle. In a shadowy corner of Douluo continent, the remnants of the Abyss organization were covertly gathering. A tall man, exuding an aura of darkness, sat at the forefront. He was the deputy leader, Yi. Our leader is dead, and we cannot simply let this pass. Yi's voice was deep and laced with malice. Lin Yu and his comrades believed the battle had concluded, but this was merely the beginning. One of his subordinates cautiously remarked, Deputy leader, our strength has significantly diminished. How can we confront them? Yi scoffed coldly, strength? We can gradually regain that. But for now, we must approach this from a different angle. Aren't Lin Yu and his allies busy rebuilding the city? Let us sabotage their reconstruction efforts and exhaust them. Thus, the Abyss organization commenced sowing chaos across the continent. They ambushed supply convoys, destroyed construction materials, and even infiltrated the city at night, preying upon the unsuspecting citizens in their slumber. In an instant, the entire Douluo continent was engulfed in panic. The citizens, once actively participating in the reconstruction, began to succumb to fear, severely hindering the progress of their efforts. One day, Lin Yu received word that a supply convoy had been attacked by the Abyss organization en route. Without hesitation, he rallied Zhou Yang and other elite soul masters to provide assistance. Upon their arrival, they found the convoy in disarray, with the escorting soul masters locked in fierce combat against the members of the Abyss organization. Kill! Lin Yu bellowed, charging forth. He unleashed the power of chaos, instantly repelling the surrounding foes. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-splitting battle axe, plunging into the enemy ranks like a ferocious tiger. Under their leadership, the morale of the United Defense Forces surged, swiftly turning the tide of battle. After an intense confrontation, the members of the Abyss organization fled in disarray. Lin Yu and his companions chose not to pursue, but instead quickly assessed the damage to the supply convoy. Fortunately, most of the supplies remained intact, though the vehicles and escorting soul masters had suffered considerable losses. These fiends are utterly despicable, Zhou Yang exclaimed, seething with anger. We must devise a strategy to eradicate them once and for all. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. Continuing in this manner is not sustainable. We must take the initiative. I believe we can exploit the Abyss organization's eagerness for revenge by setting a trap to ensnare them. Thus, Lin Yu and his companions began to formulate a detailed plan to lure the enemy. They intentionally spread rumors of a significant discovery of precious soul stones in an abandoned mine, claiming that these stones were crucial for restoring the city's soul-guided defense systems. In order to enhance the credibility of their message, they arranged for several soul masters to patrol the vicinity of the mine, feigning a protective stance over the soul stones. The intelligence operatives of the Abyss organization swiftly became aware of this development. Upon learning of it, Anya was filled with elation. This presented a splendid opportunity. By seizing these soul stones, they could not only thwart their reconstruction plans, but also augment their own strength. Thus, Anya personally led a cadre of Dark Soul Masters to the abandoned mine. Upon their arrival, they indeed observed Soul Masters patrolling the area. Anya scoffed derisively. With such feeble guardians, they aspired to protect the Soul Stones? With a mere wave of his hand, the Dark Soul Masters launched their assault. The patrolling Soul Masters, upon witnessing this, feigned vulnerability and scattered in retreat. Anya, mistakenly believing they were frightened, swaggered into the mine with his subordinates. However, once they entered the mine, they discovered it to be a trap. Lin Yu and his companions had long since set up numerous ambushes within. In an instant, a barrage of soul-guided attacks rained down upon them from all directions, plunging the Dark Soul Masters into chaos. Realizing they had fallen into a scheme, Anya's countenance changed dramatically. He immediately conjured dark magic in an attempt to fend off the onslaught. Yet, Lin Yu and his allies were well prepared. Employing the forces of chaos and the laws of time and space to unravel Anya's dark sorcery. Anya, today shall be your demise, Lin Yu declared, brandishing the blade of chaos as he charged at Anya. Zhou Yang and the others closely followed, surrounding Anya with their assault. Though Anya was formidable, he gradually began to succumb under the relentless onslaught of Lin Yu and his companions. Regret gnawed at him. He lamented having so easily fallen into Lin Yu's trap. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu unleashed the chaos time-spatial rupture, a tremendous force that sent Anya hurtling away. Anya crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. Aware that his demise was imminent, he despaired and closed his eyes. Lin Yu approached, poised to deliver the final blow. Just then, a sudden flash of black light erupted, and Anya vanished. It turned out that Anya possessed a mysterious dark soul-guided device, capable of transporting him to safety in critical moments. Though he had narrowly escaped, Anya was gravely wounded and realized he could not confront Lin Yu and his allies again in the near future. While Lin Yu and the others had not completely eradicated Anya, their actions had dealt a significant blow to the Abyss organization. In the days that followed, the activities of the Abyss organization noticeably diminished, allowing the reconstruction efforts on the Douluo continent to proceed smoothly. However, Lin Yu and his companions remained vigilant, knowing that the Abyss organization would likely strike again, necessitating their thorough preparations. Consequently, Lin Yu resolved to lead his team into the mysterious realm to continue cultivating the power of void breaking and chaos, thereby enhancing their abilities. Simultaneously, they strengthened their ties with soul masters across the continent, forming a more formidable unified defense force. Within the mysterious realm, Lin Yu and his companions dedicated themselves to relentless training. They persistently sought to comprehend the mysteries of the laws of time and space, as well as the power of chaos, integrating these insights into their combat techniques. After an extensive period of cultivation, their abilities underwent remarkable enhancement. In the Douluo continent, the Abyss organization is secretly amassing its forces, gathering dark soul masters from various shadowy corners, preparing to launch a grand-scale war. A new storm is quietly brewing. Chapter 36. The Call of the Mysterious Ruins Within a Mystical Space. Lin Yu sits cross-legged upon a colossal chaos stone, enveloped by a dense aura of chaos energy. His eyes are tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he exerts every ounce of his strength to break through to a new realm. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo are not far away, each immersed in their own cultivation, their energies steadily ascending. After months of arduous training, Lin Yu finally senses a qualitative leap in the power within him. He slowly opens his eyes, a glimmer of chaotic light sparking within them. I have broken through, Lin Yu exclaims, his voice tinged with joy. Hearing his exclamation, Zhou Yang and the others cease their training and approach him. Congratulations, Lin Yu. Zhou Yang beams. It seems your efforts have yielded significant results. What is that? Su Yao inquires, astonished. Lin Yu furrows his brow, sensing a formidable power emanating from the light. As if it beckons them. Let us investigate, he declares, leading the way towards the luminous glow. The others follow closely behind, traversing through a haze of chaos, until they arrive before a magnificent stone door. The door is adorned with ancient runes, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. It appears to conceal some profound secret. Duo adjusts his glasses, scrutinizing the runes etched upon the stone. Lin Yu steps forward and reaches out to touch the door. Suddenly, the runes ignite with brilliance, and a powerful force draws him inside. Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, and the others rush forward, but it is too late. They too are pulled into the door's energy. When Lin Yu next opens his eyes, he finds himself within an enormous underground palace. The walls are encrusted with various gemstones, casting a gentle glow. At the center of the palace stands a colossal crystal statue. Where is this? Zhou Yang and the others materialize beside Lin Yu, their eyes wide with astonishment at their surroundings. In a vision, an ancient soul master stands atop a ruin, confronted by countless abyssal creatures. In his grasp, he wields a mysterious weapon, unleashing tremendous power to repel the monsters one by one. This is incredible, Lin Yu exclaims, realizing that this ancient soul master may have once been a formidable figure in the Douluo continent, and that this palace and the crystal statue could be linked to him. At that moment, the crystal statue emits a radiant light, enveloping Lin Yu. He feels his consciousness being extracted from his body, thrust into a mysterious realm. In this space, Lin Yu witnesses numerous ancient scenes. He sees the origins of the Douluo continent, the wars between soul beasts and humans, and the rise and fall of powerful soul masters throughout the ages. Eventually, the vision culminates in a mysterious ruin. Lin Yu's heart stirs. He senses a potent force hidden within these ruins, a power that could potentially aid them in vanquishing the Abyss organization once and for all. Lin Yu, are you all right? Su Yao asked with concern. Lin Yu recounted to the group the visions he had witnessed within the enigmatic realm. I believe that this relic may conceal the key to vanquishing the Abyss organization. We must uncover it, he proclaimed. The others, upon hearing his words, expressed their unanimous agreement. Thus, they commenced their search for clues regarding the relic within the palace. After an exhaustive search, they stumbled upon an ancient tome nestled in a corner of the palace. The book contained information about the mysterious relic, revealing that it was left behind by a formidable ancient soul master from the Douluo continent. This powerful being had once engaged in a fierce battle against the Abyss organization, ultimately defeating them, albeit at the cost of sustaining grave injuries. To prevent the Abyss organization from launching another assault, he sealed his powers within the relic and left behind clues for a worthy successor to unearth. It seems we are indeed that destined successor, Zhou Yang exclaimed with excitement. Lin Yu nodded. However, according to the book, the relic is fraught with various dangers and traps. We must be thoroughly prepared. Before embarking on their journey, Lin Yu and the others meticulously organized their expedition team. They equipped themselves with an array of soul-guiding devices and medicinal supplies, formulating strategies to confront the myriad perils they might encounter. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Yu led the expedition team on their quest to locate the mysterious relic. Following the clues inscribed in the ancient book, they traversed dense forests and scaled treacherous mountains, ultimately arriving at a mystical desert. The air was thick with swirling yellow sands, and fierce winds howled around them. Deep within the desert, a colossal sand dune emanated an aura of mystery. This is the place, Lin Yu declared, guiding the team toward the dune. As they approached, a legion of enormous sand beasts emerged atop the dune, their massive forms cloaked in tough scales, exhaling searing flames. Be cautious, Lin Yu shouted, unleashing his chaotic power to repel the foremost sand beast. Zhou Yang and the others swiftly joined the fray, engaging in an intense battle with the sand beasts. Though the beasts possessed formidable strength, the soul masters of the expedition were equally relentless. They employed a variety of soul techniques and devices, fighting valiantly against the ferocious creatures. After a fierce struggle, they finally managed to drive the sand beasts back. However, before they could catch their breath, new threats emerged from the dune. Columns of sand erupted from the ground, ensnaring the members of the expedition in a swirling vortex. The sand columns spun relentlessly, forming a colossal sand prison. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, sensing a potent sealing force within the columns. Do not panic. Let us devise a method to break this seal, Lin Yu urged. Consequently, he and Zhou Yang began to coordinate their attacks on the sand columns, exerting their formidable strength in an attempt to shatter the seal. Yet, the seal proved to be remarkably resilient, rendering their efforts seemingly futile. Just as despair began to settle in, Duo suddenly conceived a solution. He produced a small soul-guiding device from his pocket, one he had specifically crafted for this expedition. Everyone listen. This device can disrupt the sealing power, he announced. We shall infuse our strength into the soul guide device. Perhaps we can break this seal, Duo suggested. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in agreement. Thus, they directed their powers into the soul guide device. Under the collective effort of all, The device emitted a brilliant light that illuminated the sandy pillar, gradually weakening the seal's power. At last, with a resounding crash, the sandy pillar collapsed. The members of the expedition team successfully freed themselves from the confines of the sandy prison. Excellent. They cheered in unison. Lin Yu gazed at Duo with admiration, saying, "Thanks to you, Duo." He smiled modestly, replying, "It is the collective effort of everyone. Let us press on. The mysterious ruins should lie ahead." With that, the expedition team ventured deeper into the dunes. After a strenuous journey, they finally arrived at the entrance of the enigmatic ruins. At the entrance stood a colossal stone door, firmly shut, engraved with runes reminiscent of those in the previous palace. Lin Yu stepped forward, harnessing the power of chaos to unlock the stone door. As it slowly creaked open, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped them. Chapter 34. The Crisis and Legacy Within the Ruins. As the stone door opened, an antiquated and enigmatic atmosphere wafted forth, mingled with a hint of dust, as if narrating the tales of time's passage. Lin Yu was the first to step into the ruins, followed cautiously by his fellow expedition members, weapons in hand. "Proceed with caution. Maintain vigilance according to our earlier groupings," Lin Yu advised in a hushed tone. The expedition team divided into smaller groups, each responsible for scouting ahead, guarding the flanks, and securing the rear, advancing slowly yet methodically. "This crystal sphere appears to be extraordinary," Zhou Yang remarked, gripping his earth-splitting battle axe tightly as he scanned the surroundings, inching closer to the stone platform. Just as his hand was about to graze the crystal sphere, a sharp wailing echoed throughout the hall. Suddenly, swathes of black mist surged forth from all directions, within which grotesque faces and distorted figures faintly materialized. These shadowy forms emitted chilling cries as they lunged toward the expedition members. "Be cautious, it is the phantom demon spirits," Lin Yu shouted. The phantom demon spirits are notoriously troublesome energy-based creatures. Lacking a physical form, they excel at ensnaring their opponents' minds and conjuring illusions. Once ensnared in their deceptions, one risks losing oneself, becoming prey to their whims. Lin Yu swiftly summoned the power of chaos, forming a protective shield before him to fend off the advancing phantom demon spirits. Zhou Yang wielded his battle axe, its formidable force scattering the encroaching spirits. However, the phantom demon spirits continued to surge forth in unrelenting waves, quickly surrounding the expedition team. "Do not panic. Focus your minds, and do not be deceived by the illusions," Lin Yu urged, all the while defending against the onslaught. He activated the Chaos Omniscient Eye, peering through the myriad of phantoms in search of the spirit's weaknesses. Amid the fierce battle, a young soul master unwittingly fell victim to the phantom demon spirit's illusions, his eyes becoming vacant as his weapon clattered to the ground. One of the spirits seized the opportunity to pounce on him, poised to consume him. "Be careful." Upon witnessing the situation, Su Yao immediately cast a healing spell, enveloping the soul master in a warm glow, awakening him from his illusion. Simultaneously, she unleashed beams of restorative light to mend the wounds of her injured comrades. Duo, concealed amidst the ranks, skillfully manipulated his newly developed soul-guiding device. This device continuously emitted energy beams, launching remote attacks against the phantasmal spirits. Each beam possessed formidable destructive power, capable of dispersing a considerable number of these illusions. As Lin Yu engaged in battle, he gradually discerned that although the phantasmal spirits lacked physical form, their core energy was concentrated in their heads. Striking their heads would inflict significant damage. "Aim for their heads," Lin Yu bellowed. Upon hearing his command, the team adjusted their tactics, focusing their strength on the heads of the phantasmal spirits. Through their concerted effort, the onslaught of the phantasmal spirits was gradually quelled, their numbers dwindling. At last, amidst a violent surge of energy, the final phantasmal spirit dissipated into thin air. The hall fell into tranquility, but the team was utterly exhausted, each bearing wounds to varying degrees. "Phew, we finally resolved it," Zhou Yang remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow and exhaling a sigh of relief. Lin Yu approached the stone platform, closely examining the crystal orb. At that moment, the orb's radiance intensified, seemingly beckoning him. Slowly, he extended his hand to touch the orb. Instantly, a torrent of powerful information surged into Lin Yu's mind. He witnessed an ancient soul master battling abyssal monsters on this very land, saw how this master sealed his power and wisdom within this relic, and gleaned methods for deciphering other seals and mechanisms within the ruins. "I understand now. This crystal orb is the key to unlocking the secrets of the depths of the ruins." Lin Yu conveyed the information he had acquired to the others. "Let us proceed. Following these clues, we should be able to discover the pivotal force necessary to vanquish the abyssal organization." Guided by the orb, the group exited the circular hall, and delved deeper into the ruins. Along the way, they encountered various traps and guardian monsters. Yet with Lin Yu's insights and the team's wisdom and bravery, they successfully navigated and overcame each challenge. After a grueling exploration, they arrived at the innermost sanctum of the ruins. It was a vast chamber, at the center of which stood a towering statue emanating powerful waves of energy. It was the effigy of the ancient Soul Master. At the statue's base lay a recess, perfectly shaped to accommodate the crystal orb. Lin Yu stepped forward and placed the orb into the indentation. Instantly, the entire chamber radiated with brilliance, and the energy fluctuations from the statue intensified. Gradually, a weapon that glowed with golden light materialized in the statue's hand. The weapon was adorned with mysterious runes, pulsating with formidable energy. This is the weapon left by the ancient Soul Master. It harbors immense power and may aid us in our struggle against the abyssal organization, Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Just as he prepared to seize the weapon, a deep growl suddenly echoed throughout the chamber. Immediately, the ground began to quake violently, fissures spreading from beneath the surface. A colossal guardian beast emerged from the chasms, towering at several dozen meters high, its body adorned with impenetrable scales that shimmered with a chilling luminescence. Its eyes blazed like fiery embers, emanating a bloodthirsty glow. It became evident that to obtain this weapon, one must first overcome this formidable guardian beast. Zhou Yang gripped the earth-shattering battle axe tightly, assuming a combat stance. The guardian beast let out a deafening roar and lunged towards the group with astonishing speed, covering several meters in an instant. Lin Yu swiftly unleashed the temporal chaos break, conjuring a powerful barrier that repelled the guardian's onslaught. Enraged by Lin Yu's attack, the guardian opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a searing column of flame. The fire obliterated everything in its path, instantly melting rock and leaving a deep ravine in the ground. The team members sprang into action, utilizing their respective skills to assault the guardian beast. Some spirit masters cast ice spells, striving to immobilize the beast, while others summoned formidable spirit beasts to aid in the battle. However, the guardian's defenses were exceedingly robust, rendering their efforts nearly ineffective. Lin Yu realized that conventional attacks would not suffice against the guardian. He began to meticulously observe the guardian's attack patterns to discern its vulnerabilities. In the heat of battle, Lin Yu noted that the guardian's scales flickered before each strike. After several observations, he deduced that the true weakness lay beneath those very scales. Listen closely. The guardian's vulnerability is beneath its scales. We must devise a way to shatter them to inflict meaningful damage, Lin Yu proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the team members promptly adjusted their strategies. Zhou Yang initiated the assault, channeling his full strength into a powerful strike with the earth-shattering battle axe against the guardian's scales. With a tremendous impact, one of the scales was cleaved apart, revealing the tender skin beneath. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu unleashed the Blade of Chaos, a streak of sword energy imbued with chaotic power aimed directly at the guardian's weakness. Upon impact, an explosive force erupted, eliciting a pained roar from the guardian as it swayed unsteadily. The other team members capitalized on this moment, targeting the exposed vulnerability. Under the concerted assault, the guardian's scales shattered one after another, and its wounds multiplied. Ultimately, the guardian could no longer endure. It let out a despairing roar before collapsing to the ground. As the guardian fell, the entire chamber gradually settled into silence. Lin Yu stepped forward and grasped the weapon held by the statue. The moment he touched it, a surge of formidable power coursed through him, harmonizing perfectly with his own chaotic energy and the power of shattered voids. He felt an unprecedented enhancement of his strength. This weapon is indeed extraordinary, Lin Yu exclaimed. With it, our chances against the Abyssal organization have significantly improved. Chapter 38. The Abyss's Retaliation and the Eve of the Final Battle. However, the Abyssal organization soon became aware of this news. They were acutely aware of the formidable power of this weapon. Should Lin Yu and his companions wield it to its fullest potential, their chances of victory would be utterly extinguished. Consequently, the Abyss organization resolved to stake everything on a comprehensive counteroffensive. On a moonless, tempestuous night, the forces of the Abyss surged forth from the fissures of the Abyss like a relentless tide. They divided into multiple factions, advancing towards the critical cities of the Douluo continent. Dark magical radiance illuminated the night sky, while a dreadful aura enveloped the land. Upon receiving intelligence, Lin Yu and his comrades promptly convened the United Defensive Forces. They partitioned their troops into several squads, dispatching them to various cities for support. Lin Yu and Zhou Yang led the most elite forces to the capital, Heavendo City. Heavendo City, the political and cultural heart of the Douluo continent, would face catastrophic consequences if besieged. Upon their arrival, Lin Yu and his companions discovered that the army of the Abyss had completely encircled the city. Dark Soul Masters unleashed a barrage of sinister spells, launching relentless assaults against the city walls. The defensive Soul Masters atop the walls fought valiantly, and the air was filled with the deafening clamor of battle cries. Everyone, heed the command and hold the walls as per the plan. Lin Yu instructed through the communication soul guide. Wielding the weapon acquired from the ruins, he unleashed tremendous power, repelling the assailing Dark Soul Masters. Zhou Yang, brandishing his earth-splitting battle axe, plunged into the enemy ranks, his form akin to a golden lightning bolt, weaving effortlessly through the darkness. With each strike, clusters of Dark Soul Masters fell before him. This is dire. The Magic Dragon's offensive is overwhelming. We can scarcely withstand it. A Soul Master atop the wall cried in terror. Observing the dire situation, Lin Yu immediately summoned the Chaos Temporal Storm. A formidable tempest enveloped the Dark Magic Dragon, preventing it from approaching the walls. Simultaneously, he employed the weapon's power to launch an assault on the Dark Dragon, inflicting grievous wounds that bled profusely. As Lin Yu engaged in fierce combat with the Dark Dragon, the leader of the Abyss organization, a mysterious figure clad in black robes, suddenly materialized on the battlefield. He emanated a potent aura of darkness, wielding a black wand. Lin Yu, today marks your demise. The black-robed figure proclaimed coldly. He brandished his wand, invoking a powerful dark forbidden technique. Instantly, the sky darkened ominously, and countless bolts of black lightning descended upon Lin Yu. Sensing the immense threat, Lin Yu swiftly activated the chaos, all-seeing eye to trace the trajectory of the lightning. Concurrently, he seamlessly fused the power of Shattered Void with that of his weapon, executing a novel skill, the Chaos Void Slash. A blade of energy, imbued with boundless power, cleaved towards the black lightning. The collision of sword energy and lightning erupted in a cataclysmic roar, sending powerful energy waves that shattered the surrounding Dark Soul Masters and defensive fortifications. The black-robed figure was astonished to find that Lin Yu had thwarted his dark forbidden technique. He had not anticipated such a rapid enhancement of Lin Yu's prowess following the acquisition of the relic weapon. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, he launched another assault. Amidst the fierce clash, Lin Yu discerned that although the black-robed figure's dark forbidden techniques were formidable, each required a preparatory interval. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to take the initiative. Lin Yu manifested the laws of time and space, instantaneously appearing before the figure cloaked in black. With a swift flourish of his weapon, he launched a relentless series of attacks against the dark-robed adversary. The black-robed individual hastily conjured dark magic to defend himself, yet under the weight of Lin Yu's formidable onslaught, he gradually began to falter. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang and his comrades engaged in a life-and-death struggle atop the city walls against the Dark Spirit Masters. With unwavering resolve and extraordinary strength, they repelled the enemy's assaults time and again. Meanwhile, the medical team led by Su Yao tirelessly tended to the wounded Spirit Masters in the rear, providing vital support to the front line. As the battle raged on, the offensive of the Abyss organization began to wane. Their forces suffered substantial attrition, while the united defense led by Lin Yu grew ever more resolute. Observing the tide turning against him, the black-robed man felt a burgeoning desire to retreat. He summoned a powerful dark shield to block Lin Yu's onslaught and prepared to flee. But escape would not come easily. Lin Yu discerned the black-robed figure's intentions and unleashed the power of the Shattered Void, effortlessly breaching the dark shield and appearing behind him. He wielded his weapon with fierce determination, driving it into the black-robed figure. Caught unawares, the adversary was struck, letting out a pained cry as he collapsed to the ground. With the demise of the dark-robed man, chaos erupted within the ranks of the Abyss organization. The Dark Spirit Masters fled in disarray, and Lin Yu and his allies seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, thoroughly repelling the Abyss forces. The battle concluded in victory for Lin Yu and his companions. Yet they remained vigilant, acutely aware that the Abyss organization would undoubtedly regroup for another assault. This time, they resolved to be fully prepared to eradicate the Abyss organization once and for all. In the aftermath of the conflict, Lin Yu and his allies embarked on a comprehensive upgrade of the defensive capabilities across the Douluo continent, utilizing the knowledge and technologies gleaned from ancient ruins. They enhanced and developed more potent spirit-guiding devices and defensive structures. Concurrently, they intensified training for the Spirit Masters, augmenting their combat skills and crisis response capabilities. In the days that followed, Lin Yu led his comrades in relentless efforts, not only repairing the cities and facilities damaged by the war, but also preparing for the impending final showdown. Meanwhile, the Abyss organization, having suffered a significant blow, covertly gathered strength. They summoned more dark spirit masters and spirit beasts from the shadowy recesses, plotting their resurgence. A more intense confrontation loomed on the horizon. Standing atop the walls of Tiando City, Lin Yu gazed toward the distant horizon. His eyes betrayed a steadfast resolve intertwined with a hint of concern. He understood that the fate of the Douluo continent rested in their hands. Regardless of the arduous path ahead, he would not waver. We shall utterly eradicate the Abyss organization, ushering in a true peace for the Douluo continent, Lin Yu murmured. His voice, though low, resonated with power, as if proclaiming his vow to the entirety of the Douluo continent. Consequently, Lin Yu personally journeyed to the Star Do Forest to negotiate with the Spirit Beast King. Dition, a formidable black dragon of unparalleled strength, ultimately agreed, swayed by Lin Yu's sincere persuasion, to lead the Spirit Beast clan in the fight against the Abyss organization. With the inclusion of the Soul Beast clan, the defensive capabilities of Douluo continent have been further fortified. Lin Yu and his companions began to formulate a detailed combat strategy, analyzing the strength and tactical characteristics of the Abyss organization, ultimately devising a set of targeted tactics. Simultaneously, Duo tirelessly worked day and night to develop a new type of soul guide device. He ingeniously combined the technology acquired from ancient ruins with his own innovative ideas, creating a soul guide capable of effectively countering the Abyss energy. Once deployed, this device would significantly enhance the combat prowess of the United Defensive Forces. As preparations reached their final stages, Douluo continent found itself on the brink of an impending decisive battle. The air was thick with tension, as everyone understood that a conflict determining the fate of Douluo continent was about to erupt. Chapter 35, Prelude to the Final Battle and Hidden Crisis Across Douluo continent. The atmosphere was akin to an invisible net, enveloping every inch of land. Lin Yu stood atop the highest point of Tiando City, gazing down upon the bustling metropolis. Within the city, soul masters intensified their training, blacksmiths toiled day and night forging weapons, artisans diligently perfected soul defense mechanisms, while the populace systematically stockpiled supplies. Everything was meticulously arranged for the impending final confrontation. Lin Yu, the new batch of soul guide devices has been successfully developed, Duo announced, hurrying towards him. Fatigue etched on his face, yet excitement glimmering in his eyes. The tests have shown significant effectiveness against Abyss energy. Lin Yu received the report, perusing its contents with a look of satisfaction. Duo, your efforts are commendable. These soul guides will serve as crucial support in our decisive battle. However, that may not suffice. Duo adjusted his glasses, a grave expression settling on his features. I can't shake the feeling that the Abyss organization won't allow us to prepare so thoroughly. They must possess some hidden cards. Lin Yu nodded slightly, sharing the same concern. Since their last victory against the Abyss organization's counterattack, the enemy had remained unusually quiet, a fact that only heightened his unease. Meanwhile, within the dark palace of the Abyss organization, a figure stood before a colossal magical array, murmuring incantations. This individual was the new leader of the Abyss organization, Shadow Demon. A figure shrouded in mystery, he had swiftly risen to power after the previous leader was vanquished by Lin Yu. Before him, the magical array shimmered with an eerie glow, countless black runes swirling within. Shadow Demon was casting an ancient and malevolent spell, attempting to open a portal to a higher dimension, summoning more formidable dark creatures to descend upon Douluo continent. Leader, this course of action is exceedingly perilous. Once the portal opens, we may lose control over those dark beings. One subordinate cautiously cautioned. Shadow Demon turned to him, eyes alight with a frenzied gleam. Perilous? How can we prevail without taking risks? Lin Yu and his allies have acquired relic weapons and significantly increased their strength. If we do not harness greater power, defeat is inevitable. Moreover, as long as we can seize control of those dark creatures upon their arrival, we can wield their strength to eliminate Lin Yu and dominate Douluo continent. The subordinate dared not speak further and silently withdrew. The Shadow Demon continued to concentrate on the magical array, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly indicating that casting this spell was an arduous task for him. At the opposite end of the Douluo continent, Zhou Yang was instructing a group of young soul masters in practical combat drills. These young soul masters, though lacking experience, were selected elites brimming with fervor and determination. Remember, do not panic during battle, maintain your composure and unleash your utmost strength, Zhou Yang bellowed, wielding his earth-shattering battle axe, which sliced through the air with fierce axe shadows. One courageous young soul master stepped forward to challenge him, exclaiming, Senior Zhou Yang, please offer your guidance. Zhou Yang smiled slightly and nodded. The young soul master immediately summoned his spirit and charged towards him. Zhou Yang remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting the attack while providing instruction. Your attack speed is commendable, yet your power lacks focus, and there are too many openings. Against a formidable opponent, these vulnerabilities could be fatal. As he spoke, he demonstrated the correct method of attack. The young soul master listened intently, and others gathered around to observe closely. Under Zhou Yang's tutelage, their combat skills gradually improved. Meanwhile, Lin Yu resolved to venture once more into the mysterious realm, seeking to further comprehend the secrets of the void-breaking power and the chaos force before the decisive battle. Upon entering the enigmatic space, he discovered a tranquil spot, seated himself cross-legged, and began to cultivate diligently. As time passed, Lin Yu's aura grew increasingly potent, and the surrounding chaos force began to converge upon him fervently. Suddenly, a spark of insight flashed through his mind, as if he had grasped a crucial connection. Just as Lin Yu was on the verge of a breakthrough, an unusual disturbance rippled through the mysterious space. Startled, he opened his eyes to find a black fissure slowly forming. Lin Yu sprang to his feet, warily observing the crack. It emanated a powerful dark aura, strikingly reminiscent of the Abyss organization's essence. The fissure widened, and a black arm emerged from within. Soon after, a colossal being, radiating dark energy, crawled out of the crevice. This creature towered over 10 meters tall, resembling a human, yet possessing 3 blood-red eyes and a pair of massive black wings. "Ah, at last, I have found you." Lin Yu, the dark entity intoned, its voice booming like thunder, laced with boundless malice. Lin Yu's heart sank. He realized this could be a plot orchestrated by the Abyss organization. Clearly, this dark creature was deliberately sent to thwart his breakthrough. "Whoever you are, it will not be so easy to impede me," Lin Yu declared, gripping his weapon tightly as he unleashed the chaos force and charged at the dark being. The dark creature retaliated without hesitation, swinging its enormous claws as an intense battle ensued. Lin Yu soon discovered that the creature's power was formidable. Each of its attacks brimmed with potent dark energy, and his chaos force barely held its ground. Amidst the fierce combat, Lin Yu gradually discerned the creature's weakness. Although its 3 eyes could perceive everything around it, there existed a fleeting blind spot. Whenever it launched an attack, a blind spot would manifest. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu invoked the laws of time and space, instantly appearing in the dark creature's blind spot. He brandished his weapon, delivering a fierce thrust to the creature's back. The dark being emitted a tortured roar, a massive wound appearing on its back, black blood oozing forth. Yet, it did not retreat. Rather, it became increasingly frenzied in its assault on Lin Yu. Just as Lin Yu found himself in dire straits, a radiant light suddenly burst forth from the mysterious space. It was Zhou Yang and the others, having sensed Lin Yu's peril and rushing to his aid. "Lin Yu, we are here to help you," Zhou Yang shouted, brandishing his earth-shattering battle axe as he charged at the dark creature. Suyu and Duo unleashed their respective skills, attacking the dark entity. With the support of his companions, Lin Yu felt an immense alleviation of pressure. United, the 4 of them gradually gained the upper hand. Although the dark creature was formidable, it began to show signs of defeat under their relentless onslaught. Finally, with a powerful chaotic void slash, Lin Yu struck the dark creature down, which collapsed with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Phew, finally dealt with it. Zhou Yang wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply. Lin Yu looked at everyone with gratitude. "Thank you all. Had you not arrived in time, I truly would not have known what to do." He recounted the events to them, his expression turning grave. "It seems the Abyss organization has detected my breakthrough. They will stop at nothing to thwart me." The dark creature they dispatched was exceedingly powerful. "Next time, we may face something even more terrifying. We must expedite our preparations and not allow them to succeed." Upon returning to Tiando City, Lin Yu promptly convened a meeting. He shared his experiences in the mysterious space and his concerns, leading to a discussion on countermeasures. "We cannot adopt a passive defense. We must take the initiative," Zhou Yang asserted first. "We can strike at their lair while the Abyss organization is still preparing to summon dark creatures, disrupting their plans." However, Duo shook his head. "That is too risky. We do not know the extent of the defensive forces within the Abyss organization's lair. A hasty assault could lead us into a trap. Besides, the fact that they can dispatch such powerful dark creatures to thwart Lin Yu's breakthrough indicates their strength should not be underestimated." After a moment of contemplation, Suyao suggested, "I believe we should first send a reconnaissance team to gather intelligence near the Abyss organization's lair. We can ascertain their defensive deployments and the progress of their dark creature summoning, and then formulate a detailed attack plan." The group deliberated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to heed Suyao's advice. Lin Yu selected several elite spirit masters to form the reconnaissance team and dispatched them to scout the vicinity of the Abyss organization's lair. Once the reconnaissance team set off, Lin Yu and the others continued their preparations, refining their battle plans and intensifying the training of the spirit masters, while closely monitoring the movements of the reconnaissance team. Meanwhile, at the Abyss Organization's lair, the Shadow Demon, upon learning that the dark creatures dispatched had been defeated by Lin Yu and his companions, erupted in fury. Useless. Unable to deal with even a single Lin Yu, the Shadow Demon roared with fury. However, it mattered not, for the passage was on the verge of opening. Once those formidable dark beings descended, Lin Yu and his companions would inevitably become my defeated foes. The Shadow Demon intensified the energy output of the magical array, causing the runes upon it to flicker more violently. An unprecedented crisis was looming over the Douluo continent. The reconnaissance team proceeded cautiously toward the Abyss Organization's lair, skillfully avoiding all potential traps and the watchful eyes of enemies, until they finally reached the periphery of the stronghold. A soul master carefully ascended a towering tree, employing a specialized telescope to survey the interior of the lair. He observed a massive magical array situated at the center, with the Shadow Demon standing before it, frantically casting spells. Surrounding the array were densely arranged dark defensive structures, and numerous dark soul masters and soul beasts patrolled the area. Just as they prepared to retreat, a dark soul beast suddenly seemed to sense their presence and let out a deafening roar. Immediately, a swarm of dark soul masters rushed towards their direction. "This is bad. We've been discovered. Run." The reconnaissance team's leader commanded without hesitation. The team members unleashed their soul skills and fled toward the Douluo continent. The dark soul masters and soul beasts pursued them relentlessly, igniting a fierce chase. Upon receiving the intelligence, Lin Yu's expression turned grave. It appears the Abyss Organization is on the brink of completing their plan. We must act immediately. We cannot allow them to summon those dark creatures. The group began to urgently discuss their battle strategy. Ultimately, they resolved to split into two teams. One team, led by Lin Yu and Zhou Yang, would mount a frontal assault on the Abyss Organization's stronghold to draw the enemy's attention. The other team, led by Duo, would infiltrate from the flank to sabotage the magical array and thwart the summoning of dark beings. Once the battle plan was established, Lin Yu and his companions sprang into action. The United Defensive Forces and the army of soul beasts swiftly assembled and advanced toward the Abyss Organization's lair. An ultimate confrontation that would determine the fate of the Douluo continent was about to unfold. Chapter 36. The final battle and the rebirth of the continent. The armies of the Douluo continent and the legion of soul beasts marched resolutely toward the Abyss Organization's lair, the air thick with tension and an atmosphere of impending carnage. Lin Yu rode atop a colossal flying soul beast, leading the front of the procession with unwavering determination and keen vigilance, ever alert to the surroundings. Zhou Yang commanded the ground forces, advancing in an orderly manner, with the soldiers' weapons glinting ominously, their morale soaring. As they approached the Abyss Organization's stronghold, a palpable aura of darkness enveloped them. The Dark Soul Masters and Soul Beasts of the Abyss Organization were already on high alert, and a great battle was imminent. "Attack!" Lin Yu commanded, and in an instant, the clash erupted. The Soul Masters of the United Defensive Forces unleashed their formidable soul skills, vibrant colors illuminating the darkened sky. The army of soul beasts, undeterred, roared mightily as they charged toward the enemy. Zhou Yang wielded his splitting war axe, leading the charge at the forefront of the ranks. With each strike, he felled a group of dark soul masters, his overwhelming power instilling fear in the hearts of his adversaries. Lin Yu unleashed the power of chaos and the laws of time and space, maneuvering effortlessly across the battlefield. The weapon in his grasp continuously emitted formidable energy waves, inflicting significant damage upon his adversaries. The Shadow Demon of the Abyssal Organization, upon witnessing Lin Yu and his companions' assault, revealed a menacing grin, declaring, "You arrived just in time. Today marks your doom." Positioned before the magical array, he fervently channeled its energies while directing the Dark Soul Masters and Soul Beasts to mount a defense. The Dark Soul Masters unleashed a barrage of sinister magic, black flames, toxic mists, and lightning surged towards the United Defense Forces and the army of Soul Beasts. However, Lin Yu and his comrades were well prepared, deploying defensive soul techniques to thwart each attack. Amidst the fierce combat, Duo led a small squad stealthily from the flank, evading enemy patrols as they approached the magical array. Yet, just as they neared their target, they were discovered by a contingent of Dark Soul Masters. "Not good. The enemy is upon us. Quick, stop them!" The Dark Soul Masters shouted as they charged towards Duo and his team. Without hesitation, Duo commanded his squad to counterattack, employing various soul techniques and soul guiding devices to engage in a fierce battle against the Dark Soul Masters. Lin Yu, noticing the precarious situation on Duo's side, recognized the critical importance of their mission. If the magical array remained intact, all efforts would be in vain. Thus, he resolved to lead a contingent of elite soul masters to provide support. Utilizing the laws of time and space, he instantly materialized beside Duo. "Hold your ground. I have arrived," he shouted, wielding the blade of chaos to repel the surrounding dark soul masters. With Lin Yu's assistance, Duo and his team finally broke through the dark soul masters' blockade, reaching the magical array. The runes upon the array flickered with an eerie luminescence, pulsating with potent dark energy. "This is it. We must destroy it swiftly," Duo declared, producing his specially crafted soul-guiding device, designed specifically to dismantle the magical array and infused with immense energy. He affixed the device to the magical array and pressed the activation button. Instantly, the soul-guiding device unleashed a surge of powerful energy that collided with the dark energy of the magical array, resulting in a spectacular explosion of light and intense energy fluctuations. The Shadow Demon, witnessing the sabotage of the magical array, was taken aback, abandoning his efforts to sustain it as he charged towards Duo and his companions. "You dare undermine my plans? I shall ensure your obliteration," he roared, casting a formidable dark, forbidden technique. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately advanced to confront him. He perfectly fused the powers of the Shattered Void, Chaos, and his weapon, unleashing a chaotic temporal storm. The mighty storm collided with the dark, forbidden technique, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated across the battlefield. In this fierce clash of energies, the prowess of Lin Yu and the Shadow Demon was vividly displayed. Through unwavering resolve and relentless strength, Lin Yu gradually gained the upper hand, while the Shadow Demon, affected by the destruction of the magical array, began to reveal signs of defeat. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang, leading the ground forces, achieved significant progress, breaking through the Abyssal Organization's defenses and advancing toward the vicinity of the magical array. As the Dark Soul Masters and Soul Beasts perceived their imminent defeat, they hastily began to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Duo intensified the energy output of the soul-guiding device, causing the runes on the magical array to gradually dim. Ultimately, with a loud explosion, the magical array was utterly destroyed. In the wake of its demise, the Shadow Demon let out a desperate roar. His powers swiftly dissipated, and his body became exceedingly feeble. Lin Yu capitalized on this moment, delivering a fatal strike that vanquished the Shadow Demon. With the death of the Shadow Demon, the Abyssal Organization collapsed entirely. The Dark Soul Masters and Soul Beasts surrendered or fled, marking a decisive victory for the armies of Douluo continent. This ultimate battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights, leaving the battlefield in utter disarray. Yet, Lin Yu and his companions had no time to rest. They commenced efforts to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Simultaneously, they began to undertake the reconstruction of the war-torn areas. In the ensuing days, Douluo continent entered a new era. Lin Yu and his comrades emerged as heroes, revered and adored by the populace. They led the people of the continent in rebuilding their homeland, advancing the economy, and fostering peaceful coexistence between soul masters and soul beasts. Lin Yu shared the knowledge and techniques acquired from the mysterious relics with everyone, leading to significant advancements in the cultivation and development of soul-guiding devices among the soul masters of Douluo continent. The cities across the continent flourished, and the lives of the people became increasingly joyous and secure. However, Lin Yu remained humble, not allowing his newfound heroism to breed pride. He understood that the peace of Douluo continent was hard-won and required vigilant guardianship. Thus, he, along with Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo, established an organization dedicated to maintaining peace, the Alliance of Peace Guardians. Members of the Alliance of Peace Guardians were dispersed throughout Douluo continent, constantly monitoring developments to thwart any forces that might threaten tranquility. Through their tireless efforts, the continent entered an era of enduring peace and prosperity. Years later, Lin Yu stood upon the city wall of Tiando City, gazing at the bustling metropolis and the contented citizens, his heart filled with myriad reflections. He recalled the battles against the Abyssal Organization, those arduous days seeming to linger just yesterday. Yet, he bore no regrets, for he knew that his endeavors had ushered in a renaissance for Douluo continent. "Lin Yu, are you reminiscing about the past again?" Zhou Yang approached with a smile. Lin Yu turned to him, responding, "Indeed, though those days were arduous, they forged us into stronger beings. Now, witnessing Douluo continent in such peace and prosperity makes it all worthwhile." Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. "Exactly, we shall forever guard this land, ensuring that peace endures eternally." Lin Yu and Zhou Yang exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with aspirations for the future and unwavering conviction. The saga of Douluo continent continues. Chapter 37. Undercurrents beneath the peace. Years after Douluo continent welcomed peace and prosperity, the surface appeared tranquil, with citizens enjoying their lives and soul masters making breakthroughs in cultivation and the development of soul-guiding devices, nurtured by the knowledge and techniques shared by Lin Yu. As one of the pivotal cities of the continent, Tiando City has flourished increasingly, with towering soul engineering edifices scattered throughout, and the streets bustling with a ceaseless flow of vehicles and vibrant activity. The Peace Guardians Alliance, founded by Lin Yu, plays a vital role across every corner of the Douluo continent, with its members dedicated to safeguarding tranquility and maintaining order. Lin Yu frequently partakes in the Alliance's patrol missions, aspiring to utilize his strength to ensure that this land remains free from the ravages of war. However, beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, currents of unrest are quietly gathering. In the remote and frigid far north of the Douluo continent lies a mysterious valley perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, rarely visited due to its harsh conditions. It conceals an unknown secret organization. This group is comprised of discontented soul masters and formidable soul beasts, who harbor resentment towards the new order established under Lin Yu's leadership, believing that he and his followers monopolize knowledge of relics and power, thereby depriving them of the necessary resources for their own advancement. The leader of this organization is a powerful soul master named Han, who possesses the exceptionally rare ice attribute mutated martial soul, the cold prison ice dragon. Han is reclusive yet ambitious, yearning to shatter the current peace and reforge a Douluo continent under his dominion. In secrecy, he has summoned like-minded followers, training them in the far north and commencing research into a formidable power that could rival soul engineering devices. During a routine patrol by the Peace Guardians Alliance, a young soul master discovered some anomalous signs at the edge of the far north. Enormous claw prints marred the ground, emanating an eerie chill, unmistakably left by a powerful ice attribute soul beast. Furthermore, there were remnants of strange magical fluctuations nearby, instilling great unease in the soul master, who promptly reported the situation to the Alliance's headquarters. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yu resolved to personally lead a small team to investigate the far north. Accompanying him were Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and several elite members of the Peace Guardians Alliance. As they journeyed northward, the temperature dropped steadily, with the biting cold wind cutting against their faces. Upon entering the territory of the far north, they were greeted by a world of silvery white, with thick layers of snow blanketing the ground and towering icebergs looming in every direction. Be cautious. Danger may be lurking here, Lin Yu warned, his gaze reflecting vigilance. The group spread out, proceeding with utmost care, alert to their surroundings while searching for the source of the unsettling signs. As they ventured deeper into the far north, they encountered an assault from a group of formidable ice attribute soul beasts. These creatures, immense in size, radiated an excruciating chill, their ferocious attacks capable of instantly freezing the surrounding air. Lin Yu and his companions swiftly unleashed their respective soul skills in retaliation. Lin Yu enveloped his weapon with chaotic energy, each strike shattering the soul beast's icy defenses. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe, repelling the approaching beasts with tremendous force, while Su Yao utilized her supportive martial soul to bestow various enhancements upon her comrades, amplifying their combat prowess. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled the horde of soul beasts. Yet, Lin Yu found himself increasingly perplexed. The behavior of these soul beasts appeared rather unusual. They did not resemble ordinary wild soul beasts, but seemed rather to be driven by some malevolent force to attack them. They observed Han delivering an impassioned speech to his subordinates in the Grand Hall of the Ice Fortress. Do Lin Yu and his companions believe that establishing a so-called peaceful order will allow them to rest easy? They have monopolized the power of the ruins, forcing us, the unprivileged soul masters and soul beasts, to struggle in the shadows. We must shatter this injustice and reshuffle the Douluo continent. What should we do, Chief? Their Peacekeeper Alliance is too powerful, a concerned subordinate inquired. Han sneered. I have devised an entirely new power, one capable of breaching their soul tool defenses. If we master this force, we shall have the opportunity to overthrow them. As he spoke, he produced a crystal emanating a ghostly blue glow, containing formidable icy energy. Lin Yu and his companions, overhearing their conversation from outside, were alarmed. They realized that this clandestine organization could pose a significant threat to the peace of the Douluo continent. Lin Yu immediately convened with his teammates to discuss countermeasures. We cannot allow them to succeed. We must swiftly dismantle their plans, Zhou Yang declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Su Yao, furrowing her brow, pondered, however. Their defenses are exceedingly tight. A direct assault may incur devastating losses. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu suggested, We should first ascertain the nature of the new power they speak of, and then devise a detailed offensive strategy. Perhaps we can find an internal point of breach. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to send a soul master skilled in stealth to infiltrate the ice fortress and gather intelligence regarding this new power. The soul master carefully evaded patrolling enemies and successfully penetrated the fortress's interior. He searched diligently within the ice fortress and ultimately discovered research materials pertaining to this new force in a hidden chamber. It became clear that Han Ing had utilized the unique environment of the far north along with ancient magical arrays to successfully compress and mutate icy energy, creating a powerful energy crystal known as the Frost Prison Magic Crystal. The energy contained within this crystal was extraordinarily terrifying. Once harnessed into weapons or soul techniques, it could unleash devastating might. Furthermore, Han Ing was also investigating how to merge this crystal with soul beasts to manufacture super combat weapons. As the battle commenced, Lin Yu unleashed the power of chaos and the laws of time and space, charging first toward the ice fortress. His figure darted across the battlefield like a specter, and wherever he went, enemies fell. The members of the Peacekeeper Alliance were equally unyielding, deploying various potent soul techniques to engage in fierce combat with their foes. Upon witnessing Lin Yu and his companions' assault, Han Ing displayed not panic, but an excited grin. "You're just in time. I've been meaning to settle the score with you. Today marks your demise." He promptly commanded his subordinates to retaliate while activating the fortress's defense system. Countless icicles shot from the fortress walls, raining down upon Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu unleashed the Chaos Shield, effectively repelling all icy projectiles. He pressed forward, swiftly breaching the enemy's first line of defense. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang led his squadron in a fierce skirmish on the flanks, successfully evading the enemy's main forces as they edged closer to the research facility of the Frost Shadow. However, just as they were nearing their destination, Frost Shadow appeared to sense their intentions. He personally arrived with a formidable entourage of soul masters and soul beasts to impede their advance. Summoning the Frost Prison Ice Dragon Spirit, a colossal ice dragon spiraled in the sky, its frigid breath freezing everything in its vicinity. Undaunted, Zhou Yang brandished his Earth Splitter battle axe and charged at Frost Shadow. He unleashed his most potent attack, the Earth Splitter Storm, as the powerful axe shadow surged toward Frost Shadow with devastating force. Not to be outdone, Frost Shadow commanded the Ice Dragon to engage Zhou Yang in fierce combat. Lin Yu, observing the situation on the front line, recognized that Zhou Yang was in peril. Thus, he left a portion of his team to continue the assault while he, along with Su Yao and others, hastened to support Zhou Yang. Lin Yu summoned the Chaos Time and Space Storm, creating a colossal energy tempest that clashed with the power of Frost Shadow's Ice Dragon, producing a thunderous explosion. In the midst of the intense battle, Lin Yu discerned Frost Shadow's vulnerability. Manipulating the Ice Dragon demanded a significant expenditure of mental energy, and despite its might, the dragon moved relatively sluggishly. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu invoked the laws of time and space, instantaneously appearing behind Frost Shadow, and unleashed the Chaos Blade, thrusting it fiercely towards him. Sensing danger, Frost Shadow swiftly turned and attempted to block with the claws of the Ice Dragon. However, the force of Lin Yu's strike was overwhelming. Severing the Ice Dragon's claws with the Chaos Blade, Frost Shadow was grievously injured, collapsing to the ground. Without their leader's guidance, the members of the clandestine organization began to descend into chaos. The Peacekeepers Alliance seized the moment to launch a full-scale assault, quickly breaching the enemy's defenses and dismantling Frost Shadow's research facility. All the partially constructed Frost Prison magic crystals were obliterated. Following this incident, Lin Yu resolved to strengthen the Peacekeepers Alliance and establish additional intelligence stations throughout Douluo continent to promptly identify and address potential threats. He also commenced an in-depth study on the optimal balance of resource distribution across the continent to prevent new conflicts arising from resource disparities. In the days that followed, Douluo continent maintained its peace and prosperity, yet Lin Yu and his companions understood that the road ahead would remain fraught with challenges. They must remain ever vigilant in safeguarding this hard-won peace. Chapter 38. New clues to the mysterious ruins. Lin Yu immediately summoned Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Xian Duo, sharing with them this remarkable discovery. According to the records, the ruins on this mysterious island were intricately connected to those we had previously explored. Moreover, it appeared to harbor a secret that could enable soul masters to transcend their existing limitations. Lin Yu exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Yang, upon hearing this, sparkled with anticipation. If such a secret truly exists, it would present an immense opportunity for the soul masters of Douluo continent. We must expediently explore this enigmatic island. Su Yao expressed her concerns, remarking, however, The southern seas are fraught with peril. Not only do they harbor formidable sea soul beasts, but also a myriad of mysterious currents and storms. We must be thoroughly prepared. Duo adjusted his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, proposed. I can develop specialized soul-guiding devices tailored for maritime environments, such as defensive mechanisms to withstand attacks from sea soul beasts and navigational aids to ensure stability during storms. Following an extensive discussion, they resolved to assemble an expedition team to venture into the enigmatic islands of the southern seas. The team comprised Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo, along with several seasoned soul masters and maritime experts from the Peace Guardians Alliance. Thanks to Duo's tireless efforts, various innovative soul-guiding devices were successfully crafted. Among them was the Poseidon's Shield, a defensive apparatus that could generate a transparent energy barrier to effectively repel assaults from sea soul beasts. Another was the Storm Stabilizer, capable of utilizing unique energy fluctuations to maintain the ship's course amidst tempestuous weather. Once fully prepared, the expedition team embarked on a large vessel powered by soul-guiding technology, setting sail toward the southern seas. As the ship sliced through the vast ocean, surrounded by an endless expanse of cerulean waters, they delved deeper into the southern waters, where dangers began to manifest. Lin Yu and his companions swiftly employed their soul techniques to counter the threats. Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos, infusing his weapon with chaotic energy to inflict substantial damage on the approaching sea soul beasts. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-splitting battle axe, engaging the beasts in close combat. Su Yao utilized her supportive martial soul to bestow various enhancements upon her comrades, bolstering their combat prowess, while Duo adeptly operated the ship's soul-guiding weaponry, unleashing energy beams to repel the sea soul beasts. After several days and nights of navigation, they finally beheld the mysterious island, shrouded in a veil of enigmatic mist that obscured its interior. As the vessel approached the island, a powerful surge of energy enveloped them. Be cautious. This island appears to conceal immense dangers, Lin Yu warned. The expedition team cautiously disembarked onto the island, discovering an abundance of peculiar flora and ancient architectural ruins. The style of these edifices was unlike any seen in the Douluo continent, exuding an aura of mystery. As they ventured further, they arrived at the entrance of a colossal temple. The grand doors were tightly shut, adorned with the intricate engraving of a magnificent divine beast. Despite their various attempts, Lin Yu and his companions could not unlock the temple's entrance. Just as confusion set in, Su Yao suddenly noticed a concealed mechanism beside the door. This mechanism featured a circular indentation that seemed to be missing a component. Lin Yu recalled a circular crystal he had acquired within the mysterious ruins and placed it into the recess. Miraculously, the temple doors began to slowly open, releasing an ancient and mysterious energy. Upon entering the temple, they discovered an array of peculiar instruments and towering statues. At the center stood a vast magical circle, shimmering with unusual radiance. This magical array appears to harbor tremendous energy. We must proceed with caution, Lin Yu advised. They meticulously observed the magical array surrounding them and discovered that it was inscribed with runes, some of which bore a resemblance to those they had encountered earlier in a mysterious ruin. Duo produced a portable detection device and began to scan the magical array. After a thorough analysis, he arrived at a startling conclusion. This magical array appeared to function as a portal to another dimension, harboring a mysterious power capable of allowing soul masters to transcend their existing limits of soul force. The revelation left everyone astounded. If Duo's assertions were indeed accurate, this discovery would have profound implications for the realm of soul masters in the Douluo continent. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into their studies of the magical array, a low, rumbling roar suddenly echoed through the temple. In the next moment, a colossal guardian beast emerged from the shadows, towering at over 10 meters. Its body was covered in impenetrable scales, and its eyes glimmered with a menacing red light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. It seems we have triggered the guardian mechanism here. Everyone, be cautious, Lin Yu shouted, immediately unleashing the power of chaos to brace for the beast's assault. The guardian beast charged towards them, each attack imbued with tremendous force, leaving massive craters in its wake. Lin Yu summoned a chaos shield to deflect the beast's onslaught. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe, rushing towards the guardian beast in search of its vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Su Yu supported her teammates by bestowing various enhancements to bolster their combat prowess. Duo manipulated the soul-guiding device to launch attacks against the guardian beast. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Yu discerned that while the guardian beast's scales were formidable, it possessed a relatively weak spot in its abdomen. Utilizing the laws of time and space, he instantaneously positioned himself beneath the guardian beast and unleashed the chaos blade, thrusting it forcefully into the creature's underbelly. Just as Lin Yu and the others found themselves in dire straits, Su Yao suddenly identified another weakness in the guardian beast. During its attacks, the beast's eyes would briefly reveal a vulnerability. Su Yu promptly communicated this revelation to Lin Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos, condensing it into an energy beam that shot towards the guardian beast's eyes. Upon being struck, the beast emitted a pained howl, its body beginning to sway. Zhou Yang capitalized on this moment, unleashing his most potent attack, the earth-splitting storm. The powerful axe shadow bore the weight of destruction as it struck the guardian beast. Ultimately, the guardian beast could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing with a thunderous crash and disintegrating into a burst of radiance. Having triumphed over the guardian beast, Lin Yu and his companions could finally focus on their study of the magical array. After considerable effort, they discovered the method to activate the array. Lin Yu resolved to personally enter the magical array and explore the mysteries of the other dimension. Under the watchful eyes of his comrades, he stepped into the magical array. As the array shimmered with light, Lin Yu's figure gradually vanished from their sight. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself in an extraordinary space, filled with bizarre energy fluctuations, surrounded by massive floating stones and twinkling stars. Is this truly another dimension? Lin Yu's heart brimmed with curiosity and wonder. He ventured cautiously forward, discovering that this space concealed numerous enigmatic relics and ancient civilizations. During his exploration, Lin Yu encountered a variety of mysterious beings. These creatures possessed peculiar forms. Some resembled humanoids composed of light, while others appeared as colossal energy entities. They regarded Lin Yu with wariness but did not initiate an attack. Lin Yu endeavored to communicate with these enigmatic beings, only to realize that their language and symbols were entirely dissimilar to those of the Douluo continent. After considerable effort, Lin Yu finally established a connection with one of the mysterious beings through mental energy. From the consciousness of this being, Lin Yu learned that this dimension was once the habitat of a highly advanced civilization known as the Spirit Illusion Star Realm. Chapter 39. The Mysteries of the Dimension and the Unknown Threat. Through the mental link with the mysterious being, Lin Yu uncovered many secrets of this dimension. It turned out that this place was once home to a superior civilization called the Spirit Illusion Star Realm. In the distant past, the inhabitants of this realm mastered profound technologies to manipulate energy and space, their technological prowess far surpassing that of the Douluo continent. However, an unforeseen disaster shattered this tranquility. A malevolent force known as the Void Corruptor silently descended upon them. The Void Corruptor had the capacity to consume all energy and matter, leading to the swift collapse of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm civilization. In a desperate bid to resist the Void Corruptor, the inhabitants of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm exerted all their strength to construct formidable defensive mechanisms and created guardian beings endowed with special abilities, one of which was the guardian beast Lin Yu had previously encountered. Despite the valiant resistance of the realm's residents, the Void Corruptor proved too formidable, ultimately compelling them to open the dimensional gate, sealing a portion of their civilization's essence and key technologies within specific relics, which were then scattered across various dimensions, including the mysterious relics Lin Yu and his companions had explored on the Douluo continent. This dimension, interconnected with the Douluo continent, served as their final bastion to preserve the ember of civilization. Lin Yu realized that this information was of paramount importance to the Douluo continent. Should the power of the Void Corruptor ever infiltrate their realm, it would spell catastrophic doom. He resolved to delve deeper into this dimensional space, seeking further information about the Void Corruptor and strategies to counter it. It became evident that this energy tower was a crucial facility established by the Spirit Illusion Star Realm to monitor the Void Corruptor. Through the energy tower, Lin Yu glimpsed the terrifying visage of the Void Corruptor. They appeared as colossal black vortexes, mercilessly drawing everything into their depths, rendering it to nothingness. Moreover, the Void Corruptor seemed to possess a unique ability to sense energy fluctuations from other dimensions and advance towards areas of greater energy. Lin Yu continued to search for clues within the dimensional space. He arrived at a mysterious forest, where the trees were composed of pure energy, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Deep within the forest, Lin Yu discovered an ancient altar. The altar was inscribed with intricate runes, and at its center rested a crystal orb radiating a gentle light. Lin Yu approached the altar, and at the moment his hand made contact with the crystal orb, it erupted with a brilliant radiance, enveloping him within its luminous embrace. Amidst the brilliance, Lin Yu beheld a series of vivid images. The scenes depicted the inhabitants of the spirit realm, who had once endeavored to harness a mysterious energy known as the Holy Radiance to combat the Void Invaders. The Holy Radiance was a pure and potent force of positive energy, capable of purifying the darkness wrought by the Void Invaders. However, acquiring the Holy Radiance was no simple task. It lay sealed within a mystical domain, surrounded by formidable protective forces and intricate magical traps. Only those endowed with extraordinary abilities and a pure heart could hope to surmount the numerous obstacles and obtain the Holy Radiance. Determined, Lin Yu resolved to seek this enigmatic domain and claim the Holy Radiance. Following the clues revealed by the crystal orb, he embarked on a lengthy journey, confronting various dangers and challenges along the way. On one occasion, he unwittingly stepped into a marsh of dark energy, where his body gradually succumbed to its malevolent influence. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lin Yu unleashed the power of chaos, narrowly escaping the clutches of the dark swamp. After several arduous days of travel, Lin Yu finally arrived at the mysterious domain that sealed away the Holy Radiance. The entrance was obstructed by a powerful energy shield, adorned with flickering, arcane runes. Lin Yu attempted to decipher the runes using his chaotic power, but was met with a fierce backlash. Just as he felt utterly helpless, a memory surged forth, an ancient jade pendant he had discovered within a mysterious relic on the Douluo continent. He had stumbled upon the pendant during his exploration and had always carried it with him, sensing it possessed a unique purpose, though he had yet to uncover its application. Lin Yu retrieved the pendant and held it near the energy shield. Miraculously, the pendant emanated a gentle glow, resonating with the runes upon the shield. The runes began to shimmer and shift, gradually revealing a fissure in the protective barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu channeled the power of chaos to widen the crack, successfully entering the mysterious domain. Upon entering, Lin Yu discovered a realm suffused with light and a sacred aura. Enormous orbs of light floated in the sky, while the ground was adorned with various luminescent plants. At the heart of the domain stood a towering spire of light, where the Holy Radiance was sealed at its pinnacle. As Lin Yu approached the spire, he felt an overwhelming surge of divine energy. Suddenly, a cadre of guardian angels appeared before him. These celestial beings were tall, with pristine white wings and wielded weapons that radiated brilliance. The guardians regarded Lin Yu with suspicion, blocking his path and proclaiming in authoritative tones, "Outsider, what brings you to this sacred realm?" Lin Yu bowed respectfully, replying, "Esteemed guardian angels, I hail from the Douluo continent, which is presently besieged by the threat of the Void Invaders. I have learned that the Holy Radiance can counter this menace, and thus I seek your assistance, hoping to obtain the Holy Radiance to save my land." Upon hearing his words, the guardian angels exchanged glances, contemplating his request. One of the leading guardian angels proclaimed, "The power of Holy Radiance is the very essence of this realm and should not be bestowed lightly upon others. However, should you pass our trials and demonstrate both sufficient capability and a benevolent heart, we may consider lending you this sacred power." Without hesitation, Lin Yu acquiesced. The guardian angels promptly initiated the trials. The first trial tested strength. They summoned a colossal energy beast, its form towering like a mountain, exuding immense power. Lin Yu harnessed the forces of chaos and the laws of time and space, engaging in a fierce battle with the energy beast. Throughout the confrontation, he continuously adapted his tactics, ultimately discovering the beast's vulnerability and triumphing over it. The second trial assessed wisdom, as the guardian angels presented a series of intricate questions concerning the application of energy, the laws of space, and the mysteries of the mind. Drawing upon his studies and explorations within the Douluo continent, as well as his experiences in this dimensional space, Lin Yu provided accurate answers to each inquiry. The final trial was a test of the spirit, wherein the guardian angels conjured an illusory scenario that compelled Lin Yu to confront his deepest fears and desires. In this vision, he witnessed the devastation of the Douluo continent at the hands of the Void Invader, as well as the peril of losing himself amidst boundless power. Yet, fortified by his unwavering conviction and profound love for the Douluo continent, Lin Yu overcame his inner trepidations and desires, remaining unyielded by the deceptive scene. The guardian angels were exceedingly pleased with Lin Yu's performance and resolved to grant him the power of Holy Radiance. The leading guardian angel waved a staff, and a brilliant light emanated from the pinnacle of the Tower of Light, merging with Lin Yu's being. He felt a surge of potent and pure energy coursing through him, signifying his successful acquisition of the Holy Radiance. Immediately, Lin Yu joined forces with the guardian angels to prepare for the impending arrival of the Void Invader. Soon, a massive black vortex manifested in the sky of the realm, heralding the descent of the Void Invader. Its dark aura swiftly enveloped the surroundings, suppressing the light and sanctity. The guardian angels promptly unleashed their divine power, engaging in combat with the invader. Lin Yu, too, invoked the power of Holy Radiance alongside the forces of chaos, entering the fray. By merging these two powers, he birthed a novel attack technique, the Holy Radiance Chaos Impact. A beam imbued with both light and chaotic energy surged toward the Void Invader, striking it with a violent force. The invader quivered momentarily but quickly regained its composure. Recognizing the formidable strength of the Void Invader, Lin Yu discerned that conventional attacks bore little effect. He began to contemplate new strategies and suddenly conceived a method to utilize the unique environment of this dimensional space against the invader, abundant with various energies. Lin Yu endeavored to channel these forces, forming a massive energy vortex to ensnare the Void Invader within. Employing the laws of time and space, he manipulated the energy vortex, steadily constricting the invader's mobility. The guardian angels coordinated with Lin Yu, relentlessly launching assaults against the Void Invader. Through the concerted efforts of the masses, the Void Devourer was ultimately subdued, its power waning gradually. However, it was not entirely eradicated. In its struggle, it unexpectedly split into countless smaller Void Devourers. Fleeing in every direction, Lin Yu and the guardian angels immediately dispersed to pursue them, striving to eradicate these diminutive foes. Lin Yu harnessed the forces of chaos and sacred radiance to purify each small Void Devourer. Yet, the sheer number of these entities was overwhelming, preventing their complete annihilation in a short span of time. Moreover, these smaller Void Devourers seemed intent on finding a means to escape this dimensional space, should they succeed. The Douluo continent would face grave peril. Just as Lin Yu felt the weight of urgency, an idea struck him: the energy tower. If the energy tower could monitor the Void Devourers, it must possess a way to eliminate them entirely. Lin Yu promptly soared towards the energy tower, arriving at its base, where he engaged in communion with it through the powers of chaos and sacred radiance. The energy tower appeared to comprehend Lin Yu's intent, unleashing formidable energy waves. These waves coalesced into a vast energy net, ensnaring all the smaller Void Devourers. Under the influence of this net, the entities were gradually purified, ultimately vanishing from sight. When Lin Yu reappeared in the temple of the mysterious island, he was immediately surrounded by Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo. Their relief was palpable upon witnessing Lin Yu's safe return. Lin Yu recounted his experiences within the dimensional space and the threat posed by the Void Devourers in meticulous detail. The group listened, stunned and apprehensive. "I never imagined the threat we faced to be so immense," Zhou Yang remarked, furrowing his brow. Su Yao expressed her concern, stating, "We must devise a response swiftly, otherwise the Douluo continent will plunge into danger." Lin Yu nodded in agreement, affirming, Duo is right. We must take immediate action. From this moment forth, the primary objective of the Peacekeepers Alliance is to devise strategies against the Void Devourers. Upon receiving this news, Soul Masters across the Douluo continent responded to the call, rallying to prepare for the impending threat. Blacksmiths toiled day and night crafting weapons, artisans hastened the development of soul-guided devices, and Soul Masters dedicated themselves to rigorous training to enhance their abilities. A battle for the preservation of the Douluo continent was on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 40. The continent's preparations and the mysterious organization's movements concurrently, the training of Soul Masters proceeded in an orderly fashion. Zhou Yang took charge of organizing practical combat training, devising a series of targeted training regimens based on the characteristics of the Void Devourers. The Soul Masters were divided into various groups, engaging in simulated battles to hone their coordination and adaptability to diverse scenarios. Lin Yu personally guided a select group of exceptionally talented young Soul Masters, aiding them in better comprehending and wielding their soul power to enhance their strength. In the streets and alleys of Tiando City, ordinary citizens also contributed their efforts towards the impending crisis. Though lacking formidable soul power, their fervor and support infused the entire preparation campaign with tremendous momentum. However, amidst the fervent preparations for battle on the continent, a clandestine organization has been operating in the shadows. This organization, known as the Shadow Council, has long concealed itself in the dark corners of Douluo continent, keeping a watchful eye on the unfolding situation. The members of the Shadow Council are predominantly Soul Masters tainted by dark forces and ambitious malefactors, who harbor deep resentment towards the Peacekeepers Alliance led by Lin Yu, believing that the Alliance's existence stifles their aspirations and growth. At the helm of the Shadow Council is a mysterious figure referred to as the Shadow Sovereign. Possessing formidable dark soul power, he excels in manipulating hearts and wielding dark magic. Upon learning of the impending threat posed by the Void Invaders, rather than contemplating ways to assist Douluo continent in resisting the crisis, the Shadow Sovereign began to devise his own schemes. He perceives the arrival of the Void Invaders as an extraordinary opportunity to upend the existing order by leveraging this chance. He envisions leading the Shadow Council to seize control of Douluo continent. One member inquired, "Leader, what shall we do? Should we merely stand by?" The Shadow Sovereign's eyes glinted with a cold light as he replied, "Certainly not. We shall exploit this opportunity to ensure that Lin Yu and his allies are mutually annihilated by the Void Invaders, and then we shall intervene to claim the remnants. Simultaneously, we must seek means to acquire powers that can enhance our strength, preparing for our subsequent actions. Thus, the Shadow Council embarked on a series of clandestine operations. They dispatched spies to infiltrate the research bases and training camps of the Peacekeepers Alliance, attempting to steal information and research concerning the response to the Void Invaders. Concurrently, they scoured the continent for ancient relics and mysterious powers, hoping to discover methods to augment their own strength. During a transport of supplies by the Peacekeepers Alliance, members of the Shadow Council launched a sudden attack, masquerading as bandits to plunder the convoy. The Guardian Soul Masters of the transport team immediately rose to resist. Yet the formidable strength and dark magic wielded by the Shadow Council members gradually overwhelmed them. Just as the convoy faced imminent disaster, Lin Yu and Zhou Yang fortuitously passed by. Upon witnessing the plight of the transport team, they promptly joined the fray. Lin Yu unleashed the chaotic and holy light powers, swiftly subduing the members of the Shadow Council. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe, engaging the enemy in close combat. Under their onslaught, the members of the Shadow Council began to flee. Lin Yu and Zhou Yang apprehended one of the Shadow Council members, and after interrogation, uncovered the Council's nefarious plot. Furious upon learning this news, Lin Yu exclaimed, "I cannot believe that in this crucial moment, there are those who seek to profit at the expense of our continent's peace. We must act swiftly to thwart the machinations of the Shadow Council." Zhou Yang echoed his indignation, stating, "We cannot allow them to succeed. We must utterly dismantle this organization." Consequently, Lin Yu and Zhou Yang commenced an investigation into the movements and strongholds of the Shadow Council, utilizing the intelligence network of the Peacekeepers Alliance. They gathered various information regarding the Shadow Council. After arduous inquiries, they finally uncovered a significant stronghold of the Shadow Council, located within a desolate mine in the western region of Douluo continent. Lin Yu led an elite team of soul masters towards an abandoned mine. As they approached the site, they discovered it was enshrouded in a myriad of traps and the ominous aura of dark magic. Exercising utmost caution, Lin Yu and his companions skillfully evaded the traps and ventured deeper into the mine. In the depths, they stumbled upon a colossal underground castle, its grand entrance sealed shut. While numerous members of the Shadow Council patrolled the vicinity, harnessing chaotic energy, Lin Yu dispelled the surrounding dark magical presence and directed his team to launch an assault. The clash between the Soul Master Squad and the members of the Shadow Council erupted into a fierce battle. Lin Yu unleashed a chaotic storm of time and space, the powerful energy vortex sweeping across the battlefield and inflicting tremendous damage upon their adversaries. Zhou Yang brandished his Earth Shatter battle axe, charging through the enemy ranks with unmatched ferocity. The other Soul Masters also employed their unique soul techniques, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. Despite the formidable strength of the Shadow Council members, they gradually faltered under the relentless onslaught from Lin Yu and his companions. Upon learning of their assault, the Shadow Sovereign intervened personally. He summoned a formidable dark soul force, coalescing it into a massive dark dragon that lunged toward Lin Yu. Unfazed, Lin Yu countered with the radiant power of holy light and chaotic energy, clashing with the dark dragon. The brilliant energy of the holy light collided with the dark forces of the dragon, creating intense waves of energy. Throughout the battle, Lin Yu meticulously sought the dragon's weaknesses, ultimately identifying its eyes as its Achilles heel. Summoning the chaotic blade, Lin Yu concentrated a powerful energy beam and aimed it at the dragon's eyes. Upon impact, the dark dragon emitted a pained roar and began to tremble. Seizing the moment, Lin Yu invoked the laws of time and space, instantly positioning himself before the dark dragon and unleashed chaotic energy to obliterate it entirely. The Shadow Sovereign, witnessing the destruction of his dark dragon, was struck with panic. He attempted to flee, but Zhou Yang blocked his path. Wielding the Earth Shatter battle axe, Zhou Yang launched an attack against the Shadow Sovereign. The Sovereign retaliated with dark magic. Yet, under Zhou Yang's overwhelming strength, his defenses crumbled. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Lin Yu and Zhou Yang, the Shadow Sovereign was vanquished, collapsing to the ground, devoid of any will to resist. With the fall of the Shadow Sovereign, the Shadow Council disbanded, and its remaining members scattered in haste. Lin Yu, understanding the necessity of eradicating the root of the problem, promptly dispatched members of the Peace Guardians Alliance to pursue the remnants of the Shadow Council. This purging operation persisted for several months, finally eliminating the threat of the Shadow Council, allowing the Douluo continent to temporarily free itself from internal peril and wholeheartedly prepare to confront the Void infiltrators. However, amidst this tense preparatory phase, not all proceeded smoothly. As research progressed, Duo uncovered that although the new type of soul-guiding device could inflict some damage upon the void infiltrators, it was far from sufficient for their complete eradication. Moreover, the rare materials required for the production of these soul guide devices have become increasingly elusive on the Douluo continent, significantly hindering large-scale manufacturing. Simultaneously, certain soul masters have encountered formidable obstacles in their cultivation, despite their fervent attempts to integrate the power of sanctity and chaos into their own soul force. The overwhelming potency and enigma of these forces have rendered many unable to fully harness them, resulting in sluggish progress and instances of chaotic soul energy. These challenges have cast a shadow over the atmosphere of preparation. Lin Yu realized that it was imperative to discover solutions to these issues. Otherwise, the Douluo continent would remain at a disadvantage against the void invaders. He resolved to return to the dimensional gateway of the mysterious island, hoping to uncover further clues and answers within that enigmatic spatial realm. Lin Yu ventured alone to the mysterious island and, utilizing the magical array within the temple, re-entered the dimensional space. This time, he refrained from recklessly delving deeper, instead returning to the location where he had previously communicated with the guardian angels, hoping to solicit their assistance. The guardian angels, upon seeing Lin Yu's return, were unsurprised. The lead guardian angel spoke, "We anticipated your return. The crisis facing the Douluo continent remains unresolved, and you seek further assistance, do you not?" Lin Yu nodded and detailed the current predicaments confronting the Douluo continent to the guardian angels. After listening, the guardian angels fell into contemplation. After a brief interval, one of the guardian angels remarked, "Deep within this dimensional space lies a forsaken relic, once the energy research center of the spirit illusion star realm. Perhaps there, you may discover a resolution to your dilemmas." Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited within Lin Yu. After expressing his gratitude to the guardian angels, he set forth into the depths of the dimensional space. Along the way, he cautiously evaded various dangers and unknown creatures. As he progressed deeper into the dimensional realm, the environment became increasingly peculiar, and the fluctuations of energy intensified. At long last, Lin Yu stumbled upon the forsaken relic. Its exterior was profoundly ancient, adorned with an array of strange symbols and patterns. Upon entering the relic, he found it replete with intricate instruments and colossal energy crystals. He began to meticulously examine these devices and crystals, striving to extract valuable information. Within one of the chambers of the relic, Lin Yu discovered an ancient tome. The book chronicled numerous achievements in energy research from the spirit illusion star realm, including methods for better integrating different forms of energy. Lin Yu felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. He diligently studied the tome, gradually mastering the technique to harmoniously fuse the power of sanctity, chaos, and the soul force of soul masters. Additionally, the book mentioned a rare mineral known as Star Radiance Crystal Oregon. This, or harbored potent and pure energy, making it an exceptional material for crafting advanced soul guide devices. Remarkably, the source of Star Radiance Crystal Ore was located in the far southern regions of the Douluo continent. Led by Duo, an expedition team endured numerous challenges in the far southern territory and ultimately discovered the vein of Star Radiance Crystal Oregon. However, guarding the mine were a formidable group of ice attribute soul beasts, which launched a fierce assault on the invading expedition team. The members of the expedition team promptly unleashed their soul skills to counterattack. Duo manipulated the newly developed soul guiding device, unleashing a series of energy beams that repelled the soul beasts. However, the sheer number and formidable strength of the soul beast gradually ensnared the exploration team into a dire predicament. At that crucial moment, Lin Yu and Zhou Yang arrived with reinforcements. Lin Yu harnessed the power of chaos and the brilliance of the sacred light, deftly countering the assaults of the soul beasts. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-splitting battle axe, charging into the throng of soul beasts, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Through their collective efforts, they ultimately succeeded in driving back the soul beasts and securing the veins of the Starshine crystal mine. As the mining of the Starshine crystal commenced, Duo's research team began the large-scale production of the new soul-guiding devices. Once these devices were equipped on the Soul Masters, their combat prowess was significantly enhanced. Simultaneously, the Soul Masters, having mastered new energy fusion techniques, grew ever more formidable. Yet, just as everything appeared to be progressing smoothly, an unforeseen circumstance arose. A vast expanse of ominous dark clouds suddenly materialized in the skies above Douluo continent. Unlike ordinary clouds, this dark mass exuded a dense aura of malevolence, continually roiling and surging, as if brewing an impending catastrophe. Lin Yu and his companions immediately sensed the anomaly of the dark clouds. They gathered in the plaza of Tiando City, gazing upward with a heightened sense of vigilance. The dark aura bore a striking resemblance to that of the void infiltrators. Could they have arrived prematurely? Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and remarked. Lin Yu shook his head, expressing doubt. It does not seem likely. The appearance of the void infiltrators is typically accompanied by powerful spatial fluctuations and energy disturbances. While this dark cloud does exude a sinister aura, it lacks those telltale signs. Nonetheless, we cannot afford to be complacent. We must ascertain the origins of this phenomenon post-haste. Thus, Lin Yu dispatched several adept reconnaissance soul masters to approach the dark clouds for investigation. The soul masters cautiously flew near the clouds, and upon nearing, they were met with an overwhelming pressure. They immediately summoned their soul power shields to withstand this force while employing soul guiding devices to scan the clouds. Lin Yu resolved to personally investigate the situation. He invoked the powers of chaos and temporal laws, swiftly arriving at the edge of the dark clouds. The moment he stepped into the cloud, a wave of intense dark energy surged toward him. Instinctively, Lin Yu unleashed the brilliance of the sacred light to dispel the encroaching darkness. Within the clouds, Lin Yu discovered the dispatched soul masters, who lay in a state of unconsciousness, their soul power shields shattered, evidently having endured a devastating assault. Lin Yu roused them one by one, inquiring about the events that transpired. One soul master, in a weakened state, recounted, "As we approached the clouds, we sensed an overwhelming dark power. Before we could react, an invisible force struck us, and then we lost consciousness." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was filled with perplexity. He continued to delve deeper into the clouds, seeking the source of this dark power. As he ventured further, Lin Yu discerned that the clouds appeared to be a colossal energy entity, harboring countless dark runes and peculiar magical arrays. These runes and arrays interwove to form a formidable defensive mechanism, attacking anyone who dared to approach. Upon returning to Tiando City, Lin Yu shared his discoveries regarding the ominous cloud with everyone. The group was taken aback by the revelation. The emergence of this peculiar cloud was too suspicious. We must swiftly ascertain a method to dispel it, or our preparations for battle will be severely hindered, Su Yao expressed with concern. Duo adjusted his glasses and pondered for a moment before stating, "From Lin Yu's description, the dark runes and magical formations within this cloud are exceedingly intricate. Deciphering them will require substantial time and effort. We could endeavor to trace the source of the cloud's energy, severing its supply, which may allow us to dismantle its defensive mechanisms." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Duo makes a valid point. We should first dispatch several soul masters to scout around the cloud in search of its energy source. Simultaneously, we must bolster Tiando City's defenses to prevent any sudden assaults from the cloud. Thus, the soul masters divided into various teams, commencing their reconnaissance around the ominous cloud. They cautiously evaded its attack range, employing an array of soul-guiding artifacts and scouting skills in their quest to uncover the energy source. Meanwhile, the defensive measures in Tiando City were being executed with great urgency. Duo organized craftsmen to install various defensive soul-guiding devices around the city, establishing a formidable barrier. After several days of diligent investigation, one group of soul masters finally discovered the source of the cloud's energy. Hidden within an ancient mountain range on Douluo continent lay an immense dark magical formation, intricately linked to the cloud above, supplying it with an unending flow of dark energy. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Yu promptly led an elite team of soul masters toward the ancient mountains. Upon their arrival, they found themselves enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, the atmosphere thick with a foreboding aura. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions ventured deeper into the mountains when suddenly, a horde of dark soul beasts surged forth from all directions. These colossal and formidable creatures lunged at the soul master team with ferocious intent. Lin Yu summoned the powers of chaos and holy radiance, deftly countering the onslaught of the dark soul beasts. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-splitting battle axe, plunging into the fray and engaging in fierce combat. The other soul masters unleashed their unique soul skills, fighting valiantly against the dark beasts. Utilizing the laws of time and space, Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered behind the dark soul beasts, racing toward the direction of the dark magical formation. Zhou Yang and the other soul masters closely followed, repelling the dark beasts while advancing toward their objective. At last, they located the dark magical formation. Nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by an array of dark runes and traps, Lin Yu harnessed his chaotic power in an attempt to unravel the runes and traps, but was met with a fierce backlash. Just as Lin Yu and his companions found themselves in a precarious situation, Su Yao suddenly conceived a solution. She employed her mental prowess to communicate with the runes within the dark magical formation. Although the dark runes brimmed with malice and rejection, Su Yao, with her formidable mental strength, gradually discerned their patterns. With her assistance, Lin Yu successfully dismantled the traps surrounding the dark magical formation, and they finally reached the core of the formation. Lin Yu unleashed the power of holy radiance and chaos, coalescing it into a formidable beam of energy directed at the heart of the dark magical array. With a resounding explosion, the dark magical array was utterly obliterated. The ominous clouds in the sky dissipated instantly, revealing a clear expanse above the Douluo continent once more. After this tumultuous event, the preparations for battle on the Douluo continent proceeded smoothly. As the day of reckoning drew near, the entire continent awaited the arrival of the Void Invaders with bated breath. Chapter 42. The arrival of the Void Invaders and the continent's counterattack after a prolonged and tense period of preparation. The Douluo continent finally faced the ultimate confrontation with the Void Invaders. It was a seemingly ordinary morning, the sky a brilliant blue, a gentle breeze caressing the land. Yet an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire continent. Suddenly, black fissures appeared in the sky, exuding a chilling aura of darkness. As if a summoning from the depths of hell. They have come. The Void Invaders have arrived. Someone shouted in terror. In an instant, chaos descended upon the Douluo continent. As people hurried into pre-prepared fortifications while soul masters rapidly assembled, racing towards the fissures. Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo stood atop the walls of Tiando City, their expressions grave as they gazed at the rifts in the sky. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu commanded. Remain calm, everyone. Act according to the plan we devised. Members of the Peace Guardians Alliance, take your positions. With Lin Yu's orders given, the Soul Masters swiftly divided into various groups, each executing their designated tasks. Some Soul Masters were tasked with activating the Holy Radiance defense barrier generators surrounding the city. And soon, brilliant beams of light erupted, forming a colossal energy shield that enveloped Tiando City in its protective embrace. Meanwhile, another group of Soul Masters boarded soul-guided aircraft equipped with chaos tracking missiles, preparing to launch an offensive against the Void Invaders. Zhou Yang led the ground forces, rapidly establishing defensive formations around the city. Wielding his earth-splitting battle axe, he bellowed, "Brothers, for the Douluo continent, for our homeland, let us fight with all we have." The soldiers echoed his rallying cry, their spirits soaring. At that moment, a multitude of Void Invaders emerged from the fissures. They took on various forms, some resembling massive black whirlpools that voraciously devoured everything in their vicinity. Others appeared as twisted monstrosities, adorned with countless tentacles and sharp claws. Wherever the Void Invaders tread, dark energy surged, reducing all to nothingness. Lin Yu harnessed the powers of chaos and holy radiance, soaring into the sky to confront the Void Invaders. His form was surrounded by an overwhelming energy, akin to a descending war god. Chaos, holy radiance, shatter. Lin Yu roared, unleashing an attack skill that fused the powers of chaos and holy radiance, directing a beam of energy imbued with both light and chaos towards a Void Invader. Upon impact, the Void Invader emitted a violent oscillation but quickly regained its form, continuing its advance towards Tiando City. Witnessing this, Lin Yu felt a weight in his heart, realizing that the strength of the Void Invaders surpassed his expectations. Simultaneously, the Soul Masters aboard the soul-guided aircraft initiated their assault. They launched chaotic tracking missiles, which trailed long tails of flame, accurately pursuing the elusive Void Invaders. However, the Void Invaders appeared to be well prepared for these assaults, skillfully evading the missiles, with only a handful succumbing to the strikes. The ground forces engaged in fierce combat with the Void Invaders, their tentacles and claws incessantly battering the defensive formations, while the soldiers valiantly resisted with their weapons and soul techniques. Zhou Yang led the charge, his earth-splitting battle axe repelling a Void Invader with each swing. Yet the sheer number of enemies began to weaken their defenses. In the rear, Duo anxiously maneuvered various soul engineering devices, continuously adjusting the energy output of the Holy Radiance defense barrier generator to ensure the stability of the energy shield. Simultaneously, he scrutinized the weaknesses of the Void Invaders, striving to discover more effective means of assault. Su Yao, utilizing her supportive martial soul, bestowed various enhancements upon the Soul Masters and soldiers on the battlefield. Her mental prowess traversed the battlefield, providing her comrades with precise intelligence and support. "Hold on, everyone. We shall surely prevail," Su Yao proclaimed loudly, her voice brimming with strength. Uplifting the morale of all, he harnessed the laws of time and space, swiftly traversing the battlefield to observe the patterns of the Void Invaders' movements. At last, he discerned a vast black vortex situated at the heart of the Void Invaders, perpetually absorbing the surrounding dark energy, seemingly the energy core of the entire Void Invader swarm. Lin Yu promptly summoned Zhou Yang and several other formidable Soul Masters, sharing his discovery with them. We must concentrate our forces and strike at that black vortex. Once it is destroyed, the Void Invaders will lose their source of energy, granting us the opportunity for victory, Lin Yu declared resolutely. Zhou Yang and the others nodded in agreement, unleashing their most potent soul techniques as they followed Lin Yu towards the black vortex. During their flight, they encountered countless Void Invaders attempting to impede their progress, yet they remained undaunted, battling fiercely until they neared the black vortex. Now is the moment. Attack! Lin Yu shouted, unleashing a chaotic temporal storm, directing immense energy towards the black vortex. Zhou Yang swung his earth-splitting battle axe, manifesting the earth-splitting storm. As the powerful axe shadows bore down upon the vortex with destructive force, the other soul masters unleashed their ultimate techniques, illuminating the battlefield with radiant brilliance and overflowing energy. Upon being struck, the black vortex quaked violently, and the surrounding Void Invaders grew frantic, seemingly aware of the peril. They converged upon the vortex in a desperate attempt to protect it. Lin Yu and his companions did not falter. They continued their assault, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the Void Invaders. In the heat of battle, a soul master was accidentally struck by a tentacle, sustaining grave injuries. Witnessing this, Lin Yu immediately summoned the power of Holy Radiance to heal his wounds while intensifying their offensive. Just as Lin Yu and his allies were on the brink of collapse, Duoluo suddenly exclaimed, "I have found a solution." He operated a new type of soul engineering device, unleashing a specialized energy beam. The beam of light merged with the attack energies of Lin Yu and his companions, generating an even more formidable force. This surge of power rushed towards the black vortex like a tidal wave, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance and emanating energy. The nearby Void Erosionists were thrown into disarray by this force, emitting piercing howls. The potent energy struck the black vortex with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to tremble violently as the dark energies surrounding it surged wildly, seemingly engaged in a final struggle. However, the amalgamated force was overwhelmingly potent, gradually decelerating the rotation of the black vortex and stifling its absorption of dark energy. "Let us push harder. We are almost there," Lin Yu shouted, rallying his companions. Gritting their teeth, they exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the intensity of their assault. Zhou Yang's Earth Shatter War Axe radiated with light, each swing generating powerful air currents that resonated with Lin Yu's chaotic time-space storm, relentlessly battering the black vortex. Just as victory seemed within reach, the black vortex suddenly erupted with an even more powerful dark energy, akin to a ferocious beast awakening, instantly dispersing their combined attack. Lin Yu and the others were sent reeling by the backlash, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. How could this be? The power of the black vortex is actually increasing, Zhou Yang exclaimed, his face twisted in disbelief. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Contemplating deeply, it appears that the core of the Void Erosionist is far more intricate than we had anticipated. This black vortex seems to possess a unique mechanism, capable of absorbing surrounding dark energy to fortify itself when under attack. At this moment, the battlefield situation grew increasingly dire. The Void Erosionists, seemingly invigorated by the black vortex, launched even more frenzied assaults on the defense of Douluo continent. The ground troops' defenses were on the brink of collapse, although the soldiers fought valiantly. The relentless onslaught of the Void Erosionists resulted in mounting casualties. The Soul Masters piloting the soul-guided aircraft also found themselves in peril. The actions of the Void Erosionists became increasingly erratic. They no longer merely evaded missile strikes, but began to actively retaliate against the soul-guided aircraft. Streams of dark energy targeted the aircraft, with several being struck and plummeting amidst plumes of black smoke. Duoluo, anxiously stationed at the rear, exerted himself to maintain the operation of the Holy Radiance defense barrier generator while desperately searching through various instruments and data for a solution. "Is there truly nothing we can do?" he murmured, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Sio sensed the urgency of the battlefield situation as well. Channeling all her mental energy, she maximized the capabilities of her auxiliary martial soul. Her mental prowess extended to every corner of the battlefield, continuously providing her companions with information on the attack positions and weaknesses of the Void Erosionists, while also administering healing and enhancements to the wounded soul masters and soldiers. Striving to stabilize the situation, Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. He once again wielded the laws of time and space, traversing the battlefield with remarkable speed, meticulously observing every subtle change in the Void Eroders and the Black Vortex. Suddenly, he discerned a fleeting energy fluctuation gap when the Black Vortex absorbed dark energy. "Listen closely," Lin Yu proclaimed through soul power, addressing his companions. "The Black Vortex experiences a momentary gap while absorbing energy, We must seize this opportunity to launch our attack. Under Lin Yu's deliberate guidance, the black vortex indeed began to frequently absorb the surrounding dark energy. At last, a distinct energy fluctuation gap emerged. Now is the time. Attack! Lin Yu bellowed. Unleashing his most potent chaos holy radiance, a beam infused with boundless light and chaotic power, directed at the black vortex. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang executed a full-force strike, his earth-shattering battle axe cleaving toward the black vortex with the might to reshape the world. Other formidable soul masters also unleashed their most powerful techniques, a kaleidoscope of light and energy converging upon the black vortex. However, the black vortex did not succumb completely. It continued to resist tenaciously. Although Lin Yu and the others' assaults inflicted significant damage, annihilating it would require further effort. At that moment, Duo suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "I have made a new discovery. The energy core of this black vortex seems to be linked to a unique spatial law. If we can disrupt the spatial laws surrounding it, we might be able to obliterate it once and for all." Lin Yu, intrigued, urged, Duo, please elaborate on how we can achieve this. Duo quickly elucidated. I have observed that the chaos tracking missiles we previously developed generate a special energy fluctuation upon detonation, which can interfere with spatial loss. We can utilize multiple chaos tracking missiles to simultaneously assault the black vortex, using their explosive energy fluctuations to disrupt the spatial laws encircling it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu made an immediate decision. Very well, let us proceed as such. Duo, arrange for the soul-guided aircraft to carry a substantial number of chaos tracking missiles for a concentrated assault on the black vortex. The rest of us will continue to engage it to create openings for the missile strikes. Duo swiftly issued the command, and the soul masters aboard the soul-guided aircraft adjusted their targets, aiming the missile launchers at the black vortex. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and his companions launched another wave of attacks, diverting the attention of the void eroders and the black vortex. Through their concerted efforts, the void eroders were successfully lured, charging toward Lin Yu and his allies in an attempt to thwart their offensive. In that moment of opportunity, the soul-guided aircraft unleashed volleys of chaos tracking missiles. The missiles, trailing long tails of flame, soared toward the black vortex like shooting stars. As they neared the vortex, the missiles detonated in succession, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. These fluctuations intertwined, forming a formidable force of spatial disruption that surged toward the black vortex. Sensing this threat, the black vortex whirled frantically, striving to resist the disturbance of the spatial laws. However, the energy fluctuations of the chaotic tracking missile were overwhelmingly potent, gradually disrupting the spatial laws surrounding the black vortex. Now, grant me complete annihilation. Lin Yu channeled all his strength and unleashed the chaotic time-space storm once more. This time, he infused the power of time-space laws into it, elevating the might of the chaotic time-space storm to unprecedented heights. Zhou Yang and the others, refusing to be outdone, unleashed their strongest attacks, launching a final assault alongside Lin Yu's chaotic time-space storm toward the black vortex. Under the dual forces of immense attacking power and spatial disruption, the black vortex could no longer withstand the onslaught. It emitted a deafening roar before beginning to collapse rapidly. As the black vortex disintegrated, the void invaders surrounding it seemed to lose their anchor, becoming weak and sluggish. We have succeeded, Zhou Yang exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, as Lin Yu gazed upon the dissipating black vortex and the weakened void invaders, he felt no sense of relief. He understood that while the black vortex had been destroyed, the void invaders still existed. The battle was far from over. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Continue the assault. We must eradicate these void invaders completely. Lin Yu shouted. Encouraged by his words, the soul masters and soldiers rallied their spirits, throwing themselves back into the fray. With their collective efforts, the number of void invaders gradually diminished, their attacks growing increasingly feeble. After a prolonged and fierce battle, the last void invader was finally vanquished. The battlefield was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, bearing the scars of the conflict. Exhausted, the soul masters and soldiers lay on the ground, yet their faces radiated the joy of victory. Lin Yu surveyed the scarred land, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This hard-won victory was the result of the collective effort of all the people of Douluo continent. However, he was acutely aware that the continent had paid a heavy toll in this battle. Many soul masters and soldiers had sacrificed their lives, and countless towns and villages lay in ruins. We have triumphed, but we must not forget those who sacrificed their lives to protect Douluo continent, Lin Yu murmured, tears glistening in his eyes. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo approached Lin Yu, their hearts equally burdened. This battle had profoundly illuminated the cruelty of war and the fragility of peace for them. Lin Yu, what shall we do next? Zhou Yang inquired. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu replied, we must swiftly rebuild Douluo continent, restoring vitality to this land. Simultaneously, we must enhance our research on the Void Invaders to prevent similar crises from occurring again. The group nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Yu and the others began to organize the Soul Masters and soldiers to clear the battlefield and assist the injured. At that moment, the reconstruction of Douluo continent officially commenced. Chapter 44. Reconstruction and New Crises. After the Void Invaders were repelled, Douluo continent experienced a fleeting moment of peace. Yet, this once thriving land was now ravaged, littered with ruins and debris. Countless families have lost their loved ones, and the populace finds themselves displaced, their lives plunged into turmoil. Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo are acutely aware that the task of reconstructing the Douluo continent is both formidable and urgent. They swiftly mobilize, organizing the members of the Peacekeepers Alliance to engage in the rebuilding efforts. Lin Yu harnesses the powers of chaos and holy brilliance to aid in the restoration of the damaged buildings and infrastructure. Zhou Yang leads the soldiers in clearing the rubble to pave the way for reconstruction. Su Yao employs her supportive martial spirit to heal the injured citizens and soothe their anxieties. Duo utilizes his expertise in soul-guiding devices to develop various efficient tools and equipment, enhancing the efficacy of the rebuilding work. However, just as the Douluo continent begins to regain its vitality, a new crisis quietly approaches. One day, while patrolling the walls of Tindo City, Lin Yu suddenly perceives a familiar yet unfamiliar energy fluctuation. Alarmed, he immediately channels his chaos power and the laws of time and space, soaring toward the source of the energy disturbance. Upon arrival, he discovers a mysterious figure standing in a desolate valley, radiating a formidable energy that sends chills down his spine. Lin Yu regards the figure warily and inquires, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The enigmatic figure slowly turns to reveal a cold, indifferent visage. "I am a messenger from the Darkstar realm," he replies icily. "Though you have repelled the Void Eroder, this was merely a probe from the Darkstar realm against the Douluo continent. Did you truly believe this war was over? Such naivete." Lin Yu's heart sinks as he realizes that the threat facing the Douluo continent has not been truly alleviated. "What do you intend to do?" he demands angrily. The messenger from the Darkstar realm scoffs. "The Douluo continent possesses abundant resources and immense power. The Darkstar realm covets it dearly. You must submit to the Darkstar realm, or else the Douluo continent will face an even more brutal war." Unfazed, Lin Yu declares, "We shall never bow to the forces of darkness. The Douluo continent is our home, and we will protect it at all costs." A glimmer of cold light flashes in the messenger's eyes. "If that is the case, do not blame us for being merciless." With that, he suddenly unleashes a powerful wave of dark energy towards Lin Yu. Instantly, Lin Yu conjures his chaos power and holy brilliance to defend himself. The two formidable energies collide in the valley, producing a deafening roar. Lin Yu realizes that this messenger from the Dark Star realm possesses strength that rivals, if not exceeds, that of the previous Void Eroder. The onlookers are struck with astonishment. "We have just repelled the Void Eroder, and now we are confronted with a new foe," Zhou Yang remarks, his brow furrowed. Su Yao expresses her concern. "This messenger from the Dark Star realm is incredibly powerful. What shall we do?" Duo adjusts his glasses, contemplating for a moment before stating, from Lin Yu's description, it appears that this messenger's power primarily derives from dark energy. "We might endeavor to develop a weapon or equipment capable of countering dark energy." Lin Yu nods in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Duo's suggestion. Simultaneously, we must intensify the training of our soul masters to enhance their prowess. Moreover, I believe it is essential for us to once again venture into the dimensional space of the mysterious island, seeking the assistance of the guardian angels. The assembly readily expressed their agreement. Thus, Lin Yu returned to the enigmatic island, entering the dimensional realm through the magical array within the temple. The guardian angels had long been aware of the circumstances on Douluo continent, and were not surprised by Lin Yu's arrival. The leading guardian angel stated, "We have sensed the looming threat of the Dark Star realm. Its power is formidable, and it is nearly impossible for Douluo continent to confront them alone." Lin Yu, filled with urgency, inquired, "What shall we do? Is there truly no way?" After a moment of contemplation, the guardian angel responded, "In the historical records of the Spirit Illusion Star realm, there exists a treasure known as the Holy Light Stone. It possesses an incomprehensibly potent light energy capable of countering all dark forces. If you can locate the Holy Light Stone, there may yet be a glimmer of hope." Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a flicker of optimism within him. "Then where can we find the Holy Light Stone?" The guardian angel shook their head. The Holy Light Stone has been missing for millennia, and its whereabouts remain a mystery. However, it is said to be connected to an ancient legend of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm. Deep within the Spirit Illusion Star Realm lies a mysterious palace, which conceals many unknown secrets. Perhaps the Holy Light Stone resides within that palace. Lin Yu nodded resolutely. No matter the difficulty, I shall find the Holy Light Stone. For the sake of Douluo Continent, I am willing to pay any price. The expedition team, consisting of Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Suyo, and Duo, selected several powerful soul masters to join their ranks. After making thorough preparations, the expedition embarked on their journey to the Spirit Illusion Star Realm. After a prolonged trek, the team finally arrived at the edge of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm. The environment here was starkly different from Douluo Continent, filled with peculiar energy fluctuations and mysterious luminescence. Lin Yu and his companions proceeded cautiously, vigilantly observing their surroundings. As they delved deeper into the Spirit Illusion Star Realm, the expedition faced various dangers and challenges. They encountered formidable energy storms that nearly engulfed them and confronted mysterious creatures that launched attacks against the team. Fortunately, due to their considerable strength, Lin Yu and his companions managed to avert disaster. At last, the expedition reached the innermost depths of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm, where a grand and enigmatic palace materialized before their eyes. The palace emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, surrounded by a formidable energy shield. Lin Yu and his companions approached the palace with utmost caution, seeking a way to enter. However, as they drew near, they inadvertently triggered the palace's defensive mechanisms. Powerful energy beams shot towards the expedition team, prompting Lin Yu and his companions to swiftly conjure soul power shields for defense. This palace's defenses are exceedingly tight. We must proceed with caution, Lin Yu remarked. At that moment, Suyao suddenly noticed some peculiar symbols and patterns on the palace walls. She utilized her mental energy to attempt to decipher the meanings of these symbols and patterns. After considerable effort, Suyao finally discovered a method to disable the palace's defensive mechanisms. With the assistance of Suyao, Lin Yu and his companions successfully deciphered the palace's defensive mechanisms and ventured into its shadowy depths. The interior of the palace was dim and silent, enveloped in an aura of mystery. They treaded cautiously, seeking traces of the Holy Light Stone. Deep within the palace, they finally discovered a colossal stone platform upon which rested a dazzling gem, the very Holy Light Stone they had desperately sought. However, just as they prepared to seize it, a massive figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. This figure resembled a gigantic beast, radiating dark energy, and it lunged ferociously toward the adventurers. Chapter 45, A Clash of Despair and Glimmers of Hope continued. The enormous beast surged forth, enveloped in a torrent of dark energy, akin to a black deluge rushing toward the exploration team. Its gargantuan form caused the ground to tremble with each movement, and its sharp claws sliced through the air, emitting a piercing howl. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, conjuring the powers of chaos and holy radiance to form a formidable energy barrier before him. Be cautious. This creature's strength should not be underestimated, he warned his comrades loudly. The beast's assault struck heavily against the energy barrier, the immense force causing Lin Yu's arm to tremble slightly, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yang brandished his Earth Shatter war axe, charging forward without hesitation. I will face it head-on, he bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike, the axe's shadow slicing towards the beast. Yet, the creature did not flinch. It absorbed the blow with its hardened scales, only swaying slightly in response. From behind, Suyo concentrated her mental energy, bestowing various enhancements upon her teammates. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead as she exerted herself to maintain the operation of her supportive martial spirit. Keep pushing forward. I will support you with all my strength. Her voice, though tinged with fatigue, resonated with unwavering determination. Duo observed the beast's attack patterns while rapidly devising countermeasures in his mind. He retrieved a small soul guiding device from his waist and began adjusting its parameters swiftly. The beast's dark energy seems correlated with a unique wave frequency. Perhaps I can utilize the soul guiding device to disrupt it, he mused quietly to himself. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was occupied with Zhou Yang's assault, Lin Yu invoked the laws of space and time, instantly appearing behind the creature. He harnessed the power of chaos and holy radiance, delivering a crushing blow to the beast's back. Chaos, holy radiance, obliterate. A beam of energy, imbued with boundless light and chaos, surged toward the beast. The creature roared in pain, pivoting violently and sweeping its massive tail through the air. Lin Yu barely evaded, the tail grazing his clothing and stirring a gust of wind. At that moment, Zhou Yang launched another attack, conjuring the Earth Shatter Storm. The powerful axe shadows sliced towards the beast's legs like a whirlwind of rotating blades. The beast staggered, one knee collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yu's heart leapt with joy. Duo, well done. Everyone, now is our chance. Let us deliver a decisive blow while it is vulnerable. The group unleashed their strongest attacks, a dazzling array of light and energy converging upon the beast. The monstrous creature sensed an immense threat and struggled desperately to rise. At that moment, Suyao suddenly felt a mysterious force surging within the palace. She concentrated her mental energy, attempting to probe the source of this power. Wait, I think I have discovered something, she exclaimed. The onslaught from the others momentarily halted as they looked at Suyao in confusion. Suyao closed her eyes, fully attuning herself to the enigmatic force. This power seems to be connected to the holy light stone. It appears to be guiding us, she slowly articulated. Lin Yu felt a stir in his heart. Could this be the key to unraveling the beast? Suyao, follow the guidance of this force, he urged. Suyao nodded, focusing her mental energy as she moved toward the direction of the holy light stone. As she drew closer, the mysterious force intensified. Suddenly, the holy light stone emitted a dazzling radiance, and an ancient rune materialized within the light. With her formidable mental prowess, Suyao deciphered the meaning of the rune. This is an ancient sealing rune. If we incorporate it into our attacks, we can counter the creature's dark energy, she declared with excitement. Lin Yu immediately responded, Suyao, transmit the rune's power to us. Everyone, listen carefully. We will infuse our attacks with the rune's strength and deliver the final blow to this beast. The group nodded in unison while Suyao concentrated her mental energy, relaying the rune's power through a psychic link to each individual. Lin Yu unleashed the chaotic time-space storm. Integrating the rune's strength within, the formidable energy, imbued with golden runic light, surged toward the monster. Zhou Yang swung his earth-splitting battle axe, the axe's shadow flickering with the rune's brilliance as it struck with devastating force. Other spirit masters also unleashed their ultimate techniques, merging the rune's power into their assaults. This time, the force of their attacks underwent a qualitative transformation. The rune's energy intertwined with their collective might, giving rise to an even more potent force capable of subduing darkness. The creature sensed the threat of this newfound power, roaring in terror as it attempted to resist. However, it was already too late. The overwhelming force of their assault struck true, the rune's radiance shimmering upon the beast as its dark energy swiftly dissipated. With an anguished cry, the creature's form gradually dissolved into nothingness. The group breathed a collective sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. This battle had drained them of so much energy. Yet they had ultimately triumphed. Lin Yu rose, approaching the holy light stone. Upon touching it, a warm and powerful force surged into his being. At last, I have found it, Lin Yu murmured, his eyes glimmering with excitement. At that moment, an ancient and mystical voice resonated throughout the palace. Brave and wise adventurers, you have successfully defeated the guardian beast and obtained the holy light stone. It shall serve as a formidable weapon in your battle against darkness. But remember, true strength emanates from the unity and faith within your hearts. These soul-guiding devices would not only unleash potent light energy attacks, but also form a luminous shield around the user, effectively repelling the onslaught of dark energy. Lin Yu and his companions conducted tests on the novel soul-guiding devices, yielding remarkably significant results. Simultaneously, Lin Yu and Zhou Yang remained steadfast in their training of the Soul Masters, drawing from their experiences in battles against the Dark Star Realm's envoys and monstrous creatures. They devised a more rigorous training regimen. The Soul Masters continuously enhanced their abilities, mastering the technique of merging the energy of the Holy Light Stone with their own soul power. However, the Dark Star Realm afforded little preparation time for Douluo continent. One fateful day, countless black fissures suddenly appeared in the sky, heralding the invasion of the Dark Star Realm's army. The soldiers of the Dark Star Realm, towering and exuding dark energy, wielded an array of sinister weapons as they launched ferocious assaults on the cities and villages of Douluo continent. Without hesitation, Lin Yu and his allies organized the Soul Masters and soldiers to mount a defense. Remain calm and adhere to the plan we devised, Lin Yu bellowed. The Soul Masters swiftly boarded the flying vessels equipped with the new soul-guiding devices, soaring into the sky to confront the invading army. Meanwhile, the ground forces rapidly established defensive formations, utilizing the new soul-guiding devices and the Holy Light Shield to withstand the onslaught of their foes. Although the soldiers of the Dark Star Realm were formidable and their attacks were fierce, the Soul Masters and soldiers of Douluo continent stood undaunted, resolutely resisting the enemy's aggression with the power of their new devices and their united spirit. Lin Yu unleashed the power of chaos, the radiant might, and the energy of the Holy Light Stone, engaging in an intense battle with the commander of the Dark Star Realm in midair. Surrounding his body was a formidable aura, akin to a divine warrior descended upon the battlefield. Today marks your doom, Darkstar Realm, he proclaimed with fervor, executing a powerful attack skill that amalgamated various forces, sending forth a beam of energy imbued with boundless light and chaos toward the Darkstar commander. The commander hastily summoned a dark energy shield to defend against the assault. Yet, the strength of Lin Yu's attack was overwhelming, shattering the shield in an instant. The commander was struck, propelled backward, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Yang led the ground forces into close combat with the soldiers of the Darkstar Realm, wielding his earth-shattering battle axe, each strike repelling swathes of enemies. For Douluo Continent, kill! He roared, his soldiers rallying behind him with unwavering resolve to vanquish their foes. Qian Duo, anxiously managing various soul-guiding devices from the rear, continuously adjusted their energy output to ensure maximum potency. Simultaneously, he utilized a remote monitoring system to relay information regarding enemy positions and vulnerabilities to the frontline soul masters and soldiers. Su Yao, employing her supportive martial soul, bestowed various enhancement states and healing effects upon her comrades on the battlefield. Her mental energy flowed seamlessly across the scene, providing precise intelligence and aid to her teammates. Hold firm, we shall triumph, she vociferated, uplifting the spirits of everyone around her. He harnessed the laws of time and space, swiftly traversing the battlefield to meticulously observe the movements of the Darkstar Realm's forces. After diligent scrutiny, he ultimately discerned a flaw in the enemy's tactics. The core commanders of the Darkstar army were stationed at the rear, orchestrating the frontline soldiers through a unique dark energy wave. Lin Yu promptly summoned Zhou Yang and several other formidable soul masters, sharing his discovery with them. We must concentrate our forces to breach the enemy's defenses and directly assault their core commander. Once we dismantle their command system, their offensive will descend into chaos, Lin Yu asserted with unwavering resolve. Zhou Yang and the others nodded in agreement, unleashing their most potent soul skills as they followed Lin Yu towards the rear of the Darkstar Realm army. As they advanced, they encountered countless soldiers of the Darkstar Realm attempting to obstruct their path. Undeterred, they fought fiercely, ultimately reaching a position near the core commander of the Darkstar Realm. Now is the time, attack! Lin Yu shouted, unleashing the chaotic temporal storm, directing its immense energy towards the Darkstar Realm's core commander. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe, summoning the earth-splitting storm. The powerful axe shadows slicing through the air with destructive force aimed at the enemy. The other soul masters also unleashed their ultimate techniques, illuminating the battlefield with radiant light and overflowing energy. Sensing the grave threat, the core commanders of the Darkstar Realm hastily conjured dark energy shields to defend themselves. However, the ferocity of Lin Yu and his comrades' attacks proved overwhelming, causing the shields to gradually fracture. At that pivotal moment, Qian Duo suddenly exclaimed, I have locked onto their dark energy fluctuation frequency. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on the source of this frequency. Lin Yu and the others swiftly adjusted their focus, channeling all their might into a singular point. With a thunderous roar, the dark energy shield of the core commander was utterly shattered. They lost their command capability, and the frontline soldiers of the Darkstar Realm were immediately thrown into disarray. Following this battle, the Douluo continent once again embraced peace. Lin Yu and his companions understood that while they had successfully repelled the invasion of the Darkstar Realm this time, future threats loomed ominously. They resolved to fortify the defenses of the Douluo continent, enhance the strength of the Soul Masters, and intensify their research on the Darkstar Realm, preparing thoroughly for any potential crises that might arise. The citizens of the Douluo continent held Lin Yu and his companions in deep gratitude and reverence, regarding them as heroes. In this land, which had endured countless trials of war, the people cherished the hard-won peace even more and fortified their resolve to protect their homeland. Chapter 46. Undercurrents and the emergence of a mysterious organization. Initially, these phenomena did not attract much attention. People dismissed them as mysterious occurrences of nature or the activities of soul beasts. However, as the number of missing persons gradually increased, these anomalies finally caught the attention of Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu decided to dispatch an investigative team to thoroughly examine these regions. The investigative team comprised several seasoned soul masters who delved into the areas where the strange phenomena were reported, conducting meticulous searches. In an ancient forest, they discovered peculiar footprints, large and irregular. They resembled known soul beast tracks. Following the direction of the footprints, they arrived at the entrance of a cave hidden within a valley. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the cave, and the darkness seemed to conceal an unknown peril. The soul masters cautiously entered the cavern, weapons firmly grasped in hand, ever ready to confront unforeseen circumstances. Deep within the cave, they stumbled upon a colossal magical array. emanating an enigmatic glow, surrounded by cryptic runes. As the Soul Masters endeavored to decipher these inscriptions, a swarm of shadowy figures surged forth from the darkness. These phantoms, swift as the wind, encircled the Soul Masters in an instant. They immediately unleashed their soul abilities in retaliation, yet the shadows appeared impervious to their assaults, gliding effortlessly through their attacks unscathed. Something is amiss with these shadows, one Soul Master exclaimed in alarm. Just then, a shadow lunged towards him. He hastily evaded, but still felt the brush of its presence against his arm. A chilling sensation coursed through his body as his arm began to freeze rapidly. What on earth are these creatures? The other Soul Masters cried in terror. Upon learning of the investigation team's peril, Lin Yu and the others rushed to their aid. When they arrived at the cave, they found the members of the investigation team embroiled in a fierce struggle. Lin Yu summoned the powers of chaos and holy radiance, charging at the shadows, his formidable energy repelling them. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-splitting battle axe, joining the fray. With their assistance, the investigation team members momentarily broke free from the onslaught of shadows. Lin Yu scrutinized the bizarre phantoms. A furrow etched upon his brow. The power of these shadows is peculiar. It seems intertwined with some form of dark magic. Su Yao harnessed her mental prowess, attempting to probe the origins of the shadows. I sense an evil will embedded within these shadows. They appear to be controlled by a formidable force, she conveyed. Duo produced a compact soul guide device to scan the shadows. The results revealed that the composition of these shadows was extraordinarily unique. They were neither tangible nor purely energy entities, resembling a special existence that lay between the two. He frowned, contemplating the implications. As the group pondered in confusion, an eerie laughter echoed through the cavern. Do you think you can easily unravel my dark magic? Such naivety. A voice emerged from the shadows. With the sound, a figure slowly materialized from the darkness, cloaked in a black robe that concealed their visage. In their hand, they brandished a black wand, its tip shimmering with an unsettling light. I am a remnant of the Dark Council, and I have awaited this moment for vengeance. Today marks your doom, they declared ominously. Lin Yu and the others then realized that these strange occurrences were the handiwork of this remaining member of the Dark Council. Wasn't the Dark Council eradicated? Zhou Yang exclaimed in outrage. I can't believe there are still survivors. The remnant of the Dark Council sneered. Do you believe that by eliminating the Shadow Sovereign, the Dark Council has vanished entirely? Ridiculous. Our influence spans the entirety of Douluo continent. You will never eradicate us completely. Lin Yu responded coldly. If that is the case, then today we shall put an end to you. With that, he unleashed the powers of chaos and holy radiance, launching an attack against the remnant of the Dark Council. The remnants of the Dark Council swiftly brandished their wands, casting dark magic in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. A fierce battle ensued, illuminating the cavern with flickering lights and surging energy. The potency of the dark magic wielded by the remnants was formidable, rendering Lin Yu and his companions unable to gain the upper hand. Moreover, the eerie shadows, under their control, relentlessly assaulted Lin Yu and his allies, leaving them vulnerable to the onslaught. During the fray, Lin Yu discerned a peculiar connection between the dark magic of the remnants and the magical array within the cave. Each time a powerful dark spell was unleashed, the array would radiate with even greater brilliance. Lin Yu came to the realization that this magical array likely served as the source of the remnants' power. Everyone, concentrate your efforts on the magical array, Lin Yu commanded. His comrades immediately grasped his intent, redirecting their attacks towards the array. Lin Yu unleashed a chaotic storm of time and space, while Zhou Yang summoned a rift storm. And the other Soul Masters unleashed their ultimate techniques, hurling a torrent of formidable energy towards the magical array. The remnants of the Dark Council, witnessing this, were struck with terror. You dare to destroy my magical array? I will not let you get away with this, he shouted frantically, wielding his wand in a futile attempt to thwart their assault. However, the ferocity of Lin Yu and his companions' onslaught was overwhelming, leaving him powerless to defend against it. With a resounding crash, the magical array was utterly obliterated. Deprived of its support, the remnant's strength diminished instantaneously. The strange shadows dissipated, ceasing to exist. The remnants collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with despair. No, this cannot be. How could my plan fail? He muttered to himself. Lin Yu approached, casting a cold gaze upon him. Darkness can never triumph over light. Your schemes are destined to fail. Just as Lin Yu prepared to take the remnants away, he suddenly noticed a peculiar symbol flickering on the remnant's body. The symbol flashed by in an instant, so swift that it would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Lin Yu's keen eyesight. A spark of realization ignited within him, and he swiftly invoked the power of chaos, binding the remnants of the Dark Council. Chapter 47. undercurrents and the emergence of a mysterious organization continued after imprisoning the remnants. Lin Yu adeptly harnessed the chaotic power to construct an inescapable energy chain around him, ensuring he could neither flee nor resist any further. Subsequently, Lin Yu gently pulled back the dark hood of the remnants, revealing a pale and twisted visage etched with madness and defiance. "What was that symbol that just flickered across you?" Lin Yu inquired, his gaze piercing as he sought a glimmer of insight from the remnants' expression. The remnants merely sneered in silence, their eyes brimming with provocation. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin," Zhou Yang exclaimed angrily. Stepping forward with his rift war axe gleaming ominously, seemingly poised to deliver a harsh lesson, Su Yao quickly restrained Zhou Yang, cautioning, "Do not act impulsively. Pressuring him like this may yield no results." With that, Su Yao employed her formidable mental prowess, attempting to penetrate the consciousness of the remnants to extract his memories. However, at the very moment when Su Yao's spiritual energy made contact with the consciousness of the other party, a formidable backlash surged forth. Su Yao's complexion turned ashen in an instant, and her body involuntarily recoiled several steps. Observing this, Lin Yu promptly unleashed the power of holy radiance, enveloping Su Yao to shield her from the oncoming force of the backlash. "Are you all right, Su Yao?" Lin Yu inquired with genuine concern. Su Yao shook her head. "There exists a formidable layer of mental defenses deep within his consciousness that I cannot breach." At that moment, Duo stepped forward, holding a compact soul-guiding device, adorned with a myriad of intricate runes and indicators. "The mental detection auxiliary soul guide I developed may prove useful. It can amplify the strength and stability of your spiritual energy, potentially allowing you to penetrate his defenses," Duo explained as he handed the device to Su Yao. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao accepted the soul guide and concentrated her spiritual energy once more, utilizing the device's power to gradually delve into the depths of the remaining members of the Dark Council's consciousness. This time, although she encountered significant resistance, with the aid of the soul guide, Su Yao painstakingly broke through that defensive layer. As her spiritual energy penetrated deeper, vivid images began to materialize in her mind. She witnessed the remaining members of the Dark Council meeting with a group of mysterious individuals who emanated an unusual aura, their faces obscured. They convened within a concealed underground cavern, deliberating around a colossal circular pattern which glimmered with the same symbols she had previously observed on the remnants of the Dark Council. Slowly opening her eyes, Su Yao conveyed the images she had seen to her companions. "It appears that there is an even more enigmatic organization behind these remnants of the Dark Council. They seem to be orchestrating a grand conspiracy, and that peculiar symbol may very well be the insignia of this organization," Lin Yu remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. Zhou Yang delivered a vigorous kick to the remaining member of the Dark Council, demanding, "Speak. What is the origin of that mysterious organization? What are you truly plotting?" The Dark Council member remained tight-lipped, a strange smile playing upon his lips. Adjusting his glasses, Duo pondered momentarily before suggesting, "I believe we can start by examining the magical fluctuations emanating from him. By analyzing the energy characteristics of the dark magic he wields, we may uncover some clues." With that, Duo retrieved another soul guide and commenced an energy scan of the Dark Council member. After a series of intricate calculations and analyses, his expression grew grave. According to the scan results, within the dark magic he has employed, there exists a unique energy component that differs from that of the Void Invaders and the energy of the Dark Star realm we previously encountered. Yet it seems to bear some subtle connection, Duo elucidated. He approached the cell where the Dark Council member was imprisoned, sitting alone before him. "I know you will not speak easily, but I wish to propose a transaction," Lin Yu stated calmly. The Dark Council member lifted his head, a glimmer of skepticism flickering in his eyes. "Transaction? Do you truly believe I would trust you?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. "You have no other choice. You are now in our custody, and your plans have already unraveled. Should you divulge all there is to know about that enigmatic organization, I can assure you of a relatively tranquil resolution. Otherwise, what awaits you is an eternity of anguish and torment." The remnants of the Dark Council remained silent for an extended period, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Ultimately, he spoke slowly. "That organization is known as the Shadow Judicators, whose influence lurks in every corner of the Douluo continent, having existed for centuries. Their objective is to amass the dark forces of the world to awaken an ancient and formidable evil entity, destined to dominate the entirety of the Douluo continent." "What is this ancient evil entity?" Lin Yu pressed for more information. The remnant member of the Dark Council shook his head and replied, "I do not know. I only understand that they have been in pursuit of various potent dark magics and sources of energy to prepare for the awakening of that entity. I am merely a pawn in their game, tasked with establishing magic formations in this forest and harvesting life energy. Lin Yu continued his inquiries. Where's their headquarters? Who are the principal members? The remnant member hesitated before stating, I truly do not know the precise location of their headquarters. Their members communicate through special codes and magical means. I have only encountered a few individuals during my assignments and remain ignorant of their true identities. Despite the limited information obtained, Lin Yu and his companions had garnered a preliminary understanding of this mysterious organization. Upon exiting the prison, Lin Yu promptly summoned Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo to deliberate on a counter-strategy. It appears that the shadow judicators are exceedingly secretive and perilous. We must act swiftly to thwart their nefarious schemes, Lin Yu asserted. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, suggesting, I propose we immediately dispatch members of the Peace Guardians Alliance to investigate across the Douluo continent, searching for any traces of this organization. Simultaneously, we must bolster defenses in key regions to preempt any sudden assaults. Su Yao then proposed, we could also utilize my psychic abilities to conduct extensive mental probing across the Douluo continent. While we may not directly locate their headquarters, we might detect some anomalous psychic fluctuations that could lead us to clues. Duo shared his perspective. I will further investigate the magical energy of the remnant members of the Dark Council, striving to develop a soul guide device capable of detecting and countering such energy. Thus, we may gain the upper hand when encountering their members. After concluding their discussions, the group sprang into action. Members of the Peace Guardians Alliance divided into several small teams, venturing to various corners of the Douluo continent to conduct meticulous investigations. Meanwhile, Su Yao ascended a tower in Tiando City, closing her eyes and focusing her mind, releasing her psychic energy like an invisible net that enveloped the entire Douluo continent. In the ensuing days, progress was made in their investigations. Some teams discovered traces of dark magic in remote areas of the Douluo continent, while peculiar energy fluctuations were noted in other locations. Su Yao also detected several abnormal psychic waves during her probing, but as she attempted to delve deeper, those fluctuations abruptly vanished. Duo toiled day and night in the laboratory, and through relentless research and experimentation, he finally developed a new type of soul guide device. This soul-guiding artifact possesses the remarkable ability to detect the presence of dark magical energy and subsequently sound an alarm. Furthermore, it can disrupt and diminish the potency of such dark magic, thereby significantly reducing its impact. However, just as the group believed they were gradually unraveling the clues related to the Shadow Judgment Organization, new troubles emerged in rapid succession. An extensive dark magic attack suddenly erupted in the pivotal city of Sunset City on the Douluo continent. A surge of dark energy flooded into the city, and eerie shadows manifested upon the streets, plunging the residents into a state of panic. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yu and his companions hastened to Sunset City. Upon their arrival, they were met with chaos. Shadows rampaged through the streets as people fled in terror. Lin Yu unleashed the powers of chaos and holy radiance, charging towards the shadows, and his formidable energy instantly dispersed the surrounding darkness. Zhou Yang and others also employed their soul techniques, joining the fray. During the battle, Lin Yu discerned that these shadows were markedly different from those encountered previously in the cave. They exhibited greater strength and swifter movements. It appeared that the Shadow Judgment Organization had become aware of their investigation, prompting an escalation in their operations. While engaged in combat, Lin Yu communicated with his comrades. At that moment, the Lord of Sunset City arrived at the scene, anxiously beseeching Lin Yu. My Lord Lin Yu, please save our city. These shadows have appeared unexpectedly, and our defenses are utterly inadequate. Lin Yu nodded reassuringly. Rest assured, my lord, we shall vanquish these shadows. Please organize the citizens to take refuge in safe locations to avert unnecessary casualties. Zhou Yang led a contingent of soul masters throughout the city in search of the source of the shadows. Eventually, they discovered a colossal dark magic circle in the central square of the city. Shadows continually emerged from the circle, while several figures cloaked in black stood around it, manipulating the magical formation. It's them, Zhou Yang shouted, brandishing his earth-shattering battle axe as he charged forward. The cloaked figures, upon noticing his advance, immediately cast dark magic in defense. A fierce battle ensued, with magical light flashing and the air filled with the sounds of combat. Lin Yu and Su Yao soon arrived at the square. Lin Yu unleashed a chaotic temporal storm, directing his formidable energy towards the cloaked figures and the magic circle. The cloaked figures hastily fortified the defenses of the magic circle, yet they were still driven back by Lin Yu's assault. Su Yao employed her mental prowess to attempt to disrupt the consciousness of the cloaked figures. Under her psychic assault, their movement slowed, and their spellcasting became flawed. Duo From the rear, operated a new type of soul-guiding device to interfere with and weaken the dark magic wielded by the cloaked figures. Through their combined efforts, the defenses of the cloaked figures began to crumble. One of them, sensing the imminent danger, suddenly produced a black sphere from within their robe and hurled it forcefully to the ground. Upon impact, the sphere exploded, unleashing a surge of formidable dark energy. The group quickly activated their soul power shields in defense. Upon returning to Tiando City, Lin Yu and the others convened once more to devise a counter-strategy. This Shadow Judgment organization is exceedingly cunning, consistently eluding our grasp. We must devise a method to ensnare them once and for all, Zhou Yang declared with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu declared, we can no longer passively respond to their assaults. From this point forward, we shall take the initiative. On one hand, we must intensify our investigative efforts to locate their headquarters. On the other hand, we need to devise a comprehensive battle plan so that once we uncover their whereabouts, we can launch an immediate strike, CEO suggested. We can exploit the recent events in Sunset City by deliberately disseminating information that we have suffered significant losses and are unable to continue our investigation. This would lull them into a false sense of security, allowing us to discreetly seek opportunities to deliver a decisive blow. Duo concurred, stating, this plan is indeed viable. Meanwhile, I will continue to enhance the performance and power of the new Soul Guide to provide more robust support for our combat endeavors. After thorough discussion, the group finally crafted a detailed strategy. In the days that followed, the members of the Peacekeepers Alliance adhered to the plan, publicly diminishing their investigative actions to feign being repelled by the Shadow Judicators organization, while covertly intensifying reconnaissance at various suspicious locations in search of the headquarters of the Shadow Judicators. Concurrently, Lin Yu and his companions intensified their training in Heavendo City, striving to elevate their strengths. They were acutely aware that the impending battle would be exceedingly arduous, and only through acquiring greater power could they prevail against the Shadow Judicators and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Douluo continent. In the clandestine training base of Heavendo City, Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo were engaged in rigorous training. Lin Yu was continuously merging the forces of chaos and holy brilliance, alongside the mysterious principles gleaned from dimensional spaces, in an attempt to forge even more potent offensive skills. Radiance enveloped him, as the energies of chaos and holy brilliance intertwined. Each swing of his arm generated a powerful gust, as if the surrounding air were being torn asunder. Zhou Yang, wielding the Earth Splitter battle axe, practiced various combat techniques with fervor. The axe, imbued with formidable soul power, left deep fissures in the ground with each strike. This time, we must utterly eradicate those Shadow Judicators. We cannot allow them to pose a threat to the Douluo continent any longer. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth, expressing his determination as he trained. In a corner, Su Yao focused her mental energy, diligently enhancing her psychic domain. Her mental power expanded like an invisible net throughout the training base, attuned to every movement in her vicinity. Through her mental clashes with the remnants of the Dark Council, she recognized the paramount importance of mental strength in combat, motivating her to train even more rigorously. Meanwhile, Duo busied himself in the laboratory, tirelessly refining the new Soul Guide. Although the device had demonstrated some effectiveness in previous battles, he understood that it was still insufficient. He redesigned the energy core of the Soul Guide, employing new energy conversion technologies to enable it to unleash even greater power. Additionally, he integrated special features such as energy tracking and automatic defense mechanisms. Through the covert investigations conducted by the Peacekeepers Alliance, they finally uncovered clues leading to the headquarters of the Shadow Judicators organization. According to reports from investigators, in the far north of the Douluo continent lies a mountain range blanketed in ice and snow, concealing a vast underground cavern. Surrounding the cavern, anomalous fluctuations of dark energy frequently manifest, suggesting it could be the headquarters of the Shadow Judicators organization. Upon receiving this intelligence, Lin Yu and his companions promptly resolved to journey to the northernmost reaches. Equipped with newly enhanced soul-guiding devices and the most elite soul masters from the Peace Guardians Alliance, they embarked on their expedition. After several days and nights of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the icy mountains. Before them loomed the snow-covered peaks, fierce winds howling, and the temperature plummeting. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his group advanced toward the cavern, utilizing the energy detection capabilities of their new devices to circumvent numerous concealed traps. As they approached, a potent wave of dark energy surged forth. Be cautious, the dark energy here is exceptionally formidable, Lin Yu warned softly. The group quickly summoned their soul power shields to fend off the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a swarm of shadowy figures erupted from the cavern, larger and more ferocious than those they had encountered in Sunset City. The creatures lunged toward Lin Yu and his companions with astonishing speed. Lin Yu summoned the powers of chaos and holy light, forming a robust energy barrier before them. The shadows collided with the shield, producing a dull thud. Yet they could not breach it. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-splitting battle axe, charging into the horde of shadows. With each powerful swing, he repelled the dark entities. Meanwhile, Duo deftly operated the enhanced soul-guiding device, unleashing beams of energy that obliterated the shadows upon impact. Through their concerted efforts, the shadows were gradually vanquished. However, before they could catch their breath, a group of cloaked figures emerged from the cavern. These were members of the Shadow Judicators organization, evidently stronger than those previously encountered. The leader, gripping a black staff adorned with a gem radiating an eerie glow, coldly declared, "You have indeed found your way here. It appears you seek your own demise." Unfazed, Lin Yu met his gaze. "Today marks the end of your Shadow Judicators organization." With that, Lin Yu unleashed a storm of chaotic temporal energy, sweeping towards the cloaked leader. In a swift response, the leader brandished his staff, conjuring a dark shield. The chaotic storm crashed against the shield, causing a violent surge of energy. The other cloaked figures began to cast dark magic, launching their assaults at Lin Yu and his companions. The entrance of the cavern erupted in a dazzling display of light, energy surging everywhere, amidst the cacophony of battle cries. Zhou Yang led the Soul Masters of the Peace Guardians Alliance into close combat with the cloaked figures. Each unleashed their unique soul skills, engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Su Yao remained at the rear, employing her mental prowess to provide support to her comrades. She continuously disrupted the consciousness of the cloaked figures, causing their spellcasting to falter. Amidst the intense conflict, Lin Yu gradually discerned that the leading cloaked figure appeared to be gathering a formidable force. The radiance emanating from his staff grew increasingly brilliant, while the surrounding dark energies continuously converged towards him. Lin Yu realized that he might be on the verge of casting a formidable dark spell, the consequences of which could be catastrophic. "Everyone, be cautious. He is preparing a devastating attack. We must halt him," Lin Yu shouted. With that, he summoned all his strength and charged towards the lead figure in the black robe. Zhou Yang and the others also sensed the impending danger and rushed to the black-robed figure, attempting to disrupt his spellcasting. However, the dark magical defenses surrounding the figure were exceedingly robust, and Lin Yu and his companions' attacks were thwarted one after another. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly felt a mysterious force surging within the cave. She concentrated her mental energy, seeking the source of this power. Deep within the cave, there lay a colossal dark crystal, the very source of the black-robed figure's strength. "Lin Yu, I have located the source of their power. It is that dark crystal deep within the cave," Su Yao exclaimed urgently, her voice cutting through the cacophony of battle. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the depths of the cave, which were shrouded in darkness and emanated an ominous aura. "Zhou Yang, lead a portion of our group to hold off these black-robed figures. Do not allow them to interfere with me. Su Yao, use your mental energy to carve a path for me. I will destroy that dark crystal." Lin Yu quickly strategized. Zhou Yang nodded vigorously, letting out a fierce roar as he brandished his earth-shattering battle axe and charged into the throng of black-robed figures, followed closely by a cadre of valiant soul masters from the Peacekeepers Alliance. They unleashed their potent soul techniques, and the clash of blades illuminated the scene as they engaged in an intense melee with the black-robed figures. Su Yao concentrated her entire mental force, forming an invisible mental corridor before Lin Yu. The dark magic and shadows attempting to impede Lin Yu became sluggish and disordered under Su Yao's mental interference, granting him a narrow pathway to advance. With a nimble step, Lin Yu harnessed the powers of chaos and the laws of time and space, transforming into a streak of light as he raced towards the depths of the cave. As he delved deeper, the dark energy radiating from the crystal intensified, nearly overwhelming Lin Yu. He invoked the power of holy radiance, enveloping himself in a golden shield to fend off the encroaching darkness. At last, he stood before the dark crystal, towering over him and exuding a deep black hue, its surface adorned with eerie runes that pulsed with formidable and malevolent power. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu concentrated the chaotic holy radiance and unleashed a powerful punch towards the dark crystal. Chaos holy radiance, break. The tremendous energy collided with the dark crystal, producing a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the cave. However, the dark crystal merely swayed slightly, its surface runes flickering as they absorbed the majority of Lin Yu's assault. A young soul master, while fending off the attacks of the black-robed figures, was inadvertently struck by dark magic, his arms swiftly corroded by the dark energy, leaving him pale and writhing in agony on the ground. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Su Yao immediately divided a portion of her mental energy to bestow healing and protective states upon the injured soul masters. Concurrently, she incessantly employed her mental force to disrupt the incantations of the robed figures, causing their assaults to falter more frequently. Meanwhile, Duo, in the rear, anxiously maneuvered the newly developed soul-guiding apparatus, continuously adjusting its parameters in a quest to uncover the vulnerabilities of the dark magic. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his eyes. He discerned that the dark magic wielded by the robed individuals produced a distinctive energy fluctuation upon activation, one that seemed intricately linked to the dark crystal. Perhaps I can exploit this. Duo swiftly modified the attack mode of the soul-guiding device, configuring it to emit an energy wave that resonated inversely to the frequency of the dark magic. Upon contact, this energy wave created a powerful interference, significantly diminishing the potency of the robed figure spells. Hold on, everyone. I've discovered a way to disrupt them, Duo exclaimed with enthusiasm, inspired by his revelation. Zhou Yang and the other soul masters felt a surge of morale, fighting with renewed vigor against their adversaries. Meanwhile, deep within the cavern, Lin Yu was engaged in relentless experimentation. He realized that the energy absorption of the dark crystal was not limitless. In the intervals between two attacks, the rate of absorption would wane. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu unleashed the chaotic temporal storm, intertwining the forces of temporal law within his assault. This time, the strength of his attack was considerably amplified, causing the dark crystal to tremble violently, its surface runes dimming in response. Yet, the dark crystal stubbornly resisted, remaining unshattered. Aware of the urgency of the situation, with his companions outside the cave still embroiled in combat, Lin Yu understood that they would be in peril if the dark crystal was not destroyed swiftly. He closed his eyes, concentrating all his mental acuity and strength, attuning himself to the convergence of chaotic power, sacred radiance, and temporal laws. In that moment, he felt a profound unity with the surrounding energies, entering a wondrous state of being. Suddenly, Lin Yu opened his eyes, a radiant light gleaming within them, and he executed a novel attack technique, a culmination of his insights, merging the three forces into the ultimate skill, chaotic sacred radiance temporal break. A colossal beam, imbued with boundless light, chaos, and temporal power, erupted from Lin Yu's hand, surging toward the dark crystal with cataclysmic intent. This time, the dark crystal could no longer withstand the onslaught. Under the might of the attack, fissures appeared upon its surface, culminating in a thunderous shatter. As the dark crystal fragmented, a formidable backlash surged toward Lin Yu. He hastily conjured a shield, yet was still propelled backward by the force, crashing against the cave wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Stripped of the dark crystal's empowering influence, the robed figures found their magical prowess greatly diminished, their movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang and the Soul Masters launched an aggressive counteroffensive. Zhou Yang unleashed a powerful strike, his earth-shattering battle axe cleaving toward the leading robed figure with overwhelming force. The robed figure attempted to defend, but his dark shield shattered instantly under Zhou Yang's assault, sending him hurtling away. Observing the dire turn of events, the remaining robed figures sought to flee in desperation. Yet, how could Lin Yu grant them an opportunity? He invoked the laws of time and space, instantly appearing in the path of the fleeing black-robed figures, obstructing their escape. None of you shall escape today, Lin Yu declared coldly, exuding an overwhelming aura. Su Yao also employed her mental prowess to firmly lock onto the trajectory of the black-robed individuals. Under the relentless pursuit and interception of the group, the black-robed figures fell one after another. Ultimately, the leader among them was subdued through the combined efforts of Lin Yu and Zhou Yang. He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. The apocalypse of your Shadow Judicators organization has arrived, Lin Yu coldly stated as he gazed at the black-robed man. However, the black-robed man suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Do you think that by annihilating us, you have resolved the issue entirely? Such naivety. We are merely a fragment of a vast scheme. More dark forces await. Although we have eradicated the Shadow Judicators organization this time, the black-robed man's words revealed the existence of other dark forces. We must fortify the defenses of Douluo continent and enhance the capabilities of our soul masters, Lin Yu asserted gravely. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must continue to delve deeper into the clues of other dark forces, leaving no opportunity for them to exploit. Su Yao proposed, we can strengthen our connections with various cities and villages to establish a comprehensive intelligence network. This way, we can be promptly informed of any unusual occurrences. Duo added, I will persist in researching dark magic and energy, striving to develop more effective weapons and equipment to counter them. In the ensuing days, Douluo continent embarked on a new phase of development and defensive construction. The Soul Master Academy expanded its enrollment, nurturing more exceptional Soul Masters. Qianduo's research team continuously achieved new breakthroughs, further enhancing the performance of novel soul-guiding devices. The Peace Guardians Alliance intensified its patrols and reconnaissance efforts, ensuring that every corner of Douluo continent remained under vigilant surveillance. Lin Yu, however, ventured alone into the dimensional space of the mysterious island, once again seeking the assistance of the Guardian Angels. The Guardian Angels welcomed his arrival and commended him for his performance in the battle against the Shadow Judicators organization. Lin Yu, you have done exceedingly well. Yet, the dark forces will not vanish easily. The road ahead remains fraught with challenges, the lead Guardian Angel remarked. Lin Yu nodded. I understand, which is why I come to seek your counsel on how to better confront the impending dark threats. After a moment of contemplation, the Guardian Angel responded. In the annals of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm, there exists a mysterious force known as the Source of Light. It is the essence of illumination, possessing boundless power. If one could locate it and merge it with the strength of Douluo continent, perhaps it could thwart the dark forces entirely. Lin Yu's heart stirred. But where is the Source of Light? The Guardian Angel shook his head. It has been lost for ages. No one knows its whereabouts. However, it is said to be connected to an ancient prophecy of the Spirit Illusion Star Realm. The prophecy speaks of a time when darkness shrouds the world, and a hero with extraordinary powers will emerge to find the Source of Light and save the realm. From that moment on, Lin Yu and his companions commenced their quest to seek the Source of Light. They traversed the mountains and rivers of Douluo continent, exploring ancient ruins in search of clues related to the Source of Light. In this journey, they encountered numerous difficulties and challenges, while also forging friendships with like-minded companions. Through their collective efforts, Douluo continent grew increasingly formidable. The populace lived in peace and prosperity, and the strength of the Soul Masters continued to rise. Although the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty, Lin Yu and his allies firmly believed that as long as they stood united, they could safeguard the tranquility and harmony of Douluo continent, ready to embrace every new challenge. Chapter 50, Clue to the Source of Light, and a new crisis after embarking on the quest for the Source of Light. Lin Yu and his companions first arrived at the ancient library of Douluo continent, the Starry Ancient Text Pavilion. This venerable library housed a plethora of documents and ancient texts accumulated over millennia, possibly containing clues regarding the Source of Light. The librarian, an elderly man with flowing white hair named Gu Yuan, acknowledged their purpose with a subtle nod. Indeed, we possess some ancient texts related to the Source of Light, though they are quite antiquated and the information is rather fragmented. Under Gu Yuan's guidance, Lin Yu and his companions descended into the library's subterranean archive. The atmosphere was dim and damp, permeated by an air of antiquity. Towering shelves were filled with various ancient tomes and scrolls, each bearing the weight of Douluo continent's rich history. Duo adjusted his glasses, remarking, according to the ancient records, discovering the Source of Light hinges upon unraveling 3 seals and deciphering the Guardian Beast's formation. This is no trivial endeavor. Lin Yu nodded resolutely, regardless of the challenges. We must make the attempt. This concerns the future of Douluo continent. Just as they engaged in discussion, a commotion erupted outside the library. Lin Yu and his companions hurried out of the archive to find a group of panicked individuals gathered outside. One of them spotted Lin Yu and rushed over, exclaiming, Lord Lin Yu, something dreadful has occurred. A powerful dark force has emerged in the southern sea of Douluo continent. Their vessels exuded dense dark energy, turning the waters black and driving the sea beasts into a frenzy. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's expression changed dramatically. At such a critical juncture in their search for the Source of Light, a new crisis had arisen. Let's go investigate. Lin Yu immediately led the group toward the southern sea. Upon their arrival, they beheld a vast expanse of pitch-black water, littered with the carcasses of deceased sea beasts. In the distance, several massive black ships glided ominously, shrouded in dark mist that exuded a chilling aura of malevolence. Lin Yu unleashed his chaotic power and holy brilliance, propelling himself toward the dark vessels, with Zhou Yang and the others following closely behind. As they approached the ships, a horde of dark sorcerers emerged from the decks. These sorcerers radiated dark energy, wielding various sinister magical weapons, and launched an assault upon Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu conjured a chaotic storm of time and space, successfully countering the dark sorcerers' attacks. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-shatter battle axe, charging into the throng of dark sorcerers, igniting a fierce battle. Su Yao harnessed her mental prowess to support her comrades, disrupting the sorcerer's spellcasting. Duo wielded the newly developed soul guidance device, unleashing a barrage of energy beams to assault the dark sorcerers. Amidst the fierce battle, Lin Yu discerned that although these dark sorcerers lacked the prowess of the members of the Shadow Judgment Organization, their sheer numbers and seamless coordination were formidable. It appeared they were engaged in a particular mission, relentlessly advancing deeper into the southern seas. What could they possibly be searching for? Lin Yu was engulfed in confusion. At that moment, a dark sorcerer revealed an emblem at his waist during an attack. It was a black skull, with its eye sockets aglow with a crimson light. Lin Yu felt a stirring within. He recalled that he had never encountered this emblem in previous confrontations with dark forces. Thinking of escaping? Not so easily, Lin Yu declared coldly. Observing this, the dark sorcerers clustered together, preparing for a final stand. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the black ship's cabin. Clad entirely in black armor, and wearing a mask that concealed his face save for a pair of chilling eyes, he appeared ready for a fierce confrontation. Lin Yu inhaled deeply, channeling the chaotic and holy energies, bracing himself for the man's impending assault. In a flash, the man moved with blinding speed. Appearing before Lin Yu in an instant, his spear engulfed in black flames aimed directly at him. Lin Yu hastily summoned an energy shield for defense. The black flames collided with the shield, generating a violent ripple of energy. Zhou Yang and the others rushed to his side, prepared to provide support. The man, however, scoffed. "You think you can impede me with such meager strength?" With that, he brandished his spear, executing an intricate sequence of moves. The black flames danced with the spear's motion, coiling into serpentine forms that lunged at Lin Yu and his companions. Lin Yu unleashed a chaotic temporal storm, attempting to disperse the black fire serpents. Yet, their power was overwhelming. The storm could only momentarily fend them off, failing to eradicate them entirely. Suyao employed her mental prowess to disrupt the man's consciousness. But he seemed to possess formidable mental defenses, rendering her efforts futile. Meanwhile, Duo anxiously analyzed the man's attack patterns and energy characteristics. He discerned a unique fluctuation frequency within the man's dark energy, distinct from any dark forces they had encountered before. Perhaps I can exploit this fluctuation frequency to counter his attacks. Quickly, Duo adjusted the parameters of the soul guidance device, configuring it to emit a disruptive wave that opposed the man's dark energy frequency. Not without skill, the man remarked coldly. Suddenly, he thrust his spear into the ship's deck, forming intricate hand seals as he muttered incantations. As he did, dark energy rapidly converged around him, culminating in a massive, swirling vortex above his head. Black lightning erupted from the vortex, striking towards Lin Yu and his allies. "Everyone, be careful," Lin Yu shouted, conjuring both chaotic and holy energies to forge a colossal energy shield above them. The black lightning crashed against the shield with a deafening roar, causing fissures to form. Zhou Yang and the others invoked their soul techniques, striving to bolster the shield's defenses. Just as the shield neared its breaking point, Duo suddenly exclaimed, "I found his weakness." His energy core resided in the chest area. Striking it would unravel his magic. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope. He invoked the laws of time and space, instantly appearing before the man, channeling the power of chaotic holy radiance, and unleashed a powerful punch toward the man's chest. The man, taken aback by Lin Yu's astonishing speed, had no time to evade. He could only muster dark energy to form a defensive shield over his chest. Yet, the force of Lin Yu's punch was overwhelmingly potent, shattering the shield in an instant, and the impact struck the man's chest. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the deck. Lin Yu and his companions gazed at the retreating black vessel, their hearts heavy with concern. This newly emerged dark force was formidable, and their intentions remained shrouded in mystery. At such a critical juncture in the quest for the source of light, this unforeseen crisis loomed over the future of Douluo continent, fraught with uncertainty. Chapter 51. The mysterious entrance to the realm of illusions according to ancient texts and Su Yao's deductions. The realm of illusions appeared to be linked to a unique geological formation on Douluo continent, located in the far northern region known as the Starfall Canyon. Legend has it that this was the site of a mysterious star's descent, imbued with special spatial energies, establishing a delicate connection with the realm of illusions. Without a moment's delay, Lin Yu and his companions hastened towards the Starfall Canyon in the extreme north. Along the way, they encountered harsh weather and various ferocious soul beasts. Yet through their combined strength and seamless cooperation, they overcame each challenge. Upon reaching the Starfall Canyon, the sight before them left them in awe. The towering walls of the canyon were adorned with peculiar patterns, reminiscent of the marks left by the fallen stars. The walls were also embedded with numerous luminescent minerals, glistening with a mysterious radiance under the sun's embrace. Lin Yu extended his mental energy, meticulously sensing the surrounding energy fluctuations. Suddenly, He detected a faint yet distinctive energy pulse emanating from a concealed corner at the canyon's base. Following this energy, they discovered an entrance obscured by vines and rocks. It seems this is the gateway to the realm of illusions, Lin Yu remarked, reaching out to part the vines. However, upon his touch, the vines suddenly writhed as if possessed with life, coiling around Lin Yu's arm. Zhou Yang, quick-witted, wielded the Earth Splitter battle axe to sever the vines. Yet, more vines surged from all directions, encircling them completely. Su Yao concentrated her mental energy, attempting to soothe the vine's agitation, but to little effect. Duo observed the vine's characteristics closely, noting that they reacted more violently upon contact with the energy they emitted. Perhaps we could try to suppress our own energy. This might diminish their aggression, Duo proposed. The group endeavored to restrain their soul power and other energies, and indeed, the vine's attacks began to slow. Seizing the opportunity, they cautiously approached the entrance. Upon reaching it, they discovered a transparent barrier adorned with intricate runes. Lin Yu placed his hand upon the barrier, striving to perceive the secrets within. Suddenly, the runes on the barrier illuminated, emanating a powerful repulsion that forced Lin Yu to stagger back a few steps. This barrier appears to serve as a protective mechanism, allowing entry only when specific conditions are met, Su Yao remarked. She meticulously studied the arrangement and flickering patterns of the runes, striving to uncover a method to decipher them. At that moment, Lin Yu recalled the ancient texts mentioning the unlocking of threefold seals. Perhaps this barrier represents the first seal. He shared his thoughts with his companions, prompting a lively discussion and attempts surrounding the barrier. Zhou Yang attempted to strike the barrier with the earth-splitting battle axe, but the blade merely produced a crisp sound upon impact, leaving the barrier unscathed. Meanwhile, Su Yu continuously utilized her mental energy to interpret the meaning of the runes. Yet their complexity rendered her efforts futile for the time being. Suddenly, Duo conceived an idea. He retrieved several special instruments from his storage ring and began scanning and analyzing the barrier's energy. After considerable effort, he discovered a certain correlation between the barrier's energy flow and the surrounding celestial phenomena. Look, the flickering frequency of these runes seems to synchronize with the changes in the stars. If we can identify the correct corresponding celestial moment, we might just unravel this barrier. Duo exclaimed with excitement. The group promptly began to observe the shifting celestial patterns, cross-referencing them with the ancient texts regarding the stars, in search of that pivotal moment. After several hours of observation and anticipation, at last, when a few special stars aligned in the sky, the flickering frequency of the runes altered. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu placed his hand upon the barrier once more. This time, the barrier did not repel him. Instead, it gradually opened a passageway. We did it. The group cheered in exhilaration, proceeding one by one into the passageway, embarking on an unknown journey towards the spirit realm. However, they remained oblivious to the more perilous and enigmatic challenges awaiting them in this mystical land. Chapter 52, The Guardian Beast of the Spirit Realm and the First Trial. Upon entering the passage, the group found themselves enveloped in a space shrouded in mist. This fog was infused with a peculiar energy that dulled their senses. Lin Yu summoned the power of chaos, forging a path ahead. The others followed cautiously, remaining vigilant to the stirrings around them. Suddenly, a deep roar resonated through the mist, causing the ground to tremble slightly. It is the guardian beast. Lin Yu's expression sharpened, and he immediately prepared for battle. Zhou Yang gripped the earth-splitting battle axe tightly, Su Yao focused her mental energy, and Duo readied his newly developed soul guide, poised to counter any attacks. A colossal figure emerged slowly from the mist. It was a magnificent beast radiating golden light, possessing the body of a tiger yet adorned with the horns and tail of a dragon, its eyes ablaze with fire, exuding an aura of majesty and strength. Humans, why have you trespassed into the spirit realm? The beast's voice resonated in their minds, deep and commanding. Lin Yu stepped forward respectfully and replied, "We have come in search of the source of light to save Douluo continent. We humbly request the guardian beast to grant us passage." Upon hearing this, the divine beast's eyes gleamed with a flicker of light. The source of light is of utmost significance. It cannot simply be sought at will. To pass, you must first endure my trials. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The divine beast continued, "My first trial is one of courage. Within this mist, the most terrifying illusions of your hearts will manifest. Only those who are not deceived by these phantoms and steadfastly advance towards their objective shall succeed in the trial." As the words fell, the mist began to swirl, and horrifying apparitions emerged before the group. Zhou Yang beheld the innocent civilians slaughtered by dark forces, his heart swelling with rage and guilt. Su Yao witnessed herself, consumed by dark magic, losing consciousness and harming her comrades. Duo envisioned his research failures. Unable to aid his companions against the encroaching darkness, while Lin Yu saw the entirety of Douluo continent shrouded in darkness, with his friends lying lifeless in pools of blood. Zhou Yang roared defiantly, brandishing his earth-shattering battle axe and shattering the illusion. The past is behind me. I shall not allow this tragedy to repeat. Xiao continually fortified her consciousness with mental strength, breaking free from the illusion's grip. I believe in myself, and even more so, in my companions. Duo adjusted his mindset, resolutely declaring, my research will surely succeed. I will provide assistance to everyone. Lin Yu took a deep breath, channeling the powers of chaos and holy brilliance within him. His gaze resolute. No matter the obstacles ahead, I will safeguard Douluo continent and protect my comrades. Undeterred by the phantoms, the group pressed forward. As they advanced, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the divine beast before them. Indeed, you have passed the first trial. Next comes the second trial, wisdom. With that, the surrounding space shifted dramatically, transporting them into a vast labyrinth. The walls of the maze were inscribed with intricate puzzles and clues. Only by unraveling these enigmas and discovering the correct path could they escape the labyrinth and succeed in the trial. Duo rubbed his hands together in excitement. This trial is my favorite. Leave it to me. He meticulously examined the puzzles and clues on the walls, employing his extensive knowledge and keen intellect to analyze and deduce. Lin Yu and the others assisted, offering their thoughts and insights. Through their collective efforts, they unlocked one puzzle after another, gradually uncovering the exit of the maze. As they emerged from the labyrinth, the divine beast reappeared. Your wisdom is commendable. However, the final trial is the true essence, unity. Just as the divine beast finished speaking, a multitude of formidable soul beasts surged from all directions. Each of these soul beasts possessed significant power, capable of challenging even Lin Yu and his companions individually. In the face of such overwhelming foes, Lin Yu and his companions displayed no fear. They swiftly formed a battle formation, Lin Yu at the forefront, wielding the powers of chaos and holy brilliance to fend off the soul beast's assaults. Zhou Yang on the left, brandishing the earth-shattering battle axe to vanquish any approaching beasts. Su Yao at the rear, using her mental strength to support and enhance her companions. And Duo on the right, manipulating a new type of soul-guiding device, unleashing energy beams to strike the distant soul beasts. In the midst of a fierce battle, the team displayed remarkable cooperation and mutual support. Lin Yu, while fending off the attacks of the soul beasts, did not forget to create opportunities for Zhou Yang to strike. Zhou Yang, as he decimated the soul beasts, remained vigilant in protecting Su Yao and Duo. Su Yao constantly monitored the condition of her companions, promptly restoring their soul power and tending to their injuries. Duo adeptly adjusted the attack patterns of the soul-guiding devices in response to the battlefield dynamics, delivering effective strikes against the soul beasts. After a grueling contest, they finally vanquished all the soul beasts. The divine beast gazed upon them, its eyes reflecting admiration. You have passed all trials. I shall grant you access to the core region of the spirit illusion realm. However, be forewarned, the guardian divine beast of the source of light is extraordinarily powerful, and you must be thoroughly prepared. The group expressed their gratitude to the divine beast and continued onward toward the core region of the spirit illusion realm, aware that the true challenge was only just beginning. Chapter 53. The core region of the spirit illusion realm and the mysterious energy having gained the approval of the guardian divine beast. Lin Yu and his companions ventured along a narrow path that emitted a gentle glow, delving deeper into the core region of the spirit illusion realm. The surrounding environment grew increasingly peculiar, with vibrant energy particles permeating the air. A gentle touch revealed a powerful, yet gentle force. As they advanced, a magnificent floating island materialized before their eyes. The island was enveloped in a pale blue light barrier, upon which mysterious runes flowed, resembling an indomitable shield. On the island, extraordinary flowers and plants bloomed in abundance, each exuding unique energy fluctuations. Some blossoms shimmered with golden radiance, while others emitted a cool blue light. Upon reaching the light barrier, the group sought a way to enter. Su Yao concentrated her mental energy, attempting to communicate with the runes on the barrier. But the runes seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, repelling her mental efforts. Duo produced various instruments to scan and analyze the barrier, discovering that its energy composition was exceedingly complex, seemingly amalgamating multiple energy laws. This barrier's energy differs from what we encountered previously. Forcibly breaking through may prove exceedingly difficult. Duo remarked, furrowing his brow. Zhou Yang clenched, a glimmer of discontent evident in his gaze. Have we endured so much hardship only to be obstructed here? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu replied. Since the guardian divine beast brought us here, there must be a way to enter. Let us search the surroundings more thoroughly. Perhaps we can uncover a clue. The group commenced their search around the barrier, and Lin Yu discovered an ancient stone tablet in a concealed corner. Inscribed upon it were some indistinct characters, which Su Yao meticulously deciphered, revealing the inscription. To enter the core of the spirit illusion, one must use the heart as a key, the strength as a guide, and integrate the powers of the four symbols to unlock. The heart as a key, strength as a guide, and the powers of the four symbols? What could this mean? Zhou Yang inquired, puzzled. Su Yao explained, the heart as a key likely signifies that a steadfast belief within us is essential for unlocking. Strength as a guide suggests we must wield our power to direct. As for the powers of the four symbols, it may refer to the four unique energies representing the cardinal directions within the spirit illusion realm. With newfound understanding, the group began their quest to locate these four unique energies in the vicinity. In a vibrant thicket of golden blossoms to the left of the island, Lin Yu sensed an invigorating energy, akin to the warmth and strength of sunlight, which he surmised might symbolize the energy of the eastern greenwood. Meanwhile, to the right of the island, Zhou Yang discovered a chilling, bone-numbing energy within an icy cavern, reminiscent of the frosty embrace of winter, likely representing the western white tiger. Above the island, Su Yao captured a fleeting and ethereal energy amidst the clouds, swift as a bolt of lightning, which should signify the southern vermilion bird. Below the island, Duo unearthed a steady, substantial energy from the crevices of the rocks, as solid as the earth itself, presumably embodying the northern black tortoise. The four individuals absorbed these distinct energies and, following the instructions inscribed on a stone tablet, fused their respective powers with the energies of the four symbols. Lin Yu combined the chaotic force and the holy radiance with the energy of the green wood. Zhou Yang integrated his soul power with the white tiger energy. Su Yao merged her mental strength with the vermilion bird energy, and Duo blended technological prowess with the black tortoise energy. Upon the completion of their power fusion, they simultaneously released their energies towards the shimmering barrier. In an instant, the runes upon the barrier radiated with brilliance, and the previously repelling forces gradually dissipated, allowing a passage to slowly open. The group entered the floating island, which unveiled even more fantastical sights. A winding river of energy traversed the island, sparkling with iridescent hues and perpetually shifting. At the river's end stood a magnificent crystal palace, emanating a soft glow, seemingly the very source of light. However, before they could approach the palace, a cadre of guardians, formed from condensed energy, materialized before them. These sentinels varied in form, some resembling giants while others took the shape of birds, exuding formidable waves of energy, clearly existing to protect the palace. Outsiders, you shall not approach the palace. One guardian intoned with a deep warning. Lin Yu stepped forward, stating, we seek the source of light to rescue the Douluo continent. We implore you to let us pass. The guardians disregarded Lin Yu's plea and launched an immediate assault. Reacting swiftly, Lin Yu summoned a green energy shield infused with the energy of the greenwood. Deflecting the guardians' attacks, Zhou Yang wielded a battle axe imbued with the white tiger energy, each swing accompanied by a fierce cold wind, striking at the advancing guardians. Su Yao utilized her mental strength, merged with the vermilion bird energy, to weave an invisible net in the air, ensnaring the airborne guardians. Meanwhile, Duo operated a new type of soul-guiding device infused with the black tortoise energy, launching heavy energy projectiles for ranged assaults against the guardians. The battle raged fiercely, with the guardians' attacks intensifying, seemingly fueled by an inexhaustible source of energy that allowed them to rapidly reform after being defeated. Lin Yu and his companions gradually felt the strain, their soul power and energy rapidly depleting. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly discerned that the guardian's energy source appeared to be linked to the river of energy flowing across the island. He hastily relayed this revelation to his companions. If we can sever their connection to the river of energy, perhaps we can vanquish them, Lin Yu remarked. Duo swiftly deduced. The river of energy must possess a core. If we locate and destroy it, we can disrupt the connection. As the group engaged in battle, they simultaneously searched for the energy core. Su Yao employed her mental prowess to scan the depths of the river and ultimately discovered a crystal shimmering with blue light, presumably the energy core. Lin Yu wielded the principles of time and space, instantly arriving at the riverbed. He summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch toward the crystal. The crystal cracked under the forceful assault, and as the fissures widened, the flow of the river of energy began to decelerate, diminishing the strength of the guardians. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo launched their final offensive against the guardians, defeating them entirely. Once the guardians were vanquished, The group proceeded toward the Crystal Palace. As they approached the grand entrance, the massive doors swung open of their own accord, and a warm, radiant light emanated from within, as if beckoning them forth. With hearts brimming with excitement and trepidation, Lin Yu and his companions stepped into the Crystal Palace, where they would confront either the truth of the source of light or face new challenges. An uncertainty loomed ahead. Upon entering the palace, the sight within left them awestruck. The walls and floors were crafted from translucent crystal, emanating a gentle glow, enveloping the entire space in luminosity. At the center of the palace, a colossal sphere of light hovered in the air, radiating dazzling brilliance. Indeed, the source of light. As Lin Yu and the others approached the source of light, an ethereal figure materialized before them, an elderly man clad in a white robe, exuding a sanctified luminescence. "Are you the one seeking the source of light?" The elder's voice was gentle yet authoritative. Lin Yu nodded. "Yes, venerable one. We hail from Douluo continent, which now faces a grave threat from dark forces. We seek the power of the source of light to safeguard our homeland." The elder nodded slightly. The source of light harbors boundless luminous energy, capable of repelling darkness. However, before you can harness this power, I must impart to you the truth about the source of light. The group listened intently. The elder continued. The source of light was born at the dawn of chaos, standing in opposition to the source of darkness. Together, they maintain the balance of light and darkness in the universe. Once, the source of darkness was sealed deep within the cosmos, yet over time, the seal has weakened, and dark forces have begun to stir. The dark forces you encountered at Douluo continent are merely a fraction of the minions of the source of darkness. Should we obtain the power of the source of light, will it disrupt this balance? Su Yao inquired with concern. The elder smiled reassuringly. No. Your intent is to resist darkness and uphold peace in Douluo continent, which aligns with the mission of the source of light. Furthermore, the power of the source of light is not merely to be acquired. You must merge with it, becoming its emissaries to unleash its true potential. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and his companions felt their resolve strengthen further. The elder continued, however, merging with the source of light is no simple task. You must undergo 3 trials: the trial of courage, the trial of wisdom, and the trial of compassion. Only by successfully passing these 3 trials can you merge with the source of light. The group exchanged glances, each expressing their willingness to accept the trials. The first was the trial of courage. Suddenly, the scene before them transformed, transporting them to a realm shrouded in darkness and fear. A suffocating aura of gloom enveloped the space, with terrifying monsters surging forth from the shadows. These creatures varied in form. Some bore massive fangs, while others exuded deadly toxins. Lin Yu summoned the power of the chaotic holy radiance, forging a path ahead. Zhou Yang wielded his earth-shaking battle axe, keeping close behind Lin Yu as he dispatched the approaching monsters. Su Yao employed her mental prowess to support her comrades, disrupting the movements of the beasts. Duo manipulated a new type of soul guide device, launching various energy beams to strike the distant creatures. As they advanced, they encountered a colossal Dark Lord. Its form loomed like a small mountain, and each of its attacks radiated immense dark energy, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Yu unleashed the chaotic temporal storm in an attempt to withstand the Dark Lord's onslaught, yet its power was overwhelming, and the storm could only provide temporary defense. Zhou Yang let out a fierce roar, unleashing a full-powered strike with his battle axe against the Dark Lord. However, the creature's skin was as hard as iron, and the axe merely left a shallow mark upon its surface. Su Yao focused her mental energy to discern the Dark Lord's weakness. She discovered that its eyes were its vulnerable points, yet they were shielded by a thick layer of dark protection. Duo swiftly adjusted the parameters of his soul guide device, firing an energy beam capable of penetrating the dark shield. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu summoned the chaotic holy radiance and delivered a powerful punch towards the Dark Lord's eyes. The Dark Lord let out a wretched scream, its body swaying before it finally collapsed to the ground. The group successfully passed the trial of courage, and the scene shifted once more. Leading them into a space teeming with riddles, the trial of wisdom commenced. Numerous doors adorned the space, each inscribed with a riddle. Only by solving these enigmas could they identify the correct door and continue onward. Duo eagerly began to tackle the puzzles, utilizing his extensive knowledge and keen intellect to swiftly unravel several riddles. However, as the riddles became increasingly complex, one posed a challenge concerning the laws of time and space, leaving Duo stumped after a prolonged period of contemplation. Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, and Su Yao assisted in analyzing the problem, each contributing their insights from different perspectives. After an intense discussion, they finally discovered the solution to the riddle, successfully unlocking the correct door to proceed. After navigating a series of puzzles, They ultimately escaped the riddle-laden space, triumphantly completing the trial of wisdom. Lastly came the trial of compassion. The group found themselves in a virtual world beset by calamity, where people were displaced and suffering immensely. As Lin Yu and his companions beheld the scene, their hearts brimmed with compassion. They promptly sprang into action, extending their aid to those afflicted by the disaster. Lin Yu wielded the power of chaotic holy radiance to heal the wounded. Zhou Yang assisted in constructing shelters to shield against further calamities. Su Yao employed her mental prowess to soothe the populace, alleviating their fears, while Duo utilized his technological knowledge to provide practical conveniences for the survivors. Through their collective efforts, the denizens of this virtual realm gradually began to revive. Upon completing their benevolent mission, they successfully passed the compassion trial. The elder reappeared before them, smiling as he proclaimed, "You have triumphed in 3 trials. You are now ready to merge with the source of light." With exhilaration in their hearts, Lin Yu and his companions advanced towards the source of light. However, just as they were about to make contact, a violent tremor resonated from outside the palace. "This is bad. A formidable dark force approaches." Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The group immediately turned and made their way out of the palace. Upon exiting, they beheld a throng of dark sorcerers and powerful dark creatures advancing towards the floating island. At the forefront stood a mysterious figure in a black robe, emanating a presence more potent than any dark force they had previously encountered. "Did you think you could effortlessly seize the power of the source of light? You are gravely mistaken," the figure sneered. A new battle was on the horizon, and it remained uncertain whether Lin Yu and his companions could protect the source of light while successfully merging with it, thereby safeguarding the future of Douluo continent. Chapter 55. Intense confrontation and fusion amidst crisis at the black-robed figure's command. The dark sorcerers and creatures surged forward like a relentless tide towards Lin Yu and his companions. The sorcerers unleashed an array of bizarre dark spells, with black flames and distorted energy waves relentlessly assaulting them, while the dark creatures charged forward with thunderous roars, propelled by their brute strength. However, the sheer number of the dark forces was overwhelming, and their assaults grew increasingly ferocious. The black-robed figure stood at the rear, continuously forming seals to cast powerful dark spells, bolstering and amplifying the advancing dark forces. Bolts of black lightning rained down from the heavens, striking Lin Yu and his companions' protective barrier, which began to develop fine cracks. "We cannot allow this to continue. We must devise a way to break through their encirclement and strike directly at that black-robed figure," Lin Yu declared loudly. At that moment, Duo noticed that during the black-robed figure's spellcasting, there were brief intervals of energy fluctuations. He quickly relayed this discovery to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, take advantage of his spellcasting gaps to approach him using the laws of time and space and deliver a decisive blow," Duo urged. Lin Yu nodded, focusing his mind to invoke the laws of time and space, instantly appearing before the black-robed figure. He concentrated the mightiest essence of chaotic holy radiance and struck a powerful punch toward the figure. The black-robed figure, taken aback by Lin Yu's swiftness, could only hastily gather dark energy to shield himself. The force of the punch was immense, causing cracks to appear in the black-robed figure's dark energy shield. Yet he still managed to withstand the assault, albeit barely, thanks to his profound mastery of dark magic. A flicker of fury passed through the eyes of the cloaked figure as he raised his hands high, murmuring incantations under his breath. The surrounding dark energy swirled violently, coalescing into a massive black vortex. "This is dire. He intends to unleash formidable dark magic," Su Yao exclaimed loudly. Lin Yu and the others immediately fortified their defenses, with Lin Yu continuously reinforcing the protective barrier. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo also summoned their most potent skills in a bid to diminish the impending onslaught of dark magic. Countless black energy rays erupted from the swirling vortex, bombarding Lin Yu and his companions like a torrential downpour. Under the relentless assault, the protective barrier ultimately shattered, and the group was violently scattered by the powerful shockwave. Struggling to rise, Lin Yu beheld the cloaked figure preparing to launch another attack. Meanwhile, the floating island began to tremble due to the ferocity of the battle, and the radiance of the source of light grew increasingly unstable. "This cannot continue. We must merge with the source of light swiftly," Lin Yu pondered, ignoring his injuries. He dashed toward the source of light. The cloaked figure, perceiving Lin Yu's intentions, immediately dispatched a portion of dark sorcerers and malevolent creatures to obstruct him. Lin Yu conjured a chaotic temporal storm, deflecting the enemy's attacks while laboriously advancing toward the source of light. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo, witnessing Lin Yu's determination, rallied their spirits and launched fierce assaults against the surrounding dark forces, clearing a path for Lin Yu. Through their collective efforts, Lin Yu finally stood before the source of light. Taking a deep breath, he released his spirit and power entirely, attempting to merge with the source. The radiance of the source began to flicker, warm energy streams flowing into Lin Yu's being. However, the fusion process was fraught with difficulties. The cloaked figure incessantly unleashed dark interference energy in an effort to thwart Lin Yu's endeavor. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu fought against the dark interference with unwavering faith and indomitable will. He consistently guided the power of the source of light, merging it with the chaotic force, the sacred brilliance, and the laws of time and space within him. As the fusion deepened, the luminosity surrounding Lin Yu intensified, his aura growing increasingly potent. The cloaked figure, observing this transformation, displayed a glimmer of fear, intensifying his dark magical assault in a desperate attempt to vanquish Lin Yu before the fusion could be completed. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo, recognizing the peril Lin Yu faced, disregarded their fatigue and wounds, charging once more toward the cloaked figure, using their bodies to shield Lin Yu from the dark magical onslaught. With the assistance of his comrades, Lin Yu ultimately completed the fusion with the source of light. An unparalleled luminescent power emanated from him, instantly dispelling the surrounding dark energy. Lin Yu opened his eyes, which sparkled with resplendent brilliance, marking a qualitative leap in his strength. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. Lin Yu's voice resonated with authority and power. He advanced toward the cloaked figure, as a decisive confrontation that would determine the fate of the Douluo continent was about to unfold. After merging with the power of the source of light, Lin Yu radiated a dazzling brilliance, akin to the scorching sun, banishing the darkness that enveloped them. The figure cloaked in black gazed at Lin Yu, who had dramatically increased in power, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. Yet, he swiftly regained his composure, sneering, "Even if you have merged with the source of light, it changes nothing. We, the forces of darkness, shall not be easily vanquished." With swift hand gestures, the dark figure began to chant an ancient and malevolent incantation. The surrounding dark energy once again swirling violently, coalescing behind him into a colossal shadowy apparition. This apparition resembled a grotesque demon, its gaping maw unleashing a chilling roar. Lin Yu, undeterred, fixed his gaze upon the shadowy figure behind the black-cloaked man, feeling the energy of the merged source of light surge within him like an unstoppable tide. The forces of chaos, radiant brilliance, and the laws of time and space intertwined under the enhancement of the source of light, radiating an even more formidable energy. Raising his hand, a beam of energy infused with boundless light shot forth from his palm, hurtling towards the dark figure. The black-cloaked man, manipulating the shadowy apparition, swung its massive arms in an attempt to intercept the luminous beam. The collision of light and darkness erupted in a tumultuous clash, reverberating through the air and distorting the very fabric of space around them. Meanwhile, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo were not idle. Zhou Yang roared, harnessing the merged power of the white tiger, his speed and strength reaching their zenith. He tore into the ranks of the dark sorcerers like a streak of white lightning, his battle axe cleaving through the air, each strike claiming the lives of several dark sorcerers. Su Yao, employing the merged power of the vermilion bird, enhanced her mental prowess, weaving intricate mental cages in the air to ensnare any dark sorcerers attempting to flee or assist the black-cloaked man. Duo wielded a newly developed soul-guiding device infused with the power of the black tortoise, constantly adjusting its attack mode, launching energy projectiles that struck the formidable dark creatures with devastating precision, reducing them to mere fragments. As the black-cloaked man witnessed his minions being gradually subdued by Lin Yu's allies, his anxiety deepened. Intensifying his control over the shadowy apparition, its power surged, spewing forth black flames that surged towards Lin Yu. In response, Lin Yu invoked the laws of time and space, instantly appearing behind the dark apparition, channeling the power of the source of light, and delivering a forceful blow to its back. The shadowy figure emitted a pained roar, staggering momentarily, but not yet defeated. Turning around, the black-cloaked man's eyes gleamed with a frenzied light. With a sudden clap of his hands, the shadowy figure began to expand rapidly, as if intent on consuming the entire space. "Since you are so troublesome, let us perish together," he screamed in a fit of hysteria. Lin Yu felt an unprecedented pressure. Recognizing that the black-cloaked man was making a final desperate effort, taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his mental and physical strength. His body enveloped in a vortex of light, chaos, brilliance, and the energies of time and space. "Judgment of light," Lin Yu cried out, hurling the energy vortex towards the dark apparition. The energy vortex collided with the dark shadow, erupting in a brilliant burst of light and energy waves. Under the force of this tremendous assault, the dark shadow began to disintegrate gradually, and the figure cloaked in black was also subjected to a powerful backlash, sent hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Yet, the black-robed man did not give in. He struggled to rise, retrieving a black crystal orb from his bosom. The orb emanated an eerie glow as he raised it high, intoning fervently, "O God of darkness, bestow upon me the power of annihilation." As the incantation poured forth, a torrent of dark energy surged from the crystal, coalescing into a colossal black tentacle that reached toward Lin Yu. He conjured a shield of light in defense. But the tentacle's might was overwhelming, causing the barrier to fracture. Witnessing Lin Yu in peril, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Qian Duo abandoned their assault on the dark sorcerer and the malevolent creatures, rushing to his aid. Zhou Yang swung his earth-splitting battle axe at the tentacle. Su Yao employed her mental prowess in an attempt to disrupt the black-robed man's consciousness. Qian Duo manipulated the soul guide device to unleash waves of interference energy, striving to diminish the tentacle's strength. Through their collective efforts, the tentacle's power began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu unleashed his most potent attack, infused with the essence of light, striking a tremendous blade of illumination toward the tentacle. It was severed, and the crystal orb shattered alongside it. Deprived of their leader, the dark sorcerers and malevolent beings plunged into chaos. Lin Yu and his companions seized the moment to execute a final purge. After an intense battle, all dark forces were vanquished, and the floating island gradually returned to tranquility. As they gazed upon the remnants of the destroyed dark forces, Lin Yu and his companions were filled with reflection. Having endured countless hardships, they had ultimately succeeded in repelling this formidable dark threat, safeguarding the essence of light. Chapter 57. Return and new developments following the defeat of the black-robed man and his dark forces. Lin Yu and his companions took a brief respite on the floating island. Lin Yu felt the integrated power of the essence of light within him. This force not only significantly enhanced his abilities, but also deepened his understanding of the balance between light and darkness. "We have triumphed. The Douluo continent is temporarily safe," Zhou Yang exclaimed, his face radiant with the joy of victory. Su Yao nodded with a smile. "Yet we must not lower our guard. The dark forces will not easily vanish, and new challenges may arise in the future." Qian Duo adjusted his glasses, remarking, "Indeed. We must continue to explore how to better harness the power of the essence of light and uncover more secrets of the illusory realm." Upon returning to Tiando City, Lin Yu and the others promptly convened a meeting. During the assembly, Lin Yu recounted their experiences in the illusory realm and the battles against the dark forces. The audience listened in awe. "With the power of the essence of light, our defensive capabilities on the Douluo continent will be greatly enhanced. However, we cannot solely rely on this force. We must comprehensively elevate the strength of our soul masters," Lin Yu declared. Thus, under the initiative of Lin Yu and his companions, the Douluo continent embarked on a series of new developmental measures. The Soul Master Academy has further expanded its enrollment, inviting the guardian beasts of the spirit realm and several enigmatic powerhouses to serve as guest instructors, imparting advanced cultivation methods and combat techniques. The Academy has also established specialized research institutions in collaboration with Duo's team, delving deeply into the power of the source of light and exploring ways to integrate it with soul skills to develop more potent abilities and weaponry. Duo's research team has made significant breakthroughs, comprehensively upgrading the new type of soul guidance devices based on the energy knowledge acquired from the spirit realm. The upgraded devices not only possess greater power, but also better harmonize with the user's soul power and mental strength, yielding even more remarkable effects. Concurrently, they have developed instruments capable of detecting dark energy fluctuations, enabling timely detection of emerging dark forces. The Peacekeepers Alliance has also undergone reform and expansion. The Alliance has strengthened its connections with various cities and villages, establishing a more comprehensive intelligence network. Each city and village has set up intelligence stations to swiftly relay information upon discovering any anomalies. The Alliance has also organized regular patrols and drills to enhance the practical skills of the Soul Masters and their ability to respond to unforeseen events. In terms of social culture, the Douluo continent has witnessed a surge of admiration for light and a courageous stance against darkness. Various legends about the heroic deeds of Lin Yu and others circulate among the populace, inspiring the younger generation of Soul Masters to diligently cultivate and contribute their strength to safeguarding the peace of the Douluo continent. However, Lin Yu remains unsatisfied with the status quo. He understands that although they have successfully repelled the dark forces this time, the source of darkness still exists, and even stronger dark powers may emerge in the future. Thus, he resolves to return to the spirit realm to delve deeper into the mysteries of the source of light, seeking a method to completely seal off the source of darkness. The guardian spirit gazes at Lin Yu as the surrounding space begins to twist and transform. And Lin Yu finds himself in a bizarre world interwoven with light and darkness. This is the trial space I have set for you. The guardian spirit's voice resonates in Lin Yu's mind. Here, you will confront your inner fears, desires, and the allure of darkness. Only by steadfastly holding onto the light in your heart, unmoved by temptation, can you pass this trial. In an instant, various illusions materialize before Lin Yu. He witnesses the Douluo continent completely shrouded in darkness, his companions lying in pools of blood, and he is powerless to save them, overwhelmed by fear and guilt. Next, countless riches and power appear before him. Merely reaching out would grant him everything, igniting the flames of desire within his heart. Finally, a shadowy figure cloaked in black emerges, promising boundless power should he join the dark forces, effortlessly safeguarding the Douluo continent. Clenching his fists tightly, the chaotic power, the holy radiance, and the energy of the source of light surge within him. He recalls his original intentions and the hardships endured alongside his companions in their quest to protect the Douluo continent. I shall not be defeated by fear, nor shall I be seduced by desire, and I will never ally with darkness. Lin Yu proclaims, as an overwhelming surge of light power erupts from him, dispelling all illusions. The guardian spirit nodded in satisfaction, and the space returned to normal. You have passed the trial, young man. Now, merge your power with mine to reinforce the seal. The guardian spirit declared. Lin Yu focused his mind, blending all the power within him with the radiant energy of the guardian spirit. A formidable beam of light erupted from their union, directed towards the black crystal atop the stone pillar. Under the illumination of the beam, the black crystal began to tremble violently, its dark energy gradually dissipating. As time progressed, the black crystal reverted to its original transparent form, emanating a gentle light. The runes on the stone pillar also grew brighter, and streams of luminous energy radiated from the pillar, forming a powerful sealing barrier within the cave. The ancient dark entity was once again firmly sealed, and the dark energy within the cave swiftly dissipated. Lin Yu emerged from the cave to find Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo still engaged in battle with the dark creatures. He unleashed a potent force of light, instantly dispelling the dark creatures and rescuing his companions. The group felt immense relief upon witnessing Lin Yu's successful reinforcement of the seal. Chapter 58. Subsequent exploration and new discoveries in the spirit realm. After Lin Yu successfully reinforced the seal, the group took a moment to rest in the spirit realm. The dark mist surrounding the cave gradually dissipated, and the chaotic energy particles in the air stabilized, allowing the once dull and lifeless peculiar plants to radiate a gentle glow once more. That was truly perilous, had it not been for you, Lin Yu. I shudder to think what might have transpired. Zhou Yang exhaled deeply, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Su Yao nodded with a smile. Indeed. Yet it seems this spirit realm harbors many secrets awaiting our exploration. The surge of dark energy was merely the tip of the iceberg. Duo adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Precisely. The unique energy system here must contain numerous areas worthy of study. Perhaps we will uncover more methods to enhance our strength and refine our soul-guiding devices. Lin Yu gazed at the gradually rejuvenating spirit realm, his heart brimming with a desire for discovery. You are all correct. Let us press on and see what new revelations await us. Thus, the four embarked again on their journey of exploration in the spirit realm. They traversed a winding path, flanked by peculiar plants of various shapes. Some resembled vines shimmering with starlight, while others appeared as colossal flowers, their cores exuding an enigmatic fragrance. These scents seemed to have a soothing effect on the spirit, providing a sense of relief amidst their weary exploration. As they advanced, Zhou Yang suddenly halted, alertly stating, "Everyone be cautious. I sense a powerful presence ahead." The group immediately adopted a combat stance, cautiously moving forward. Before them lay a vast lake, its waters displaying a strange purple hue. And at its center was a small island, crowned by a magnificent ancient tree. The trunk of this tree shimmered with golden patterns, radiating a formidable aura. This ancient tree appears extraordinary. It may conceal some secrets, Lin Yu remarked. The four individuals cautiously approached the small island. The moment they set foot upon its shores, the ancient tree suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and countless golden runes floated from its trunk, swirling around them. Are these the ancient inheritance runes? Suyo exclaimed in astonishment. She concentrated her mind, attempting to decipher the meaning of these runes. After considerable effort, she managed to interpret part of their content. This ancient tree is one of the energy cores of the illusory realm, containing immense life force and mysterious laws of illusion. If one could gain the tree's acknowledgement, they would be bestowed with its legacy. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with anticipation. Lin Yu stepped forward, extending his hand to touch the ancient tree, seeking to establish a connection. Suddenly, a beam of light enveloped Lin Yu, pulling his consciousness into a mysterious space. In this realm, Lin Yu witnessed the origin and development of the illusory realm, along with the great battles between light and darkness that had once transpired here. He also glimpsed some secrets regarding life force and the laws of illusion, which elevated his understanding of power to a new echelon. It seems this illusory realm is indeed brimming with surprises. This inheritance will undoubtedly enhance your strength, Zhou Yang remarked excitedly. Su Yao pondered thoughtfully. This life force and the laws of illusion may also be applicable to our cultivation and research on soul-guided devices. Perhaps they could lead to new breakthroughs. Duo nodded in agreement. Indeed, I must delve deeply into these laws and powers to see if I can discover new methods of energy conversion and application. In the days that followed, Lin Yu began to experiment with merging the life force and the laws of illusion into his existing power system. He found that the life force could repair and strengthen his body, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed, while the laws of illusion allowed him greater mastery over space and time, enabling him to create small illusory realms to confuse and attack adversaries. Duo led his team in further upgrading their new soul-guided devices. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from the ancient tree's legacy, they developed a core capable of absorbing and transforming the unique energies of the illusory realm, greatly enhancing the power and endurance of their soul-guided devices. Simultaneously, they devised a new type of spatial soul-guided device that not only stored items, but also created small independent spaces for temporary evasion of enemies or conducting special experiments. Zhou Yang and Su Yao continuously explored ways to integrate life force and the laws of illusion into their combat techniques. Zhou Yang discovered that incorporating life force when utilizing the White Tiger's abilities allowed his attacks to carry healing and self-enhancing effects, making him more resilient and formidable in battle. Meanwhile, Su Yao used the laws of illusion to render her mental attacks more ethereal and elusive, often ensnaring her enemies in her mental traps without their awareness. However, their exploration was not without challenges. The illusory realm still harbored formidable soul beasts and enigmatic creatures, posing significant threats to their endeavors. Once, they encountered a colossal, three-headed serpent spirit beast, whose formidable power was characterized by three distinct attributes of attack. During the fierce battle against it, Lin Yu and his companions found themselves in a dire struggle, with Zhou Yang even sustaining grave injuries. However, through the strength of their unity and the continuous experimentation with new combat strategies, they ultimately triumphed over the spirit beast. As time progressed, Lin Yu and his companions delved deeper into the realm of the ethereal, reaping increasingly bountiful rewards. These gains not only significantly enhanced their own prowess, but also laid a solid foundation for the future development of the Douluo continent. Yet, they were acutely aware that the secrets of the ethereal realm extended far beyond their current discoveries, with myriad unknown challenges and surprises awaiting their exploration. Chapter 59. The Return to the Douluo continent and the New Transformations of the Land. Upon returning to Tiando City, Lin Yu and his companions swiftly convened an important meeting. During this assembly, Lin Yu elaborated on their new discoveries and the legacies they had acquired in the ethereal realm. The revelations left all present profoundly astonished, as they grasped the imminent, unprecedented transformation that awaited the Douluo continent. Indeed, we can harness the energy conversion technology from the ethereal realm to address the shortage of soul power resources on the Douluo continent, Duo remarked, adjusting his glasses. Su Yao nodded in agreement, adding, moreover, those ancient cultivation methods and combat techniques can further augment the strength of our soul masters. Zhou Yang brandished his earth-shattering battle axe, proclaiming, we must also bolster the defensive capabilities of the Douluo continent, ensuring that dark forces cannot exploit any vulnerabilities. Under the guidance of their discussions and plans, the Douluo continent embarked on a series of comprehensive and profound transformations. First, the Soul Master Academy underwent extensive reforms and upgrades. The Academy not only expanded its enrollment capacity to attract more talented young Soul Masters, but also made significant adjustments to its curriculum and teaching materials. Guardian spirit beasts from the ethereal realm, along with those mysterious powerhouses, were invited to serve as guest instructors, imparting their unique cultivation methods and combat techniques without reservation. A dedicated course on the study of ethereal power was established, allowing students to delve into the energy systems and principles of the ethereal realm, fostering their ability to integrate ethereal power with traditional soul skills. Simultaneously, the Academy collaborated closely with Duo's research team to establish an advanced soul guide research and development center. This center focused on creating more sophisticated and powerful soul guides, applying the energy conversion technology, spatial principles, and life force derived from the ethereal realm into the design and manufacturing of soul guides. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the RD Center, a series of new soul guides emerged, each not only possessing immense power, but also diverse functionalities, some capable of instantaneously healing severe injuries, others able to disrupt the soul power perception of enemies, and others still capable of generating formidable defensive shields. The Peacekeepers Alliance also underwent a comprehensive reform and expansion. The Alliance strengthened its connections with various cities and villages, establishing a more robust intelligence network. Every city and village has established intelligence stations, equipped with advanced detection instruments and well-trained personnel capable of promptly identifying the movements of dark forces and any potential threats. The Alliance has also organized extensive Soul Master training initiatives, inviting individuals such as Lin Yu and faculty members from various academies to impart combat techniques and defensive knowledge pertaining to the realm of spirits, thereby enhancing the practical capabilities of Soul Masters and their ability to respond to unforeseen events. Culturally, the Douluo continent has ignited a fervor for acquiring knowledge of the realm of spirits and a reverence for scientific inquiry. Numerous books and documents concerning the realm of spirits circulate widely among the populace, fueling curiosity and a desire to explore its mysteries. Simultaneously, to inspire the younger generation of Soul Masters to diligently cultivate their skills and to perpetuate the spirit of Lin Yu and others, the Douluo continent has hosted a series of Soul Master competitions and academic exchange events. These activities not only provide a platform for young Soul Masters to showcase their prowess, but also promote communication and collaboration among them, furthering the development of Soul Master culture on the continent. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was not content with these achievements. He understood that, although the Douluo continent had made significant strides through their efforts, the source of darkness still loomed, and they might face even more formidable dark forces in the future. Thus, he resolved to establish a dedicated research group to delve into the essence and vulnerabilities of the source of darkness, seeking methods to eradicate it entirely. Lin Yu personally took on the role of the group leader, joined by Duo, Su Yao, and several esteemed scholars and researchers from the academy. They amassed extensive data and information regarding the source of darkness, employing advanced instruments and technologies obtained from the realm of spirits to conduct thorough analyses and investigations. Throughout their research, they encountered numerous difficulties and challenges. The energy of the source of darkness was intricate and elusive. However, they persevered, unwavering in their commitment to exploration. As their research progressed, they gradually uncovered the subtle connection between the source of darkness and the source of light. They discovered that these two forces were not only oppositional, but also mutually dependent. The balance between them, once disrupted, could instigate turmoil in the universe. To completely eliminate the source of darkness, they needed to devise a method to transform its energy into light without compromising this delicate equilibrium. This revelation instilled hope within the research team, prompting them to embark on deeper studies and experiments centered around this direction. Lin Yu and Su Yao utilized their mental faculties and understanding of light and darkness to seek a method for guiding the transformation of dark energy, while Duo led his team in developing various innovative instruments and devices to capture and analyze the characteristics of dark energy. During this endeavor, other Soul Masters and citizens of the Douluo continent rallied to support the research group, offering insights and experiences gained during their own cultivation of dark energy, as well as providing resources and venues for the group's work. Through the collective efforts of the group, significant strides have been made in their research, gradually uncovering the essence of dark energy transformation, thus taking a resolute step toward the eradication of its sinister source. Chapter 60. New Crises and Challenges as the Douluo continent flourished under the leadership of Lin Yu and his companions. The research team made noteworthy advancements in their study of the dark source. However, an ominous new threat quietly emerged. One day, an urgent message arrived from a member of the Peace Guardians Alliance, responsible for intelligence gathering, reporting a mysterious dark aura at the borders of the Douluo continent. This dark presence was immensely powerful and was rapidly expanding, suggesting the rise of a formidable dark force. Upon receiving this news, Lin Yu and his allies immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. They convened an emergency meeting, summoning all relevant personnel to devise a strategy. This dark aura has appeared too abruptly. We must swiftly ascertain its origin and intent, Lin Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Zhou Yang clenched his fists, expressing his indignation. Regardless of where this dark force originates, We cannot allow them to disrupt the peace of the Douluo continent. Su Yao employed her mental prowess to probe deeper, seeking further information about the dark aura. However, it appeared to possess a peculiar shielding capability. As her mental energy faced fierce interference when drawing near, rendering her unable to delve further. Duo retrieved his self-developed detection instrument to analyze the dark presence. After considerable effort, he arrived at some preliminary conclusions. This dark aura differed from previous dark forces they had encountered. It seemed to amalgamate an even more ancient and enigmatic dark energy, continuously absorbing surrounding negative emotions to bolster its power. The group's expressions turned grave as the implications dawned upon them. They recognized that this dark force could be more formidable and perilous than any they had faced before. To uncover the truth, Lin Yu resolved to personally lead a team to investigate the site where the dark aura had manifested. Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo promptly volunteered to join the expedition. Equipped with the most advanced weapons and gear, along with various treasures acquired from the realm of spirits, they embarked on a journey fraught with uncertainty and danger. Upon arriving at the borders of the Douluo continent, they found themselves enveloped in a thick shroud of dark mist. This eerie atmosphere was permeated by a chilling essence, as if countless eyes were watching them from within the shadows. Lin Yu summoned the power of light in an attempt to dispel the dark fog. However, the mist proved remarkably tenacious, allowing only a modest space for them to navigate. Cautiously, they traversed through the dark haze, ever vigilant. Suddenly, a sinister laughter echoed from the depths of the fog, followed by the emergence of numerous shadowy figures from all directions. These apparitions varied in form. Some resembled grotesque humans, while others were monstrous in size, all exuding a potent dark aura as they launched frenzied assaults upon Lin Yu and his companions. In an instant, they transitioned into a state of battle readiness. Lin Yu unleashed a formidable power, a synthesis of the source of light, the vitality of life, and the ethereal laws, manifesting a powerful luminescent shield that repelled the onslaught of dark creatures. Concurrently, he relentlessly discharged beams of light and luminous blades, mounting a counteroffensive against the encroaching shadows. Zhou Yang brandished the earth-splitting battle axe, harnessing the might of the white tiger and the strength bestowed upon him from the ethereal realm, charging into the throngs of dark entities like a ferocious beast. Each of his strikes resonated with immense force and fervor, driving back the surrounding dark creatures. Su Yao wielded her mental prowess to weave an array of psychic traps and interference waves amidst the dark miasma. Those dark beings ensnared within the traps were rendered immobile, while those affected by the interference waves descended into chaos and disarray. Duo manipulated the upgraded soul guiding device, incessantly altering his attack patterns. The energy projectiles, laser beams, and electromagnetic pulses he unleashed inflicted substantial damage upon the dark entities. Moreover, he utilized the detection capabilities of the soul guiding device to identify the weaknesses of the dark creatures, guiding his companions in their assault. However, the tide of dark creatures seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves. As the battle raged on, the group discerned that the strength of these dark beings was continuously augmenting. It became apparent that they could absorb the dark energy released upon the death of their comrades, thereby enhancing their own power. Lin Yu realized that this could not continue indefinitely. He needed to locate the core of this dark force and obliterate it to resolve the crisis entirely. Thus, he invoked the laws of time and space, instantly appearing deep within the dark fog. There, he discovered a colossal black altar, upon which rested a crystal orb emanating a potent dark radiance. Surrounding the orb were figures clad in black robes, chanting enigmatic incantations as if engaged in some nefarious ritual. Without hesitation, Lin Yu surged forward, intent on disrupting the ceremony. However, the robed figures sensed his presence, abruptly halting their incantations and launching an immediate assault against him. The power of these dark-robed individuals was formidable, each possessing unique dark magic and skills. Lin Yu found himself embroiled in a fierce battle, reaching an impasse. At that moment, Zhou Yang, Su Yao, and Duo broke through the encirclement of dark creatures and joined Lin Yu's side. Together, the four of them engaged in a breathtaking confrontation with the robed figures. During the conflict, they fully exploited their respective strengths and coordinated their efforts, gradually gaining the upper hand. However, just as they were on the verge of destroying the black altar and the crystal orb, the orb erupted with a surge of overwhelming dark energy. This energy coalesced into a massive vortex of darkness, drawing them all into its depths. When Lin Yu and his companions regained their senses, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. This space was permeated with an aura of darkness and despair, everything around them seemingly eroded by shadows, twisted and terrifying. "Where are we?" Zhou Yang queried, his vigilance heightened as he surveyed their surroundings. Lin Yu employed his mental faculties to probe the area, only to discover that the dark powers here were extraordinarily potent, exerting a significant suppression on his psychic abilities. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "This appears to be a peculiar realm shrouded in dark forces. We must swiftly discover a means of escape, otherwise, the consequences could be dire." The group commenced their exploration of this unfamiliar space, seeking an exit. However, they encountered various dangers and challenges along the way. The Dark Realm harbored numerous formidable creatures and traps. A moment's inattention could lead to dire straits. Chapter 61. Struggles and Hopes in the Dark Realm. Lin Yu and his companions tread carefully through this unfamiliar space, imbued with an aura of darkness and despair. The distorted surroundings seemed to emanate from a nightmare of the abyss, where each step could bring forth an unknown peril. Su Yao closely followed Lin Yu, her mental acuity significantly suppressed within this space, rendering her once keen perception dull. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to focus, attempting to catch a hint of familiarity amidst the encompassing darkness. "Lin Yu, I sense that the dark forces here seem to possess a certain awareness. They appear to be deliberately impeding our progress," Su Yao whispered, her voice tinged with fatigue. Duo gasped for breath, tightly gripping his modified soul guide. This weapon, once formidable in the Douluo continent, seemed affected in this dark realm, its energy fluctuations growing unstable. "This place is exceedingly bizarre. My soul guide is on the verge of malfunction," he exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, a cluster of shadows suddenly emerged ahead. These shadows appeared to coalesce from dense darkness, their forms indistinct yet radiating intense hostility. They lunged toward Lin Yu and the others with alarming speed. Lin Yu promptly summoned the power of light, a brilliant radiance illuminating the surrounding darkness. As the illumination spread, the true nature of the shadows began to manifest. They were tormented souls, corrupted by dark forces, writhing in agony and emitting chilling howls. These souls, trapped in darkness, had long lost their sense of self. Lin Yu frowned, a wave of compassion surging within him. He recognized that these souls were likely once innocent beings from the Douluo continent, tragically ensnared by this malevolent force. Zhou Yang roared, brandishing his earth-splitting axe as he charged at the shadows. His strikes were imbued with immense power, each blow repelling several shadows. Yet, the shadows seemed endless, surging forth in relentless waves. Xiao harnessed her mental energy, striving to soothe the souls corrupted by darkness. She concentrated, releasing gentle mental waves in an attempt to awaken a flicker of clarity within them. Through her efforts, some shadows' movements gradually slowed, and the anguished howls diminished significantly. Meanwhile, Duo manipulated his soul guide, continuously unleashing various energy attacks. As he attacked, he scrutinized the shadows for weaknesses. After careful analysis, he discovered that the core of these shadows was exceedingly fragile. A precise strike could inflict considerable damage. "Everyone, focus your attacks on their cores," Duo shouted. Upon hearing these words, the crowd promptly adjusted their offensive strategies, concentrating their might on the core of those shadowy figures. Through their collective efforts, the number of shadows gradually dwindled, ultimately driving them all back. Having dealt with this wave of shadows, Lin Yu and his companions pressed onward along a rugged path, flanked by unfathomable dark abysses, from which eerie gusts of wind occasionally wafted. As they advanced, a colossal black barrier suddenly loomed ahead, obstructing their passage. Lin Yu stepped forward and reached out to touch the barrier. A chilling, bone-rattling force of darkness surged into his body, compelling him to channel his energy in resistance. This barrier harbored formidable dark power, making it challenging to breach. Duo produced his detection device to analyze the barrier. After considerable effort, he discerned that the barrier was composed of a unique form of dark energy, characterized by its remarkable stickiness and resilience, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective. "We must devise a method to dismantle the energy structure of this barrier," Duo asserted. He began rummaging through his storage ring, hoping to unearth some useful materials. Meanwhile, Su Yao closed her eyes, employing her mental prowess to perceive the internal structure of the barrier. She discovered that, despite its complexity, the energy structure possessed certain weak points. "I've located its vulnerabilities, but we must unite our strength for a concerted assault," Su Yao announced. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu, Zhou Yang, and Duo promptly took their positions as designated by Su Yao. Lin Yu unleashed a formidable force, amalgamating the essence of light, the vitality of life, and the laws of illusion. Zhou Yang harnessed the power of the white tiger and the strength acquired from the realm of illusion, while Duo manipulated his soul-guiding device, concentrating all energy into a singular point. 1, 2, 3 attack. Su Yao commanded. The group launched their assault in unison, their immense energy converging towards the barrier's weak point. With a deafening roar, the barrier finally manifested a fissure. Overjoyed at the sight, they intensified their efforts, striking at the crack. As the fissure widened, the black barrier ultimately collapsed with a resounding crash. Crossing through the fallen barrier, they found themselves in a vast cavern. The walls of the cave shimmered with an eerie black luminescence, and a viscous black liquid flowed across the ground, emitting a pungent odor. At the cavern's center stood a massive black stone pillar, intricately inscribed with mysterious runes. Cautiously, Lin Yu and his companions approached the pillar. As they neared, the pillar suddenly radiated a blinding light, from which a formidable black silhouette emerged. Cloaked in darkness and wearing a black hood, its features remained obscured. "To think you could arrive here, this truly surprises me," the shadowy figure uttered in a deep voice, laced with astonishment and anger. "Who are you? Why have you trapped us here?" Lin Yu demanded, steeling himself for battle. "I am the sovereign of this dark realm. This space is my dominion, and your intrusion has violated my authority," the shadowy figure replied coldly. "The malevolent forces of darkness threaten the tranquility of Douluo continent, and we shall not stand idly by," Zhou Yang declared with fervor, brandishing the earth-shattering battle axe, poised to strike at any moment. "Just you?" The shadowy figure let out a chilling laugh. "You are woefully naive. The power of this dark realm is sufficient to ensnare you here for eternity." No sooner had the words escaped its lips than it extended a hand, unleashing a beam of dark energy towards Lin Yu and his companions. Swiftly, Lin Yu conjured a luminous shield to block the assault. However, the sheer force of the dark energy was formidable, causing Lin Yu and his allies to stagger back several paces. "Be cautious. The Dark Sovereign possesses immense power," Lin Yu shouted, fully aware that this battle would be exceptionally arduous, yet they could not afford to retreat. Lin Yu invoked the laws of time and space, appearing instantaneously behind the Dark Sovereign to launch his attack. The Dark Sovereign reacted with astonishing speed, pivoting to deflect Lin Yu's strike with an outstretched arm. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yang and Su Yao also initiated their assaults. Zhou Yang's earth-shattering battle axe swung with tremendous force towards the Dark Sovereign, while Su Yao employed her mental prowess to disrupt the Dark Sovereign's movements. Duo manipulated the soul-guiding device, incessantly firing various energy attacks. He also utilized the device's unique capabilities to analyze the Dark Sovereign's attack patterns and vulnerabilities. After careful observation, he discerned that the Dark Sovereign's head was one of its critical weaknesses. "Lin Yu, attack its head," Duo shouted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu promptly redirected his assault, channeling his strength toward the Dark Sovereign's head. The Dark Sovereign seemed to sense the impending danger, hastily shielding its head with both arms. At that moment, Su Yao unleashed a formidable mental assault. Focusing intently, she concentrated all her mental energy into a sharp blade of psychic force, aiming for the Dark Sovereign's head. The Dark Sovereign's defense faltered momentarily, and Lin Yu seized the chance to strike. Launching a powerful blade of light toward the Dark Sovereign's head, a pained roar erupted from the Dark Sovereign as its form swayed unsteadily. It was astonished that Lin Yu and his companions had unearthed its weakness and executed such a potent strike. Nevertheless, it refused to concede, rapidly regaining its composure to retaliate. The Dark Sovereign spread its arms wide, drawing the surrounding dark energies into itself. Its form grew increasingly colossal, its power magnifying exponentially. With a fierce roar, it charged toward Lin Yu and his comrades. Feeling the immense pressure, Lin Yu and his allies did not falter. They coordinated their efforts, unleashing their most formidable abilities in a desperate struggle against the Dark Sovereign. Amidst the fierce melee, they gradually discerned that although the Dark Sovereign's strength was formidable, it harbored certain vulnerabilities. Seizing these openings, they relentlessly pressed their attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand. After an extended and intense confrontation, the Dark Sovereign was finally vanquished by Lin Yu and his companions. Its form collapsed slowly, dissipating into a cloud of dark energy that vanished into the air. With the Dark Sovereign's demise, the entire Dark Realm began to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. "This is not good. This space is about to disintegrate. We must find a way out as swiftly as possible," Lin Yu exclaimed. Instantly, the group began to scour their surroundings for an exit, racing through the cavern in hopes of locating an escape route before the space collapsed. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, Lin Yu suddenly spotted a shimmering teleportation array emitting a faint glow. "Everyone, come quickly. There's a teleportation array here," Lin Yu shouted. Upon hearing this, the others immediately dashed toward the array. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu and his companions collaborated closely with the Peacekeepers Alliance and the Soul Master Academy to devise strategies against the dark forces. They harnessed the knowledge and power acquired from the spirit phantom realm to fortify the defense system of Douluo continent, while simultaneously seeking the source of the dark forces, preparing to eradicate this looming threat. However, they understood that this battle was merely the beginning, with numerous challenges awaiting them in the future. Undaunted, they remained resolute. United by a steadfast belief in their cause, convinced that through collective effort, they could safeguard the peace and tranquility of Douluo continent. Chapter 62. The comprehensive mobilization of the continent and new clues upon returning from the dark space. The atmosphere on Douluo continent grew increasingly tense. The Peacekeepers' Alliance swiftly mobilized, implementing comprehensive defensive measures across various critical strongholds on the continent. The Soul Master Academy accelerated its training programs for young Soul Masters, aiming to enhance their abilities in the shortest possible time to prepare for the impending war. Duoluo led his research team, tirelessly analyzing the information gathered from the dark space. They sought to uncover the weaknesses of the dark forces and the means to counter their dark magic. After countless experiments and studies, they finally made significant breakthroughs. I have discovered that the dark energy utilized by the dark forces, although formidable and enigmatic, is not without its vulnerabilities, Duoluo excitedly announced during a meeting, holding a research report that documented his team's findings. This dark energy reacts violently when confronted with a particular type of light element, potentially weakening it. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled at this revelation. This is a crucial lead. Can we harness this light element to create weapons against the dark forces? Duoluo nodded. In theory, it is feasible. My team and I have already begun developing a new type of soul-guiding device capable of storing and releasing this special light element. Once completed, it will serve as a powerful weapon in our fight against the dark forces. Meanwhile, Suyao was also researching the dark forces' psychic attack methods. Utilizing her formidable mental strength, she delved deeply into the analysis of the dark forces' psychic fluctuations and attack patterns. After extensive effort, she discovered that while the dark forces' psychic attacks were powerful, they possessed a specific frequency. By mastering this frequency, it was possible to weaken their attacks through mental interference. I can generate a disruption wave using my mental power, with a frequency that counters that of the dark forces' psychic attacks. Once unleashed, it can effectively disrupt their mental assaults. Suyao stated during the meeting. Her discovery has added a new dimension to the defense system of Douluo continent. Zhou Yang is tasked with enhancing the practical training of the Peace Guardians Alliance. Drawing from his combat experiences in the spirit illusion realm and the dark space, he has devised an entirely new training regimen. This program emphasizes teamwork and the ability to respond to various unforeseen circumstances, aiming to elevate the overall combat prowess of the Peace Guardians Alliance. We can no longer afford to fight individually as we did in the past. We must learn to work in close coordination, Zhou Yang articulated to the Alliance members in the training field. He personally demonstrated various combat techniques and coordination methods, inspiring each member. In every corner of the continent, the populace has also begun to take action. Though they are not soul masters, they aspire to contribute their strength to the defense of Douluo continent. Some craftsmen have started to forge an array of weapons and armor for the Peace Guardians Alliance. Farmers are diligently cultivating the land to stockpile food for the war, while others have spontaneously organized to manage logistics and intelligence gathering. The entire Douluo continent has entered a state of comprehensive preparedness, with each individual striving to protect their homeland. However, Lin Yu and his companions have not relaxed their investigation into the dark forces. They understand that mere defense is insufficient. They must take the initiative to strike, locate the source of the dark powers, and eliminate it to fully resolve this crisis. During an intelligence gathering operation, members of the Peace Guardians Alliance uncovered a significant lead. In a remote mountainous region of Douluo continent, mysterious figures clad in black robes had been sighted. Their movements were exceedingly enigmatic, as if they were in search of something. Upon learning of this development, Lin Yu and his team promptly resolved to investigate. Following the trail of the black-robed figures, they arrived at an ancient ruin concealed within a valley. The ruin appeared dilapidated, yet it emanated an aura of mystery. Suyao employed her mental prowess to decipher the meanings of the symbols and patterns present. After considerable effort, she made some discoveries. These symbols and patterns seemed to pertain to the dark forces, chronicling an ancient dark ritual that could be linked to the resurgence of these malevolent powers. A sense of tension gripped the group upon hearing this. They ventured deeper into the ruins in search of further clues regarding the dark ritual. In the depths of the ruins, they encountered a colossal stone platform, upon which lay an ancient tome. The cover of the book was engraved with a black skull, exuding a chilling presence. Lin Yu approached cautiously and gingerly picked up the book. As he opened it, A surge of formidable dark energy rushed forth. He swiftly focused his internal energy to resist, managing to avoid succumbing to this overpowering force. The tome contained a comprehensive account of the dark ritual, as well as the origins and objectives of the dark forces. Lin Yu remarked that, according to the text, the origins of the dark forces could be traced back to ancient times. During that era, the Douluo continent was governed by the forces of light and darkness, which maintained a delicate balance. However, as time progressed, the dark forces grew increasingly powerful, seeking to disrupt this equilibrium and dominate the entirety of Douluo continent. To achieve this aim, the leaders of the dark forces devised a nefarious scheme, invoking a formidable dark demon through sinister rituals, intending to harness its power to subjugate the light. If the dark forces succeeded in summoning this demon, the Douluo continent would face utter devastation, Lin Yu stated gravely. He understood that they must act swiftly to thwart the dark forces' plans. The group continued to scour the ruins for clues, hoping to uncover a means to halt the dark rituals. In a secluded corner of the ruins, they stumbled upon a concealed chamber. The door to the chamber bore a complex runic lock, which could only be opened by deciphering its intricate patterns. Duo retrieved his detection apparatus and began analyzing the runic lock. After thorough examination, he discovered that the method to unlock it was linked to an ancient mathematical algorithm. Utilizing his intellect, he engaged in prolonged calculations and experiments, ultimately succeeding in unraveling the runic lock. The door to the chamber creaked open, releasing a musty aroma. As they entered, they discovered a collection of ancient relics and a vast map, marked with enigmatic locations seemingly tied to the dark rituals. These sites could very well be where the dark forces intended to conduct their malevolent ceremonies. We must locate these places swiftly to thwart their plans, Lin Yu declared. He led a small team toward the nearest marked location, proceeding with utmost caution and vigilance. Upon arrival, they found the area already under the dark forces' dominion. A cadre of cloaked figures was engaged in the dark ritual, shrouding the surroundings in a dense aura of darkness. We cannot allow them to complete the ritual, Lin Yu shouted. He rallied his team and launched a swift assault against the cloaked figures. The dark practitioners, alerted to their intrusion, halted their ritual and engaged in battle with Lin Yu and his companions. The clash was fierce. The cloaked figures wielded potent dark magic and skills, attempting to repel Lin Yu's team. However, undeterred, they unleashed their formidable powers, engaging in a desperate struggle. During the confrontation, Lin Yu discerned that while the black robes wielded formidable dark magic, they inherently recoiled from his power, which fused the essence of light, the vitality of life, and the principles of illusion. He capitalized on this advantage, launching relentless assaults and gradually gaining the upper hand. Simultaneously, other teams were embroiled in their own battles against the dark forces. Zhou Yang's team, leveraging their exceptional combat prowess and teamwork, successfully repelled the cloaked figures, disrupting their dark ritual. Su Yao's team utilized psychic interference to sow chaos among the dark practitioners, creating favorable conditions for victory, while Duo's team employed innovative soul-guiding devices, inflicting significant damage on their foes. After a grueling confrontation, Lin Yu and his companions successfully thwarted the dark forces' rituals at various locations. Nevertheless, they recognized that this victory was merely temporary, as the dark forces would not easily concede. They must persist in their quest to uncover the roots of this menace and eradicate the threat once and for all. In the ensuing days, Lin Yu and his companions delved deeper into the investigation of the dark forces. They tirelessly gathered intelligence, scrutinizing various pieces of information in a bid to uncover the lair of these malevolent entities. Throughout this arduous journey, they encountered numerous obstacles and challenges, yet they remained resolute in their pursuit. At long last, through a serendipitous turn of events, Lin Yu and his team obtained a crucial lead. According to a mysterious informant, the headquarters of the dark forces lies concealed on an enigmatic island within the Douluo continent. This island is shrouded in formidable dark magic, rendering it imperceptible to ordinary individuals.